pilots chase speed because they can, or because they can't help it. IndyCar, the heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Sebring International Raceway plays home to the second round of the 2015 iRacing.com Endurance Championship as we welcome you along for the ride here on RaceSpot TV. We'll be with you for the entire 12 hours as we're going to have ourselves some enhanced coverage. Live timing and scoring will be available once this race starts, and you can experience the entire race with us. You'll be joining us on iRacing Live from about 4 p.m. GMT this afternoon. And don't forget as well, you can keep in contact with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing12 and also follow us at RaceSpot TV. Wilkinson along with Rachel Whiteford and Paul Smith to kick things off then. We've got ourselves about 10 minutes, about 8 minutes now left before drivers head themselves down to the starting grid for this, the second round of the Endurance Championship. And Rachel, we had ourselves a great run at Daytona. Drivers going to be looking to have themselves as good at, if not better, performance this time out.
Well, good morning, Will. They are indeed, and of course we have lost one or two teams due to a conflict with the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so no Coanda today. That could be quite critical. And yeah, at the moment we do have some teams running. Of course, we have Friction are here, we have Virgil in their HPD car, Radicals Online are here, so it's going to be still a great fight. And as we know from a lot of these teams running at the Neo Endurance Series, this track for the 6 hours, they know it well, so looking forward to an exciting race.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, I'd like to give a shout out to the wonderful people over at City Alliance. This is Love, the official track of the iRacing.com 12 Hours at Spa. So go and buy it on iTunes. It'll change your life. In the interim then, you can see that we've got ourselves, well, about 6 minutes and 55 seconds now to go in this little warm-up session here. And Paul, this is where these drivers have just got to iron things out. They're at the racetrack, they know what's going on. That nervousness, though, kicks in over the course of the next 10 minutes. Because the last thing you want to do is bin that car in the first couple of laps.
Oh yeah, you've certainly got to be careful in the first few laps of any race, but especially of a 12-hour race, because there's no worse feeling than going out right at the start of an endurance race. I know that from personal experience. As for this track, it's a tough track to master. It's a classic endurance track as well, so these guys will have all practiced a lot over the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks for this event, so it should be a good atmosphere and a good race from today.
Yeah, as you can see there, just having a look at the couple of drivers who will be getting this race going in just a couple of moments' time. Let's look at the Hellenic Racing team. Here you can see them, the New World Sim Sport car of Ahmed Yaman currently behind the wheel of that number 43 car as they head themselves up towards the hairpin at turn number 7. Rachel, the number 43 car, realistically, isn't going to be doing anything much today. As far as the GTs go, you can pick or choose as much as you want between some of them, but the Ford GT really is the slowest of the four GT cars that we have here today.
Yeah, it is, Will, and that car's suffering still from some homologation attempts to balance it with the other cars, so right now suffering somewhat, especially ride height wise. The car seems to be definitely struggling compared to the others, and it's costing them speed, so expect them to be within 1 to 2 seconds off the pace, but as we know from New World Sim Sports, they have a uncanny ability to survive, and well, they could end up finishing much higher than the car would suggest.
Yep, running along board now with the Time Racing Club machine of Ryan Terpstra as he heads himself down into Cunningham Corner. This is going to be turn number 10 and 11, immediately into Collier Corner. Now, I think, Paul, of this all the sections of the racetrack, this is the one I think we might see our biggest moment of the day, from about turn number 10 all the way through to about turn 15, because especially in traffic, it gets very narrow around then. You've really got to be careful as you go from slow speed corners up to faster sweeping corners, then back down to slow speed again.
Yeah, it's a technical section. It's, as you say, very narrow. It's tough to get by. Some of the leaders may choose to just hold back until they get to some of the straighter parts and then go past that way. But you've got to be really careful, especially in lap traffic through there. But even if you're fighting for position, you may be best off just holding back, waiting for a different spot to get a cleaner move.
There's a look at the Friction Racing HPD machine of Marcus Hamilton at number 15 car. Let's then ride a lap on board of them as they work themselves under practice down and towards turn number 1. Well, then there is a look at the Friction Racing car as it heads itself now on the exit of Sunset Bend down towards turn number 1 once again. And, well, you can see there the pure speed in these Honda Performance Development ARX prototype cars there, Paul. Very, very fast. But you've got to be careful here because, especially in the slow speed corners, they have got the opportunity to get a little bit tail happy.
Yeah, if you get too ambitious on the throttle coming out of corners, you can just lose the back end on these cars, especially at low speed where the downforce isn't really playing effect. So you really got to be careful with these cars. They can be a little bit twitchy.
Yep, as they can see the driver who currently is a little bit further ahead on the racetrack there is Virgil Racing. Of course, we generally see them in GT action, but they're running here. Marcus Johansson behind the wheel in the prototype division as well. Out of the hairpin they come down towards Cunningham Corner once again. William the Vec working himself in that number 99 machine, Inex Racing red car. They currently leading the way in practice. Just 1 minute to go then in that one until they will head themselves to the starting grid. And Rachel, some of these drivers now, it's just a case of taking a deep breath and getting themselves settled for a very long journey.
Well, it's 12 hours, Will, so there's going to be an hour and a half maybe of scrapping at the start. Probably be another 10 hours of nothing in between, and then half an hour of frantic fighting towards the end of this race. As you say, it's an endurance race. These guys have a lot of ground to cover today, and a lot of drivers to get into those seats, so it's going to be a very tactical, careful battle. I expect we'll have a quieter start than we might want, but they have to get to the end. You know, you don't need to go out on turn one. There's no winning a 12-hour race in the first lap.
There isn't.
You can only lose it.
There you can see then a look down at your field. Let's run through then your starting grid, ladies and gentlemen, for this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And there you can see Friction Racing will be, actually, just give us one moment. Unfortunately, our live timing and scoring isn't yet working. As you can see there, just got ourselves 5 seconds now left of practice. And there you can see then the cars will now head themselves down to the starting grid. We will step aside for just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. You won't miss a thing. Take your RaceSpot TV side by side.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar, the heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Don't forget, a new season of IndyCar starts tomorrow from the streets of St. Petersburg, and you can catch that one on ABC. So then, let's get ourselves a look at your starting grid, and there you can see it will be Radicals Online, Roderick Cronin kicking this one into gear on the front row of your prototype field. Alongside him will be Friction Racing, Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel of that one. Virtual Racing, HPD in the 3rd position. Then you've got Abandonoti Racing Team in P4 with Marco Gabriel Nessi. Heading ourselves on back, there you can see TNT Racing, SDC Motorsports, Dayco M Sport, and Synergy Sim Racing in P number 5 through 8. And then, running out your top 10, the Petronas Racing Team and the Team 7 IB Classy Web Car. Over to your D2 division. We also like to call that, of course, the GT division. For us, the Commander Simsport, Marcus Lenderman behind the wheel of that one. He'll be bringing the field to the green flag. Then Falcon GP with Kei Gashube alongside him, that front row of the grid. Virgil Racing's GT3 car with Anders Dahl lining up in 3rd, with Inside Sim Racing, Bruno Camo in the 4th position. Heading on back, Pure Racing Team, Patrick Pichler in 5th, Cormo Sports in 6th, Team Kumo Surman doing it alone by the looks of it in P7, Annex Racing Red in 8th, Spark Motorsport in 9th, then Bavano Frostmaster X Team running out your top 10. There is a look then at the remainder of your GT field. Rachel, it's going to be a big race here, and there are some very good names in both prototype and in GT to keep us entertained.
There are definitely some big names, Will, and of course we expect a lot from the likes of Virgil, GT3 and Falcon GP. Falcon, of course, your Neo Endurance champions there in the GT class. So it's going to be a tough fight, and really exciting to see what happens here. Radicals, Friction, Virgil, we have Falcon, Commander, we have Core, we have Inex. This is going to be one hell of a fight. There's some amazing drivers, as you say. What a race we have set for us as the fields start to separate out now into the prototype and GT fields going under their own pace direction, Will.
Yeah, there you can see a look from the rear of the Radicals Online machine of Roderick Cronin. Of course, you've seen them quite heavily in both iRacing official events. Of course, Radicals represented today by a couple of drivers in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, as well also in a number of league races. And don't forget, by the way, if you are looking for the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, that will be a special presentation of RaceSpot on PSR TV. Coverage of that will start in 40 minutes time. So in the meanwhile, stick with us here on RaceSpot TV as we get yourselves ready for the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. There you can see then a look at your prototype field. Cycle that camera back. There you can see the driver out front of Marcus Lenderman, who will be bringing the field to the green flag in that Ferrari Anderson Sport number 18 car. And it'll be very interesting to see how that race shapes up in the first couple of hours. You notice 2 BMWs at the front. Then you've got yourself third in line, Undersdahl. He's in a roof, and then you've got another couple of BMWs. So it'll be highly entertaining to see how that one works out throughout the course of this race. But here we are now. Roderick Cronin, Radicals Online, just literally one corner to go before we let these cars rip for 12 hours here on RaceSpot TV. Live timing and scoring will be up and running in just a couple of moments' time, and it will be working all the way through this race. And ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you along for the ride here again. We hope that you enjoyed the 24 hours of Daytona. We're getting set to do it for 12 hours here at Sebring, and I tell you what, it is going to be a truly fascinating race. Pace car working itself out of Sunset Bend, turn number 17, putting the field in the command of this guy. It's Roderick Cronin. Set your stopwatches. 12 hours worth of racing now here on RaceSpot TV will start right now. And there you can see a good jump there by your pole position driver, but Johansson going to go side by side with Marcus Hamilton as they come down in towards turn 1. Virgil Racing will have the advantage of that one as they work themselves down in towards turn 1 for the first time. Rescue prototype field getting through without any incident. Now you can see your GT field coming down in towards 1 for the first time. Anders Dahl trying to make a bit of a move on Kei Koshube, wasn't able to do so. We ride along board of him as they work themselves down into 2, 3 and 4 for the first time. But the important thing is, Paul, it looks as though that most of your drivers have got themselves through that tricky first corner. Now it's time to settle yourself down for the ride.
It's great to see that everybody's behaved and everybody's kept out of each other's way, so nice clean start, that's what we wanted. And yeah, it's time now just to get your eye in, just to settle down, just settle nerves and get into that rhythm. It's a long race, so you've got a lot of work to do yet.
Yeah, there you can see then your prototype field right now. Marcus Johansson is putting a little bit of a battle on Marcus Hamilton. Sorry, it's the other way around that one. It's Hamilton running himself in P number 2. It's currently Hamilton down in 3rd position. There you can see him in that friction racing car as they work themselves down now. Back straight away for the first time, heading himself down towards this very fast sequence of corners. Through Bishop Corner, then down into the S's, turn number 15, before you bolt yourself down into the Moore, turn 16. And already we're having to rest in peace to the cones. But here you can see Kei Koshube then, currently on the rear of Marcus Lenderman, battle for your position number 1 in GT. And well, Commander's not been able to get themselves a jump here, Rachel. They have got themselves a lot of traffic behind them as we've got ourselves side by side actually for the race lead. And you can see Radicals Online on the high side going to lose that one potentially to Marcus Johansson. Virtual Racing going to the point in the early going.
They are indeed, and Virgil Racing having a great run at the moment, Will, so this is really good performance for them. They've jumped Radicals, they've jumped Friction. Well, early statement of intent there from Virgil Racing in that Honda Performance Development ARX car, but can they hold off the charging juggernauts of Radicals and Friction? Those two cars, very experienced endurance drivers. Marcus Johansson, we know, we've seen him in the GT classes for VLN, and we've seen him in the Near Endurance Series, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can pull off in his prototype.
Yeah, they can see then a replay of the change for the race lead. And then what happened afterwards is you had yourself the Radicals car being pushed out a little bit wide as they run side by side. Then on that run down in towards turn number 1, you'll notice that Friction Racing car was able to get alongside, was not able though to complete that pass down into the first corner. So Radicals do keep that second position for the time being. But Marcus Johansson, that number 88 machine, now leads the way. It's been an absolutely great start to his race, up 2 positions from the inside of row number 2 up into that first position right now. I was saying though just a moment ago, Paul, that it was very close out front in your GT division. It still is close right now.
Oh, it's absolutely tight between the front runners there and the GTs. I think, to be honest, there's no separating any of the field really in the GTs. It's just one queue of traffic. Everybody's behaving though, keeping out of each other's way, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, because you've got the 2 different cars. You've got the BMW and the Rough there in 3rd, so be interesting to see how those cars use the tyres, use the fuel, because strategy will be a major thing in this race.
Oh, it could very well be. Of course, we talked about the 4GT earlier on, Rachel. The advantage it had at the last time we saw any of these drivers at Daytona was it was able to go so much longer on fuel compared to the other drivers. Even though it was slower, it gained itself an advantage overall. That is no longer the case.
Yep, you're right, and Ford had a slight advantage in the straight lines, Will, so that really helped them at somewhere like Daytona where you have lots of long straightaways. Here at Sebring, not so much. It's lost its fuel advantage with that balance that it put onto the car, so that's making a bit of a difference in just how it handles. Right now, it is certainly the weakest out of the GT field.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time, of course, to talk about the differences between these GT cars over the course of this event. We're just going to cycle it back through to have a look at your battle that's still going on for P2 and P3 in your prototype classes. We're right along board then with Friction Racing's Marcus Hamilton. The gap between himself and Roger Cronin right now is about 3 tenths per second. They work themselves down this back straightaway down towards Cunningham Corner once again. A little bit further back. Well, there's not been too much battling going on, but you can see there, you've got a couple of drivers thinking about stalking. As you've got Robert Tinsey right now running himself in P5 in that TNT racing car. He's doing himself a good job in P number 5. But also Marco Nessi in that number 24 car, also doing himself a sterling job right now.
They're doing a fantastic job out there. I would say that Robert Tinsey is a good, consistent, fast driver. It just puts in the laps time and time again. I've raced against him in the VLN series, so it'd be good to see him, see how well he goes so far.
Yep, there you can see then that very nice Audi looking number 24 machine working himself down towards Le Mans once again. Having a look down your pack, by the way, you've got yourself a couple of people running in packs. We talked about the one going on out front in your GT class. Here's another one. It's the Core Motorsports number 33 car battling with the iRacing Racing red car, Rachel. Just 4 tenths per second separating those drivers right now. They battle for P number 5 and P number 6.
Yes, they do, Will. That's a little nice battle we have there between themselves and that 33 car, so looking to see a bit of a move there. We know that the McLaren can be a little better in the straight lines and out of the corners. The roof's very good into the corners, so they tend to battle us out overall. But the McLaren just has a slight edge right now. The roof car certainly one of the strongest at this time, though.
Yep, as they work themselves down towards Sunset Bend once again. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, keep in contact with us all race long on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing12H throughout the course of this event. Let's ride along board then with this driver. It is Coanda Simmersports, who has, by the way, been passed. We're away from our screens pool. They're down to P2 in class, and it's now Kei Kashube leading the way in that number 76 machine. And well, we know that Kei is such a great driver in that Falcon GP number 76 car. They are serious contenders here today, and I think it will come down to not the drivers starting the race, but the drivers who we have in that graveyard shift from about hour 5 through to about hour 10.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you've got a good balance of drivers in your team. It's all well and good having a fast guy start the race, but it's how the rest of your teammates can whether they can keep that pace up and keep your position in this race. It's a case of, does he try and make a breakaway now and maybe use up his tyres a little bit more at the start just to try and get that little bit of a gap to start with?
Yeah, and there you can see from the rear of Lenderman, it is back to Anders Dahl, just a couple of tenths per second right now. As well, the first 10 minutes of this race are almost in the books. So you can see still a lot of racing going on down in your GT field. Drivers running nose to tail to go along board with Movano Thrustmasters, Rafael Adapalo, as they work themselves now down through Collier Corner, turn number 11, down into Tower Corner, turn number 13. And well, Rachel, in this mid-pack, it's all about not being too aggressive, especially with the tyre wear situation. As it's been over the past couple of months, these drivers cannot push too hard too quickly, because otherwise they'll be falling back in a hurry midway through this stint, and they basically will undo all the hard work they might have done in the first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, not a problem for these guys. They know when to sit in traffic and they know how to ride. A lot of these cars here are doing just that. Pure Race Team ahead of Movano. They're well experienced in the GT3 racing world. Team Kimo Sunderman, very experienced. Movano, well, we know what they do from this STC Black Cup and Blue Cup, which runs on Thursdays on RaceSpot TV. But yeah, they've got to just ride. They want to get this first stint out of the way. It's time to get a nice consistent run through and just try and get that car to its first pit stop. Then you can start to go racing. Right now, conservation mode.
Yeah, they can see Bruno De Carmo running along board of him. Inside Sim Racing, number 11 car, putting that pressure on Virgil Racing right now. Just to very quickly go back up and have a look, see what's going on in your prototype division. It is still pretty much even Stevens, although out front, what a jump that Virgil Racing car has got, Paul. 5 seconds in the first 10 minutes of this race. Now, this is either going down to one or two things. Either Johansson's on fire, as he is flicking cones all over the place, or maybe he's a little bit light on fuel. In 12 hours, it's going to be very difficult to do it all like hour here, hour there. So some of these drivers might be mixing it up on strategy a little bit. So you'll see this field spread out and then come back together a little bit later on.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was maybe light on fuel just to get that gap, like I was saying with the GTs, just to pull out a little bit of gap to give yourself a bit of breathing space so you can just get in that groove and be comfortable with your pace. These three that are fighting for second though, the Radicals and the Friction Racing, they're at it neck and neck as they're going down the inside. Can he make it through? I think he's got the place there. Yeah, he's got the inside, and that's second place. And oh dear, it lost another place of the Radicals as well.
Yeah, and you can see there that the Radical car pushed out wide down in towards turn number 1, and that allowed not only the Friction Racing car to get past, but also the number 24 machine as well. We're going to get ourselves then a replay of that one as they work themselves. This will be from the exit of around Sunset Bend down in towards turn number 17, and there you can see then the Radicals car coming out of the corner. You can just see the run and the momentum that Friction Racing car gets as they come down in towards turn number 1, and from there on there you can see pinning him down right to the wall, but that Friction Racing car never gave up. And then coming on the exit of the corner where you can see that Radicals car pushed wide, untouching the grass a little bit there, and that allowed the number 24 machine to move himself now, Rachel, up into third place with the Abandonoti Racing Team car.
Yep, they do indeed well. And there was a great little advantageous pass they made on the Friction machine there. Just sneaking it up the inside when they wanted to. Sorry, the Radicals machine, actually, I should apologise. Yeah, the gap was open. They'd had to take a wide line, and they said, well, thank you. I will follow them. I'd like this place. They're a team that's come really out of nowhere, but they're looking pretty strong so far.
Yeah, it's not that close though, as we have a look from our aerial coverage. Powered today by And1 Design. As these drivers work themselves, you can see back end of the racetrack once again, zooming in and having a look at the drivers out front. And there you can see your top 4 drivers all within one shot. They have started to pull away just a tiny bit now from the rear of Alexander Voss, and there you can see inside Sim Racing and to the Core Motorsports car, as we did just glimpse a look that Virgil Racing really still putting that pressure on to the rear of Marcus Lenderman in that Coanda SimSport number 18 machine. And I'm starting to think that maybe that Virgil Racing car has had enough already, Paul, and wanted to try and find a way past. But it's saying then he'll be in exactly the same position Lenderman is right now, just trying to preserve behind Kashube.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bring to your attention, Will Stockman's of the Gathering of Tweakers car. They're on pit road. It looks like they're going to be out. They lost control going onto the back straightaway, and they're showing, well, they're down in the pits. They've got a lot of damage on the front end of the car. I don't know whether that car will be continuing.
Yeah, let's see if we can try and get ourselves another look at that one there. There you can see the Gathering of Tweakers car in that number 19 machine. You can see there running himself in the pack. And so it's a shame, Rachel, 10 minutes in. Of course, these drivers will be able to get themselves substantial repairs done. And now it's the case, we see there down the exit of Le Mans corner, where he just ploughed into the wall, caught the curb there on the exit of turn 16. So easy to do. But now it's a case of just trying to get that car back out and finishing the race.
Indeed, indeed. And it's, like we said, it's not what you want to have happen in this first stint of a 12-hour race. It immediately puts you on a back foot in conservation mode. You have to try and recover what you can. And it kind of kills the driver's mentality and momentum for a 12-hour endurance race. Well, you know you're several laps down. You know you're fighting just to pick up the scraps that everybody else drops. But that's racing.
It is indeed. So there we are. Our first real incident of the day. Wim Stockman, you can see that car is still on pit road. We get a look at that one. And, well, it's just a shame. You can see there as we zoom our camera in. Not the sort of day that Gathering of Tweakers car would have wanted. Complete front end damage. See that one? Going to have to do some substantial bodywork changes to that and some suspension work. So expect to see him on pit road for a very, very long time. But as we head ourselves back up through the field, they can see cars working themselves, the prototype cars, getting themselves a lot more spread out in the rear part of your pack now. As you can see, the Radicals car has already lost himself 2 seconds to that driver of Marco Nessi in that number 24 car, and is now under pressure from the TNT racing car of Tinsy behind. The Radicals are very slow. Yep.
We have our leader of the P class, the Virgil Racing Honda Performance Development car, is now catching a stream of about 7 GT cars. So we're either going to have disaster, or we're going to have friction coming back into this fight. Of course, Virgil pulling a 5-second gap, which we can only imagine was due to fueling for the start of this race and wanting to make an early break, but they're now starting to get to that GT traffic and it's getting tense.
Yeah, as you can see, this is what I talked about at the top of the broadcast, having to be careful for this midsection of the racetrack. Now, there's one that you're going to be able to take very quickly, but then you have to run it single file all the way through turn 14 Bishop, and there you can see the live gap is now below 4 seconds once again as they work themselves down into 15 and 16. Now, if he's lucky, Marcus Johansson should be able to get all 3 of these cars before they get to Sunset Bend. Very aggressive. Another half a second loss in the course of a couple of corners. He will be able to get himself past a slow Ford GT there, and he should just be able to dive down to the inside of that Doji car as they work themselves down in towards the final corner. That is Sunset Bend. But now Hamilton's going to have to do exactly the same thing, and he's going to have to always go 3 wide on the exit of Sunset Corner, and there you can see out of that final corner, pushing it to the limit, that pass left car. Well, he's passing him on the right hand side, but Marcus Hamilton there, a net gain of about half a second, Paul. But here's the issue, is that Friction Racing's car going to catch 3 drivers at the slowest section of the racetrack.
He's got to be aggressive here. He's got to make his presence known. I mean, the one advantage that Marcus does have is that these back markers now know that the leaders are coming through. So once that leader comes through, it's suddenly a wake-up call for these guys to be looking in the mirrors a bit more for the leaders. And he appears to be getting through these guys pretty cleanly, actually, and not losing maybe too much time. So it's not going too bad for him.
Yeah, there you can see the Velocidade endurance car. Such wow as it heads himself now through turn number 7, the hairpin leading that string of cars in. Actually, they are currently 5.2 seconds behind your next pack of drivers. It's a little bit more spread out for the time being, as they can see Johansson coming up behind some more traffic now. He's going to get held up a little bit once again, and there's a look at the live gap. It's down to 4 seconds once again, but just like at tracks like Road Atlanta, this is where you have to have that whole situation, Rachel, of drivers not getting too frustrated. You will lose 3 seconds in the course of 1 lap, but it's a 12-hour race. It's not a 30-minute sprint race.
Yeah, certainly, and losing, gaining 2-3 seconds, 10 seconds, it's not a big deal in 12 hours. Seems like a lot to most drivers, but it really isn't. Well, and right now we have, of course, Virgil passing another conga line of GT cars who just can't seem to get away from each other. He's zipping in and out, trying to get a tow. I don't think that's really helping him much, but, well, there you go. Friction, like we said, they have to deal with the same issues, so you might lose time here, but you'll gain time somewhere else. Your competition will lose and gain time, so it is quite far from the most normal kind of racing we see, where it is one car on track, another car chases them. There is traffic maybe from a lapped car, but in all, it is empty track. This is endurance racing. The other traffic in the other classes are as much an element and a critical component of this racing as every corner.
Indeed.
You have to navigate the traffic like you navigate this first sector here. Carefully.
Yeah. One of the things that these drivers are going to struggle with when they come up towards these front 6 drivers right now. You've got yourself Kei Kashube leading the way in your GT division. Marcus Lenderman right behind him. Then right behind him, you've got Anders Starr, Bruno De Carlo, Alexander Voss, and now also in the mix, you've got William Levesque behind the wheel of that number 99 car. Then you can see he's coming to play as well. You've got yourself a second huge gaggle of cars right now, with Rafael Adepalo currently leading that pack in that Thrustmaster X-Team car, Movano racing car. Then you've got yourselves a total of 8 drivers in that pack. So it is so close right now, Paul. And this is going to be the first real test to see how calm and calm collected your GT field are going to be, as well. Here comes Virgil Racing up to probably the biggest back on the racetrack.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how he gets through, and well, he seems to be not doing too bad a job, really, Marcus. So the GT drivers all behaving. They must have the teammates just warning them that the fast guys in the prototypes are coming through. So that's another element of teamwork that you have in the endurance races. Is your teammates on the radio just saying that there's a faster guy coming up behind you, spotting for you.
Yeah, as they can see, very lucky once again as far as traffic goes. Here you can see them, but a little bit further down, you've got P2, P3. They have spread out a little bit through this first run of traffic. And you have to say, Rachel, that realistically, it's the driver in third place, Nessie, who has struggled the most through traffic this first time by. But doesn't mean that they're going to be in that situation all race long. Sometimes some drivers are just a little bit more careful than others at the start of these big races, not wanting to go gang-ho into the corner immediately.
Precisely, and it's very important just to make sure you don't get caught in that. With these big gaggles we have with GT cars at the moment, with this race being so early on, it's tempting to try and take 1 or 2 or 3 at a time, but it's you know, you've got to be so careful. This is a lot of traffic. You have barely got time to get back in line after you pass one, so you've got to be so cautious, because this will end your race if you get it wrong. Those GT cars are a lot tougher than the prototypes.
Well, here you can see then, have a look down into Sunset Bend, and, well, sorry, that's into the hairpin. Take that one back. We go along board with Nessie working himself out of turn number 7, down towards 8, 9, and 10. One more time, as we will see. First 20 minutes of this race pretty much now scored in the books. Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, that'll be a special presentation of RaceSpot on PSR TV. Coverage of that one will start in just about 20 minutes time. Join Ian Bushing, Johnny Simon, Daniel Benefield and the gang for that one on iRacing Live. Then as second that one finishes, we'll be heading over to iRacing Live as well for continuing coverage of this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours at Sebring. Well, there you can see ongoing battles, and there you can see Virgil Racing working yourself now to put your entire lead pack in your GT down 1 lap for the first time. Well, there is your first mission accomplished. If you're Virgil Racing and Marcus Johansson now, get through the field once. From here on in theory, Paul, it should get easier.
That's the theory, because hopefully the field should have spread out a little bit more for them to make it a little bit easier to get past them. When all the GT cars are packed up like that, it's really tense for yourself as a leader to work your way through them, because they're all battling for position as well. They're trying to get position, so they're concentrating on the car in front and maybe not looking for the faster guys behind.
Yep, as they can see, down in towards turn number 4 they come. Turn 5, Big Bend, once again they now head themselves into as well. There is your gap to the race lead, now up to 6.5 seconds. So Virgil Racing, one of the best for your first sequence of stops, but there you can see still more traffic to go for Hamilton, working himself on the outside there, ducking down to the inside as they're going too wide ahead of him actually, and that's a very opportunistic Anders Dahl looking down to the inside and be completing that pass there over the driver of Commander Simmons, but it's not all done yet, and this is going to cost that Friction Racing driver an absolute ton of time. They're going to be 3 wide as they work themselves down in towards Cunningham Corner, but it does look as though that they all got through okay, and Commander was able to retake that second place on the exit of the hairpin, Rachel.
They were indeed in Coanda, wanting to make a little statement of intent there. They don't have a prototype car this time around, but they aren't giving up lightly. Friction getting past, though, that class leader there, the Falcon GP 76 car. Clean air now for him for quite a while.
Yeah, and that is going to be entertaining now to watch. As you can see, a little bit further back. Well, actually, I want to go back and have a look at that battle that was for the race lead. It's now stretched up to 7.5 seconds. Interesting to note as well that now Nessie's been able to calm it down a bit. He's got that gap at 4 seconds though, and then Roderick Cronin running in the 4th position, 2.6 seconds back behind Nessie. Running out your top 5, there you can see Robert Tinsey in the TNT Racing Machine. As you say, them running right about now on the racetrack. Down back in your GT division though, Paul, Voss is still putting the pressure on Bruno De Carmo, and these are 2 drivers I really want to use as an example of the Roof versus the BMW. Each of these cars have their strengths, each of their cars have their weaknesses, and it does look as though that some of them are really using that to their advantage. You see that Core Motorsports car is always going to be a little bit more difficult turning into the corner. As we get to lap 10, however, this is where some of these drivers, especially in the McLarens, are going to struggle with a little bit of snap oversteer in that middle part of the racetrack. This section right now, turn 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, it's very much how you like to drive the car, how you like the feel of the car as to the cars that you want to drive in these endurance races. The Roof and the Mercedes, the BMW are really sort of closely matched, so it's a bit interesting to see how it pans out over the race. I would have said that the BMW would have been more of an all-round, sort of like the more all-round package for this event. But the rough really taking it to them.
Yep, as they work themselves down in towards the Cunningham once again, turn number 10. They can see we've been riding along board with that driver of Core Motorsports for a little bit. We'll talk again more about these cars as this race progresses. We're having a look back. Kimo Suman. Now, Suman trying to do this entire race by the looks of it, Rachel, all by himself. This is going to be interesting because we know that Kimo is very good in this McLaren. Whether he can keep it up for 12 hours, though, that is going to be another thing.
Absolutely, undoubtedly will. Doing this for 12 hours is going to be very tough. Of course, we don't really want to go into it on air, but he will have calls of human bodily function to deal with at times, so expect longer pit stops from him. I think he will go several laps down, but I do think he will be here at the end. People that tend to dedicate themselves to this sort of thing, and we saw for the 24 Hours of Daytona, people did it. They have a strength of resolve that really lends himself to this kind of racing, and it'll be really, really rewarding to see him do it.
Yep, as they can see here, he's currently in that big gaggle of cars. That's a pure racing team car, actually, of Patrick Pichler right behind him. And of course, Rachel, we see PRT quite often on Thursday nights. The STC Black Cup has, the STC Blue Cup has now returned. And it's great to see the likes of Pichler involved again in the McLaren. And some of these drivers, even though, on paper, it's slower for them to run the McLaren over, say, anything else, they prefer it because they're so used to it.
Are we looking for me or Paul?
Yes, you.
Say that again, please.
No worries, we'll just move on, shall we?
Yes,
As you can see there, you've got Understar and
Move
Lenderman still battling for position. Behind, you've got Voss and Levesque. They are battling right now for number, very close actually, between the Core Motorsports car and the INX Racing car. They work themselves out of the hairpin, and well, this is one battle that the lap traffic is really coming into play for here as they come down in towards Cunningham Corner, turn number 10 once again, Paul.
Oh, he's dancing all over the back of that car as Alexander Voss. Bruno De Carmo is really doing a good job keeping him behind, but Voss, you've got to ask whether it's going to be a matter of time before he gets past, because he is right all over the back of that car, all over the gearbox.
Yeah, it's just behind as well. We go along board with the driver of Scott Gray, who has just been able to get himself past in that Mad Cow Racing Daisy car. He's been having himself a little battle with Anthony Pajana in number 27 machine, and also Luke Van Skik in a battle for position. It's just ahead once again. Look at this one go on between Bruno De Carmo and Alexander Voss. They continue to hound for it right now. Now that Core Motorsports car is now up into that 4th place in class, but look at INX Racing coming back. They're going to go 2 wide as they head themselves down in towards the hairpin, almost going 3 wide to come down into Sunset Bend. Core Motorsports car going all the way down to the inside. You can see there that you're going to have Levesque thinking about going down to the outside. So work themselves out of the corner. Very close racing here. But what this has done is allow Bruno Carmen now to get the inside lines. They come down in towards turn 1. Who will be the beneficiary of this one? Will it be Levesque? Will it be De Carmo? Well, the answer is going to be they pretty much all stay in line once again, Paul.
I'll tell you what, Voss did a brilliant job of taking advantage of the prototype getting past the inside racing car, inside sim racing car. So he made a great move to take an opportunist moment and got it down the inside. And well, the battle between Bruno De Carmo and Levesque is still going on now. It's fantastic racing so far.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first half hour of this race then is almost scored in the books. We're going to step aside for just one moment. You won't miss a thing as we take you RaceSpot TV side by side. And when we come back, we'll get yourselves a preview of the third round.
Well, speaking of side by side, we have Core and INX literally side by side.
Yeah, and we'll get that one as we go side by side. We shall be right back.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar, the heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV for the iRacing.com 12 Hours at Sebring. Well, don't forget, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series event at Sebring will start in just 10 minutes' time. That'll be a special presentation of RaceSpot on PSR TV. Very quickly joined by Johnny Simon and Daniel Betterfield. They'll be calling that race with the guys over at PSR TV. Johnny, qualifying's in the books for that one. Race starts in 10 minutes' time. Who's looking strong?
Well, Mitchell de Jong already looking immensely strong, and we're watching, but the biggest story is actually Gregor Hutu and Hugo Luis really, struggling during qualifying, and they're down in 7th and 8th, so unfortunately for us too, we'll, have to go back in a few seconds, so we'll leave you to it, Will. Thanks for that.
No worries, we will talk to you guys a little bit later on. And well, Rachel, we know that Gregor Hutu's had issues in qualifying in race 1. Before we came on air, we heard from Hugo Luis that he was struggling here today as well. But Mitchell de Jong looking incredibly strong as they get themselves ready for the 3rd round of the World Championship.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be an exciting race for them, and wow, with Hutu and Louise out of position, it's going to be really exciting. Mitchell's good, looking for a strong performance from Kroenke, so going to be exciting. I'm going to have to go back and watch this one afterwards.
Yeah, don't forget, that will be on iRacing Live. Let's go back to the action then here in the 12 Hours of Sebring. And, well, Bruno de Carmo is still battling it out with Alexander Voss. There you can see those two drivers getting ourselves close to our first round of pit stops, Paul. And one thing I've noticed as well is that we are getting ourselves closer to that point of tyre wear. Tyres starting to fall off there as we get ourselves moving a little bit further forward now in a tyre sequence run.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how people have used their tyres to make sure that they don't use them too quickly and end up with a lot of understeer or a bit of snap oversteer with the rears wearing out as well. And, well, tyre strategy and fuel, it's going to be important for this race to try and get just the minimum amount of pit stops done so you're spending as little time as possible on pit road.
Back to your prototype division. We've not talked about these guys too much here, but the Petronas Racing Team car of Jan Switchler battling it out with Martin Carroll and the SDC Motorsports car. That is the battle going on for P number 7 on the racetrack right now. In fact, we have got ourselves the chance to have the word with Ollie Quokka. He is running in that number 12. Well, he actually represents that number 12 team. And, well, Ollie, welcome to RaceSpot TV. First half an hour of this event scored complete. You guys are running in P7. How do you think about it so far?
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, it's pretty good actually at the moment. We are, as you said, P7, and we're getting even better during the race. I hope so. I mean, it's looking good at the moment, but it's still a very long race to go.
Well, are you going to be driving the car today? Take us through your driver lineup. Take us through your ideas of how you think your race is going to evolve.
First of all, we are participating in this race with 2 drivers, with me and my teammate Jan Schwitter, and yeah, it's basically not the complete team. We are just 2 drivers in this event. We were 2 drivers in the last event at the Daytona 24 Hours, and basically we have 5 drivers, but the others didn't match it, so we decided to take this race with 2 drivers. But yeah, that's, I mean, Jan and I were racing with Fury since I think 4 years, and we're a pretty experienced team, so I hope this race will be yeah, pretty normal for us without any incidents.
How does it work as far as the strategy, as the setup goes for it? Have you each had to make compromises, or is you set up the way you like the car to be set up? Is it similar between the two drivers?
Basically, Jan and I are using the same setups all the time. In previous series here at iRacing and before at other simulations. So we have this similar driving style, and I think that suits it a little bit better for endurance racing as well. So we didn't have to make any changes to the setup between the drivers, but we have to see how the tires are during the race, because we had a few problems before in testing, but I think we sorted that out now, and we were actually a little bit surprised about the weather, but yeah, I think we have that under control now, but we have to see.
Yeah, well, good luck for this event. We'll hopefully talk to you a little bit later on. Jan Twitter in the number 12 Petronas Racing Team car, currently running himself in 7th position on the racetrack. Let's get a look then at your top 6 in each of the classes, and it's Virtual Racing leading the way from Friction. Cat is currently 5.5 seconds, and that is in your prototype division. And then it is the Avedanotti Racing Team in 3rd, Radicals Online in 4th, TNT Racing in 5th, and then STC Motorsports rounding out your top 10, with Falcon GP your top 6 even in prototype. Then Falcon GP leading the way in GT division with Virtual Racing, Commander Sim Sport, Inside Sim Racing, Inex Racing Red, and Mivano Thrustmaster rounding out your top 6 in that class. And let's go back then to the ongoing battles between Levesque and DeCarmo to welcome in Randy Chenworth into the RaceSpot TV booth. Well, Inex Racing's William Levesque is continuing to slot it down to the inside there, continuing to have battles with Bruno DeCarmo. This is one great race that's going on between these two teams right now, Randy.
Oh, it definitely is. You saw William, he got a wheel on the grass going into the braking zone there. Williams someone who's very, very aggressive, but I didn't think he was aggressive enough to go lawn mowing as he tried to pass people. He's looking a bit like Mac Backham out there.
Yeah, it's incredible. But out front as well, Marcus Lenderman and Anders Dahl, they are continuing to battle along. Kind of Sim Sports have now lost themselves 2 positions in their class here today. But we know that kind of a little bit wily when it comes to this, not really wanting to push that car too hard. And I'll be interested to see who gets into that car a little bit later on, remembering that some of the drivers are running in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series.
Yeah, a lot of their top name guys that are running that DWC race today, but yeah, I think they'll be wanting to just kind of cruise and be safe. They've had a couple rough outings the last few races. Daytona wasn't particularly nice to them, so I predict probably Renz, and I don't know who the third GT driver would be. It's tough to say.
Yeah, we'll find out over the course of this event. You could expect to see really anyone getting into behind the wheel of that kind of cars. We're just having a look actually a little bit further down your GT field. And well, Paul, right now Rob Reed is having a battle with Golguez, and this is the battle for P number 13-14 in the GT field. Vortex Sim Racing running himself in 13, and WFC running themselves in P14.
Yeah, they're having a little ding-dong battle between these two, just neck and neck with each other into turn 1 as they go. It's good. Again, it's a case of you don't want to be pushing too hard at the start, but you've got to make sure that you get positions, because the longer this race goes on, the harder it is to gain positions.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing actually, Paul, is that this field will get more and more spread out over the course of this event. So they will move from there being these huge clumps of drivers who we saw in the first 20 minutes to drivers really having to hot lap by themselves. And motivational wise, that is where you would more likely to see a lot of drivers, end up in a bit of bother as we're riding on board with the Team Tortoise car, running themselves in P19 right now. If you're running by yourself, it's very easy to just doze off a little bit inside, forget to hit an apex, and before you know it, bam, you're into a wall.
Yeah, it's so easy to lose concentration in an endurance race when you're running all on your own, but you've just got to be mentally prepared for this race. You've got to just keep pushing yourself and keep trying to match hit your marks, and just keep that consistent lap time that you need.
So there we are then, having a look at these drivers. They head themselves down towards, having a look at this battle, ongoing battle Bruno De Carmo, they work themselves on the exit of Le Mans corner, working themselves down towards the front straightaway once again. And we are going to ride a lap on board, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, as you can see there, down to the inside, that inside sim racing car will go once again as it flicks it down to the inside. Battle for position. He moves himself back up. So we're going to ride a lap there on board with William Levesque. They head themselves down towards turn number 1. Once again, enjoy this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard, we had ourselves a bit of an incident. We're going to try and get ourselves a replay of this one in a moment's time. We had ourselves the iNext Racing blue car, Rachel. They've been involved in an incident, and they are now classified as well down the field. They had an incident with the Mad Cow team by the look of it.
Yeah, they did indeed, Will. From what we've been told, the Mad Cow Racing Team car actually had been blocking the iNext blue car for a while, and that ended in a wreck with taking them out of the race. So, unfortunate for them right now, and, well, iNext blue have paid for it.
Yeah, we'll try and get ourselves a look at that one whenever we get the opportunity to do so. There you can see we've got ourselves 40 minutes now of this event scored complete as we head ourselves to the top of the hour then. So, and here you can have a look, is we're going to talk about this a little bit a moment ago actually, Paul, but we forgot to, we'll come back to it. It's like Friction Racing, as soon as they were out of traffic, they weren't able to close that gap back down to Virgil Racing. So maybe Virgil Racing pushed their tyres a little bit too hard, or maybe Friction Racing were just a little bit better at going past one driver at a time.
Yeah, it's it could be that second point there, or maybe they've looked after the tyres a bit better and are getting that consistent pace that we were talking about towards the end of their split. Because I mean, how long will it be now until the first pit stops?
Yeah, I say
not too long.
Not too long at all. We are getting close to that window, and well, Randy, it does vary a little bit in GTs, but really we're talking about a lap, maybe 2 laps difference.
For pit windows, well, right now, I actually found out doing testing that the McLaren can only go about 28 laps. At least that's what our Moonshine brethren were running. But for the most part, yeah, it's only a couple laps. The main thing that's going to be, I think, deciding this race will be tires, the way different cars fall off on the tires, because the BMW and the Rough, rather nice on their tires over the run. The McLaren is mean, and the 4GTs just slow the entire race.
Yeah.
So,
we saw the issue of the 4GT earlier on, actually. We talked about it quite a bit. So, just we're being a bit like Formula 1 all of a sudden, a bit of an issue with our live timing graphics. So you can see the Spark Motorsports car just being involved in a little bit of a ding-dong as they head themselves down in towards, that was going to be, I believe, Tower Corner. As they can see, with the New World Sim Sports car coming down into the corner, a little bit of a bump there between the two of them. They both survived it, though, as that number 15 machine. Number 16 car, Rob Reed, right alongside him pretty much as they head themselves down towards Le Mans once again. So, all these drivers just getting themselves now a little bit of frustration kicking in already. We've talked about this one, Rachel. A couple of these drivers are getting a little bit frustrated with just running in a pack of drivers, and some of them just wanting to get themselves a little bit of clean air, I think, before pit stops.
Yeah, of course, you want to find yourself in a clean air after the pit stop, but getting onto pit road when it's a pack of cars is also equally difficult, Will, so just wanting to get some space. They want to be able to run, and, well, who wants to drop back to do that? You want to get to the front of the group, but right now. A little too early to be making those sort of moves. We see another cone killed on the track. Quite a few have died so far today, and rest in peace, orange cones.
Yeah, so actually, don't forget, we have got the pass left racing car in this field, so we'll say hello to those a little bit later on. Now, Patrick Peachler has been able to get a bit of a gap now to the Mad Cow Racing Daisy car. Of course, that Daisy car, we talked about him being involved in a bit of an incident earlier on in this race, but PRT car currently running themselves in at P number 9. You still got that battle going on between the Shark car running themselves in P11 and the WFC chassis machine running himself in P number 12 on the circuit. But one of the things that I'm still a little bit surprised about is this driver, Randy. It is the one of the Radicals Online car. They are already 28 seconds behind your race leader. This is not the sort of performance we normally expect from them.
Yeah, normally Radicals is out there battling for the lead, battling for the win, doing whatever it takes. But yeah, they are about almost 30 seconds down, running in P4 in this HPD class, which is normally where they tend to shine. I mean, we got Virgil out there leading the prototype class at the moment, and they're running P2 and GT. They're kind of steamrolling everybody right now.
Yeah, we know the Virgil Racing cars, of course, in that GT division, Randy. They're very good.
Actors.
Yeah, they are the best, well, some of the best in the field, and Andestar in particular, in that number 3 car. We've seen it in Neo, we've seen it everywhere we've seen them, that they are incredibly strong. Yes, Kei Kashube has a 2.4 second lead of them right now, but it's going to be a great race between Falcon GP and Virgil Racing, 2 of the very best in their fields.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you look at the top 5 of this grid right now in GT, you got Falcon, Virgil, Coanda, NX Red, Mufano, Core, Team Kumo Swamin, and kind of the best of the best that there is in the GT cars. Only kind of, I think in the top 8 or 9, the only car that stands out to me that I don't really recognize is the Inside Sim Racing car, but he's busy going side by side with William Levesque, and it's pretty hard to do that, so he must be somewhat good.
Yeah, as they can see, we're right on board with Rafael De Palo right now in that number 4 machine. It's just ahead of him. You've got yourself that battle we were just talking about there, Paul. Still going on between Levesque and that number 99 machine of Levesque and Dakama in the number 11. They have been swapping places like a plate race in NASCAR.
They just can't seem to get away from each other. They're so evenly matched, and it's Bruno De Carmo currently in the Inside Sim Racing car, and it'll be his brother that will take over from him. So that'll be interesting. There's another move again, but you're not going to go around the outside there, surely, from the William Levesque, but he's just made it. That's
insane.
Bold move.
That's insane.
Fantastic.
And this is the sort of thing, it's like normally we expect to see, Rachel, these bold moves from prototype drivers over GT drivers, not GT drivers over GT drivers in their same field 47 minutes into an event.
No,
as they do it again!
Minor contact there between that car, Inside Sim Racing car, and the Inex Racing Red car. Unfortunate there. No, Bruno De Carmo and his brother, of course, partnered with Darren Ganji there for the Inside Racing team. Definitely stars of the team, those two. Just incredibly fast drivers and incredibly talented, but thankfully minor contact rather than major.
Yeah, a little bit of beating and bang. That might be a catalyst there, Paul, for them to just say, okay, we've had our battles. Should we just do a pit stop and then pick it up in a bit?
Well, they might do that, or they might just think, right, okay, let's just calm it down. Let's just get a few laps under his belts again, and then maybe try and start battling again. You just want to calm yourself down if you've had a little bit of contact.
Yeah, Friction Racing, by the way, you can see we're running on board with them. They're on pit road, 27.5 second stop, out and away. So note that one down. 47 minutes of this race scored complete in Friction Racing, the first one to pit road. Now, anyone who watched the last Neo event from Road Atlanta, remember, they did pretty much exactly the same thing, Rachel.
They did indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for them. Questionable right now, but hey, you never know. These things work, and it will definitely work better in a race of this length.
Yeah, although they've come out into an immense ton of traffic. That is the New World Team Sport Moonshine, number 27 machine, who is just trying to find a way past. And coming out into traffic, cold tyres, trying to push immediately, coming out into that much traffic, Paul. It is the ultimate frustration.
It's a nightmare if you're just coming out the pits, especially with this pit exit. It's a tricky one to come out of when you've got traffic around you to try and slot in there. But he seems to be doing a good job just working his way through that pack. So we'll be interested to see what sort of lap times he does now and to see how...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the inside sim racing car is way out of space. I think he lost it or maybe got spun by William.
Well, they were just having a look, trying to pick him up. But yeah, they can see Bruno De Carmo, who's fallen down to the 10th place in class. So we'll try and figure out what happened to him.
We had a spin actually coming through, Will. I believe that was the Cunningham corner, turn 10 on the racetrack, coming down behind that car. Had a Movano car on his outside, and he just lost it under braking entering that corner.
He outbraked himself and he tapped the rear of William.
Yes, he did. He hit William Levesque. He did.
Yeah, so here's the replay of that one now up on your screen. You can see he started off down at turn 7, down into the hairpin, and then from here, down they come into the Cunningham corner turn and turn right about now. There's the second contact. There's the ISR car. Turned around, and the side damage to that is the thing there, Randy, which is the one that's going to worry me the most. I've always said that these cars are absolute tanks when you run them by themselves. However, if you hit the front or you hit the back, you're normally okay. Hit it on the side, that's where your big issue is going to be.
Yeah, some of these cars, it can feel like a very, very light contact, and suddenly your steering is bent or a wheel's bent or something, and your alignment's just off or your top speed's down. They're gonna be pretty nervous about that right now. William Levesque, he's gonna be fine. He got tapped on the rear. He's got a little bit of tweak body damage on the rear, but by the looks of it, the car is driving straight. He's not driving any different. The Movano team as well, they got in there a little bit, and as well as the core team, they both made contact square to the front bumper. They're going to be fine. And right now, the people who've got to worry is that insider sim racing.
Pit leaders onto pit road, ladies and gentlemen. And here you can see Virgil Racing onto pit road to make their first stop of the day. So they're really only the second team to make their journey onto pit road. So they have gone a little bit less long than some of the other drivers in that prototype division. As they can see then, Virgil Racing's Marcus Hamilton onto pit road for the first time to make himself a pit stop. Now, we need to remember it was 27 odd seconds last time by for the Friction Racing team. So that will be our good comparison point there, Paul. See how long Virgil Racing were on pit road. Nicely easy into their box. And yet we have our new race leader for pretty much the first time in this event. Well, only second time in this event, as now Nessie leads way, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. They're staying out. They're going a little bit longer. It'll be interesting to see how much longer they can go on this fuel and tyres. As Johansson's still on pit road, just leaving the pit road. So what time was that?
31.6 second stop there for the Virgil Racing car. You can see Jean Schittler coming onto pit road in the Petronas Racing Team car there, making his first pit stop of the day. But yeah, they can see Nessie is now going to be classified as your race leader in the number 24 machine. It's ahead himself now down. This is back end of the racetrack for him. And second place is currently Roger Cronin, but the gap is 6 seconds between those two drivers. Now, I'm already thinking strategy on this one. If, what is it, 3 laps longer each stint? If they could do 3 laps longer, Randy, that is potentially going to be 1 pit stop over the course of a race. Now, we're not going to... These drivers, if they can make it to the hour mark, that is where they're going to be golden. But then it's going to be a case of, do their times drop off as far as tyre wear goes?
That's going to be the main thing, especially in these HPDs. They're looking a little short. They're probably going to be having to make, I'd guess, 11 pit stops, maybe closer to 12 over the course of this race if they're not hitting that hour mark. GT cars, I think everyone pretty much is going to hit that 1 hour mark either with either enough fuel in the car or when you factor in the pit time loss as well. So I actually think that in the GT field we're going to see pit strategy not play too huge of a role, but we'll see. Stuff always gets crazy in these long races.
Well, yeah, as you can see, Nessie will stay out once again as he heads himself down towards turn number 1 once again. There you can see Roger Cronin pushing wide. He's not going to come onto pit road. Neither is that TNT racing car of Robert Tinty, who's currently running himself in the 3rd place on the racetrack. Down in your GT division, well, Koshube has himself a lead. Not much of a lead, Rachel. It's currently 1.6 seconds to Virgil Racing and Anders Dahl. And, well, Dahl is closed up a little bit over the last couple of laps. Last time by 4 tenths of a second faster from that car of Kei Koshube, as they will complete their 25th lap, which means that we'll see the McLarens in about 3 laps time.
Yeah, but I expect that's exactly what's going to happen. Those McLarens, they definitely tend to run about just over an hour on fuel, so expect them in anytime soon.
Yeah, STC Motorsports, Martin Carroll on pit road, and he's going to get out of the car by the looks of it, and Michael Cracknell getting in behind that one. As they can see, he runs himself for the time being in the 6th position. So our first real driver change of the day as he is back out and away. You can notice as well behind the Synergy Sim Racing car on Michael Schreier heading himself to pit road, and he's going to get out of the car. You're going to get yourself someone else, Leon Tander, getting in behind the wheel of that one, as you can see as well. Paul going to start themselves onto another driver change. That's our second one of the day.
Yeah, it's a bit early for driver changes. You would have thought maybe double stint to start with, but be interested to see what speed these guys are able to get out the car now with the driver change.
Another couple of driver changes going on there. As you can notice that you've got yourselves now about 5 drivers in your prototype division making themselves pit stops. Leon Tander getting into that car right now, and you can see though Nessie onto pit road, so he's going to come in, and also Roger Cronin going to come in at exactly the same time as is Robert Tinsley. They can't make the hour mark, Randy, so he is going to be a little bit short. 5 minutes short they were with a pace lap. That means realistically they can do about 58 minutes to stint.
It's going to be very, very close. We'll see. You tend to not use too much fuel on the pace lap, but maybe only lose a lap or so worth of fuel because it is so slow. But it's going to be close, and I think that the way it's looking right now with the strategy, the HPD field might be the field to watch for that. I think the racing will be better in GT just because there's a Chinese country worth of cars in the field. There's millions of them, but the strategy in HPD generally tends to be a bit better.
Yeah, 31.4 second stop there for Nessie, back out onto the racetrack for Rosselli. He's still doing his pit stop. Rosselli now behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. So they're going to do a driver swap there. As you see, Tinty comes back out ahead of the Radicals car. 31.9 second stop for the TNT Racing car. 34.3 second stop for the Radicals car. But you get Anthony Rosselli behind the wheel of that one, Paul. And that means that now you're going to see some speed. Let's look at that one.
That was crazy close coming out the pits, but that's what I was saying about this pit exit here. It's very difficult when you've got a pack coming through or back markers coming through as well to try and slot in safely, and that was almost a disaster there.
Yeah, as you can see, we'll get a look at this replay. You can see the Radicals car out and away. Now notice the closing gap between the Radicals car and the TNT car as they work themselves down into turn number 1. The TNT car being very careful. A much tighter radio coming out of the corner. TNT car checks up the Radicals car, just being able to not run into the rear. They're almost side by side. They both dive down to the inside of the Movano car as they head themselves down in towards turn number 1. But that was almost, Rachel, game over for 2 of the top 5 contenders in this race.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. You've got to leave pit road when you do, because if you don't, it can cost you a lot more time than you expect. So, difficult pit exit.
That not only would have been 2 of your leaders in HPD, that would have been about 3 or 4 of your leaders from GT class gone as well.
It would indeed. As we said, it's give and take, and it's just a matter of finding that envelope. But, well, you've got to go when you've got to go.
And Rosselli's also taken the place off of Tinsey as well already, so he's now just trying to pull out a gap there.
Yeah, there you can see he's moving himself now up into 4th place. TNT Racing down into P number 5. So the advantage that TNT got with a shorter pit stop as Rosselli got into that car. It does cost you a couple of seconds when you make a driver change. That has been eradicated for the time being. Radicals back up into P number 4 and TNT Racing down again into P5. Yes, Paul.
Just to let you know, CTC Racing 2 has had an incident down onto the back straight. They ended up... I don't know what they were doing there, actually. They just ended up going off into the wall on the exit of the corner. It just seemed to just drift off into the wall over the grass, and yeah, that's a bit of a strange one, is that, to be honest?
Let's get ourselves another look at this one. This will be, we're working on board. This is down into Bishop Corner, turn 14, that run down into 15. We have got a couple, by the way, of your GT drivers on pit road as we talk. And the Kei Kashube is on pit road as we speak. So we'll go back, we'll pay attention to that in a moment. It's Patrick Peaches also on pit road. There you can see the CTC racing car heading themselves out of turn number 16. And yeah, just looking as though there's some form of an issue there. Slides it down. Maybe some steering loss that CTC racing car. But Nuno Maria having himself an incident. And he's going to be down on pit road. Substantial repairs for him. Keiko Shube, though, completing his pit stop. There you can see he is on pit road for the first time in this race. He will stay in the car. Patrick Pichler also on pit road as well. But there is your race leader, led pretty much the entire way so far in that number 76 Falcon GP car, out and away 54.9 seconds. You've also got yourselves Anders Dahl has made himself a pit stop, and Dahl's ahead as they come down in towards turn number 1. Pit stop time was 6 seconds faster, and that is all Dahl needed to do to get himself ahead. Now that one could have been strategic, Rachel, there, but Dahl now leads this GT division.
He will indeed, and a great move there from Anders Dahl. Exactly the sort of thing we expect from him in that Virgil team. So, wow, impressive pit stop. Whether it's a strategy call, we'll have to find out. But we definitely saw that same sort of thing from their other team, Will, in the prototype division, where they did take less fuel on that first stint. Of course, we saw them come into pits earlier. So, it's definitely seeing some interesting strategy from this Virgil team.
Yeah, there you can see a look at some of the other drivers working themselves back onto the racetrack. Gernot Fritzsche completing his pit stop in 53 seconds as he works himself back onto the racetrack. Ante Bajala had the longest stop of everyone so far, 65 seconds in that number 27 New World Simsport Moonshine car, as we get ourselves close to complete our first hour here of coverage on RaceSpot TV, as we've now got ourselves, you can see another gaggle of cars, Coanda Simsport on towards pit road to make themselves a service. You've also got Rafael De Palo for the Movane Sim Racing car. You've got yourselves also Alexander Voss and Kimmo Surman all coming in. Now they just about made it to the 1 hour mark with that pace lap, and don't forget it's a full pace lap here, as you've got yourself a new driver behind the wheel of the Coanda Simsports car, and guess who it is? It's Klaus Kivikas, Randy. That's an unexpected surprise.
That's an unexpected surprise. It's always good to see Klaus. Klaus is super quick, super clean. Klaus is always fun to watch as well.
Yeah,
so that's going to be fun to watch.
That is a surprise. Of course, former driver in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. And, well, if you're not watching, I think you're going to get a couple more people. Watch that number 18 car right now, as he's going to complete his sequence of pit stops in just a couple of moments' time. Let's see how long he stays in the car. He has fallen back down behind Anders Dahl. Bruno De Carmo now is still behind the wheel of that inside sim racing car, as the number 11 machine will complete its service in a moment's time. Movano will get out just ahead of him. As you can see, there is the Core Motorsports machine of Niels Koch as well, coming back onto the racetrack. Kieran Surman completing his pit stop, 56.4 seconds. Scott Gray in the Mad Cow Racing team completing their service. So pretty much everyone has completed their first pit stop here, with the exception of a couple in the first hour of the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And let's have a look then back to hour 1. Marcus Johansson leads away for Virgil Racing, as he's pretty much done all race long. He currently has himself a 13.3 second advantage over Friction Racing, as they did do a shorter pit stop that first time by, but the big gap came for the first sequence of traffic. Virgil Racing looking incredibly strong right now in your prototype division. They've pulled out an advantage from Marcus Hamilton. The biggest loser in your prototype division in your first hour has been the Radicals Online team. You've now got Anthony Rosselli behind the wheel of that one. They're able to get back from a very scary moment coming out of pit road for the first time against TNT Racing with Robert Tinsey. They run in P5, and importantly, Rosselli has been able to pull out an advantage over that number 37 machine for the time being. William Levesque is currently on pit road, so he will give that pit stop timer back to it will probably be the driver of Anders Dahl, who now leads the way in your GT division. You've got yourself Rob Reed on pit road, as is Tom Eric Voll. But that means that Anders Dahl, as he works himself out at Sunset Bend, will put himself to lead in your GT division, as it's been a wild and crazy first hour here in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to racespot.tv/timing. As they can see, P number 2, Falcon GP with Kei Kashube, and then in third place for Coanda Sport with Klaus Kivikas behind the wheel of that one. Now that is going to be a driver we are going to want to watch over the course of this event. Raffaele DePillo in P number 4, and William Levesque, when he comes out of pit road, he will just be side by side with Niels Koch, and it looks like that Koch will just about get that one. They'll be side by side as they head themselves down in towards turn number 3, and there you can see that number 33 machine just gets himself back up into P number 5, Paul.
Yeah, good move, and well, it's really going to be interesting to see how this plays out now with a few driver changes, just to see whether these guys can get moving up the field.
Yep, so here we are. 10 hours and 57 minutes remaining in this event, unless of course Rachel you're British, in which case technically you still get yourself 11 hours and 56 to go.
Oh, good. I do indeed.
Yes,
I
and
don't mean to sound so motivated, but yes.
yes. Don't forget live timing and scoring is available. It will be available throughout the course of this race as well. We are just going to sort out a quick issue with that one, so it will be back up and running in just one moment's time, we absolutely promise. But let's have a look then back up through your field. You've got yourself a battle going on between Michael Cracknell here, Paul, and Jan Switcher, and that is between the STC Motorsports car and the Petronas Racing Machine, battle for P number 6 and P7.
Yeah, it's once again really close between those two. It's the closest battle on track at the moment between the prototypes. Just getting stuck up behind a GT car, one of the BMWs, but making the way through there onto the back straight. So be interested to see how we get on to see whether they can make a move, whether Jan can make that position.
Yep, so they continue to battle for P6 and P7 in your prototype division. Of course, there are two different classes here today. You've got your prototype class and you have got yourselves your GT class as well. So we're just having a look then. Moving ourselves back towards the front of your prototype field, and there you can see the current gap between Friction Racing and the Abandonoti Racing Team. Marco Gabriel Nessi behind the wheel of that one as they continue to circulate. And last time by, actually, a second slower was Marcel, but the slowest driver inside your top 5 was Anthony Rosselli. He did himself a 151.4 that last time by, so struggling to work himself through traffic right now. Starting to fall back up into the clutches of that driver of Robert Tinsley in the TNT racing car. But back into your GT division, you've got yourself, Paul, 5.1 second the advantage right now between Dahl and Kashuba. And this is going to be an interesting one to see whether or not Dahl really did go 6 seconds slower, or whether it's just the fact that he was just so much better on his in-lap and his out-lap, and what the effect of that will be, because now Dahl technically might not be able to make it on doing a stop every hour again. He might have to either save fuel, or alternatively, he might have to make another pit stop. If he does that, we are going to see Anders Dahl pushing the way that only Anders Dahl knows how to do.
It's going to be great to watch, to see him really on the edge if he has to do that to get that gap, to get another extra stop. But I mean, so far he's slowly losing time to Kashuba, so it's interesting to see what happens between those two.
Yeah, we can see that the best driver in your top 3 that last time by, though, was Klaus Kivikas. So let's ride a lap on board with him. It's been a while since we've seen him on iRacing on RaceSpot TV. Let's ride a lap on board with Klaus. Out of Sunset Bend then, as you can see, that is a lap on board. You want to know how fast that lap was? It was a 2 minute .108, just about 2 times slower than the fastest lap set by that car right now, but 5 times per second faster actually than the 2 drivers ahead of him. So coming back into play, so this is going to be an interesting one to watch over the next couple of laps. So you can see though, Kosh still battling it out here, Paul, with the INX driver, and this is a great battle. We go on board then with the Core Motorsport driver heading himself out of turn 1 down towards turn 2 and 3.
It's fantastic battle this between Kosh and Levesque as they're just working their way through a bit of a technical area of this track, and then you get to open up the taps here as they come down now round this bend under the bridge, and be interested to see what the Core Motorsport car can do here against the McLaren. Yeah, as you can see, still great battling going on between these drivers. They head themselves down towards the hairpin, out the hairpin, down towards Cunningham Corner once again then. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series event, that one is currently on RaceSpot TV. Sorry, it's currently available as a special presentation of RaceSpot TV on PSR TV. You can find that one if you head over to iRacing.com/live. You've got yourself Johnny Simon and Daniel Benefield, the gang, doing that one. It's a little bit further down, you've got Nicolas Pomerade battling right now. We'll go on board with him. He's battling for P number 12, P13. That's the JCL Sim Racing 1 car, Randy. Battling it out with Mark Schimmel right now. That is a battle for P number 12 with the Spark Motorsports car. We saw getting himself into the walls a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to hit the walls here at Sebring. There's a lot of top speed, and yeah, some bent up body panels will give you some downforce, but they'll probably slow you down over the course of the race.
Yeah, as they can see, battles still going on. The middle part of this mid-pack, actually, Randy, is still very close. And you did yourself a nice little write-up for us about the differences between these cars and the performances between these cars. To see them running so close together, yes, the Ford GT is about a second off the pace, but the others aren't too far away. And it then comes down to 2 things: individual preference and the course of cars over a long run.
Yeah, right now it seems like almost every build is usually one car that's either too fast or too slow in some regard. Right now, obviously the Porsche that we got, the BMW and the McLaren are all working very well together. The Ford GT is close. It just needs, in my opinion, either more high speed or more low speed grip. But besides that, it's running relatively close. The picking points are very similar, but it just lacks pace really. But yeah, like you said, it comes down to preference. A lot of people prefer this BMW because it was strong when it initially released, which is why you see there's probably, I'd guess, about, in this 30-some-odd car field, probably about 25 BMWs and 15 of the other cars. So that's somewhat unfortunate. I would not mind if iRacing could come up with a way to come up with a draft system for a lot of these big races, so you'd see a bit more of a spread of the manufacturers, right, rather than just one number just dominating everything.
Yeah, as you can see there, still look at the CTC car, still scored on pit road. Sean Wiltshire behind the wheel of that one, as just turning our attention back to the only Ford GT in the field, Randy. So, congratulations, you are the fastest GT in the field.
It's nice, it's nice. I actually put up a poll before this race, and I think of about 200 votes or something. Only about 9 people said they were going to drive it. So, it's nice to go out and, even though it's frustrating being the slower car, sometimes it's nice to be like, yeah, we beat all those people that had better equipment.
Well, that's the thing.
It's probably about what Josh Wise felt like with his Doge car.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about it as well, is that endurance racing, it's not, always the case about winning. It's going out there and proving that you can do the distance. You look, for example, at Garage 56 over at Le Mans, Paul. They don't expect to win the race. It's the case of being able to go out there and do a race of this long distance, bring the car home in one piece, and say, look, we beat ourselves. We were good enough to do the race.
Yeah, it's all about pushing yourself, and that's what this Ford GT is certainly doing. It's pushing itself, and it's good on them to be able to be ahead of various other roofs and BMWs that are out there. So it's good to see them competing and being able to challenge for positions as well.
You can see Spark Motorsport still battling it out there. That's with Vortex Sim Racing right now. And this is a battle going on. Actually down there you can see the JCL Sim Racing car. Then you can see Vortex Sim Racing running himself in 13th position. Spark Motorsport in 14th. And then in 15th position, it is Ryan Terpstra in the TRC car as they work themselves now. A little bit of traffic coming into play here as well. But Rachel, whilst your GT field is still very close, your prototype field has, surprisingly enough, got itself a little bit more spread out. But there you can see you've got yourself Marcus Hamilton working himself through this pack of traffic right now.
Yes, well, he is indeed, and it's of course quite an exciting time for these guys trying to get those cars into safe positions. Right now it's hefty traffic, and it's a very tough track here at Sebring. Bumpy, twisty, tight, not very many long straightaways in the first sector, so the cars do tend to have a bit of a difficulty there getting through traffic.
Yeah, as you can see there, look from our aerial coverage today, brought to you by An1 Design. So an hour and a quarter now is scored complete here in the second of the iRacing.com endurance races. We're going to step aside for just one moment. You won't miss a thing. We will take you side by side. We will be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval. And that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself. And they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building two tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. and the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. If you're a new member to iRacing, don't forget you can get yourself 3 months for only $12. Get yourselves all the free content, the full GT. That includes the GT2 and GT3 models using the promo code that you see up on your screen. And don't forget, Monza is available to purchase right now. And, well, there's been a couple of people, Paul, who's had themselves some incredible races at that track already. And Monza, one of a couple of tracks which people are really hyped about to see this year.
It's a fantastic track to drive as well. I had a quick run out in it in the Kia, not the car that you imagined going around Monza, but it is a fun drive around that track, and it's great to see that track on the service as well.
Oh, indeed. So, don't forget you can follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. You can also get in contact with us. Use the hashtag iRacing12Hate. We will get ourselves a couple of tweets up on your screen over the course of the next couple of hours. Let's have a look then. Here you can see Klaus Kivikas has closed that gap up to the rear of Kei Kashube. The gap is now just 1 second. Here's the thing here, Paul. If people wondering on YouTube, why is everyone paying so much attention to Klaus? Well, he is currently third on the all-time wins list in iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series competition, and part of what was probably the most entertaining season of all time back in 2011. It's been a while since we've seen him, but Klaus is showing already why people are missing him. He has closed up to Kei Kashube, who is recognised as one of the very best in his field.
He's within a second as well. He's doing a fantastic job closing up that gap, and Kay must be getting a bit worried now, just seeing that car getting larger and larger in the mirrors. But Klaus doing a fantastic job in the Coanda Smith Sim Sport car.
Yeah, so you can see the gap is currently 0.7 of a second. They head themselves back down towards Sunset Bend once again. I'd like to give a shout out as well to our friends over at Antoine Design for once again, Rachel, just pushing the envelope, pal. It seems to be every big race he does. Andy seems to produce something that's even more spectacular than the last one.
Yep, and as a graphic artist myself, I can only really take my hat off to Andy Werner. Incredible artwork, incredible overlays, real talent.
As they work themselves down towards Sunset Bend. Here's a look at the PRT racing team our aerial coverage today, which is brought to you by Antoine Design. As they can see, out of Sunset Bend for Patrick Peachler in the PRT car. He is catching up to the rear of Team Kimo Surman. If you're just joining us, Paul, well, it looks as though Kimo is going to run as Kimo only here today in that number 2 car. Half a second advantage over Patrick Peachler right now. And in this race so far, well, Kimo has not done himself a bad job. Started in 7th, is running in P7th.
Yeah, he's currently where he started, which is always a good positive start, and to be running on your own for a 12-hour race, it's something else. It takes some dedication, does that, and some strong sort of physical regime beforehand as well, because it's going to take it out of you come the end of the race.
Yeah, so they can see the gap between those two drivers still remaining at about half a second, although Peachler almost ran into the rear of Simo in there. And that's the thing, Rachel, for Kimo. Over the course of this run, it is just going to be, if he misses up one apex, it will be game over for him. He's just got to be so careful.
He does indeed, and that's going to be a very tricky stint for him to do, so a lot of consistency to put in there, and wow, that's the name of the game in 12 hours of racing. Consistent timing, get a rhythm going, and just run. Don't care about what cars are in your mirror, especially relevant there for the Falcon GP car there of Kei Kashube. Just don't care. Just don't pay attention to that Ferrari Coanda car. Just run. If he passes you, he passes you.
Yeah, as actually we just turned away from that battle very quickly. We just saw Kimo Surman, I think he was just working himself past a lapped car. No, he was just actually getting himself past by a prototype car. So we'll just ignore that one for a moment. A little bit further down in your GT field, you've got the Hellenic Racing Team car of Nestoris battling it out with Antibajana right now, Paul. That is for P number 15 and P16. It's useful to note as well that these guys, I'm just having a look, I think they are still classified on the lead lap. No, actually, they have dropped one lap down, I think, to their class leader, but we'll figure that one out.
Yeah, we'll work it out as we go on the fly. You know, just get the calculator out, it'll be fine. But yeah, it's they've got to it's important to stay on the lead lap for them, just to have any chance of challenging later on, especially if there's any issues for any of the front runners. Just to keep going and keep pushing for those positions.
Yeah, let's look then at Virgil Racing GT3 with Understal as they head themselves back down to Cunningham Corner once again. Yeah, confirmation, by the way, that all but 2 of the drivers are on the lead lap still in your prototype division. Having a look there, you can see Past F Racing's Vincent Lebert as he's working himself. That, I think, is on the exit of Cunningham. That's on the exit of Tower Corner. Run down through Bishop Corner for him now. I'm not going to lie to you, Rachel. I've always struggled to figure out the difference between Cunningham and Tower from certain camera angles. By the end of this race, I should have it figured out.
Well, you should indeed, of course. Very tricky track this with the track names and corner names, including my favourite, the Fangio chicane, which isn't really a chicane, but there you go.
You know, as you can see there.
To be fair, Fangio is flat out through most chicane. So
well, yeah. Back in the
That's a good
1950s,
point.
they didn't
That's
have
probably why.
chicanes.
It's a flat-out chicane, so it's a Fangio chicane. There you go.
Yes, they didn't have chicanes really back in the 50s when.
No, they had trees.
Yes.
And if they did, they were marked out with like whiskey bottles and horses.
Yes.
And people.
Yes. There you can see Falcon GP, number 76 machine, Captain himself and Koana Sim Sport. It is currently half a second right now. Whilst this is going on, by the way, I understand that lead is still about 7 seconds, and they're not losing much time right now, Paul. But you've got to think that Klaus, now he's right there behind the rear. He is thinking about making a move already as they come down into one, not quite close enough. I think he will want to be past that BMW of Kei Kashube very quickly.
Well, you've got to think, if you're Kei, you've got to think, well, in the long run, because we're only, what, an hour and 20-odd minutes into this race, and you've got to think of the long race. If you start battling and trying to stop them trying to get past it, just gets a little wiggle on there, then you've got to just think maybe, lose the place, but keep the gap to the leader as Klaus is looking. He keeps on looking out the back of that car.
Yeah, and you can see gap is still 0.4 of a second as we're just getting close to an hour and a half of this race in the books. And, well, having a look down the field as well, we've still got a little bit of battling going on all the way down your GT pack. We've got ourselves, for those of you just joining us, by the way, 10 prototype drivers here today and 32 GT drivers. We've only had ourselves a couple of people classified as out of the race. One person is currently on pit road is classified as out. That's PJ Sturgis in your Annex Racing car. They had themselves a bit of a moment with a cow, Rachel, shall we say. It was a mad cow, though.
Yes, there was definitely some mad cow going on, and, well, looks like Inex Blue paid the price for that one. Looks like they're banned from entering France. But, yeah, not a great situation for that team, of course, out in the early going here, so really hurt them. I'll tell you what, though, guys, I mentioned this during the SDC Blue Cup, but I'm really, really pleased with how Hellenic Racing team are going. Nestorias in that car at the moment, he's driving very well. That team has really picked up the pace recently. They're sitting behind a Time Racing Club team car, right on their rear bumper, followed by New World SimSport Moonshine, and the actually only fast car for the New World SimSport stable. But, yeah, great racing there.
Whoa?
Whoa.
Whoa.
What happened?
Is that what you tell Tier 4 GT drivers? Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa, you're going too fast.
Yeah.
Careful now.
There you can see that. Another look at your battle for P number 2 as they come down in towards 1 once again. Gap between these three drivers is still barely nothing. Now, I'm actually having a look as Klaus is going to get himself a good run, actually, out of turn number 1. Potentially going to slot it down to the inside as they come down in towards turn number 3. There you are. Move that Ferrari car up into P number 2. That one was almost academic, Paul.
He took advantage of them running wide. Kei just got onto the dirt, and that gave Klaus the opportunity. He got the back end out as well. He was really eager to get that place, but Kei isn't giving up that place yet. He's having a look, but deciding better against it, just to slot in behind into this tight twisty section.
Yeah, there you can see Kei just pushing wide, and Klaus took all the advantage he needed. So Kivikas moved himself up into P number 2. Kashube down into the 3rd position in your GT class. The thing is, though, whilst that all happened, the gap now between P2 and P1 in your GT field, Rachel, up to 8.5 seconds. And now we're going to see in a straight fight who's faster. Anders Dahl, arguably the best endurance racer we've seen in a GT car on RaceSpot TV in a very long time, or Klaus Kivikas.
Yeah, Klaus is just an amazing driver right now, and it's awesome to watch him running here, of course, past that Falcon car. Next target, of course, is, well, Virgil's GT3 car. Virgil currently running down past the Monte Carlo curve, so heading down towards Sunset. Not too far up the track, so I don't think we'd be surprised if we see Klaus leading soon.
Yeah, there you're having a look, by the way, at the battle for your prototype race lead. Gap right now is currently 11.2 seconds. There you can have a look at the last lap time for Virgil Racing. It was a 150.8 as he's working himself through a little bit of traffic. It's a 150.6 last time by for Marcus Hamilton and a 153.0 for Gabriel Nessi in that battle for position. So it looks as though that this GT field, your top three drivers are rather settled down right now as a Virgil Racing car having to be late moving there past Ryan Terpstra, and that was putting him another lap down. There you can see the look there. Number 44 machine. It wasn't Terpstra. I do take that one back completely. But there you can see a look now at Marcus Johansson once again as he heads himself through Le Mans, through turn 15, down in towards Le Mans corner once again. Having a look on board from in front of him, down this wonderful Le Mans straightaway. And of course, you can see very, very nicely down into turn number 17, Sunset Bend. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for ISOWC coverage in just 1 week's time here at Sebring International Raceway. Coverage of that one will start at 6 p.m. GMT here on your exclusive home of the world's best IndyCar racing. In sim racing, it is the ISOWC IndyCar Series and RaceSpot TV. Also, RaceSpot, the official home of the 2015 iRacing.com Indianapolis 500. Let's say and have a look. As we can see, we've got William DeVec right now battling it out. That is the Arnex Racing red car, and the Varno Thrustmaster X Team car battling it out. 7 tenths to a second, 8 tenths to a second. And of course, Randy, these guys battled it out all the way through MOE. They are doing it all over again.
Oh, and they run these GT3 cars a lot. So MOE was a great series. Mervano obviously very good. NX obviously very good. These guys have battled a lot, like you said, and it's fun to see him take it to the official series.
Yeah, as you can see behind as well, Kimo Surman still battling it out with a PRT car of Patrick Pitchler. That's a battle for P number 7 and P number 8. These drivers still hounding it along right now as they work themselves through turn number 15, 16. Now that one's a bit more of a chicane, Rachel, compared to turn 8 and 9.
Well, it is indeed, and certainly a more interesting corner, but yeah, not quite a chicane. It's a very, what should we say, natural track, Sebring. I know it's a man-made circuit on an airfield, but it has a really exciting...
Yeah,
yes, no.
okay.
Some evolve from certain era things. I like to think of circuits in road terms as the evolved circuit and the Tilkedrome. We have places like Car Park of the Americas, which is a Tilkedrome. We have places like Monza, which evolved. We have places like Sebring, which evolved. Spa evolved. And even though Spa's been tilted with, it's still an amazing circuit, and Sebring has a great flow to it. It's got a fast but twisty, tight first sector. You've got the slightly more road street circuit feel to the latter half. Of course, ISWC's IndyCar's running on the modified layout, which really feels like you're on a street circuit.
Yes. As you can see, having a look on board with the Veloso Daddy cars. He's battling it out with Ahmed Yamin right now. Down he comes into the Sunset Bend, turn 17 once again, continuing to battle it out. He's going to get himself a good run, actually, out the corner. He will head himself past there as they work themselves down in towards turn number 1. Nice, easy pass, but there you can see, well, that was pretty easy there, Paul. Of course, we do need to remember these 4 GTs are off the pace, and inside that Veloso Daddy car, there's only one word that they're saying. Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. It's a good move there, just down the inside, and it came from a little bit back, but good under brakes, and unfortunately the Ford GT just coming off second best.
Yeah, one interesting point to note, by the way, is that Kei Kashibe hasn't fallen off the rear of that Koanda Sim Sports car. In fact, trying to slot it down the inside, making use of traffic. That is a TNT racing car, as in fact, the Kei Kashibe is going to go back side by side. So they head themselves out the final corner once again, down towards turn number 1 they come. It's going to be a case of who's going to be the last of the late breakers in towards turn number 1. Can Klaus keep it going on the inside line, or will Kei Kashibe be able to hold it on the outside line? Of course, Kashibe lost that position last time by pushing wide. Looks like he's going to try and do that painted crossover there. Still side by side, but it looks as though, yeah, indeed, Kei will tuck in behind once again, Rachel. But good track management there with what was going on with the lap traffic and the faster TNT prototype car.
Yeah, that was quite a interesting little moment there. Not quite sure what happened myself, really, but at least I got it sorted out.
Yeah, as they come down in towards turn 5 once again. Sorry, turn number 7 even. The hairpin as we have a look from the front then of the driver of Falcon GP, number 76 machine of Kei Kashube, as they work themselves down in towards Cunningham Corner, turn number 10. One more time. A little bit further up in your field, in your prototype division, it's all really settled down now. Marcus Hamilton, though, is on towards pit road, Paul.
Yep, it's a second stop. It's, to be honest, I'm surprised it's this early. I would have thought they'd have gone a bit longer, but obviously it's a part of their strategy. Will they have a drive to change, or will it be still Marcus in the car?
Well, let's have a look then, as that pit stop timer is now going to appear on your screen. There you can see. We'll get word pretty much immediately if someone else does get into that race car. As you can see, pit stop timer now cycling up to about 20 seconds. Now, he was the first driver in last time by, and, well, he did this again, Randy, back in Neo just a couple of weeks ago. 30 seconds, a little bit longer than his first stop, but he clearly isn't trying to run the let's push it as long as possible game. They have clearly got themselves a fuel number that they're going to work to every single run.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just what you need. If you think that you're just going to be short, you basically just take the shorter, or excuse me, you take the more stops, but with shorter stops, and you take light fuel every single time. You just run to that fuel number, and you just pound those laps out, and you just take the, just hope that it works well.
Yep, as you can see, Friction Racing making their second stop of the day. That was 30.2 seconds as he's back onto the racetrack once again. Thankfully, not got as much traffic as we've seen some of these prototype drivers getting involved in before, though, Rachel. So Friction Racing a bit lucky, working himself past one driver. That's not going to be an issue for him at all as they work themselves down into Cunningham.
Not at all, and this makes it a very interesting fight right now. Timings, of course, in the prototype field, humongous already. Not really much between most of them. It's quite close. The only ones that are anywhere near each other, guys, of course, Tronus Racing Team and SDC, who are split currently by traffic, currently working their way past your top 10 of the GT field. But a lot of better and more interesting fighting, I think, in that GT race right now. Of course, we have Klaus the Closer coming up towards Virgil Racing ahead of them. So that could be an interesting one to watch.
Yep, as you can see, down in towards the Le Mans corner, down the Ullman straightaway now. You can see that Friction Racing car as he now comes out of pit road. First driver to make 2 stops back out onto the racetrack. A little bit further down in your field, you can see Kashube. He's now scored as 1 second back from the rear of that Ferrari car. However, down in your pack, you still got yourself Gernot Fritzsche. There you can see in the CTC racing car battling it out with Team Tortoise and Andy Goodison behind the wheel. Now these drivers have had a couple of fantastic scraps over the years. They're having themselves one again, and after you say these words, we're going to say goodbye to you for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I'm afraid I've got to get off, unfortunately.
Are you going to mention the S word?
The S word? No.
Yes.
But what we're doing is we've got a really close battle. We're getting a bit held up by the prototype who just lost a bit of time there in the corners. But yeah, it's a close battle between these two as they're going down. The Team Tortoise car just holding position. The CTC car really pushing hard. But yeah, I'm getting off for a couple of hours, but I'll be back yet later. No, I'm not going to watch the soccer, Will. And unfortunately for some of us, well, for one of us on this commentary booth, it is their birthday today, so I've got other matters at hand as well.
Is it your birthday today?
Yes.
Happy birthday! We'll sing a happy birthday song to you properly. We'll get Rachel.
We'll sing it later.
We'll get Rachel into a Marilyn Monroe dress. I'll get my nice what's the word I'm looking for? Sinatra suit on, and well, happy birthday, Paul. We shall talk to you in a little bit.
Yeah. See you later, guys. Have a good.
And we've lost Cam Walsh as well, so it's just down to 3 of us once again. Hi, Randy.
Hi, Will.
Hello. As you can see, Gernot Fritzsche is going to look himself down to the inside of Andy Goodison. This is down in towards Sunset Bend. Well, let's talk about Sunset Bend very quickly. It's a corner of about 1,000 different lines. And some of them are better than others, but realistically, it all comes down to the momentum through the corner, but more particularly, how much momentum you can get out of the corner, Andy.
Yeah, Sunset's one of those corners where basically I think everyone pretty much takes it differently. I believe Alan, one of the Audi drivers, I can't remember who it was, has a lap guide of Nürburgring for an LMP1 car, and he talks about this. Basically, the last corner of Sebring, everyone does it differently, and basically everyone has their own little way of how they like to dance on the pedals, going through all over all the bumps and undulations. There's, like you said, about 1,000 different lines. It is, in my opinion, probably the best corner for racing in the world, just because there's an inside line, there's an outside line, there's advantages to each. There's different runs that, different strengths as they get the run down to the front straightaway into turn one. It's probably the best corner in the world, in my opinion, for racing.
Yes.
Probably Alan McNish, by the way.
No. It's three-time Le Mans winner, Alan McNish. Get that right.
Yes, indeed.
Three-time Le Mans
winner.
Thank you.
Who's also now a BBC Formula One pundit, so, yeah.
Yes. However, if you watch the LMP video, don't ever think about using anything concerning the software that it's related to, because, yeah, why not? iRacing instead, it's much better. But you can see there, heading yourself a little bit further up your field, William the Vecan is still battling out with Movano, Rachel, but the gap, well, it's over a second for the first time in a while. This is battle for P4, P5 in the GT field.
Yeah, finally it's spread out a little bit, and that's of course giving them all a bit of a break, really. They can start to think about those fuel numbers now and really get focused on where they want this race to go, rather than having to worry about the person behind their bumper. Of course, biggest loser at the moment has been, of course, Pure Inside Sim Racing, sorry. They fell back from Inex Red, who were in top 5. After that little bit of snooker they had, where they got hit by several people, losing it in turn 10. But that car's running well at the moment. They're a lap down, of course, from your current GT leaders, so unfortunate for them, but they can still pull this one towards the top 5.
There's a look at your top 8 in the Le Mans prototype class, and there you can see Marcus Johansson is currently classified as your race leader. Big gap currently to Nessie in second place, 46.4 seconds right now, with Antonio Asale a further 9 seconds back. Now, Marcus Hamilton has made himself his second pit stop of the day. That's the reason why he's dropped back into the 4th position. Robert Tinsey runs in 5th, with Schwittwer in 6th, Cracknell in 7th, and then Limini rounding out your top 8. And then to have a look at your GT division.
Inside Sim Racing off.
Yep, so we'll get a look at that one for you in a moment. But you've got yourselves out front. It is Understyle leading the way in that field. Then having a look a little bit further back, you've got Klaus Kiskas in 2nd, Keiko Shube in 3rd, William De Vec in the 4th position, Paolo, Kosh, Suman and Pichler rounding out your field. And I just noticed there that Understar, the gap between himself and Kivakis is actually 8 seconds right now, 8.8 seconds. A little bit of an issue of our timing and scoring there. That's 8.8 seconds the gap between those two drivers as they continue to battle it out. But Anders Dahl now has himself a little bit of traffic to deal with, and this is the first time we're going to see GT versus GT traffic here, Randy.
Yeah, it's definitely harder for the GT cars to pass GT cars than it is for the HPD to pass GT cars. Obviously, because they're similar spec, and going down the straights, there isn't much of a difference. Where you're going to see people making up these lap times, obviously, on the brakes going into the corners. Because pretty much everyone knows how to push the gas pedal all the way to the floor, but not everyone knows how to use the brake pedal and turn the steering wheel the right amount.
Yes. Just to let you know, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, chicks are something that ends up being made into burgers. Potentially, you might also get eggs out of them. Just saying, thank you very much to everyone commenting on the YouTube page as well, keeping us entertained.
Thank you for the public service now.
Over the course of this iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring Race. We do like to have a bit of fun in these events. As you can see there, battle still going on for P2 and P3. Levesque and Apillo still battling it out for position. And down in the field as well, Bruno De Carmo, well, he has been in the wars, Rachel. You can see there, we'll try and get a look from our aerial coverage powered by Antoine Design. Front end of that car is a little bit beaten up. Not too bad, but a couple of scrapes there. He might want to try and get a couple of seconds worth of repairs, see if they can beat that out of the car over the course of a pit stop.
Yeah, probably. Of course, he ran wide through Cunningham Corner and got the grass and had a bit of a wobble, and that's brought that mad cow machine up to the back of him, which seems to be a bit of a curse in this race. But yeah, they could do with some repairs. I think the car's handling fine. I think it's just more of a driver concern. And yeah, of course, now going to be making things a little more interesting for their race.
Yeah, as you can see, the traffic that Anders Dahl is going through, he's still going through a little bit of it. And the driver ahead of him is the number 23 machine. That one is being driven by the driver of Matt Malone in the griptv.org Road Warrior car. And of course you can see their onboard cameras if you head over to griptv.org, surprisingly enough, which you can see being put a lap down by Virgil Racing's Anders Dahl. And Patrick Berry and Andy Goodison, they are still battling it out. That is a scrap for P18 and P19, that is Team Tortoise and Trinity Motorsports. As we have a look there from the rear of that Team Tortoise car. Currently the gap 6 tenths of a second between these two drivers. And so far in this race, while you'll notice that Team Tortoise are up 1 position overall, did cycle through a little bit higher during pit stops. However, there's a couple of drivers still ahead of him, as Ryan Terpstra has just brought his car onto pit road in that number 16 Time Racing Club car. Keeping an eye out as well, some of the other drivers to see whether they're going to make pit stops anyway. Now, we're particularly looking forward to see some more of your prototype drivers. Now, they will be on pit road realistically, Randy, in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, I'm expecting GT cars really anywhere in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Prototypes obviously just starting their... Some of them are probably still cycling. I haven't really been following the prototypes, so if I'm messing up what you're wanting to talk about, don't yell at me.
That's all right. As Terpstra continues his pit stop there, very early actually to see a second stop for that TRC car of Ryan Terpstra. It does look as though he's going to stay in that car. And
Virgil on the pit lane.
Yeah, there you can see Virgil Racing on pit road. Now, they did come in early, of course, last time by. We expected him in early again. So we'll turn our attention back to them. You can see you've got both those cameras in one shot just about there. As you can see, 50.7 seconds out and away for that Time Racing Club car. As we turn our attention over to Marcus Johansson in the Virgil Racing, he gets out of it, and it's going to be Thomas Arends getting behind the wheel of that one then. Let's see how long his pit stop is going to be. It's going to be his second pit stop in this race. Now, that will mean that Marco Nessi will probably just about take over the lead of this race. But, of course, it's been an incredible job by Virgil Racing, HPD, just getting themselves up through the field, Rachel, pulling out the advantage, especially over the likes of Friction Racing, who realistically are their biggest contenders in this race here today.
Yeah, that's very true. They are. And it's going to be a tough race to stay away from them the whole day because Friction, we know, are strong. They are a very, very tough team. And what's more, they are consistently strong. They don't particularly have a weaker driver than they do have a strong lineup. A lot of teams have a quick guy, a slightly less fast person, and that can cause them to suffer. Friction, they just have fast, and it's a difficult combination to beat.
Yep, so there you can see Anthony Waselli is behind on the racetrack right now, but there you can see the magnificent advantage that Arends now behind had. It's pretty much a pit stop in hand. They're going to work themselves through traffic once again, and ironically you've got Marcus Hamilton right there in the mix as well. There you can see Marcus Hamilton, you can see just coming into view right now in that Friction Racing Honda Performance Development car, and it does look as though, Rachel, that for the time being that 88 machine is the car to beat. We saw the 24 Hours at Daytona, however, as you can see that a Radicals car forcing himself through, yes, so in different strategies, but Radicals there wanting to send a message to Virgil Racing that it's not over yet.
Indeed, indeed. Of course, they want to send that message strong and clear. It's definitely a time to start making those moves. Of course, we're expecting a lot of driver swaps to be coming up pretty shortly. I know I've just seen Andreas Almensperger suiting up in a PRT garage, so he will be coming into that number 7 car very shortly for the GT field, but reaching that second pit stop sort of window will, so this is when we'll start to see swaps.
Yep, so let's get ourselves another look at this move by Anthony Maselli in that Radicals Online car as they head themselves down towards Cunningham Corner, turn number 7. You can see you had that PRT car, Radicals Online just forcing himself down the inside of one. The Virgil Racing car being a little bit cautious, and that allowed the Radicals machine to get right up behind through Collier Corner. He just then flicks it down to the inside, and he says, look, I don't care if you're in a different pit stop strategy. I want that position for the time being. Was able to do so. They almost made contact, but they were able to get through it without too much serious harm as we head ourselves back to live coverage then. And you can see currently your race leader is Marco Gabriel Nessi as they work themselves down towards turn. He works himself up the hairpin, actually. That's turn number 7. And you can see Anthony Waselli currently is working himself now down in towards that turn 7 hairpin himself. So just having a look, as you can see, the top 6 in each of your class up on the left-hand side of your screen. Yes, we are working ourselves through a pit stop window. That is the reason why you've got all of this randomness going on with different sequences. Yes, it's exciting to see P2, P3 and P4 in your prototype class this close together, but as I said before, Rachel, 3 laps, 4 laps, it is the difference maker for these drivers, because you'll save yourself a pit stop overall. So we theoretically could be seeing these 3 drivers battling to mean something in about 7 hours time.
Well, I don't think it will, because of course the Abandonati racing team haven't pitted yet, so neither have Radicals, I think, which is why things have closed up somewhat. Virgil, of course, they have pitted, and which is incredible considering they're in 3rd position right now. So we're just finishing that cycle, but things pretty close, and it's nice to see 3 prototype cars that close together on a racetrack, which normally by this point we wouldn't see.
Yeah, as there you can see, your prototype drivers, they head themselves. You've got Martin Carroll now on pit road. You've got a couple of drivers on pit road all of a sudden. There you can see the SDC Motorsports car on pit road. Gabriel Nessi also bringing his driver onto pit road. Yes. So, and he's wiggling a little bit. I think he's out of fuel, actually. Let's have a listen. On board. He's weaving. I'm not quite sure
out
why.
Of fuel.
Yeah,
I think
he's out of fuel
there. He's
so
made his box there, so it's all good.
Yep, so there we are then. He is going to make himself another pit stop. Let's see if he stays in behind the wheel of that race car. As you've got yourself Ray Goldfinch now behind the wheel of the 230 car. That's the Synergy Sim Racing Team car. And you've got Carlo Labatti now and behind the wheel of the Abernathy Racing Team cars. They head themselves back out onto the racetrack in a couple of moments' time. Roger Cronin going to get himself behind the wheel now of that Radicals Online car. So that's 2 driver swaps, Rachel, for Radicals car in the first 2 pit stops. That's a little bit strange because we normally see them running a lot longer stints.
True, but it could be a team strategy call here to try and get some of those numbers down and, of course, get drivers through the sequence so they have at a point where they can choose who to put in the car when they need to. Of course, all teammates have to run a reasonable distance, which is typically about, if a race of this length, maybe 90 minutes. So you want to get the drivers out of the way, you have to get out of the way, so you can save the quick people for when you really need them. So you can choose when to put in drivers rather than saying, well, we've not run Dave yet, we have to run Dave, whether we need to push hard or not. So
what that does mean is you've got Thomas Lorenz now back out. And interesting now, this is actually a battle for race lead between Virgil Racing and Friction Racing. So this is actually physically for the race lead. There are 2 different strategies going on there with Hamilton and Lorenz, who ride on board then with that driver of Marcus Hamilton in that Friction Racing car. Virgil Racing just ahead of them, but of course Friction coming onto pit road about 6 laps earlier by my watch compared to Virgil Racing. Virgil Racing then about 3 laps longer than everyone else. So Friction Racing are on this alternate strategy sort of thing, and yes, we're looking at it right now, Rachel. They're 3 wide. They're going all over the place. Now, this is a case where you just thread the needle. You be careful. If you be too opportunistic, then something can go wrong. They are 2 wide. They're stacked up as they come down into turn 3 and 4. Look at how close this all is.
Oh, this is real expert skill. This is where the real difficulty comes into multi-class racing. Well, as a prototype driver, you have to wait. You have to know when to be patient. And when you've got 2 wide, 2 deep GT cars, you cannot push. I think both of them recognise that, and it's spread out nicely now to the point where they can start making moves. But of course, yeah, these guys are passing the race leaders and lap cars in that GT field. So we've got different battles going on. Of course, we've got Klaus there in that Coanda Simsport car. We've got the Falcon GP car and the Virgil GT cars in the pits, by the way. But those 2 getting past each other. This is a race pass for the race lead. I do think right now Friction have the advantage. I think Virgil ran some lower fuel in the early going to try and get some track position. They've had to go back to a full fuel tank now, so this is when Friction's catching up. Of course, they pitted earlier. They did a slightly shorter stint, to gain that time back, and we have a fight on our hands once again.
Yeah, but that gap is up to 2.4 seconds now between Virgil and Friction because of that sequence of traffic, and sometimes it can just be the difference of a couple of inches. As Scott McIntyre in the TNT Racing car is going to head himself out of pit road. There you can see 70 kilometers an hour pit road speed here. Will head himself back onto the racetrack. Currently scored in P number 6 overall. So just going in on the end of the 2-hour mark here. And there is that gap then to your race lead. 3 seconds again all of a sudden. 3 seconds in the big scale of things, Rachel, isn't that much. And again, If Arends gets himself into traffic at the wrong place, well, then it'll be right back down to absolutely nothing, just as it was about a lap and a half ago.
Of course, and as we're running around this pit sequence, we do have cars stacked up. Her cars who've pitted, we have cars that don't, so that means that you end up with larger pods of cars than you'd have normally halfway through a stint. That provides the biggest challenge we saw right then. Of course, real patience needing to be shown by the prototype drivers rather than, I'm leading, second place is right behind me, I've got to go. And putting your car in a dangerous position where you can take out yourself and other cars. So, real example of driving patience and excellence at that point, where we had the two class leaders having to wait for a GT party.
Yes. And the thing is as well, the good thing is they didn't just put on the kind of snow plow at the front of their cars and just plow through it. They did actually
They can
be careful
replace those
about
now.
it. Yes.
New regulations mean they are allowed to replace the snowplow, front bodywork on those ARX cars. Thanks to iRacing.com for that one, but perhaps not what people wanted them to do.
Because it's more of if you touch a plastic bottle with it a little bit too wrong, then it breaks rather than hitting anything else. But yeah, you're right. They can change it, get that repaired on these cars. Just by the way, we are having a look at Scott Gray and Rob Reed battling down a position. But still, this is the difference, I think, between the very top drivers, because they know it is a 12-hour race and it's not a sprint race. And of course, these drivers, Rachel, do have the opportunity to run in sprint races on the iRacing.com service, things like 45-minute races as you progress up, especially in these prototype cars. And it's a very different style of racing because you've got to be more aggressive naturally. On an endurance race, you don't go for every single gap. You don't do that Ayrton Senna moment. As I just noticed that Roger Cronin was just a little bit slow coming out of the hairpin. You don't do that whole, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. It's like, not really an endurance racing.
No, and it's one thing why we see so many of the top drivers from the DWC running so well in this series is because they have that patience, they have that skill. I was talking to Team Redline recently, and they were saying that you get to a point where you know you can let someone past you if they're faster. You know you don't have to get off the gas, you can just give them the room they need, and you can run with people, you can let people go, you can pass people yourself, you know when to do it, you can run in line if you need to. And it's that experience and that racing maturity that really comes to the forefront here in endurance racing when drivers know, there's 10 hours left to go. What's a second or two?
Indeed. As we're having a look there on board with the driver of Martin Carroll behind the STC Motorsports #1 car, the Patronus Racing Team, Ollie Quokka, running himself in P6 just ahead of him. Gap is currently 4 tenths per second between those drivers. And to hear that Team Redline interview, by the way, head over to our SoundCloud page. That is soundcloud.com/RaceSpot-TV. As you can see there, still going on. 1 tenth of a second, looking down to the outside, will be Martin Carroll as they head themselves down once again in towards turn number 10. And well, Carroll's putting on a good little show right now with Quokka in that battle for P6 and 7 in class. Now, Quokka is at one position in that Patronus car. Of course, we talked to him a little bit early on in this event. They have moved up an additional spot, battling it still with SDC Motorsports. They've got themselves a 25-second gap to the driver next on the racetrack. That is Scott McIntyre in that TNT racing car. And you're at that stage of that race, Rachel, where you've got to just think, is it worth me defending too heavily, or do I do what Redline says, let someone go, and think about the big picture, because you can lose 5 seconds very easily by battling with someone for 2 laps. Whereas those 5 seconds, you're going to be thinking a little bit later on, I could really do those back as the SDC Motorsports car goes down to the inside.
Well, we did see during Spa, we saw during Daytona, you can pull back a 1.5 minute gap and still fight for a position. So it's endurance racing. You can nearly get a whole lap back because people make mistakes and it's a very, very long race. I'd say 10, 20, 30 seconds isn't anything to be concerned about.
Indeed, as you can see, looking down in towards turn number 1. Once again, closing off then hour number 2 here in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And don't forget, if you're a new member to iRacing, ladies and gentlemen, use the promo code that you see up on your screen. 3 months, just $12. Get all the free content, plus the full GT. Use that promo code that you see on your screen and join the world's most realistic online racing simulation. Down in the field, Niels Kosp still battling it out with Kiro Suman. This is the battle for position as Cake Shube then onto pit road, who is onto pit road earlier this time. And this is going to be interesting to see the gap between these drivers. It is going to be mighty close. They can see Marcel Wiener's now getting behind the wheel of that Falcon GP number 76 car. as it's continuing its service. So that put Klaus Kivikas for the moment into your race lead. Just having a look there, as you see, pit stop time continuing for Falcon GP. And, well, of course, Kei Kashube's now done himself 2 stints in this race, Rachel. Now Weemers is going to go behind the car. It'll be interesting to see the comparative pace between him and Kashube in those first couple of stints.
Yeah, and this will be an interesting thing to keep our eyes on throughout this race, and definitely one to follow throughout the 12 hours, of course, just over under 10 hours remaining. They're very good drivers. They are the class of their field, and it's going to be down to the wire, I think, between those guys.
Yeah, out and away in 55.4 seconds. There you can see then that number 76 car heading himself back out onto the racetrack. And so currently your race leader then is going to be this driver. It is Klaus Kivikas. Now you've had yourself a couple of people do their second stop in this race. You've had a couple of them still only on 1 pit stop. And here's the interesting point as well, is that we are getting close to that 2-hour window, and this has been about an hour now for anyone who hasn't come onto pit road. That is going to be a very interesting point to make. If these guys can get to the hour mark now, then they've been able to do about 1 hour 2 minutes, and that extra minute or so can be the difference maker in this one. As you can see, actually Kivikas will come onto pit road with about an hour there, who's assisted perfectly on an hour, and hopefully we've got Ryan Shinworth back. But it's going to be interesting to see if they want to try and gain that. It'll be about a minute once they actually hit pit road. By the time they get themselves fueled up and away, they will actually be within that 10 hours. They need to save about 2 to 3 minutes of fuel overall to avoid making that additional stop.
Sorry, I was actually talking with Steve Stuff actually about strategy when I just heard my name. What were you asking about?
That's
again?
okay. We're talking about the additional, basically 2 minutes that these guys now need to save overall. These guys pitting, and it's a very busy pit road now. They've got to save themselves about 2 minutes to avoid having to make themselves an extra pit stop. That is easily doable.
I wouldn't even say they need to save, because the thing is the way these GT3 cars pit, you come in, you take a full tank of fuel, and then you take tires. So you're sitting in the box for about a minute. So let's say you pit 10 times, you're talking about an extra 10 minutes counting down the clock, and then you have pit loss time while you're in the pit road. Probably losing, I'd guesstimate, probably 1:45 per pit stop here. I think that which has to be taken into account for your strategy. I think at this point, if you pit within about 1 minute of the 1 hour window every single time, you'll probably end up being more than okay.
Yeah, there you can see then, look at some of the pit stops that are going on, but we'll turn our attention back to what will be a battle going on for your race leader. There you can see Virtual Sim Racing do have the advantage. Well, they were a couple of seconds faster on that pit stop. They have stretched the gap up. It is now, I'm just going to call him Kimmy, Rachel. Kimmy behind the wheel of that 03 Virtual Racing car. Every time we get someone else into that car, it seems to become more and more difficult to pronounce their name. I'm not even going to try.
That seems like a pretty safe call. Of course, they've got Thomas Ardennes in their 88 ARX car, and for their GT3 car, well, I actually can work out where they are in the grid. Of course, they just pitted, so
they're ahead of
they are
Ferrasa.
out of sequence. They're ahead of Ferrasa, but
third place.
they're not showing up for my timing score.
Third
They're
place
down
overall.
there. 03 car, Kimi.
Find the HPD car. They're right next to each other on track right now.
I probably butchered that one. Asinemane. Never mind.
They're currently scored in the third place, as they
Yes,
can see.
indeed.
The gap between themselves and Coanda is currently 13 seconds. Graphic is up on your screen. As, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our number 2 here of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to give a shout out to the wonderful people over at Cities of Lions for the track This Is Love, the official track of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. Go out and buy it on iTunes. It will change your life. As welcome then to hour 3 of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring here on RaceSpot TV. Will Vincent, Rachel Whiteford, Randy Chenoweth with you. We'll be joined by Jake Burton from the Dayco team in just a couple of moments' time. But out front, it is still a case of Virtual Racing leading the way. They technically are leading in both of your classes right now. As you can see there, we'll get that ticker back up along the top of your screen. And here is your top 8 in your LMP class. It's currently this driver who you can see on your screen, the number 88 machine of Thomas Arend, leading the way, but he's got Marcus Hamilton right behind him. Those two drivers are on very different pit strategies. It looks like that Hamilton and that Friction Racing car aren't going to just be bleeding that car to the very end. They're going to be strategic about it. Virgil Racing are doing longer stops, but not as long as some of the other drivers. Carlo Labatti, for example, in that number 24 car. Roger Cronum in that number 1 Radicals car. They are trying to push it as far as they can to try and see if they can do this on one stop less over the course of this event. As we head on back, there you can see the gaps in your GT class. There you can see the standings. We've got a couple of issues with our timing and scoring in your GT class, but it's currently INX Racing leading the way. They are onto pit road though. As you can see, a couple of drivers coming onto pit road to complete our second round of service. Now, Levesque and company are really good on fuel right now. This will come into play a little bit later on in this event. As there you can see, William Levesque then making himself another pit stop. And, well, Randy, this is good fuel mileage going on for the INX Racing cars right now.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic fuel mileage. They're getting an extra few extra few laps even on their tanks than all the other McLarens are. I know that the Moonshine car was talking in practice they can only run about 28, 29 laps. Sorry for giving out your strategy, Andy. But yeah, as far as they're stretching this fuel, they're looking very, very good. As I believe William Levesque might be getting out of that car. We'll see. I saw it flashing like that might be what's happening, but I may have been incorrect there.
Yeah, he's staying in that car by the looks of it. 44 seconds. He'll top that one up right to the very top. More likely than not, as you can see, our aerial coverage today is brought to you by And1 Design. As you can see, going to be over a minute there, almost a minute, 56.2 seconds, heads himself back out onto the racetrack. As you can see there, you got yourself the number 6 machine right behind him. Now this I don't believe is actually a battle for position. That number 6 car has actually scored a lap down. That is Jonathan Madden. No connection, we believe, to any other Madden, famous or non-famous. There you can see that NeoGaf racing car, total sponsorship on the front of it there, heading themselves in 28th position in class right now. As we can see, that means that Kimi is currently leading the way in that Virgil Racing car. Gap between themselves and Klaus Kivigas now 11.3 seconds, as Virgil Racing taking on Karanda Simsport, as they've done a couple of times in GT3 Racing. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that one. Gap between Kivikas and Marcel Wiemers, who runs in the Falcon GP number 76 car. That is up to 6 seconds here, Rachel. But let's not forget, these two drivers are running pretty much nose to tail until that pit stop. Kivikas has gained about 5 seconds over that pit sequence.
He has indeed, and well, that's what I expect from someone like Klaus Kivikas. He can really get that thing down to pit road speed as late as possible and back up to speed again coming out of the pits, and his flying laps and entry laps were just incredible. As I've just been told by Anders Dahl, it's actually Kimi Asumanemi, so that's that one sorted out. He's been running well, fast, but just not quite as consistently quick over a whole stint, including pit stops as Klaus.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to try and say that one again. Kimi Asumanemi.
Asumanemi.
Okay, so close enough. But there you can see. Mr. Lamar is on track, Randy, although we're not allowed to talk about him.
I thought, no, it's me we can't talk about.
Okay.
Last time I got talked about in a RaceSpot broadcast, I lagged out and hit the wall.
Yeah.
What, the poltergeist of Le Mans incident?
Yes, but there you can see.
No, that was the poltergeist of Daytona.
Good point.
But there you can see Jonathan Boutel there in that new World Team Sports 12-hour Ford GT machine, running himself in 22nd position for the time being. Just give me an update, by the way. We only have one driver classified as out of the race. That is PJ Sturgis in the INX Racing Blue number 8 machine. We have got ourselves Bas Lob in the Gathering of Tweakers RW machine. They had themselves a big incident in the early going of this race. You can see they've got some repairs done to that car, Rachel, but they're running all the way down in 31st position right now. Their lap times are a bit more respectable now. They've got some repairs done to that car, and of course they had their incident on the exit of Le Mans corner, slamming into that concrete barrier on the inside of the corner.
Yeah, not a great one for them, and really unfortunate for that race to be over so soon. Yeah, well, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, we're going to try and get ourselves a word with the Dayco Motorsports driver. As you can see there, gap between your GT drivers is currently sat at 10.4 seconds. But yes, let's get ourselves a word then with the number 147 car. It is the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour machine. Currently got ourselves behind the wheel of that machine, Kurt Stenberg, but we're joined by Jake Burton for a couple of moments here. And Jake, good to have you here on our RaceSpot TV broadcast. You guys currently running in P number 8. You are classified as a couple laps down from the race leader, but take us through your event so far.
Yeah, hi guys, it's been an awesome race so far. We're just, you know, putting along. We're far from the fastest in the field. We're just trying to, you know, we're definitely outdone in this field. So, you know, we're just here to try and bring home a solid finish, and it's been an awesome couple first stints, just trying to make our way back from an average start and just have a bit of fun whilst keeping it out of the fence.
You've actually got the Synergy Sim Racing 230 machine right behind you. As you see, there's a lot of traffic around as we ride along board with you down into Sunset Bend, taking that inside line on that M9 machine. But, well, when you guys are running, you know, you can't battle for the race lead. Is it a case of, you know, A, bringing that car home and being to see how far you can go? And what's the kind of process for you guys as well, as far as driver changes go, stint lengths are going to go?
That's it, yeah. I mean, our goal obviously is to get to the end, because we didn't do a great job of that in the 24 Hours of Daytona, but yeah, so we just want to play with our time a little bit. And you know, the Synergy Sim Racing guys and the SDC Motorsports guys are big rivals of ours in the V8 Supercar, so we're all friends, and we know to keep out of each other and just get our long haul stints done, get as many laps under our belt as we can, whilst keeping out of the GT cars and on the straight and narrow, I guess, and buying our ticket to the end.
Well, good luck for this race in that Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour car. When are you going to be in the machine?
Oh, I just hopped out. I took the second stint, and
when are you going to be back in it?
11:30, yes.
Yeah.
So I'll be back in about 4 or 5 hours for an early morning. But yeah, thanks guys, and we'll keep up the good work and great broadcast, and thank you.
Cheers and good luck. Go and get yourself some sleep. We'll talk to you a little bit later on. The Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour car currently scored as in P number 8. In a couple of moments time as well, we'll get ourselves a word with the guys from Virgil Sim Racing as well. The battle still goes on though, Randy, in this prototype field, and this is going to be so interesting to watch as how Friction Racing spun around. Friction Racing just getting run into there by one of the GT cars, and I was saying, oh no, the TNT car as well. And look at this, there's another one with Inex Racing, I believe that was. And oh, it's all gone wrong from Friction Racing in the space of about 30 seconds. Friction Racing have just fallen down. There's going to be some damage to that machine as well. And let's get a look at that one again. And, well, Randy, it was just a case of a slower GT car, I think, just outbraked himself. And this was as he was battling with Virgil Racing for the race lead. They'd worked himself past one of the slower GT cars on the exit of Big Bend, turn number 6. Then coming down into the hairpin, that GT car just didn't brake perfectly, and from that point on, well, Friction Racing car was an absolute passenger.
Yeah, I can't, for some reason I can actually see the cars from the initial impact, but I can see right after the impact, the friction actually looked rather clean, and the damage they got actually came after the second,
It was the connection with your New World Sim Sports McLaren, actually, that was the final contact. But yeah, the 44 there of Time Racing Club just didn't brake, it seems, and harpooned the back of that Friction Racing car, put him round, and, well, bad place to be turned around.
Yeah, and you can see that we're getting ourselves another look at the back end of that incident. There you can see the number 20 machine then tagged along the side of that Friction Racing car. This is our first big moment of the day, and there you can see the number 20 machine is the Vortex Sim Racing MOE machine of Luis Rodriguez. And we're going to get ourselves another look at this one from his perspective. We'll go on board, and this was down into the corner, and you'll notice that he comes in to actually one of the tightest points on the racetrack, and he just had absolutely nowhere to go. TNT Racing car, you can just see there, just getting past him, and you can see into the corner, and all of a sudden you can see a track blocked, and the TNT Racing car got some damage to the rear as well there. And, well, it all happened in the blink of an eye, and that is a horrible way for Friction Racing's day to go all of a sudden. Big moment, TNT Racing car getting himself a bit of damage involved in that one as well. And, well, it's all kicked off. And just trying to have a look to see how bad that damage might be to that TNT Racing car, the number 37 machine. I believe they're getting themselves a bit of damage. Friction Racing, by the way, are on pit
Drivers up
road.
for Fiction.
Tom Ward is
in.
behind the wheel of that car right now. As you can see, TNT Racing just getting tagged once and then twice there as they work themselves in the exit of the corner, and there was a big contact, front end contact then to that Friction Racing car, but Tom Ward is now behind the wheel of that car, the Friction Racing car. They're gonna have themselves get the car back onto the racetrack, getting themselves some repairs there. It was a quick, lucky repair for them. They are back out once again, but that is our first big game changer of the day. And now for Friction Racing, their strategy is blown out of the window, Rachel.
It is indeed, and of course they do still have rear right diffuser damage on that car and some rear right end pod damage, so that's not very good for them. They could have some problems in top end speed. Thankfully it's not a massive top speed track, so they can really deal with that one, but big problems for Friction early on. I mean, they were running second, and they won't be anymore. One of the few cars left on the lead lap. We had 4 cars left, and wow, that was just a terrible sequence of events. I mean, realistically, they didn't do anything wrong, were caught in a bad situation, tried to recover, and unfortunately with bad timing were collected, and now they are on the back foot. So very difficult for Friction now to recover this, but if anyone can, they can.
Yeah, as you can see, the driver who was involved in that one running into the rear of them was Time Racing Club's Ryan Terpstra as he came down in towards turn number 7. As you can see there, that Terpstra, well, he's not got too much damage to the front end of that number 44 machine. He has been able to carry on. Thankfully, he's been lucky enough that it's a front end impact there, Randy. So Terpstra lucky to get away without too much damage to his car.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, front end impact. The BMW's gonna pretty much all the cars on the field can take hits like that pretty cleanly, except for the HPDs. Obviously, they're made out of paper and a hope and a dream. But they should be able to carry on just fine. Maybe a slight impact on lap times, but I wouldn't say it's anything for them to really worry about.
Yeah, we were going to have a word with Virgil Racing in a couple of moments' time. We are also going to go and have a chat with the guys over on our PSR TV, RaceSpot TV, PSR TV broadcast of the third round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. So we'll get a couple of things done very quickly. We will actually start with Virgil Racing. This might have to be a two-parter here, but guys, well, you're leading the way in both the GT and also the prototype division. We'll be joined first of all by Anders Dahl. Anders, you guys are once again leading, just like you guys have been doing, but you have got yourself a bit of a battle right now with Klaus Kiviclas. He's closing up to the rear of you in that GT division.
Yeah, I don't think we expected to be in this position, in both classes actually. Only Kimi is an expert in this car, so it's very strange to be up front with the very fastest guys. It's very good so far.
We've also got Marcus Johansson here as well. And Marcus, overall, it is an absolutely great day for Virgil Racing. I'm sure you've already seen the incident involving Friction Racing in the prototype field. And how much breathing room do you think that will give you in that prototype class now?
It will probably give us quite a bit of breathing room. I know, or I've analyzed and seen that they will do one more stop than us, and we have managed to keep ahead of them, even if they've had less fuel and better tires. But now with the damage, I don't know how well this car repairs. I do think they're going to be down on pace, even if the pit crew does their best.
Well, we're having a look there at the Virgil Racing HPD car. Thomas Arens has worked himself past a little bit of traffic down into Sunset Bend once again. Of course, we've seen you do a couple of runs already. And, well, we're going to get ourselves a bit of a chat with you again in a moment's time. But we will step aside for just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take you side by side. We'll be back after this.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because because they can't help it. IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless...
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to iRacing Live and PSR TV. Of course, you guys will probably know that we've got ourselves two events going on simultaneously as soon as the World Championship event has finished off. We will take you on iRacing Live to the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. It started off being a nice, clean and calm race, but literally in the last couple of moments, we've had ourselves an incident involving Friction Racing. They came together with a GT car and then also making themselves additional contact. They are now off sequence. Tom Ward behind the wheel of that one, as well. Don't forget, that will be on iRacing Live in a couple of moments time, but here on RaceSpot TV, time to get a summary of the World Championship event with Johnny Simon and Daniel Betterfield.
Thank you very much, Will. It's just been one heck of a race there at the 12 Hours of Sebring, and we'll check that out shortly for you. But incredible race here so far. Daniel, we look at Mitchell de Jong, lights to flag finish for him in the lead, and we'll have an interview with them very, very shortly. We spoke about how much pressure there was on every driver. It certainly wasn't an easy race for most of them.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Martin Kroenke's mistakes cost him in the end, but what an awesome, entertaining race that we had today. I mean, battles throughout the field for the whole race. I mean, the red line cars trying to chase down the Coanda cars. Probably, I reckon, the most exciting race we've had so far this season.
Incredible job as well. And then, well, I mean, we'll hand it over back to Will for the moment. Will, I mean, that 12 Hours of Sebring, I mean, it's just getting more intense there. We just spoke about it before.
Yeah, indeed, as we're just having a look there at some of the drivers going on. Virgil Racing still leading the way in your GT field. So we're going to head it back over on RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, on iRacing Live, this second that this race is finished, you'll get coverage of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. So I'll hand it back to you guys. Thank you very much also to the guys over at PSR TV for stepping up to provide coverage of the World Championship event here today. So then, welcome back on RaceSpot TV, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see then, Mitchell de Jong claiming victory in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Lights the flag. He is now a winner in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Don't forget, for all the latest news and information about that one, head over to iRacing.com/live. But Virgil, we apologise for cutting your interview short there. Welcome back, and well, Kimi is currently behind the wheel of that Virgil Racing GT3 car, Anders. Is it just going to be you two behind the wheel of that one? Is there anyone else who's going to split up with you?
No, we have a third guy, Anthony Seminario, a new guy we brought in, just to race this race so far. So I think all of us is pretty much on pace, but looking at Coanda, they can just keep bringing in so much talent, so it will be hard to keep the gap.
And can I just ask you one more quick question? Do you deliberately hire guys whose names I can't pronounce?
Yeah, of course, that's what we do.
Yeah, but Marcus
I think they just clone Anders and they just pick random letters and
yeah,
throw them together and say that's our new driver.
Marcus, as far as the prototype car goes, who else are you going to get in that car today? Is it just the two of you? Anyone else?
It's going to be a real workout for us. It's just me and Thomas in the car today. We had a third driver, but he couldn't race, unfortunately. So it's going to be a tough evening, especially down to the night hours.
Well, very best of luck to both of the Virgil Racing cars, leading in both the prototype and also in the GT division. Thank you very much once again, guys. And just to confirm, by the way, it was indeed Mitchell de Jong who won the third round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Likes a flag victory. And, well, Rachel, we said coming into the season that de Jong wouldn't have to wait long for a victory. And the interesting thing is that it is drivers for Commander and Redline who are not Gregor Hutu or Hugo Louise winning races.
It is indeed, and of course Mitchell de Jong coming already off the back of his real world win at Las Vegas in the Red Bull Autocross, so doubly good weekend for him, I think.
Indeed so. As we're having a look on board with the Abathon Racing Team car. Colin Labate behind the wheel of that one. Closing up to the rear of Roger Cronin. Now, Cronin is actually up into P number 2 in this event, Randy. And, well, here's the thing, though, is that Arends is currently 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of Cronin. Do you think these radical guys are trying to go a stop less? Because I talked about that 3-lap rule a little bit earlier on. And 3 laps over the course of a 12-hour race is going to be about a pit stop, maybe even a little bit more. We have, unfortunately, just lost Randy Chenoweth. We'll get him back in a moment's time. He's probably done something a little bit stupid. But there's a confirmation of Radical's last pit stop. 32.9 seconds for them. Labate's actually dropped back by about a second on this lap. We'll have a look down the field as well. Fabio Di Carmo right now, battling out inside Sim Racing car as, yes, Randy is back. So we'll ask him that question once again, even though he knows exactly what it was.
Yeah, so like you said, they're going to need to tighten the gap up a bit, I think, in order to make the one pit stop really work. I think they're about 2/3 of a lap back from Virgil. About a minute something, I would presume, maybe closer to 2. Which they're going to need to reel that in. They need to start pushing hard, but if they can do it, it's going to be interesting, because usually we see Virgil going the opposite way and trying to run light, but with an extra pit stop.
Yes. As they can see, Cronin still scored second place in class. Hopefully, get a word from some of those drivers over at the wonderful Radicals online camp at some point soon. Of course, a couple of their drivers have been running in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. But back to the thing we were talking about just a moment ago, Rachel. Inside Sim Racing, Fabio Di Carmo battling out with Scott Gray in the Mad Cow Racing machine.
Yeah, they are indeed. They lost some track position, of course, having that incident and then some wobbles, so yeah, they've fallen back into the clutches of the Mad Cows. That would be the Mad Cow Daisy team of Scott Gray. They were involved, of course, earlier in that incident with the INX Racing blue car that's now out of the race, but, well, the cow is coming, and Inside Racing, Sim Racing could well be soon dodging cow paths.
Indeed so. A little bit further down the field, you got yourself ongoing battles between Vortex Sim Racing MOE and Team GT Green. Now, of course, Vortex was one of those drivers involved in that incident earlier on. They got themselves a little bit of damage as they made contact with the TNT racing machine, but for the time being, they are going once again. So you can see Team GT just about 2/3 of a second back. Is apparently, Randy, some people like our commentary. What's going on?
I know, apparently.
Oh, wow.
You always tell me I'm a... Well, I don't know if you want me to say the word on the broadcast.
I don't think we're allowed.
Plus, because there's an admin in the channel, I don't know if I should.
But you can
there
see.
was just contact 1 second behind our Virgil HPD here. We got a gaggle of 3 HPDs. Looks like Team Shark. Trinity, Team Tortoise, and CTC. There was some contact going into Sunset Bend just now.
Yeah, as there's the Synergy Sim Racing 230 machine as they working themselves on the exit of turn number 7. That is the hairpin. We'll try and get ourselves a look at that contact the second we can find it on our screen. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Thank you very much to Nick Thiessen for the wonderful coding work behind that one. Incredibly intuitive, actually, Rachel, because it actually tells us who's getting in the cars, who's getting out the cars, who's doing fastest lap, who's swapping, who's doing pit entries, and everything.
So basically, they do our job.
They do our entire job for us. We don't have to think. You know, Nick Thiessen's awesome. His work's brilliant, and really does actually help when you're actually broadcasting these things to know, because as most people will know, iRacing really only tells us the times at the line. Whereas with Nick Thiessen's live timing, of course, we know where the live battles are right now, right on track. And we can see those live gaps, so we know where the best racing is to bring it to you.
Yeah.
Will, is it time that we tell people that we're actually just computer program and not people?
We are. Actually, what we are is we're specially programmed Apple voices, and we just take Nick Thiesen's live data and we
Oh yes,
translate
the
it into
hipster
words.
would want to be an Apple program,
Yes,
wouldn't
of
he?
course, of course. Wait, I'm sorry, you can be Cortana if you want. But...
Oh god, no, please no.
Rachel isn't nearly that useful.
Oh, yeah, alright.
Inside Sim Racing, Fabio De Carmo is still battling, and then Mad Cow Racing, Daisy, 7 tenths, 8 tenths per second, the gap going on between those two drivers. Back up into your prototype division. Still got Dayco battling out with Synergy Sim Racing. There you can see Dayco running themselves in P number 7 right now. As we have a look from the rear of that Dayco machine to the Synergy Sim Racing car, it's about 8 tenths per second right now between those drivers, Randy. And we talked, of course, a couple of moments ago to the wonderful Aussie from Dayco, and we've got ourselves Synergy still stalking them with Rice Goldfinch behind the wheel of that Synergy machine.
Yeah, that's arguably our closest battle on track anywhere. They're a bit down in the order, obviously, but they're a bunch of Aussie guys who run the V8 Supercar, and their version of downforce, of course, just the fact that their car weighs 10,000 kilos. But they're putting on a pretty good show. The Aussie guys know how to race, and they're showing all these other people how to stay tight and stay clean. They've been going like this the entire 3 hours of the event. I don't see a scratch or bent panel on either of those cars.
Mostly because the Aussie cars, like you say, used to drive in the V8 Supercar, which is an absolute handful, so this prototype feels like driving in Mario Kart.
Yes. I'm not going to do the right Mario Kart music today, unfortunately. I will. But here you can see Roger Cronin currently scored in that second place. Gap between themselves and the number 24 machine, currently 9 seconds. And last time by, 3 seconds was lost by Labate working themselves through that traffic. And currently Tom Ward. Now, Tom Ward, interestingly enough, actually, despite the fact that he's made that additional pit stop, Rachel, he is still classified on the lead lap, 83.7 seconds behind the race leader. Just trying to figure out where the race leader is. You see there, coming past the start-finish line is Friction Racing, working himself past that gaggle of cars, who's 2 HPDs as they come down in towards turn number 1 once again. But there you can see Thomas Arend. He is on the back straightaway, the Ullman straightaway right now. So at least Ward is still on the lead lap. That's going to mean something. And as you said earlier, you can make up a minute and a half in a 12-hour race.
Certainly, and strategically they're within shouting distance in the lead lap, of course. The timing can show drivers down a lap, down 2 laps, but we do have to think, though, there is strategy involved, there is pit cycles. And if you're running a lower fuel map, if you do that, you will be slower, but you will run much longer. So the stats lie a lot of the times in endurance racing.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, 2.5 hours now scored complete in the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring, and it is time for us to go serious for a couple of moments. Of course, there's been 2 horrible incidents over the past couple of days. First of all, 150 people, of course, killed in the Germanwings crash just a couple of days ago. Absolutely tragic to hear the story of what happened on that one, and especially the fact that you had so many children on their way home back to Germany to be reunited with their families. She was never going to see their daughters, never going to see their sons ever again. There's going to be many, many people who are going to have broken families from now on, and it's such a shame to hear of the incident. And one thing I think, Rachel, that has to be said is that there is nothing really that you can't condone that pilot's intentions at all. Absolutely horrible thing that was done. But in the same breath, I think that you've got to really stand up and say that in this country, in the United Kingdom, for so long, mental health has always been underlooked. And I think there's 2 things right now that need to be sorted out. Airport aviation security, once again, needs to be given a very stern look. But also, the effects of mental health, I think it does need to come into the public forefront and realise that, you know, it is an illness. And actually, if people get support, then they're not going to do the horrific things that we saw on Tuesday.
Well, exactly, and of course, a terrible, terrible tragedy, and as Mind, the mental health charity, have said, we do have to look into this from a deeper angle. Of course, what happened was wrong. We still do not know certainly what has happened yet. I must confirm that. We do not have the final facts. This is all presumption, this is all preliminary ideas, but we also have to think that there was another victim, and that's more of a victim of neglect than it was of intent. And it happens a lot. We see so many tragedies these days, shootings in schools, shootings in workplaces. incidents like this, and we do have to think that we are abandoning these people. We, to an extent, are responsible for their actions, and we have to revise how we deal with mental health. It is a real problem, one we don't want to deal with, one we don't like to deal with, and it has to be looked at. And of course, in other more recent news, we also have the terrible tragedy at the VLN Nürburgring race today, where a Nissan car flipped into a spectator area. There was one tragically confirmed dead at the moment.
Yeah, indeed so. And there has been a statement released by Nissan Nismo, and they say, during today's VLN 1 race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a serious incident occurred involving the number 23 Nissan. The car is reported to have left the track at the Flugplatz section and vaulted the catch fencing, landing on its roof in a spectator area. Several spectators were injured in the incident, and despite the immediate efforts of one of them have succumbed to their injuries. The others have been taken immediately to hospital for care. The driver, Jan Madenbach, got out of the car and after initial checks in the Circuit Medical Centre has been taken to hospital for further routine checks. Today's events have been a tragedy. We are all deeply shocked and saddened by these events, and our immediate thoughts go to the deceased, those injured and their families and friends. The team is fully cooperating with the race organisers to conduct an immediate and thorough investigation into this incident. Randy, we've all seen, when we were on commercial, we saw a replay of the crash, and it was horrible. And again, motorsport is dangerous. It's printed on the back of every single ticket. Every single driver knows that. But again, this is the thing of the Nordschleife. It's one of the most historic racetracks in the world. You've got to think about where you put fans in relation to events. And I always get scared at WRC events of drivers running almost into the track, of fans running into the track, of the drivers coming into view. In Houston, of course, a couple of years ago with Frank Kitty, we had a very close call. And again, we need to look at track safety. We need to figure out, where is it safe to put fans, but also we can never stop thinking about car safety, pushing forward on the effect of, what happens if a driver does leave the racing surface.
Yeah, racing safety is something that's never, ever, I don't think, considered complete, depending on, people used to obviously argue about it, until people came along like Jackie Stewart and the F1 Drivers Association. But yeah, the incident at the VLN is going to be something that's, I think, investigated fully. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of GT3 regulations changed in order to see those cars keep racing at the Nürburgring, because obviously it raises questions of, have they gotten too fast? And a lot of people like to say it was a freak accident, but there's a lot of sectors on the track that are very, very similar to Flugplatz, and I think the chances of it happening again are simply too high. But yeah, it's just tragic. And obviously, like you said, Dario had his incident in Texas a year or two ago, and then WRC. I mean, we had the days of the 80s with Group B are gone, but WRC events are still very, very packed, and some spectators get rather crazy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for a couple of moments. We're going to observe a minute's silence in honour of all of those who have lost their lives in some horrible accidents over the last couple of days. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Virtual Racing, HPD, still leading the way, and their gap between themselves and Roderick Cronin is currently standing at about 67 seconds right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to have ourselves a brief recap of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, third round of that event. In just 1 moment's time, we'll be joined by Daniel Betterfield and Johnny Simon to give us a recap of what happened over there. Don't forget, you can view the entire race on demand by heading over to iRacing.com/live. Let's have a look then very quickly at Marcel Wieners. He's battling it out with William Levesque with the INX Racing red car, and the gap is currently 5 tenths of a second between those two drivers, Rachel.
Yes, it is. Quite a close fight there, and a very interesting one, of course. That Annex red car's been very quick, and William Levesque, what a talent.
Yeah, as they head themselves down in towards Cunningham once again. Exit of Cunningham. Actually, this is on the exit of Tower Corner. Now they head themselves down towards Bishop's Corner, turn number 14 once again. And there you can see that Falcon GP car still going at it. But this Falcon GP car, of course, is on that kind of longer strategy. INX Racing, though, let's not forget, are on the very long haul strategy here. And, well, William Levesque is pushing on. And we thought that he was going to go back down in the pack for the... he's actually going to get out of the car a moment ago, Randy. When he made his last stop, he stayed in. And he's now pulled INX Racing almost into the game because they look as though that they can go longer than anyone else in this event.
Yeah, and that's definitely a huge advantage if you're doing these long races. Williams, obviously, I think he's probably one of the best endurance drivers in the game right now, if not the best. I don't think there's ever been a time where I've seen him like wreck a car. I've never seen him spin a car. He's fast, he's consistent, he gets amazing fuel numbers, he's great in traffic. I really think that if you want a driver in your car, it's William Levesque, and INX is one of the strongest endurance teams out there right now, I think, arguably in a large part because of him.
Well, 9 hours, 21 minutes remaining here on the iRacing.com, 12 hours at Sebring. But let's get ourselves a recap of the third round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, as we're joined by Johnny Simon and Daniel Benefield. Johnny, take it away.
Well, incredible race, Will. Thanks for letting us talk over the moment, because we were out of breath after the race before. Mitchell de Jong winning the race, lights the flag finish, but Alexiusi Yakla at the start from 5th to 3rd, incredible jump there. We're off our seats as well. And Team Redline, well, trying to work together, they ended up finishing in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Kroenke, though, a couple of slowdown penalties cost him a potential chance at a win, and he ended up finishing in 5th. If you want to check that race out, I mean, you should indeed after this 12 hours of Sebring, a race not to be missed. Round 3 of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, a race to remember.
Yeah, and don't forget that the 4th round of the championship will be live on RaceSpot TV in just 2 weeks' time. Daniel, absolutely incredible race, and of course, Mitchell de Jong can now claim that he is the winner in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, adding his name to some of the possibly the most elite lists in all of sim racing. We have actually just lost Daniel Benefield, but don't forget, 4th round of the championship will be Road America in just 2 weeks' time. That'll be on iRacing Live and also on RaceSpot TV. We'd like to welcome all the viewers as well who's just joined us from the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series race. You just saw a moment ago Virgil Racing on pit road. Thomas Lorenz still behind the wheel of that one as they get themselves going once again. Thomas Lorenz, well, he's got himself an 11.0 second advantage over Radicals Online. That means, simply, as you mentioned a moment ago, Randy, he's got a pit stop in hand and then 11 seconds.
Exactly. Pit stops probably forming up for our HPD guys. We got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes for our GT3 pit stops though, and that's when we're obviously going to see some new, probably see some new faces and names in some of these cars. Yeah, and there you can see Scott McIntyre on the TNT Racing P2 car is on pit road. Damaged the front end of that one. Of course, they were involved, Randy, in that 3-car incident, in 4-car incident, actually it was, down at the hairpin, with, of course, most notably the Friction Racing car, but also Ryan Terpstra and the Vortex car as well. We can see another driver coming onto pit road. That is Martin Carroll coming onto pit road in the STC Motorsports car.
So there you can see a look from our aerial coverage brought to you today by And One Design. As we can zoom in, there you can see the STC Motorsports car making his second, well actually his third pit stop of the day. McIntyre is still scored on pit road. It looks like that Carroll is going to stay in that race car. Pit stop timer ticking itself over close to 30 seconds. We expect somewhere in the region of about 30 to 35 seconds for these prototype cars. 31.8 seconds back out and away for that STC Motorsport machine. As we can see, as we head ourselves back over to Wonderful World of GT, Rachel, Klaus is coming. Gap between himself and Kimi is currently 3.5 seconds.
Well, I hate to use a pun, but this one will be Klaus at the line. That car's been fast. Ever since you stepped into it, yes, I know, I did it. Deal with it. That guy's been so fast. Ever since he hopped in the car, he's been consistently rapid and just so smooth. The gap now is getting very, very close between those two, and I really would not expect it to be long before he takes the lead in that class.
Yeah, as we apologise, ladies and gentlemen, for the pun, says Carlo Labate is now on pit road in that number 24 machine, as you can see, making himself another pit stop in that number 24 car. Pit stop timer ticking along for him. There you can see, looks like he will stay behind the wheel of that one and do himself another stint, as you can see there, just topping along for him. And Paul Smith, even though it's his birthday, he doesn't want any birthday puns, as you can see, 32.4 seconds out and away for that number 24 team as they head themselves back out onto the racetrack. Thomas Lorenz, of course, still continues to lead. They have made themselves that additional pit stop now, heading themselves out of Sunset Bend. Let's ride a lap on board that Virgil Racing car. In Sunset Bend there for Virgil Racing, as you just had yourself, by the way, Antonio Uselli get himself back behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. So that's a bit of an interesting one, actually, Rachel, because they're doing a stint each and you lose a couple of seconds every time you do a driver change. I'm a little bit confused as to why they don't want to just do 2 or 3 stunts and hand it over.
Well, it depends on how they're planning to run this one, of course. Well, they want to get a few stints in themselves, but Rosselli and Kruhnman running one each so far. Could be that it's just those guys running 4 Radicals today and they want to try and just preserve some energy early on, but could be trying to get their share of the racing done early. Why you do it every stop, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there's strategy behind it.
Riding on board the Team Charlie car, working himself right behind the pass left racing car, while Team Charlie actually looking to pass on the right hand side there as they work themselves down in towards the hairpin. So, bit of a YOLO moment for that driver of the Team Charlie red car, Randy.
I mean, even though it's a long 12-hour race, there's always a proper time and place for YOLO moments.
Yes, as you can see, the pass left
There
racing
is never
car
time for
right
YOLO
behind, although he is looking right back. That orange cone number 5 machine right on the rear as they head themselves too wide once again as they come down in towards turn number 12, 13 even, Tower Corner, as we go along board then with Norbert in behind the wheel of that pass left racing machine as he heads himself down through Bishop Corner, down in towards turn number 15. As you can see, down as well, it looks like that these two are battling there, mighty close actually. And it doesn't seem to be that one can pull away from another. A little bit further up, we've got ourselves a 3-horse battle right now. As you can see, the Hellenic Racing Team car is looking down to the inside and should get that position away, potentially from Marcus Mayer. He can't actually do it. As you can see, we get a look at Trinity Motorsports versus Hellenic Racing Team. Right behind them is Jonathan Boutel in the number 43 machine. And that 4GT, despite it being...
the 4GT.
Yeah,
it's the only one.
Well,
we'll just say the 4GT.
V4GT, and even though it's supposed to be a second off the pace, Mr. Lamont doing himself a pretty good job right there, Randy.
Yeah, JB obviously knows what he's doing. JB's not the fastest guy, but he's clean, and I'm going to be getting in the car after him, not after this, not coming to this pit stop, but the one after it, so I'm pretty confident I'll have a nice, clean car to bang up.
Yeah, so you can see riding along board with Andy Purse as he makes that pass over the Marcus Mayer. So he moves himself up one position now to the Trinity Motorsports car, down one spot. And what's a very nice BMW, actually. Long live the Polar Bears. You get a look then on board with a Hellenic Racing Team car as they work themselves down towards turn number 7. The hairpin, and just slide it down the inside. Nice and easily done. But that's the thing, Rachel, is that you've really got yourself about 4 real overtaking opportunities in this event. Turn 7, of course, being a hairpin, it's always the easiest one to actually make a pass.
Sure is, and it's the typical racing, I'll sling it up the inside on the brakes passing opportunity, because cars have to get really slowed down, you just do it later. I'd say turn 10 can be an option.
There's tons of passing opportunity.
3, 4, 5. On the brakes into 15 is also good, because you just come around the very fast Bishop Bend. Le Mans. Sunset if you're really brave. Turn 1 if you're suicidal, but it's possible.
Yeah, as they can see, Trinity
Didn't Klaus
Motorsports.
make a pass in turn 1?
He did.
He did indeed.
And he was able to make it stick as well.
As did Virgil, by the way.
As by the way,
the race in the prototype class.
Klaus is currently leading the way in your GT field, because you have had yourself a couple of more pit stops going on in your GT field. As well, there you can see the Inex Racing red car currently soared in 2nd place. 3rd place, it's the Falcon GP car. Marcel Weemers behind the wheel of it. 4th is Kimo Surman in the number 2 Team Kimo Surman car, inventive name by him. 5th place, Movano Thrustmaster X Team. And then we head on back and you can see Core Motorsports in the 6th position. Fabio Di Carmo in the Inside Sim Racing car in 7th place. Then Scott Gray in 8th. 9th place is going to be the Pure Racing Team car bringing itself onto pit road. Then 10th place is that Virgil Racing GT3 car, having made himself another pit stop as we go along board with him then down in towards turn 1. You can see he's moved up one spot because Ommensberger is on pit road in that PRT car, making himself another stop. Randy, it looks as though he's also, yeah, he's the only one on pit road right now in that PRT car.
Yeah, I'm just having a look trying to find him in my lineup here. Maybe a little bit out of sequence, but nothing wrong with that. Especially in a long race, sometimes actually can be good to get out of sequence a bit and get yourself some clean air, some clean track.
Yeah, as they can see, have a look from our aerial coverage, and there is a look at that PRT car still doing his pit stop. Although the thing is, of course, he's in the McLaren, which it's interesting to note the difference in the laps that these McLarens can do. And part of it does come down to the amount of downforce you got on that rear spoiler, Randy, because I remember an IndyCar race here a couple of years back, actually, where if you load the downforce on, you couldn't get the same fuel mileage as if you were pretty much trimmed out.
Yeah, that all has to do with the way that iRacing calculates their fuel usage, and obviously works like that in the real world as well, but I don't think quite to the same extent as it does here. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. Obviously you have William out there running pretty much longer stints than anybody, but he's really the only McLaren that's been able to do that. All the others are running about 28, 29 lap long stints by the looks of it, going through my timing sheet. He's stretching it out to about 30 or 31, which all the other cars are doing, which is something I think Williams actually been very good at. He's someone who can really hold pace while saving fuel, which is a very, very particular talent.
As you can see, working himself past a little bit of lap traffic is the ISR car of Fabio Di Carmo, who's worked himself on the exit of Sunset Bend. There's a look behind him too. Daisy in that number 22 car. Scott Gray currently behind the wheel of that one as they head himself past the start-finish line one more time. And let's have a look down the field. We've got ourselves a bit more spread out, but either way back at the field, we've got Steven Van Helsdigen battling it out right now with NeoGaf Racing. That is with Jonathan Madden behind the wheel of that one. 7 tenths of a second separating those drivers as they come down in towards turn number 15 once again. You can follow us on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag. Oh, we got the TNT Racing car just grinding to a halt there on McIntyre. There you can see he's had himself a bit of a moment, and well, that TNT Racing car has had himself an absolutely horrible day here today. Ever since he was involved in that incident, Rachel, with that friction racing car, as he tried to move himself around the outside, that car has been close to undrivable.
It has indeed, and that's really hurt them, Will. So, long way to go in this race, and it's going to cost them a lot.
Yes, we're getting ourselves a replay then on board with Scott McIntyre in that number 37 TNT Racing car. This was down in towards turn 14, then turn 15, catching himself a white line, getting himself loose down at Le Mans, hitting a cone and spinning it around, somehow avoiding all the tyre barriers. Almost found that gap in the wall, actually. There you can see McIntyre then having to reverse that car back out onto the racetrack. Scored dead last right now in that prototype class. 7 laps off the race lead, so not the way that they would have wanted it. Their last pit stop was a miserable one as well. It was 9 minutes and 11 seconds. So then, let's have a look on board with that TNT Racing car once again. This is down in towards turn number 7 he's coming down into now. So scored in P10 for the time being. We're going to step aside for just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this message as we will once again take you RaceSpot TV side by side. We'll be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
outside contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even. Give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn 1 for the first time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV, closing out then the third hour of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. Still leading the way is Virgil Racing's HPD car with Thomas Arenz behind the wheel of that one. Tom Ward currently runs in second. Now, here's the thing, Randy. He has been able to get himself back up. Of course, he's still got to make himself another pit stop. He's in a completely different sequence right now. But I can just imagine some people getting behind the wheel of that car. People like Richard Avery, maybe a couple of others, and they are going to blast that car forward, potentially trying to get themselves back into position right now.
Oh, definitely. We got the... I mean, it's Friction Racing. They're obviously a Drivers' World Championship team. We see, like, Richard Avery, we run in the Skip Barber series we commentate. They're very, very, very competitive in almost everything they hop into. People that are connected to the server right now for them are Marcus Hamilton and Dean Prescott, both a couple fast guys. They're not out of this yet. I think they can definitely still make something happen if Virgil gets some bad luck. Virgil's obviously quick. The lap times actually seem close. Doesn't seem to me like Friction has much, if any, damage from that contact. At least not anything that's very significant. So it's definitely it's not game over for them.
Yeah, Marcel Weemers in that Falcon GP number 76 car coming out of pit road. 56-second stop for him. And, well, here's the thing, Randy. It does look as though that he's quite a bit slower than Keiki Shuba overall. But then get him out of the way now. Of course, you always have faster drivers and slower drivers in a team. It's just natural the way it works. But I'll be interested to see what's going to happen with that team over the course of the next 9 hours of this race. Because, again, Falcon GP have got some depth in numbers.
Oh, they definitely do, and they have a lot of talent. Marcel will probably run another stint, I presume, just because there's 9 hours of race left. And like you said, every team has fast guys, every team has slow guys, and there's going to be a point where you have to cycle the slower drivers in, and you're going to lose time because of it. Sometimes you get lucky, and you might cycle your slower drivers in when your competitors' slower drivers are on track as well, so you don't lose any time. But sometimes you also get lucky as well. You'll cycle a faster driver in, and then one of your competitors will cycle a slower driver in. It's just part of the ebb and flow of the multi-team aspect, which everyone was waiting for up until the end of last year when they released it.
Kevin Vaughan on pit road right now in the Velocidade Endurance team car, completing himself a pit stop. You've got a couple of other people on pit road right now, as you can see. Yep, Coanda are one of them. So there you can see this is actually Jorn Jens now getting behind the wheel of that one. 54.2 seconds, back out and away, sadly into a bit of traffic as they're going to come out of pit road. This is going to be careful. You can see they're taking a very tight apex on the exit of that corner. As you can see, so Klaus is out of the car. There is going to be almost 2-3 wide down in towards, and this is the worst thing that Coanda is going to want us to come out of pit road, having to deal with traffic from both the front and behind there. As you can see, that Jorn Jens on behind the wheel of that one. So 2 stints there for Klaus. He is out of the car. As we have a look on board with Jorn Jens, working himself now down towards turn number 6. Big Ben taking a very tight line there as he's going to get himself past that lap traffic. But also there's a couple of different driver changes as well, so we'll run through those very quickly. We have ourselves Jorn Jens into the car. We've got ourselves Simon Esches into the GT Temple racing machine. You've got yourself Luis Rodriguez staying in the car. Kevin Vaughan getting behind the wheel of the Velocidade Endurance car. You've got yourself Alexander Voss behind the wheel of the Core Motorsports machine. You've got yourself James Stevenson behind the wheel of the Mad Cow Racing team car. And Sharker onto pit road. Dirk Reinbard behind the wheel of the number 60 machine right now. So it's that stage in the race, Rachel. It looks like a lot of these drivers are now making formal driver changes.
They are indeed, of course. Some teams have been making more than others, and we're going to have a driver swap again from Shark. They've just had Ren and Lorenzo. He did 1 stint, whereas Ricardo Silva did 2. He's out, and Igor Kops is into that car, so swap for them as well.
Yeah, as you can see there, the Shark Motorsports cars on pit road. Jorge is behind the wheel of the number 20 machine. They're going to complete their service and be back out and away in literally a moment's time in that Vortex Sim Racing.
On pit road.
Woohoo! The 4GT is onto pit road. There you can see Igor Kops, Shark Motorsports, completing his service. You also got yourself the CTC Motorsports car on pit road, as you've got yourself Jesus Parsilius behind the wheel of that one. And
there, well, because we actually have a race off pit road, because right now CTC1 are in pit road ahead of Hellenic, who are in pit road, who are ahead of New World Sim Sports GT in pit road. Which will get out first? Hellenic will jump the pair.
Yep, as you can see then, coming out of pit road is that driver of Andy Purse in the Hellenic Racing Team car. As you can see, cycle our camera up, out of pit road they come. There you can see the CTC Racing Team car coming out of pit road themselves. Pit stop time 55.4 seconds, and they were 11 seconds longer on their pit stop. It's 55.4 second stop for them. Andy Purse did a 44.9 second stop. Jonathan Boutel comes off pit road in 52 seconds. Still leading the way as far as Ford GTs go, Randy.
Yeah, we're definitely winning. We're the best Ford GT in this race, but we're also the worst Ford GT in this race.
So yeah, there you can see 52 seconds for them. Back onto the racetrack they come. Jonathan Boutel doing a double stint behind that one. We know who's going to be into that car next. The question is going to be, Rachel, can they actually keep their car going once they get back out of the car? We've got more drivers on pit road down in mid-pack with the JCL Sim Racing car, the WFC chassis car, and also Team GT Green.
Indeed, and the real fight now is in that GT field, of course. Very close on track. A lot of cars running pretty close together. Team Tortoise right on the rear bumper there, the Mad Cow Racing Daisy car. That could be an interesting battle.
Yeah, indeed. As they can see, Lewis Goodway coming out of pit road in the WFC chassis car. He will come out ahead of that JCL Sim Racing car of Alexander Shodor as they come back out onto the racetrack themselves. We're going to run through your full rundown of your field in a couple of moments' time. Our biggest battle that we've got going on, this has been one that's gone on pretty much all race long. It's between the Petronas Racing Team car, who's actually onto pit road right now, Randy, but they were battling for a moment there with Michael Schreier in that number 230 car. As we have a look actually at the number 230 machine, as he now overtakes and he's away in that Synergy Sim Racing 230 car, although about to be put a lap down by Virgil Racing.
Yep, part of the ebb and flow that you see from the different fuel strategies. Obviously that looked like a close battle, and then they pit, and suddenly they're separated by about half a lap. It confuses us sometimes, don't it?
It does. As they can see, you've got Jean Sutter behind the wheel now of that Petronas Racing Team car. So he's going to complete his service in just a moment's time. 16.8 seconds. He's been on pit road for, and they can see our pit time will update itself in a moment as he gets ready to leave pit road. Longest stop, 31.3 seconds as he comes back out onto the racetrack there. Let's have a look at him coming out of pit road. You can see he's past that pit limiter speed point, heading himself now down on the inside of turn, outside even of turn one. Be careful, there's no drivers around. He's got perfect track position. He's back out onto the racetrack. So then,
next in the pit lane.
Yeah, and they have gone longer than anyone else, pretty much all race long here. And they have been able to, again, go past the hour mark as far as a run goes. And they can see they're onto pit road. You also got Tom Eric Vol on pit road right now in that number 13 car. Be interesting to see whether William Levesque is going to stay in that car. As he is currently working himself on pit road. They can see the pit stop timer for him in that McLaren number 99 machine. And, well, it looks as though for the time being, he's going to get out. And Simon Kittel going to get behind the wheel of that one, Randy.
Yeah, I was sitting there. It took a little bit for him to get out of the car. I was wondering if he was going to be the crazy Canadian anime addict that we all know him as and run a quad stint. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, and
having one driver run a third of the race.
Well, here's the thing. Is that can Simon Kittel keep up that fuel mileage that Levesque's been able to do?
That's a very good question. They might have it on the lower fuel trim. However, looking at Levesque's lap times, I find that hard to believe. He's a little slower than some of the... Actually, I say he's a little slower. I think he's at the fastest lap of the race thus far with a 59.8, but a 1:59.8. And so I doubt that. But like you said, he's had absolutely fantastic fuel mileage. Will Simon be able to keep that up? Probably not, because I think that's one of Levesque's personal talents, being able to run those fuel numbers that he's able to run. But Simon is very quick and he's very, very consistent. So if he can just do that, they're still looking in pretty good shape here as a potential option to win this race.
Yeah, as they can see, they're back out onto the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, then let's run you through your field as it stands over just 3 hours of racing. Scored complete here in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. So then we'll start off by having a look at your prototype field. And there you can see it's currently Virtual Racing leading the way by 52 seconds over Friction Racing. For those of you who are just joining us, about an hour ago now, Friction Racing involved in a big incident. They got involved with the TNT racing car. They got involved themselves with Ryan Terpstra and also one of the Vortex sim racing cars. So they are currently down and out, but we'll be interested to see what they can do in the next 8 hours and 52 minutes worth of racing. Radicals Online running in third. They've had themselves a slow day so far. They tried working on a different strategy. It's not really worked out for them. And I'm interested to see whether or not they'll be sticking to that one over the course of this coming stint, or whether they're going to throw that one away and try and get themselves back into the game. You've got yourself the Bastonati Racing Team. They are in 4th place with STC Motorsports in P number 5. Then Synergy Sim Racing in the 6th position. Dayco M Sports Sebring 12 Hour in 7th. Trainers Racing Team in 8th, Team 7 IB, Clacy Webb in 9th, and then TNTRacing.com P2, rounding out your top 10. There are 10 drivers who run here today in your prototype division, and then we head ourselves on back then to your GT field, and it's Virtual Racing also leading the way in your GT division, with Kimi leading the way in that 03 car by 7.8 seconds over Jorn Jens. That gap did come down when we had ourselves the driver of Klaus Kivikas behind the wheel, but now it's kind of stabilised at about 8 seconds for the time being. Inex Racing Red currently running in third, Falcon GP in the 4th position. Then you've got Team Kimo Suerman in P5, Vivano Thrustmaster X Team in 6th, Core Motorsports in 7th, ISR in 8th, Mad Cow Racing Daisy in 9th, and then the Pure Racing Team rounding out your top 10. Heading on back is Time Racing Club in 11th, with the WFC chassis car in 12th, JCL Sim Racing in 13th, Vortex Sim Racing, New World Sim Sport Moonshine, Team GT Green, Shark Motorsports, Velocidaddy, Team Endurance, Hellenic Racing Team, and CTC Racing rounding out your top 20. And then, have a look back, it is P21 for the New World Sim Sport 4 GT, Team Tortoise Team 22nd, and Grip TV in the 23rd spot, Team Charlie Red 24th, Trinity Motorsports. Actually, just have added pass between Team Charlie and Grip TV. You can see that one there on your result. Parsef Racing, GT Temple Racing, NeoGaf, Shark Motorsports, and CTC Racing rounding out your top 30. And then all the way back on a page by themselves, it's a gathering of tweakers. Baslov behind the wheel, that one. They were involved in an incident in a very early go, and they're 22 laps down overall. And then Inex Racing Blue with PJ Sturgis, they are officially classified as out of the race. So let's look at your race recap here on RaceSpot TV, as we've got ourselves 8 hours 50 minutes to go, and now still plenty of racing to go in this race, and I'm interested to have a look at the last lap times, where 2 tenths of a second faster was Jorn Jens, Rachel, compared to that driver of Kimi Esinyemi in that 03 machine.
It was indeed, and of course that's going to be a real factor for them right now. Of course, Rosselli, it's definitely still got some pace up there, and Asanemi, well, wrong class I was looking at there, but yeah, Virtual Racing, definitely good performance right now. They've pretty much led from the green flag. We know Commander are fast, Jorn Jens is quick, but it's going to be an interesting one to see.
It will be, as you can see the gap, currently 7.2 seconds as they head them. He heads himself out of the turn number 7. Once again, that is the Vortex Sim Racing car. You can see there in your shot as well. And it's still currently Cole Guez behind the wheel of that one. They can see him running himself in the 14th position right now. That's why there's a lap down off the pace. But one of the interesting things, Rachel, is that we had a lot of these drivers being able to stay on the lead lap for a good 3 hours into this event. The GT field is starting to get himself a little bit more spread out. But you still got yourselves about 11, 12 drivers scored in the lead lap.
We do indeed, and of course that means it's going to be a very challenging race for them right now. But it's still a lot to play for.
Tom Ward, Conor Labate separated by 0.2 of a second right now. As you can see, this is the battle for P3 and P4. Now, of course, Friction Racing are getting themselves towards the end of a pit run, as they can see. Tom Ward running along board with him. As you can see, he's going to have to get himself around that mad cow racing machine as they head themselves down through Big Ben, down towards turn number 7 again. They'll look on board then with Tom Ward, and you can see he's going to be very close. And this is the corner where they had that incident, of course, earlier on in that race, and they're still being aggressive. We're in a side-by-side with that Spark Racing car as they head themselves now down towards Cunningham Corner, turn number 10. As we go back on board then with that Friction Racing car all over the curbs, being ultra aggressive there, losing himself a couple of attempts for a second though to that number 24 machine as they come down into Tower Corner, turn number 12 right now. And well, that is the closest battle that we have got going on in your prototype division, but of course they are on 2 different strategies. Tom Ward will be on pit road very soon. I'm just actually having a look to see the stint lengths for these drivers, and of course Tom Ward, he was on a slightly different run. In fact, actually I do think that he's recently just actually made a pit stop, so I do take that one back. There's only 2 stints in here. As you can see there, we go back on board. He's right on the rear as they head themselves down toward turn number 17. He's going to think about putting it down to the inside. He will go down to the inside, and it looks like he's going to clearly get that pass into Sunset Bend. As you can see, that driver right behind him now losing a position, and Battle Racing now down into the 4th position on the racetrack. So Friction Racing upper position now, back into the podium spot once again, but still classified as well down the field as that number 24 car. Look back down to the inside, down in towards that first corner. But, well, you can see the gap to the race lead. It's 105 seconds, 105 seconds right now. That is about 1 minute 40, 1 minute 45 right now. So, still a lot of work then to do for Friction Racing in that battle for your class race lead. A little bit further down, let's go back and have a look in your GT field. You've got yourself Simo Lappinen in the new World Team Sport Moonshine car, battling it out with Team GT as they come down in towards Le Mans once again. Looks like that Team GT car is going to think about looking down to the inside as they come down side by side in towards turn number 17 once again. And Team GT looking inside, they're going to make this one easy. Down into turn 17 they come. They're going to push a little bit wide. Not too much of an incident. Now maybe that new World Team Sport car might just be able to get himself a little bit of a run on the exit of the corner. As they can see, down towards turn 1 they come. But Rachel don't think they're going to be quite close enough. That will be Team GT now into the top 15 in your GT field.
It will indeed. That new World Sim Sport McLaren's going to be losing a place, well, time shortly as that Radicals car comes past. But so will Team GT into the same corner, so things could stay pretty even here. We know that Team GT Green, of course, oh, looking down the inside there for the Moonshine car. Not going to make that stick, though. That was nearly a problem.
It was down in towards turn number 3. We talked about the passing opportunities before, and well, turn number 3 isn't really one of them. You would do it in prototypes, but you might not do it as much in your GT field. As you can have a look then, that is the ongoing battle for P15 and P16 in your GT field. Back then to have a look, as you can see, ongoing battle here down towards turn number 1. That is Tom Ward, and you can see that they're struggling under braking a little bit. And I think this might be a consequence of that damage a little bit earlier on, Rachel. But that number 24 team came very hot into turn number 1, had to get out of the gas and lost themselves almost a second. But of course now, Friction Racing under traffic, and have to be careful on the exit of turn number 5, working themselves through Big Ben. They do get themselves past that traffic, but it cost them in exchange about 3 attempts themselves.
It did indeed, and it's going to be one of those factors. Traffic will gain and lose you time well, so they just have to make sure they catch it at the right opportunity, and that will do it. But, you know, if they'll lose some time here, the competitors will lose it elsewhere.
Yeah, and let's go back and have a look then from on board Carlo Labatti as he's working himself down in towards Cunningham once again. You can see the traffic still coming into play for Friction Racing, and you've got to think that, Labatti having to slow well down there. I was on the exit of Collier Corner. That was due to the fact that there was that total machine. They're running well down the field in your GT division. But Labatti had to pretty much come to a grinding halt there. Lost himself all forms of momentum as they work themselves now down through Bishop's Corner, down into 15 once again. And Labatti again going to have to struggle to find himself past from that traffic. It's cost himself a second on this stage of the lap as well. And it is going to be even worse because I'm not quite sure he's going to get past all this traffic before they get down into Sunset Bend. So that will cost him maybe another second. And finally allow the chance, Rachel, for Friction Racing to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they will indeed, and Friction need that sigh of relief right now. Things have been getting pretty tight for them at the moment, but still a lot to gain.
Down on the exit of turn number 17 once again then, and you can see just 2 seconds now. That gap is up to 2.3 seconds, so that is 2 seconds lost in the space of 1 lap for that number 24 car. It shows this is endurance racing at its very best. You've got to be patient, you've got to stick with it all race long. Having a look down into your GT field once again, and let's go back and check out the gap going on between Team GT Green and New World Sport Nimshine. That is still settling at about 1.1 second. A little bit further back, you have got yourself Andy Purrs in the Hellenic Racing Team car, kind of chaps up to the rear of the Velocidade machine. That's about for P number 18 and P19 as those guys continue to battle it out. And they're trying to give themselves a little bit of time for the Hellenic Racing Team. We talked earlier about how they are much improved, what we've been seeing from them in the last year. So they are still going for it. Andy Purrs behind the wheel of that one, just working himself past a little bit of lap traffic there in that number 84 machine as they head themselves down in towards Bishop Corner one more time. And random statistics of the day so far: 105 laps have been scored complete by your race leader in your prototype class. It's been 96 laps we scored complete by your GT field. And you can see there, well, you get a very good indication of what is a very long lap. About 1 minute 50 for your GT field compared to 2 minute 1 for your for 1 minute 50 for your prototype field compared to 2 minute 1 for your GT field. As the overall speed difference between these two sets of cars, and that really translates, Rachel, into about half a second a corner. Realistically though, it's really coming off fast corners down into slow corners that these prototype cars are going to get themselves more of an advantage.
Of course it will be. The added downforce they have and the lack of weight means they get off those slow corners faster than the GT cars, so that's where most of the advantage really is. Of course, there is a top speed advantage. It's not as big as it can be at some other tracks, but of course that is a major factor, speed out the corners. Just going to say though, Will, we just saw that car coming through Bishop Bend. Got to be one of my favourite corners on this track, or corner combinations at least. Double apex, cone marked. It's a lot of fun. Thomas Lorenz on pit road in the Virgil Racing car, and this has been a 2-minute pit stop for them. I'm just going to try and have a look my AL coverage to see. But it's such a long pit stop. Thomas Lorenz here, I can see maybe a little bit of damage to the front of that car, but Virgil Racing have had themselves an incident by the looks of it, some damage to the front end of that car, and Virgil Racing have pretty much thrown this race away. Let's see if we can find ourselves a replay of this one. I'm not quite sure what was happening here, but Virgil Racing have been involved in an incident. They have lost the race lead here, and this is just incredible stuff. It was away from our screen, and it was coming down into, oh no, he slams into the rear there of one of the BMWs, brings that car immediately onto pit road, and turn number 17, catching out another driver here. We can only get a little bit of this one. We're trying to get ourselves another look, but another driver being involved in an incident here in your prototype class. And let's try and get ourselves another look. We'll slow it all the way down as they work themselves down in towards Sunset Bend, and we'll try and figure out exactly what happened. But it just seemed to be it came in with a huge head of speed, and that was the MOE car, I think, there, getting ourselves a look. Yeah, it was the damaged MOE car, and there you can see slamming into the rear, and well, Virgil Racing's day is going to be done for the time being. They are falling down timing and scoring. They are still on pit road by the looks of it. There's no one in that car right now, and well, it is game over for the time being for Virgil Racing from the race lead, and that means that from nowhere, the Radicals Online car are now up into your overall race lead, Rachel. They are indeed, and that's great news there for Friction as well, because they're now back into an aggregate second place. Terrible tragedy for Virgil Racing. They have dominated this race so far, and it's awful to see them lose it. They had so much pace, it was incredible. But, this is racing, them's the brakes.
Yeah, and there you can see the Radicals Online machine currently scored in your race lead, and the gap between themselves and Friction Racing, 45 seconds, and that is manageable, especially as we know that Radicals and Friction have had themselves, well, I'm going to call it historic battles over the course of the last couple of months, Rachel. We've got ourselves a race in our hands, but I think the one team that we can't discount is that one running in P3. Carlo Labate behind the wheel at number 24 car, keeping in contact with Friction Racing. Just 5 seconds of gap between those two drivers, and yes, Labate has fallen off in the last 5 laps or so, but I think that it's still a very good race, and I think this one will shrink down and be close together again.
Agreed, and we've seen him in the lead. The I'll say that one again. Abandonati racing team car has had great pace. They have led this race, they have led laps, and not just in pit sequence, they've been at the top front, they've been fighting with the other guys. They are a definite contender, and if Friction have another issue, in fact they are gaining on Friction actually. Their last lap for the Abandonati team was a 53.9. Friction was 52, so yeah, not the other way around at the moment, but they've been there. They're only 4 seconds back, and they could put themselves into the window if they wanted to.
Yep, and just to give you an update, Johansson now down into 8th place in class. So another big moment then in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Having a look down, this is a battle for P number 4, P number 5 in your GT class. Falcon GP number 76 and Marcel Wieners currently scored in that 4th place. Team Kuro Silverman in P number 5 now. Last time by, let's have a look at the lap times for these two drivers. It was a 2-minute 2.0 lap for that number 76 Falcon GP car. Timo Surman did himself a 2-minute 1.998. You really have to say that that Falcon GP car has fallen off the pace ever since Kei Kashuba's gotten out of that car. So that's going to be one that you've really got to pay attention to over the remaining stages of this race. Who is it that is going to be running in these cars, and can they maintain pace over a long run? Because Rachel, I have to say that Marcel just hasn't really been able to keep that pace of Kashuba, and especially the fact that he's done a couple of stints now, he does seem to be dropping off his lap times a little bit.
He does indeed, and that's going to be really interesting to find out what happens with that one. It's a tough call, really. Those cars, this is really the longest part of the race for them. We're in that middle stint. It's very easy to lose concentration here and make those mistakes that will cost you all that time. Well,
this is the driver running themselves in last of the runners so far. 31st place in your GT field. It is Baslob in the number 19, gathering or tweakers, hashtag RW car. Of course, they've been involved in a couple of incidents here today. They had one in the very early going when they got themselves involved in a little bit of contact with the concrete wall on the outside of turn, inside even of turn number 16, just on the exit of the corner. And of course, we saw just about 10 minutes ago now the Virgil racing car making contact with them down at Sunset Bend. So basically, the southern end of the racetrack hasn't been good today for that MOE car. As just confirmation there, we did see a moment or so ago someone trying to get behind the wheel of that Virgil racing car. It was Marcus Johansson. As we just cycle our camera background to have a look at him, you can see there's still no one in that car. So Johansson got in. Looks like they're still trying to get some damage repairs to that one. So we'll keep your eyes updated on the Virgil racing situation throughout the course of this event. But there you can see a wonderful look at the cars heading themselves down towards turn number 1. It's so nice to just sit here and just listen to the cars as they head themselves down into that first corner. Absolutely incredible scenes and sights here at Sebring. And we talked earlier on about how this track is such an old one. It's only changed a couple of times in its entire history, Rachel, and we talked about how it's not been tilkified like some other ones, and it's got a lot of that character it still has from back in the day.
It does indeed, and that's one of the things I said I loved about the track earlier, Will. It's organic. Yes, it's a man-made course on an airfield, but it feels right. It has a flow to it. It has consequence, more importantly. Very difficult these days for racing tracks to have safe consequence, of course, because we don't want cars hitting walls, but it's difficult. If you make a mistake, you'll pay for it at Sebring. But usually you'll make those mistakes in slow speed areas where the impacts aren't going to be too high. And it has a very organic feel to the track. Couple that with the street course feel, and it's a very unique experience.
Oh yeah, it is. Of course, it was open in 1950. They currently owned by the Panzers Motorsports Group, who acquired it back in 1997. Now, this is technically the 6th different variation of this racetrack. The main one that you used to use, you know, it does look a bit like this one that was used from 1952 to 1966. Variations, you know, it's not really changed that much over time. It's just gotten himself a little bit shorter, more than anything else, from what was once a 5.838 mile racetrack down to what we currently have, which has been used since 1999, which is about 3.74 miles, which is 6 kilometers and then 0.02. So somewhere along the line, someone forgot to measure something, because I'm sure they wanted it to be exactly 6 kilometers in length, but they couldn't quite do it. So having a look there at that third place prototype driver, which is a Baton Racing. Just confirmation, by the way, that there is no one behind the wheel of that number 88 car. It's been pushed behind the wall. Looks as though their day may well be done. They may well fall to the last place in your prototype class, and joining a very small group of drivers currently classified as out of this race. Only our next Racing Blue have going to be failed to finish as it stands. Back up though, Marcel Wieners versus Kimmo Surman. This one's going on again. Kimmo Surman putting that pressure on to that rear, and is 0.6 of a second faster last time by compared to Wieners. Surman does a 2:01.164.
He does indeed, and well, that's a reasonable lap time there from him, which is, well, currently on pace at the front of that field, so still lead lap. In a good position right now. Falcon GP's lap was, yeah, about 6 cents slower, so definitely gaining on them. In fact, they're in the same sort of field of traffic right now, so we could have a pass in our hands.
Yeah, this could be interesting. As you can see there, prototype driver just thinking about moving himself past. That is not that driver. You can see our screen. We'll search our camera around. It is this driver. There you can see him. It's Kurt Sternberg in the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour machine. Number 147 car, just working himself past those little bits of traffic. Not much there that could be gained by Kimmo Surman. The gap is still 1 second, thereabouts. Although in the battle for the race lead, it is still going on. Virgil Racing GT3 versus Forasa Coanda Simsport. The gap is 6 seconds. It's actually about 5.5 seconds. Now, Rachel, after what's happened to Virgil Racing's prototype car, do you think that the team got onto the radio to Kimmy and said, look, we want you to finish this race first. Don't push it too hard. Don't do anything silly, because we've lost our prototype team.
Exactly, and what we know, Virgil are dominant in that GT class well, so they've always been very good runners. It's inconceivable to see that GT team making a mistake. They do tend to be a little, well, it's harder for the GT drivers to run into prototypes, although would have loved to have said that before the friction car was run into by a GT car, but they tend to be the safer class in terms of running around traffic. As long as they can get out of the way of the prototypes, they're fine. And we know Virgil are very good at that. They're good at being lapped and keeping speed up, so I expect that team will do quite well. Unfortunate for their prototype team, things seems to be that they are pretty much done today with that one.
Yeah.
Tragic really for them, but there's still a long way to go for everybody else, and well, Virgil have a lot to defend from. Coanda are not out of the picture.
They're not, and last time by, it was pretty much even Stevens between those two. There you can see a 2:01.456 for Virgil Racing. Now their fastest lap, you know what actually, Rachel, their fastest lap separate is about exactly 5/100ths of a second, so we can have a look there for Ryan Coanda Simsport. Very closely separated between those two drivers right now. Jorn Jens, he's heading himself out of Sunset Bend. I did notice just a little bit, the tiniest amount of crumpling to the front end of that And1 design car. And it's just got a slightest amount of contact. Now again, front end of the car, that's not going to be too much, but they have got to be careful. They don't want to get themselves any more hits, especially, as we know, on the side of the car.
Well, certainly, and that's exactly why you don't need to take damage in this car. It's a very critical element of the vehicle's downforce generation, and well, the side pods do tend to get damaged in those impacts. It's very fragile when you compare it to the big hulking tanks in the GT field.
Yep, and well, let's run through the drivers classified as officially out of the race. This is the Onyx Racing Blue. We classified down in the 32nd place overall. They got themselves involved in an incident with the Mad Cow car a little bit earlier on in this event. They are classified officially as out. It looks as though that the Virgil Racing car, they have decided to stop repairing that car for the time being. They are also officially classified as out. We've lost one driver in your prototype field. We've lost one driver in your GT field. Although that isn't the full story. This is the TNT Racing P2 car. Scott McIntyre behind the wheel of that one. They were
Will,
involved...
going to stop you. Very, very hairy moment right now with Falcon and Radical's prototype car running through the first 1, 2, 3 sector, nearly in a GT sandwich there between some of those cars.
Yeah, and there is Anthony Rosselli. We'll get ourselves a replay of that one for you. So let's have a look. So this is down in towards turn number 1. And here we go, down into turn number 1. Here you can see Kimo Sermon. And you can see very, very close there, down in towards turn number 3. And mighty close. And actually having to take onto the curb there, down in the middle. And these two drivers, of course, are battling for position. And Anthony Rosselli luckily able to get through that one without incident. Getting himself a bit of a wiggle on, though. Gesticulating to the driver as they work themselves through Big Ben, turn number 6. It's just like, you know what, can you just not let me, have a line? Then you guys can carry on your battle once again. But this, of course, is a battle which we know has been going on quite intensely between these two drivers. It's Marcel Wieners and Team Kimo Sermon. That is the battle for P number 4 and P number 5 in your GT division. Of course, though, we were talking about a moment ago, Scott McIntyre, TNT Racing car. They were involved in the incident with Falcon Racing earlier on. They had to bring their car onto pit road. And they got themselves a lot more damage than Falcon GP due to the fact that they got themselves, they tried to work themselves around the outside of the corner, Rachel. And then they had themselves the Vortex Sim Racing GT car who came in. And I honestly think that driver, Okoguez, when he came into that corner, didn't realise until the last moment. He tried to avoid it. And then by that point, the TNT Racing car was pretty much 45 degrees perpendicular to the corner. Tried to squeeze past, and it just wasn't really enough room.
No, there wasn't, Will. And speaking of issues of squeezing past people, I'm sitting here with Thomas Arans. Thomas, hi. Hi. Well, obviously your car is in pretty poor straits at the moment. Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, I can. I just had a massive brain fart going into the last turn. I'm sorry for the gathering of Twicker's car. I hit in the back. I just totally misjudged the speed difference between the HPD and the GT3, and I had nowhere to go. He was in the middle of the track, and I ran into his back.
Well, that's really unfortunate for you guys. Do you know if you're going to be able to get that car repaired and back out on track, or is this pretty much game over?
No, we're gonna call it a day, because the repairs will take around 8 minutes, and the optional repairs even a lot longer. So we're gonna have to wait and see if the GT3 guys from our team can do something magnificent.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for you guys, and hopefully your GT team have a much stronger outing. Thanks, Thomas.
Alright, thank you very much.
Absolutely unfortunate day for Virgil Racing's prototype division. Of course, they have still got themselves a car leading the way in your GT division. 8 hours, 26 minutes left to go of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. As there's a look at your new race leader and prototypes, Anthony Rosselli here. He has led now 9 laps in this event. And, well, you want your sad statistic of the day, Rachel? Exactly 100 laps were led by Virgil Racing here today before they pulled it off at the side of the racetrack.
They were indeed, and they really were dominant. Totally outperformed everybody else. It's just so sad to see this.
Well, we'd like to welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, it's the birthday boy. The birthday boy. Mr. Paul Smith, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you again. What have you been doing to the field when I've been away? I go away to have a bite to eat, and the leader ends up out of the race.
Well,
we've been strategically dropping large ICBMs from orbit onto cars doing well.
Yep, we have actually had a full official curse of the commentator today. That's for Friction Racing car down into turn number 7. Just as we were talking about how close they were to the rear of Virgil Racing. Kabam! As you can see, the Simpit car, the SDC machine, heading himself out of pit road. And Graham Carroll behind the wheel of him. And don't forget, you can see him on Monday nights, ladies and gentlemen. Monday Night Skippies here on RaceSpot TV with you pretty much all season long. And we did do a very bad rendition of the anthem at the end of the last race. We do apologise. But still, yeah, so Paul, we've still got ourselves a couple of battles going on. I think the most entertaining one right now is that ongoing battle for the lead of your GT division. And I just want to cycle this camera around, hopefully in a moment's time. I'm not sure if it was a bad camera angle, or whether the fact that the Virgil Racing car, indeed he has got a little bit of damage, front driver's right damage to that Virgil Racing car.
Yeah, it does appear to have just a little bit of damage. Hopefully it won't affect them too much, but I was just thinking while we were away that all these cars that are gathering little bits of damage, it'll be starting to affect the cars as they go on further and further into the race, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects things as we get towards the end to see whether they're working the tyres a bit more due to aero damage, whether it'll affect them having to make an extra stop.
As we've got ourselves Marco Gabriel Nessi back behind the wheel of that number 24 Makar, revving that engine, getting himself ready to come back out onto the racetrack. 32.5 second stop there for him as he works himself back out onto this 6.2 kilometre racetrack that is known as Sebring International Raceway. So they come back out and yeah, into another pit sequence. And well, the point that you're just making there, Paul, it's going to come down to things like tyre wear and tyre balance over the course of a run, especially if you're someone like Nessie who's just got back into the car. You know, they've been out for a couple of hours. They expect to know how it is to drive, but they're not going to be able to necessarily be able to fine tune it. So those first couple of laps are going to be explorational. Yeah,
you're going to be feeling your way around, just trying to get back into the swing of things if you've just jumped back into the car after having a stint off out the car. So you're going to get the feelers, and then once it only takes a lap or so, and then you're back into the swing of things, and you should be hitting your marks.
I thought you were going to quote take that at me for a minute. It only takes a minute. I was like, no, we can't do that. We're only in a couple of hours into this race. But there you can have a look. Friction Racing cars. You can see your top 8 in your prototype class. In fact, the only 2 drivers that you can't see on that one is Scott McIntyre in that TNT Racing car, and then the driver classified out of the race, Virgil Racing. And here you can see a look at your top drivers in your GT class. It's still Virgil Racing leading the way from the driver of Jorn Jens for Commander Simsport. I am still intrigued, Rachel, to see though the fact that Simon Cattell is only classified as 38.1, actually about 45 seconds behind your race leader in GT. And we know that at this stage of the race they can do a stint less than the 2 drivers ahead of them.
They can indeed, and that'll be very critical later on, but it's going to be tough to see exactly how well that plays out in about 9 hours.
Yes, 8 hours 21. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Oh, good. Oh, no, we have a bit longer, don't we?
Oh, yes, because of course, when we get to the end of the race, Paul, us in the United Kingdom, we go forward an hour. So this really is the 13 hours of Sebring in the Her Majesty's United Kingdom.
Absolutely.
It is indeed.
The home of time, the United Kingdom, we do move the clocks forward, so yeah, it's 13 hours for us, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you want to look at it.
You know
You
what?
get a longer birthday, so perfect for you.
No, it's an hour after. Yeah.
No, it's after midnight, yeah, so I've just got the standard 24-hour
Your birthday isn't
birthday.
over until you go to sleep.
Yes. But the thing on that one is I have never actually listened to the talking clock flick it over. So we might have to do that one. Because we'll have ourselves about 20 minutes of the race at that point. In fact, we'll have exactly 20 minutes of the race at that point. So I think as a special birthday treat to you, Paul, we'll play the talking clock at the end of the race to signify time moving forward.
I feel so honoured, Will.
You'll feel so old. Time will have moved forward just for you.
Paul Ilbrinks.
Don't mind me.
Paul Ilbrinks behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. 31.1 second pit stop they have just made, which means that Tom Ward is now behind the wheel. And what is it with Radical cars coming out into traffic, Rachel?
They like to be a bit radical on that pit strategy. They just seem to come out when they come out, and it seems that team really isn't perhaps watching the field and timing to work out where they'll come out. So you think that might be something that someone like the Radicals will have managed to grasp by now?
Daniel Alencar on pit road wants us to do a happy birthday song, so we'll do that one when we get to the 8-hour mark. I need to stretch those vocal cords a little bit further first and put on my Frank
With a
Sinatra
whispery
suit.
Marilyn Monroe, happy birthday, Mr. Smith.
Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it.
This is so disturbing.
In fact, what we'll do is we'll have ourselves a competition, and you can either vote Rachel or vote Will as to who does the better performance. So we'll get that one up in a couple of moments' time here on RaceSpot TV.
Hashtag iRacing 12H.
Yes.
Yes.
There you can see ongoing battle going on right now between Petronas Racing Team, Dayco M Sport, Sebring 12 Hour. Well, I swear there's a piece of string between these 2 cars, and the Dayco car is actually pulling the Petronas Racing Team car around the racetrack because they are basically separated by a second the entire race long, Paul.
It's been great that these 2 teams have been so close on pace and able to keep together, but it just seems that the Petronas car just seems to not be able to get past them. just on pure pace. So maybe the strategy will work out in the long run.
Indeed. We will definitely have to keep an eye out on that one, because I think it's going to be very, very close, I think. And it will almost come down to, where they come down to the final stop, who will pit first out of them, who will pit second out of them. Just one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, is that we currently have 3,992 subscribers. So if you want us to sing happy birthday to Paul Smith and you haven't already subscribed to RaceSpot TV, you've got 18 minutes and 44 seconds to subscribe to RaceSpot TV. This is how you do viral marketing, Rachel, alright?
It is indeed.
Will, do you want people to actually subscribe to it? Because I don't know if they'll want to hear you singing.
Well,
Hey, you didn't hear the American National Anthem we did on Monday Night Skippies. It was amazing. Me, Will and Randy, the worst rendition or the best of the American National Anthem.
Yes, Lee and Tan are back behind the wheel of the Synergy Sim Racing 230 cars. The TNT racing car is coming back in front of the wall, shall we say. Interesting point, by the way, Rachel. The other driver in that Synergy Sim Racing team car has a surname called Schreier. Would you like to know what my middle name is?
Schreier?
Yeah, it's the first ever person I've ever seen in the history of the universe ever with the same surname as I have my middle name.
Well, that's impressive. I always thought your middle name was Hipster.
Come on, come on. Just because. I
thought you sat around reading the phone book trying to find somebody with that name.
Well, that is what I do on Sunday afternoons. I mean, if there's no racing on, that is exactly what I have to do. I mean, I've actually got a commercial that we are going to make one day, actually. For what happens when Will Vincent has no racing to watch. We recorded
To be
it
fair,
when-
considering how American you are, Will, I'm surprised you're not Will Cletus Vincent.
Cletus is in the Fox Sports Robots.
Or
ladies and
Will
gentlemen.
Chad Vincent.
Yes. Or Junior.
Yeah.
Or Cletus from The Simpsons.
Yes.
One of the three.
But there you can see,
Will Cletus Junior Vincent, there we go.
we've got ourselves Anthony Seminario behind the wheel now, the Virgil Racing GT3 car. It'll be interesting to see how long this pit stop is going to be. Mainly because I'm wondering if they're going to try and get a little bit of that damage repaired. 52.4 seconds, actually. Put a quick stop there for the Virgil Racing GT car as it's going to head itself back out onto the racetrack. So there you are, the Virgil Racing GT car making himself another pit stop. Now Jon Jens goes into the lead of that one. And actually, that pit stop time, Paul, exactly the same as what Coanda's last pit stop time was.
Yes, obviously opting not to make any repairs if they indeed needed any. They're obviously feeling that the car is going straight and going fast, which is the two things that you need.
Well, there you can see then Jon Jens. So you notice that was one lap. We need to figure out now how many more laps Coanda Simsport are going to be able to do on this stint compared to Virgil Racing. Because I did say a little bit earlier on that Coanda were kind of close as far as it went. But I do think that there's still a lot of work that Coanda needs to do as far as strategy goes. The ones in the best situation really are the Inex Racing Team car. We were talking earlier on, Paul, about the fact that William Levesque, you know, he is a master of saving fuel. We need to hope now that Simon Cattell can do exactly the same thing. And it comes down to downforce. And actually, one of the things about Inex Racing that I always allude to in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series is that they are famous for running low downforce setup cars, which means that they historically used to just be able to breeze past people at tracks like Indianapolis in that race because they had more straight line speed than anyone. I think they've done the same thing here. And we need to see how fast they are in a straight line. We'll actually get a look at that one down in towards turn number 1. We'll compare that with what the other guys are doing. As you can see, working himself now past the front straightaway, hitting himself at about a top speed of 240 kilometers an hour, coming down towards turn number 1. We can compare that to the other drivers when they come down to turn number 1, and that should give us a bit of an indication of exactly how much downforce that McLaren's running.
Yeah, absolutely. 240. Write that down, because I won't remember. It's interesting to see how long Coanda go. I mean, they're still out there now. They've done 22 laps on this stint, so they'll be coming close to getting a pit stop shortly.
Yeah, there you can see there, Virgil Racing coming down in towards turn number 1, and it's a top speed 237. So there's a little bit of downforce difference. Of course, this isn't going to be the most accurate thing that we've ever done, though, Paul, because of the fact that we've had ourselves, well, we've got 3 different cars in the mix right now. We've got ourselves a BMW, we've got ourselves a Roof, and we've got ourselves a McLaren. And there are naturally just a couple of differences between all of these, as we can see now, Jon Jens working himself down Sunset Bend.
Yeah, it certainly mixes things up with having the three cars, different cars there, and they're all running pretty close as well in terms of pace. So it's great to see that, to see such close racing in such a long. I mean, we're what 3 God, I can't speak now.
3
3
3/4.
That's
Yes.
the one. 3 3/4 hours in, and there's what about 50 seconds between the top three?
Yes.
So
it's close.
In fact, it's there's less than a minute between the top 5 in the GT class, so it really is. It's interesting to see how this pans out over the race.
Now, Commander, they did 241 kilometres an hour down to turn 1, but they did have a draft. So we'll have a look to see the next time they work themselves past start finish line. Got ourselves a close battle going on right now. Alexander Voss closing up to the rear of that car, and Marcel Wiemers coming down in towards Sunset Bend. Core Motorsport's going to move themselves up into P number 4, or are they? Into Sunset Bend they go, and a little bit of bump drafting then going on for that driver of Wiemers as they head themselves out of the corner. He wasn't too happy with that when he pushes wide and into the wall there, and it looks as though that could be all over for, in just a heartbreak moment there for Falcon GP. That is what happens there, Rachel, if you get aggressive for even 1 second.
Oh, that's terrible, Will, and that's exactly what happens. Really, what they did not need to have happen to that car at this point in time, but that's frustration, a little bit of pressure building up, and well, these things happen.
Yeah, let's get ourselves another look at that one, because you can see a little bit of bump drafting going on between that number 33 car and that number 76 car, and then it kind of upset the line of that number 76 car. So they work themselves out of the corner. You can see just going to touch the grass here, scrape along a little bit like Will Power back in IndyCar a couple of years back. And there's a dip as well, actually. I just noticed that, Paul, between the track and the grass. And the second he got into that dip, that car was almost beached on that grass, brushing it along the wall. And then a bit like at Phoenix International Raceway, the pit wall kind of juts out, and then all of a sudden it was game over. He's got himself a little bit of damage now, and I've got to expect him to come onto pit road this time by.
It wasn't the heaviest hit you'll ever see. I mean, yeah, that bump does draw you into that wall. I found that out on Tuesday night with the touring cars, but it's not the worst hit I've ever seen on that wall, but it certainly caused a bit of damage on that front left.
Yeah, he had 2 wheels up in the air as well. As you can see, I think our camera angle will change just as he scrapes along the edge of that wall. But, well, Marcel Wiemers, that is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, if you get a little bit too aggressive. And we'll have to have a look to see whether that Falcon GP car has got enough to be able to carry on going. He has dropped back substantially on this lap, and there you can see the front end damage. If you have a look back on board of him, that is what happens if you just push a little bit too hard. A little bit of bump drafting. Bump drafting is bad, okay? As you can see, Falcon GP working himself now down to. I do expect him to come. No, he's going to stay out. Well, I think the reason here will be, Rachel, because of the fact that they are close to their fuel number. They can do a couple of laps here. They were 2 seconds off the pace at last time by, but in the long haul of things, they might as well just push on for the next 10 minutes, get to that fuel window, then come in. They'll lose a net less time overall.
Yeah, of course, and the damage might not be severe. It could be time lost because of the upset on that track, so they'll have to see what it does really over a fuel stint. So they'll have to decide whether they want to come in and repair some of that.
Tom Ward, Paul Ilbrink, 3.3 seconds right now. This is getting interesting again, of course. Different strategies going on, but I think it'll be a statement if Friction can catch and pass Radicals online. They want to be within a pit stop window, I think, of Radicals, because they still think that they'll probably be on the same number of stops overall, Paul. I've been doing the math in my head, and I think that they each have to make the same number of stops here. So overall, this is kind of a battle for position.
It is a kind of battle for position. I just want to point out that the Petronas car has finally got past the Deco car for position, so they've moved up to 5th now, so that's good work from them. But yeah, the Friction Racing car and the Radicals car, they're not too far apart, so it's starting to get a bit tense again. We're finally getting a bit of a mix of the strategies. It's now bringing people back together in this race.
Yep, and there you can see a look at that Petronas car down in towards turn number 1. So let's having look further forward, and let's have a look at Paul Ilbrink versus Tom Ward once again as they come down in towards this is turn 7 and 8. They can see the Radicals Online car. His last lap was a 1 minute 51.242. It's a 152.7 actually for Warm. Getting himself up in a little bit of traffic, Rachel.
He is indeed, and that could be critical for this race right now, of course. That will mean he's going to have to be slower than he probably wants to be and just work his way around that stuff. Just been looking at Falcon GP though, Will. That car, the damage doesn't actually look that heavy. I think they might be okay.
Yeah, they're just about going to get away with that one, I think. And actually, let's go back and have a look at their last lap time. It was a 2:02.2. That's 2 seconds off their fastest lap of the race. However, of course, they are late on into a fuel stop. So there's going to be fuel.
There is actually more severe damage on their front right than the left side that hit the wall. So they were already nursing something.
Yes, as we can see that one actually. If we have a look back on board, yeah, Rachel, it's time to get the Epic pen back out.
It is. Get circling that stuff.
Yeah, let's have a look then on board of Marcel Wieners, and you can see that you're supposed to have, it should be kind of narrow. You can just see a little bit of damage on the front end of that car. As we look on board, you're looking pretty much there. We have got ourselves another shot we can potentially show you.
Will, the digital cowboy, wrangling cars with his pen.
Yeah, as you can see there, we'll get ourselves a look. You see the front end of that car there, you've got ourselves a bit of an issue. There you've got yourself a little bit of an issue as well. I'm not going to draw the connecting bit there, don't worry ladies and gentlemen. But Falcon GP, number 76 machine, still running themselves in P5, although have lost out 4 seconds to the core motorsport car of Alexander Voss over the last couple of laps, Paul.
Yeah, they certainly have. So yeah, they are nursing that car, but like we say, it's coming to the end of their stint, so they may be able to repair some of that damage in the pit
slow
stop.
car. We have a slow car. The TNT Racing HPD is very slow through turn 1.
Yeah, well, he's had himself every form of issue under the sun here today, so I'm not overtly surprised to see that issue for the TNT Racing car. They are scored in second to last place in class.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, they really are struggling right now.
He lost the back end coming out of turn 1. The back end just got away from him, and luckily he's kept it out the wall. Just lost control onto the grass and recovers it into a nice bit of a gap. So it's lost him a bit of time, but to be honest, with the race that they've been having, they'll be happy to just still be running. Yeah,
let's have a look then on board. We'll slow it down for you, down in towards turn number 1. TNT Racing, Rachel, not the day they would want. And, well, there you can see. Super slow-mo of a driver going literally sideways on the exit of turn number 1. Never want to see that. And a poor cone there just getting thrown up into the air.
Yeah, he did indeed. That's not really what he needed to have in that race. They've had probably one of the worst races of any car still running, so not great for those guys.
You know one thing, though, actually. He was very lucky that that car spun the way it did. I just noticed there, back into that shot, we are going to get ourselves another look at this one, that the Ferraris car, which has currently got Jorn Jens behind the wheel of that one, had that car spun the opposite way. And you so often get that with these prototype cars. They try and counter steer. Then that would have spun right into the path of Jorn Jens. And I remember back in the 24 hours at Daytona, they had themselves some issues with the fact that they had people spinning in their direction.
They did, and obviously it's usually an issue with the fact drivers try to countersteer to deal with that slide. And when you've got the opposite lock-in and the grip starts to return to those tyres, of course, if you don't unwind it fast enough, you can end up going the opposite direction to where you're sliding, and it begins again. And if you're really unlucky, end up beginning a merry dance of left, right, left, right, left, right, all the way down the straight.
Yeah.
Which has happened to me.
Here you can see then, coming through the corner right now. And this is the thing, generally, you'll see drivers, they'll come back that way. Very lucky for the TNT Racing driver to have spun backwards onto the grass. Very, very lucky there. Otherwise, Coanda pretty much would be classified as out of the race. So we actually observed something useful for once, Paul.
Oh, that's almost professional. We can't be having that.
I know.
Not allowed.
No.
You're here to make us sound good. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fortunate they managed to catch that and not hit the wall as well. So all in all, they've got lucky there.
Well, 8 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this race. Petronas Racing Team back onto pit road, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take this opportunity to step aside for a couple of moments, but you won't miss a thing. We're going to take you RaceSpot TV side by side. We will be right back.
What is it about speed? these rivals chase speed because they can, or because they can't help it? IndyCar, the heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. You can see a number of drivers on pit road right now. Team Kimo Surman is making himself a pit stop, 54.4 seconds. You've also got yourself Niels Koch now in pit road, and Garen Ganji behind the wheel of the Inside Sim Racing car. We've got a Frostmaster completing a service with the number 4 machine there of Mario Bertotti, as he's going to head himself back out onto the racetrack any second now. 54.5 second stop for him. Stevenson completing a service, and your race leader in your GT field coming onto pit road, it is Jorn Jens. And here's the important part, Paul, who's able to get himself past the hour mark. This is critical now for Ryan, because this means they can actually out-strategize some of the guys around them.
Yeah, it's vital to be able to do that, to get as little stops as possible in this race. And, well, it seems to be working for them so far.
Well, there you can see then Jorn Jens making himself another pit stop. Daisy, the Mad Cow car, coming out of pit road as we see there. A couple of other drivers working themselves on the exit of pit road as we speak. They can see the damaged MOE car. They can see on the racetrack, yeah, it's a pure racing team car heading themselves down in towards turn number 1. As well for Jorn Jens, it looks like he will stay in the car one more time, just completing his service. And we've had 3 different drivers in that Coanda car here today. And then you can see Jorn Jens back out onto the racetrack, 56.5 second stop for them. They are back out into 3rd place once again. As you can see there, the pass left racing car just heading himself out of pit road as well. As you've got there also Reina Nazendo behind the wheel of the Shark Motorsports machine, just for the time being there, as they continue their service, getting ourselves look at some of the other drivers just completing their services. And so you can see we'll go on board of that Shark Motorsports car of Renan as he looks as though he's about to complete his service, getting himself some fuel, getting himself some tyres, as they will be back out and away in the next 15 seconds or so, just getting themselves ready to go. There you can see getting that steering wheel ready to hit themselves out of pit road. 54.6 second stop for those guys. You can see there just cycling out of pit road. Nice stop there, 54.6. As you can see them coming now back out in towards turn number 1. Got ourselves Dan Ganji battling right now with Amanda Palumbo. That's the battle for P number 12, Rachel.
It is indeed, and that Team GT car has been looking pretty good. Oh, it's the Thrustmaster car, sorry, I apologise. They look kind of similar. But, yeah, Inside Sim Racing there, that's not actually for position, though. Sorry, yes, it is a Team GT car, I was right.
Yep.
Not a position pass.
As you can see, actually, you have the TNT racing car, and this is going to allow Ganji to potentially look to the outside. They work themselves down in towards turn 1. He will have the inside line, I think, into the next corner. As you can have a look there, as we have a look from above. Yes, you can see Ganji is ahead because the Team GT car, I do believe, actually pulled themselves on towards pit road. Indeed, there you can see Mambo Palumbo actually coming onto pit road. So that battle lasted all of about 20 seconds, Paul.
Yeah, it certainly did, but I've just noticed that the TNT Racing HPD has been running around with absolutely no aero whatsoever. I'm just trying to find out where... Oh, it's in turn 1 again. They've lost control of the car into turn 1 a lap ago, and yeah, they're completely damaged the front and back of the car. They had no aero whatsoever. It just snapped and went out to the outside into the wall. Very heavy impact. I think that might be them done now, surely. They're in the pit lane now.
Yeah, there you can see at that point, we'll cycle that replay back a little bit further for you. TNT Racing just having themselves an absolutely miserable day here today, as there we are. We should be able to get it from this shot. This is heading themselves onto the front straightaway. Now you can see that TNT Racing car. He's going to have James Wickoff behind the wheel of that one. Car's all nice at this point, heading themselves down in towards turn number 1. And it's all going to go wrong for them right about now. And, well, that is the thing is, once you get damaged to one of these prototype cars, you completely lose all that form of aerodynamic grip. And they are very, very finely tuned cars. And you cut one piece off of them. You see in Formula 1, sometimes they behave better. Generally, it's not the point. And again, that number 3 car and the Velocity machine, very lucky not to be run over by that car as he spun into the tyre barriers.
Yeah, very, very lucky indeed. Once again managing to avoid people with an incident, but yeah, it's certainly not been their day. I'd be tempted to just call it a day now with the amount of incidents that they've had and that. But it's endurance racing. If the car's still drivable, then keep it going.
Yep, and there you can see we've got Johan Lepanese behind the wheel of the JCL Sim Racing car. They're just doing themselves a service right now. Currently scored in P8 in your GT field. We've also actually got ourselves Eric Verdorf on pit road and the Team Charlie Red machine. So they're getting themselves a service done. As you've got the INX Racing car now bringing themselves onto pit road. So we'll stick with Eric Verdorf first. You see 56.1 seconds heading himself back out onto the racetrack. But then also you've got yourselves the driver that we'll see just coming to view right now. That is that INX Racing car. And INX, there you can see them. there. We'd have a look from our aerial coverage, brought to you today by And One Design. But you can notice there, actually, the Inex Racing red car, they can go further than anyone else, Rachel. But Jon Jens is kind of brought that one down. And I think this could very easily come down to how close the prototype leader is to the wine as we expire the 12 hours of this race.
Yeah, it will do, and that's going to be a major factor in this one, of course. Jon Jens, very quick. Virgil, wow, they've been quick all day. Not leading right now, but that's a pit cycle thing because Inex Racing Red are indeed, and they're now in the pits, so that'll cycle back to the lead. Of course, Coanda, they're heading through turn, I believe that's turn 6, 7, and Virgil are only at 10, so maybe about 15 seconds on track.
Yeah, let's have a look, actually. We'll get ourselves a look. It's 10.8 seconds.
Not a bad guess, huh?
Yeah, only 5 seconds out. It's not bad. 10.7 seconds to gap between those drivers right now. However, Kimo and Simon Gonzalez and Niels Koch very closely separated right now. 1.4 seconds. In fact, we've got 1.4 seconds between Kimo Surman and Simon Cattell. 1.5 seconds between the driver Simon Cattell and Niels Koch and Core Motorsports. We've got ourselves a nice three-way battle all of a sudden going on, Paul.
It certainly is, and like I was saying, with the pit stop stints, with the different strategies being at play, it does come in phases. People will be separated for a while, and all of a sudden you just see people starting getting clumped together again as the strategies work out during the race. So it's going to be interesting to see because they're all pretty similar. They've all pitted around the same sort of time. In fact,
English is a language, Paul.
Yes, I know. It's not.
Come on, be nice. It's his birthday.
It's his birthday. I don't have to be nasty to you today.
Yes.
Oh, you can be nasty. It's all right. I'm
Excellent. There we go. Free reign.
Awesome. As you can see, Grip TV just completing a pit stop. Randy Chinworth right now is running himself in the 4GT, so he's gotten behind the wheel of that one after Mr. Le Mans. Jonathan Boutel has gotten out of that machine. Hi, Julian Fan, by the way, as he likes to continue to talk to me on YouTube. Thank you very much to all the people, by the way, who have been engaging with us on YouTube today. It's been great to see you all. Also using the hashtag iRacing12H on Twitter. To all the people running in at the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Hello, welcome to RaceSpot TV. I'd like to welcome everyone as well who's been watching this broadcast on iRacing Live. iRacing Live, your home for the world's biggest and best sim racing events. And don't forget, that includes the home of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series and the NASCAR Peak Entry Prix Series powered by iRacing.com. We've not had the chance then to have a lap on board with that 4GT, and who better to have it than with Randy Chenworth. Let's ride a lap on board of him as he is actually just been put a lap down by another driver as they head themselves down in towards turn 17. So let's then get a lap on board with Randy Chenworth. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. A lap on board with the only 4GT in the field here today. Randy Chenoweth. For those of you who are wondering, by the way, we have ourselves two different classes. We'll show you the top 6 of each of those on your screen. And you can see that, well, it's very close going on in your GT field right now. Your GT field is made up of 4 different cars overall. You've got yourself the BMW. You've got yourselves a Roof. You've got yourselves a McLaren. And then, of course, you've got yourselves the Ford GT3 machine as well, which is one of those who say is the RaceSpot New World Sim Sport car, sponsored by MorganShuley.com. We've got ourselves this close battle going on between Simon Kittel and Niels Koch, and that gap is about 0.4 of a second, although, Paul, we did promise you, so are you ready?
Oh, no.
Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Can I just say this is surreal?
Happy birthday, Mr. Smith. Happy birthday to you. There we are.
Thank you very much, Will. That was it's brought a tear to my eye.
How old are you today?
31 years old.
Aww. So you're getting closer and closer to 40. So it's only about 6 years until you need to buy yourself a roof.
Yeah, some form of convertible car, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you can see still a great battle going on down in your pack here. And here you can see it involves a little bit of lap traffic coming into play as well. And it has hurt Kittel quite a bit, actually, as he's fallen down about a second now, Rachel, behind that core motorsports car of Neil Koch. And again, he's going to have to try and get past this BMW. Not going to be able to do it down into turn 3.
No, he is, and that's going to be a bit of a challenge for them to deal with. But they've got a lot of tracks positioned to deal with that. So it's time to work on it.
Well, there you can see then heading themselves down into turn number 6, big bend into turn number 7 once again. Now, let's have a look at that gap. It is actually now up to 1.6 seconds. Just trying to figure out actually who that BMW is. It's the number 84 machine, I think. There, hopefully I might get a decent angle at that number on that car. I don't know why they can't make those numbers a little bit bigger. It's the 84 machine indeed, yeah.
They should totally NASCAR it and just have massive numbers all over the cars for our sake.
And there we can see that is the Hellenic Racing Team driver of George Anamaras. And now we do know that they actually have got themselves some good pace in that machine, Paul. So that's the reason why that poor driver of the iRacing Racing red car is falling back now. Again, 2 seconds in this lap he's lost.
Yeah, it's back markers in front of him, and also the prototypes coming through as well to pass them. So it's all just coming against them at the moment to try and get that battle for position.
Well, we are joined by everyone's favourite anime reader. It is the one and only William the Vet. Hello, William. How are you?
Not bad.
Well, you have...
Konnichiwa, William.
Yes. Well, we have seen you here today, of course, saving quite a lot of fuel in that iRacing Racing red car. You guys are still in with a shout. Simon Kittel behind the wheel of that one. First of all, how was your stint here today?
First one was pretty fun, in a way. Yeah, no, it went fine actually. Made the setup a bit safer than in the sprint series, and I managed to not bin the damn thing, which is good.
Well, of course, Sam Kittel is behind the wheel of that one right now, struggling actually to get past the Hellenic. In fact, he's just going to get himself past the Hellenic Racing Team car. But there you are, moving himself up one position. Well, actually, no, not up one position. Moving himself back into play, although you have now lost yourself 3 seconds to the core motorsports car in the last 3 laps or so. Where do you think the next kind of like 4 or 5 hours of the race heads for you? Because looks like you and Commando on one strategy. You guys can do hour by hour pit stops. The other guys can't.
I have no idea. I just finished the fuel tank in pit.
Well, there we are.
We had no preparations coming into this event. We kind of did it for fun, so we kind of wing it a bit.
We'll ask you a serious question, if we're allowed.
But before we go serious, I just want to point out that Jake was supposed to be in the car now, but he was eating a cheeseburger and he missed the stint.
Jake Sturgios.
Yes.
Well, he was running in the
There you
Ironocon
go.
World Championship event earlier on.
I think
You've
he's
gotta let
entitled to a
him off.
cheeseburger after that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
He does double DWC duty, so he's allowed.
Yes. Serious question. Of course, we know INEX historically have always had themselves the liking to run themselves cars with lots and lots of speed. Do you think that's contributed here today to your ability to go past that 1 hour mark? Because some of the McLarens have been struggling to get themselves to that 1 hour point.
We're actually running quite a bit of wing. I'm the only one in the team who can make 30 laps. The others, they can only do 29. And though I've seen Newell Simsport apparently can only do 28 when Anti's driving, from what Randolph told me, so I don't know.
Yes, that's exactly right, actually. He told us earlier on, so the cat's out of the bag on that one already. But you guys, you're going to be running again?
Maybe if the car doesn't die at some point. I don't know.
Well,
we'll see.
Let's hope that the car doesn't die. William Levesque, ladies and gentlemen, here on RaceSpot TV. Thank you very much for having a chat with us. And, well, the INEX racing car, it really has started to slow down a little bit now, Paul. And maybe they're just giving up right now, trying to get themselves past the core motorsports car. Because that battle, they're all from being 1.5 seconds separated, they are now separated by about 3 seconds each.
Yeah, it's maybe just getting themselves some free air, just run on their own. They finally got past that BMW, so that was important for them because it was holding them up a little bit. But yeah, just maybe get some free air, just maybe not work the tyres as much because if you get stuck up right behind a car, you're losing the downforce, which will work your tyres a bit more.
Yeah, indeed. And we did say a little bit earlier on that we were going to just run through the differences between these car classes. And I think that is going to be one that I think it will be useful to go through with the fans. And of course, we could start with the slowest one of the lot, Paul. It is that 4GT. It is a second off the pace. And one person likes to run it, everyone else doesn't.
Yeah, but if you're the fast, there's very few people run the 4GT at the moment, and well, there's only one in this race, so they can quite honestly say that they're the fastest 4GT.
Yep, and well, they can get themselves about 30 laps on a fuel tank. But I think the issue there is that they've got a very narrow setup window, and Chenoweth was saying that they really lack high-speed front grip, and also they're hard on their tyres, kind of because the two go together, Paul. If you get yourself a car which is struggling to turn into the fast corners, you're going to use the tyres more, and therefore, before you know it, kabam, you've worn your tyres out, game over.
Yeah, it's just like a paradox effect. The faster you go, the more you work in the tyres, and through those high-speed corners, you do need good, solid mechanical grip along with the aero. And if you just don't have the aero there, you are going to work those tyres more. It makes them wear out quicker, and it just makes you slower overall over the distance of the race.
Now we'll have a look next at the very nice McLaren, which of course there is one McLaren who is in the hunt, at least in this race. That is the driver of Simon Cattell, who still runs himself 5th place in class. Now, apparently, Rachel, the strength of that one is in the slow speed section of the racetrack. But the issue of this car is that the tyres, they seem to go a little bit off balance about 10 laps into a run. And again, not as strong on tyres compared to the roof in the BMW. So even though they can do good fuel numbers, the tyres fall off a bit more. So you get that double-edged sword effect for them as well. That, they've got to really nurse their tyres and then fling it around the racetrack at the last couple of laps to try and not lose too much time. And I think that's what, actually, Cattell is doing right now. We've lost Rachel.
I know, you're right, Will. It is exactly like that. And it's not a situation you want to be in where you are beholden to your tyres. You want the car to be able to run to your pace. And it could be just a setup issue. They've put the car in a certain frame to get a speed. And maybe not done the long race distances they needed to do to test that out. And you'll find when you are beholden to the tyres, you have to drive the race very differently, and that can really cost you. You need a car with the ability to go fast when you need it to go. You want to be able to spend those fast laps when you need to, rather than when you have to.
Well, we've got ourselves a Roof leading the way right now, leading away by about 7.2 seconds over a BMW. We'll have a look first at that Roof, the Virtual Racing GT3 car, which has, led themselves a good number of laps in class today, actually, Paul. keeping the Virgil Racing team's hopes and dreams of getting themselves at least one class win going after the incident with the Virgil Racing prototype car. But, well, the idea is the Virgil Racing car is probably the best to run for one lap. And, I mean, I think you can see that with Virgil Racing. But it's a little bit small on the fuel tank. We've seen that to be a bit of an issue for Virgil Racing. We haven't got many of them in this field here today. And even though they are running strong, I still think it's about 50-50 to see whether or not they're going to end up in victory lane.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be a good challenge to watch. This roof it's been developed over many what was it, nearly 50 years or over 50 years now?
Yeah.
So it's a design that's been evolved over time. So they've really, it's going to be a solid chassis, a good chassis to work with through the corners. But as you say, just maybe a little bit smaller on the fuel tank, so maybe not quite able to eke out those extra laps that you need to add up towards the end.
Well, there you can see, having a look from the rear of Virgil Racing's Anthony Tomeno. And then you've got yourself, of course, the BMW, which, let's be honest, Rachel, makes up the majority of the field here today. Now, they are in pure race trim, possibly a little bit slower than the roof. However, it does seem to be that they are the easiest car to drive fit. And that's kind of what you want from an endurance race. A car that you can be consistent with lap after lap after lap. But the only issue with this car is that if you get a little bit too tired, miss an apex, and then try to slap back on the gas, it has got the possibility to go a little bit tail happy on you.
Yeah, it can, and that's one of the things you have to deal with. But, of course, these cars running traction control and ABS, which does make things a little bit easier. Because you obviously, it is endurance. You don't want to be managing that brake and that throttle every single corner, every single lap, because it becomes very tiring. But you do have to be careful, of course, with the weight shift on those, because just where the engine is, so it does make it a little bit exciting when you are trying to get out of a corner. You did definitely miss. I think the BMW is one of the better ones for that, because you can pretty much hoon that car through a corner whether you miss the apex or not. I know I'm slightly faster when I turn traction control and ABS off, but that's personal preference.
Well, actually, Paul, that's one of those things as well, and I've driven the BMW quite a bit, and it seems to be that you can go faster with almost no traction control or no ABS, but it makes the car a little bit more scary to drive.
But it's fun, Will.
Yes, fun. Fun. I would give you that.
Clarkson mode.
Yes. Are we allowed to mention his name?
Just don't hit anyone, we're fine.
Yeah, okay.
He's never been employed by us, so...
Yes.
Yeah, we're okay.
That's a great idea. Jeremy Clarkson to work on RaceSpot TV. But here's the thing, actually, Paul. It's like you've got a driver like Jorn Jens. He's so used to handling, the rapid-fire machine of the Williams FW31. This is a bit like taking a nice Sunday afternoon drive, or Saturday afternoon drive, shall we say.
Yeah, it's just it'll be nice and easy for him compared to the Williams, that's for sure. Me personally, I prefer to run with the ABS and the traction control, mainly because I have a really heavy right boot. So
so do I, which is why it's fun.
Yeah.
So it's there to help me in my case, but it's down to personal preference. You can change. I believe you can change those settings in the car as well. So. If somebody comes in and they don't like the ABS and traction control, then yeah, they can just turn that down.
Shout out to Ryan G. Will on surround sound, I'm asking for trouble. Yes, maybe no, who knows? But yeah. Yeah, thank you very much again to everyone who's keeping this with us on RaceSpot TV. Let's get that hashtag going. Clarkson for RaceSpot. We'll get him on one day. So long as he can happily punch me in the face, I don't mind. It'll be fine.
It's the greatest punch in the world.
Yes. It's okay. We don't need any more whippersnappers like Richard Hammond does. We need a boring person once in a while, like
we've got Alex Simpson, who's pretty short, so he's a Hammond.
Yeah.
We've got Paul's pretty good fit for James May, and Will's loud and obnoxious, so he's Clarkson.
Yes. Power hard on into the corner. As you can see, by the way, the gap between Marcus Hamilton and Nessie right now is 4.5 seconds. So these two carrying on their little battle. Friction Racing, the last time they were on pit road, their pit stop time was 31.1 seconds. So, well, it seems to have calmed down a little bit right now. I am having a look, actually, at the pit stops. And, of course, Friction Racing have made one more pit stop than everyone else right now, Rachel, because, well, part of it was because of their strategy overall, but part of it was because they had that incident a couple of hours ago, which necessitated them to go into this very quirky strategy all of a sudden.
Yes, it is, and, well, things have to change, of course, throughout a race. You can't stick to one strategy and just blindly ignore anything that happens. Races change, they are dynamic, and, of course, you have to react to that. Quirky, yes, might work out amazingly well in the end, possibly. At the end of the race, we'll either call it the best strategy call in the world, or the call that lost the race, so...
Darren Ganji battling it out right now with the driver of Patrick Peachler. This is a battle for P number 9 and P number 10 going on. The pure racing car and the inside sim racing machine. Ganji behind the wheel of that one. And, well, the pure racing team car seems to be struggling a little bit more than we used to, actually, Rachel. We're used to seeing them battling it out all the way at the front of the field.
We are, and of course they're a lap down at the moment, which could well be pit cycle related. They did pit, well, at last, only about 15 laps ago, so they were just into a new stint with Pichler. He took back over from Andreas Almensberger, who did a double stint. So, yeah, I think they're pretty much off sequence right now.
As there you can see the inside sim racing car of Ganji heading himself down in towards turn number 15 in the hopes of maybe one day ending up on ISR TV. Let's ride a lap on board.
Does anybody else, before you say that, Will, does anybody else want to see an inside sim racing car racing a sim pit car on track?
Can we also get...
I really do.
Yeah, can we get the...
Darren versus Sean in cars.
Yes, and then we'll also get a RaceSpot guy onto that one. We'll get a PSR TV guy onto that one. We'll basically...
The race of the commentators.
Yeah, the commentators and the broadcasters. Let's ride a lap on board with Darren Ganji for ISR TV. There you are, ladies and gentlemen, lap on board with Darren Ganji in the inside sim racing car, heading himself out of Sunset Bend down towards turn number 1 once again. And that's actually the best battle we've got going on our racetrack right now, Paul.
Yeah, it's certainly the closest, although there is also Mario Bertoletti also getting pretty close, only about 3 seconds off of the Falcon GP car, so that's a good battle as well. But yeah, the inside sim racing car driven by Darren Ganji, the closest battle so far, especially in the GT cars.
I want to very quickly give a couple of shout outs. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give ourselves a shout out to the drivers over, to the people over at City of Lions, the official theme track of the 12 Hours of Sebring. City of Lions, This Is Love. You can buy it on iTunes now. Want to give ourselves also a shout out to the official graphics partner of RaceSpot TV. That, of course, is And One Design. And finally, I want to give myself a shout out to a very good friend of mine, Mr. Mike Kitchell, gearing himself up for another series in IndyCar. He does all of the wonderful press and promotion works over in the greatest series in the world. So, Mike, good luck for another season. Let's hope it is another great season at IndyCar. Just don't let Willpower win another championship, please, Rachel.
Indeed, indeed. We don't want to see that happen again. I mean, you tried to stop him at Auto Club, Will. But, in fact, I believe, what was it you said? I want to get the autograph of the man who's going to finish second in the championship to Helio Castroneves.
Yes.
Which inspired him to win at Auto Club.
It was the curse of the commentators.
Yeah, no, you inspired him. You pissed him off so much that you actually made him win. So that's entirely your fault for that championship.
Well,
Just
actually,
saying.
he did get on his motorbike and just drive away from me. So I actually put a bit of fire into... so basically what I need to do is I need to go to Dixie this year and do the same thing to him, because he's a driver worthwhile winning another championship. So good luck to all of the people.
Also, Simona de Silvestro in an Andretti car. This is going to be a great season.
Yes, of course, it's only a part-time ride, I think, at the moment. They've put Justin Wilson into an Andretti car for the Indy 500. Although,
Considering,
to be fair,
though, how fast she was in the Lotuses that were appalling, I think she's going to be really good in an Andretti Honda.
yeah, you know what I want to see, actually, Rach? I want to see a race between a car, an Indy car with that Lotus engine, and a current McLaren. I want to see which one is slower.
I think that's pretty hard to say. I mean, you know, one turd, another turd, pretty much turd.
Yeah. Two of the worst cars we've ever seen, I think, in a very long... to be fair, they're not as bad as the Lola Master car. Yeah, they're not as bad as the Lola Master car of 1997.
That is a truly epic car, is that?
It is. I think it's one of my favourite F1 cars of all time after Taki Inuo's 1995 footwork. Can we please get both of them onto the iRacing
Taki
service
Inuo is also one of the
immediately?
best Twitter racing personalities. If you do not follow him, at Taki Inuo, so funny.
Yes.
Amazing personality.
We need to get him commentating a RaceSpot TV race one day.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Definitely.
He would be drunk at the time as well.
He would do it as well.
Yeah, he lives in Monaco and basically just drinks cheap
Monaco.
wine all the time, Rachel.
Yeah, but cheap wine in Monaco is about £300 a bottle.
Yes, that is a true story. There we are. Ongoing battle between Pure Racing Team and also Darren Ganji. Got ourselves a battle behind, actually. This one is going on between JCL Sim Racing and WFC Chassis. So Johan Lebanese and Rob Weed battling it out. Battle for P number 11 right now, Paul.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're within a second, half a second between them, so it's a really intense battle all of a sudden that we're, again, like I said, with the strategies, it just seems to come in cycles. You have a bit of downtime in terms of actual close battles, and then it just seems to pick up again, and this is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a bit of an interesting conversation going on right now, actually, Rachel, because you said that our Stig is Alex Simpson. We forget that we also have Hugo Louise as our Stig as well.
He's too boring as a Stig, though. Hugo would be driving around sensibly, going fast, whereas Riku is a bit more crazy and a bit more Stig-like. I think he definitely has the Stig's personality, that's for sure.
Yes.
In fact, we can pretty much insert Alexi or Riku or Hugo into any of the... All we know is they're called the Stig scenarios. I mean, it is a well-known fact that Rico Alatalo is... he does not acknowledge, Leicester as a county, and that there's no such thing as sober.
Yes, indeed. So, as we're looking on board right now with Niels Koch in the Core Motorsports car, catching up to the rear Kimmo Surman. Now, here's the thing, Paul. Kimmo Surman has now done 5.5 hours of the 12 hours of Sebring. And he's still going. But do you think he's going to start slowing down a little bit? His last lap, a 2:01.3. Second slowing his fast lap of the race. But surely he must be starting to get tired behind the wheel of that car.
4.5 hours of the race in?
5.
I would. Is it 5? Oh, see, I'm
4.5. No, it's 4.5. You're right. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I'd be feeling it at this stage of the race. I feel it after about a 40-minute stint in an endurance race with the Kia, so that tells you how unfit I am. But yeah, surely the effects of running so long and having to concentrate for that amount of time as well. Okay, you give yourself a break down the straights and in the pit stop as well, but you're on it all the time in this series. So yeah, surely he's going to start dropping back sooner or later.
Yeah, and here you can see then running on board that driver, still running himself in the 4th place then, as they can see. It is the one and only Core Motorsports machine. We're getting ourselves close, actually, Rachel, to another round of pit stops, and just having a look to try and figure out who has recently come onto pit road. And we had ourselves Paul Wilbrink come in about 5 minutes ago, but he is still leading the way in this race right now from Marcus Hamilton. Gap between these drivers is currently 37.5 seconds, and it's done a lot of work, an absolute ton of work that Friction Racing are going to have to do.
Of course, and Friction right now, they're, well, not in the best position, of course, off sequence massively. There's still a lot of time left in this race. They can pull it back, but it's going to take a monumental effort from them and some really, really quick people coming into that car for them, and for Radicals to drop the ball somewhat.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take the opportunity to just take a quick commercial break. We'll be back after these very, very short messages.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval. And that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself. And they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building 2 tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result, and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can, or because they can't help it? IndyCar, the heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Virtual Racing making themselves a pit stop there, down into 5th place once again. And this is the issue that they've been experiencing pretty much all race long, is that they are going to have to make themselves another pit stop compared to this driver here. You can see Jorn Jens in your GT3 number 18 machine. They come down in towards turn number 17 once again. The big battle going on though, Paul, is this one. It's for P number 2 on the racetrack. We have a look from the rear of that driver of Team Kuro Surman with Kimmo Surman, and maybe we're getting the commentator's curse. Maybe he is getting tired.
He's certainly having a lot of pressure from behind from Nils in the core motorsport number 33 car, and well, he's been all over him the last lap or so, within sort of like 2/10 of the car. So it's going to come to a head at some point, you feel, and hopefully it can be done cleanly.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, the first round of the 2015 Verizon IndyCar season is tomorrow. You can catch it on ABC. Let's have a look then at that driver of Niels Koch. Let's go along board with him in that wonderful Core Motorsports machine. And well, he's looking down to the inside there, down to turn number 17, Rachel. Not quite close enough to make a pass, but it looks as though we talked earlier about the McLarens losing themselves a little bit of grip in their tyres late on into a run. I think that's what's happened to Kimmo. He's just holding on now.
Oh, I agree. He's just not quite in the place where he can hold him off properly and do the cars. Having a look, nosing it in there, just seeing what he can see. But, yeah, not the best position to be in.
Yeah, and there's actually a look at that driver of Niels Koch as he comes down through turn number 1, down in towards 2 and 3 once again. And here's a look then at your top 8 in each of your classes. Paul Hilbrink is currently leading the way right now from Marcus Hamilton, although you have to say actually that you've got yourselves a lot closer battle going on right now between Hamilton and Nessie. The gap is well, 47 seconds, but it is coming down actually as Nessie is trying to bring himself back into this picture, Paul.
Yeah, certainly is trying to get back into the picture. They're certainly not out of it yet. I mean, they're how far behind the leader now? They're 48 seconds behind the leader and only 48 seconds behind second place. It's going to be a tough ask, but they can still keep the pressure on and slowly catch up that gap, put the pressure on.
Yeah, live timing and scoring, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is available if you head over to racebot.tv/timing. Experience the race with us all race long. You know you want to. Yes,
just to break in there, Niels Koch has finally got past Kimmo, so that's moved up into second place in the GT class.
Yeah, let's get ourselves a replay of that one, Paul. Talk us through what happened then, as we've now got ourselves Kimmo Suman down into P number 3.
Yeah, it was a good move, late breaking into the hairpin, and well, Kimmo did try and get the place back a little bit further on, but Niels managing to hold on to that place. They were side by side through that chicane, if we could call it that, and well, they managed to get it done cleanly, which is important at this point of the race.
Yeah, and there we are. We have a look on board then with that driver of Koch coming down in towards turn number 7, the hairpin, very late on the brakes actually, Rachel. I'm surprised he's able to make the corner. This is actually why Kimmo was able to get that momentum down into Cunningham to try and get that position back.
Indeed, and that's a difficult position to be in. Of course, you don't really want to be throwing it that deep into the corner. It'll only compound the tyre issue.
Yeah, and you can see now he is down into 3rd position in this race. And, well, they are still going along. And to talk about, very quickly, about attrition, we have now got a couple of drivers classified as out of the race. We've got 3 of them. We've got ourselves Marcus Johansson. He is going to be classified last in the prototype field in that Virtual Racing HPD car. You've got yourself Trinity Motorsports, Dirk Reinhardt out of the race, and also PJ Sturgios in the iNex Racing Blue car. We have a couple of drivers though who scored well down the field. I think the last place running car is still that Gavin the Tweakers car. They are still trying to go on here, trying to get themselves anything they can, Rachel. But that GOT car has been involved in a couple of issues here today. But they are still going, even if they are at P30 in class.
They are, and it's an admirable run from them. Just keep that car going, of course. They will still increase some positions later on in this one, but it's not the position they wanted to be in.
No, as you're actually having a look on board with that one, you can just actually see here, Paul, the issues when you come down to it is that you just simply don't have the straight line speed. The car doesn't want to turn into the corners, and at that point in, it just looks like you don't have anything left, really, and it's going to be an absolute struggle for that car now to complete this race. And again, I'll come back to the point I made earlier about different car classes over the course of a run.
Yep. Oh, sorry, we doing Paul? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's not going to be fun to drive as that car with the amount of damage that it's had over the race. So it's just a matter of just gritting your teeth and just getting to the end now.
Team Tortoise, Tom Eric Vole right now battling it out with Randy Chenworth. This is a battle between a BMW and a Ford GT. Of course, we know, Rachel, these Ford GTs are second off pace here today, and Team Tortoise is 0.2 of a second back. It looks like this could very easily be academic. You can just see that car, Chenworth pushing wide. There we are, job done. Move Team Tortoise up a position.
Chenworth, he can definitely ring this Ford GT out, and, well, it takes a lot of talent to be able to do that. Him and his teammate, of course, Jonathan Patel, have been working so hard in this car, and it's been incredible to see what they can do with the probably the slowest car in the field by a margin. They have got some damage on that car, of course. That front fender pushed in on the right hand side quite a bit, so they've been clearly using that Ford's rather sturdy construction to assist their passes.
Yeah, as we have a look then on board with that driver, Randy Chenworth, as they can see. Look from the rear as he heads himself down in towards Sunset Bend. Are we allowed to make a joke, do you think, Paul, about the fact that that car's been passed by a tortoise?
Go ahead. I'm not.
It's Randy, so why not?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the only Ford GT in the field has been passed, ladies and gentlemen, by a tortoise. As we've got ourselves Patrick Beechler on pit road. There you can see him in that Pure Racing Team car, making himself another pit stop there. In fact, I'm not quite sure. He might have actually brought that car onto pit road due to an issue of some variety. It's showing up on our timing and scoring sheets that is a case. We'll try and get a figuring out what happened to him along the way. Moving ourselves back up for the field, we've got ourselves a three-way battle going on right now with Dan Ganji, and then we've got ourselves Rob Reed. That is between the Inside Sim Racing car and the WFC chassis machine. Then behind them you've got yourself Johan Lepanese, and he is in the JCL Sim Racing car going, and that's a nice little freeway scrap going on, Paul. Yeah,
nice close battle for position. Darren Ganji just getting caught up with lap traffic there, and it's nice to say we have close to 5 hours of racing. To have 3 cars like this all together within a couple of seconds of each other is quite amazing, and great racing from them.
Oh god, yeah, I completely agree with that one. And having a look from the rear then of the ISR car, it's still very close though, Rachel, and you see that WFC chassis has now brought himself another driver to the parade. And we say that was that JCL Sim Racing #1 car with Johan Lepanese, and got ourselves a little bit of a Trilly train situation going on, as again these tyres start to fall off. These drivers will be of course on pit road in about 5 laps time-ish.
Yeah, they will be, and of course they'll be a lot faster after that, but coming in this heavy traffic means you might well come out again in heavy traffic if a few leave the pit at the same time, so you know, it wouldn't hurt some of them to just drop back a little bit. I know it's track position, but hey, everything you can gain in a race you can throw away in a race, and you don't want to come out on fresh tyres and have to use them up running around other people.
Indeed.
Maybe come a couple of laps earlier.
Yeah, they've got to get themselves, they want to get themselves another 10 minutes in this then, if they possibly can in any way, shape or form.
Rob Reed just made the move for position there on the Inside Sim Racing car into the final corner. Good move under brakes, got a nice toe down the back straight away, and yeah, got them under brakes.
Yeah, let's get ourselves another look at that one then from on board the WFC chassis machine as they head themselves now down towards Sunset Bend. That is turn number 17 on the racetrack. There you can see just going to put that car down to the inside, using that draft to good momentum down to the inside. Pass is scored complete, and well, it was kind of easy when it was all said and done, but it's been a couple of laps in the making. That's one of those things about this race as well, is that you really want to try and get your passes set up cleanly rather than just slamming that car down to the inside, because that one very easily could have ended your race, Paul.
It certainly could if they'd come together, but yeah, you just set yourself up, make sure you find out where you're faster than the car in front, and then put your car into the position to make that move, and it works, especially in these endurance races, because you can study the car in front, see, like I say, where you're quicker, and get that move done.
There you can see Friction Racing is on pit road once again, so they're making themselves another pit stop, Rachel. And of course we've talked quite extensively about these different strategies going on, but Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel of that one, looking as though they're going to drop the jacks on him and send him back out onto the racetrack. A pit stop time of 32.3 seconds. He is back out and away.
Yeah, pretty standard pit time there, pretty good one. Back out, and he should have some good air for that car, so looking forward to some very nice laps coming in.
Yeah, coming. Let's have a look. He's actually 5.1 seconds right now behind Nessie after making that pit stop. And again, there are two very different strategies going on, really. Of course, the Friction Racing one necessitated due to an incident a couple of hours into this race involving actually that TNT racing car they can actually see just ahead. That was one of the reasons. Of course, you had yourself Ryan Terpstra. You also had yourselves one of the Vortex GT cars as well. As you can just see there, there's a look at that gap, that battle for P2. Of course, pit stops are differing between these drivers. Kiro Suma and Niels Koch, they're still separated by half a second though, Paul. So it's not over and done with yet, even though Suman has fallen behind.
Yeah, he's managing to stay with him. I suppose he'll be in the tow here, so it'll help him keep the top speed up down the straights, and he's doing a good job to say we're close to 5 hours now behind the wheel of the car. He's keeping up with the top guys.
He is. As you can see, down towards Sunset Bend, they will come once again. And well, Sermon just hanging on in there. And again, the McLarens, we do know, seem to be able to go a little bit longer than anyone else in this field. Although we did, of course, talk to William Levesque a little bit earlier on. He said actually it does kind of vary between driver and driver and team to team. So that is still one that we have got to pay attention to over the course of this webcast. We're almost 5 hours in now, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And coming up in the next hour, it is the opportunity once again to ask us anything here on RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing12H on Twitter and follow us at RaceSpot TV. The only rules are, Paul, try and keep it about racing or broadcasting or commentary as much as possible. We don't want to get asked about our personal preference and taste on certain things.
Yeah, I got worried as soon as he said ask anything. But yeah, just keep it clean, keep it about the broadcast or the racing, or our racing. Then yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we are flexible, but actually I shouldn't go down that route.
Is that something you should be telling us on a broadcast?
Really shouldn't be going down that route when I just say ask us anything. But there you can see that. Also, you can post your questions on the YouTube channel as well if you'd like to, and we'll get to these. Of course, unless, Rachel, you're watching this on demand, where we're not going to start another broadcast up for people to ask us anything.
Probably not.
You're watching it on Dave.
If you're watching this live, if you're not watching this live, you're right, the questions might not be answered. Just a little BBC warning.
Yes.
But you may still be charged your network rates.
Yes.
Or punched in the face, depending on the show.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's look a little bit further
we
down
got
the
a pass
field.
for Bleed. No, it's not for position, but that is the car there of Pure Racing Team with Andreas Ammonsberger back in the car. He's pitted again. He's 2 laps down from your GDT leaders. That car really has dropped back, guys.
He really has, actually. Let's have a look at the graphic on your screen. You see down 13 places since the start of the race, and it's a shame to see the PRT
He's just
car.
back in the car, so that he is a little off sequence with people. He's only 1 lap down from the leaders, but
He
still.
is. He is. It's a shame to see the PRT car struggling so much. A little bit further back behind them, by the way. You've got the Hellenic Racing Team car, again, out of position after a good start to this race, Rachel. Battling with Team Charlie Red. The gap is 1.1 second right now. Baird off behind the wheel of the Team Charlie Red car, and George Anamarias behind the wheel of the number 20 Hellenic Racing Team car.
Indeed, and the Hellenic Racing Team car is definitely one of my favourites in this race. The performance levels increased massively, and I'm really enjoying watching those guys race. They just have a smoothness that's really quite nice to see.
Yep, there you can see. The Hellenic Racing Team car still scored in the 20th position. Unfortunately, they are down. They're actually up 4 places from when they started this race, so give them a little bit of credit. They have moved through the field just a little bit. Surman versus Quash, that one is still going along. Of course, we are waiting to see when Yorn Yang is going to come onto pit road, and actually just having a look at the stats on that one to see how long it's been since they've been on pit road. And having a look first at Commander, they've done themselves 26 laps on this stint. Core Motorsport 27 laps, Team Kuma Surman 27 laps, Onyx Racing Red 24 laps. So each of these drivers will be due in within the next less than that, the next 3 to 4 laps, really, Paul.
Yeah, they certainly will, and it's going to be interesting to see how the pit stop phase works out for them. As well, the core motorsport car and the Kimmo Suominen car just still absolutely together. It's like they've got magnets on the cars. It's just they're absolutely together all race.
There's a look between P1 and P2 then. Core Motorsports running in second place. 53.2 second stop. Of course, you have got to remember that you've got a couple of other people to put into this mix. Virgil Racing are one of them. They have recently started another stint. Although, here's the thing, Rachel. They've done 8 laps on this stint, so we're at the point that halfway through a race, you can tell that they are going to have to clearly make another stop. Virgil Racing always need to get Anders Dahl back in that car and get them back up through the field a little bit, because we know now that they almost certainly have to make themselves another stop. We're getting close to another hour mark. And you can see that Karanda is still out. You can see that Niels Koch is still out on the racetrack. You still got yourself Surman on the racetrack. Patel's still on the racetrack. The only people who really need to start pushing like there's no tomorrow is the team that we see here. That is Virgil Racing.
Yeah, and Virgil, well, just dropped back. I don't understand this. Of course, they had the major incident for their team in the main prototype division, but a 03 car, he has got some minor damage on the front of that car, on the right front. Lap times have been pretty consistent. They've just lost track position with the cycles, Will.
Yeah, as we've actually got Florian Denard on pit road right now. That's in the Falcon GP number 76 car, and they are really one team who's fallen off the pace here today, Paul.
Yeah, it just seems to have not gone well for them. I'm just having a look at the changing driver. Are they changing driver? Well, no, Florian Denard stays in the car. But, yeah, I mean, they've been keeping consistent lap times, but it's just not been quick enough, really, I would to keep with the leaders.
Ever since we got Kei Shube out of that car, I think that's what's been the issue, Paul, is that the other drivers in this team, yes, they are fast, and they clearly are fast. They're doing a sterling job still. They're just not as fast as Kashuba, and that seems to be the issue, is that sometimes you get your star driver out of the car, and then you just start seeing yourself falling down the timing screen again. And this, by the way, is a pretty long stop. 56 seconds is out and away there, as I believe that is the ISI car of Dan Ganji on pit road right now. He's making himself a pit stop, but let's see whether he stays in the car for another stint.
It'll be interesting to see if he does.
Yes, he is, I think.
His two teammates have certainly been quick.
Yeah, it looks as though he is staying behind the wheel of that one. So it's double stinting then for Garen Janji in the ISI car. Rachel, he's completing his service, getting himself 4 tyres. And again, he's just a little bit short of that magical hour window, but he should get away with it. There's still plenty of time to make up a bit of fuel as Core Motorsports now coming to pit road.
Indeed, we are expecting them. Alright.
Yeah, sorry, there was Simonen right behind as well, so that battle going to the pits as well.
Yeah, and it's Kosh actually getting out of that car. You're going to get yourself Anglia Michael behind the wheel of that Core Motorsports car. Look, well, Simonen, we know, staying in behind the wheel of the car, Rachel.
We do indeed, and that will be really interesting to see exactly what he could do with that one. Of course, he's a single car for that one, so that's going to be quite interesting to see if he can survive the whole race. Of course, going to get disqualified at the end, but well worth a try. Definitely an Ironman award.
Anglia and Michael, they're going to complete his service in just a couple of moments' time. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 hours in the book of the iRacing.com, 12 hours of Sebring here on RaceSpot TV, also on iRacing Live. Thank you very much to everyone who's been a part of our coverage so far. 55.4 second stop then for caution. You can see he comes out just, sorry, actually it's Michael now behind the car, and Timo Surman 56.1 seconds. They head themselves back onto the racetrack, and let's have a look on board with Timo Surman as they head themselves back down in towards turn 1. And actually Surman lost himself about 1.5 seconds, and I have to say that, Paul, that's the sharpness factor for me. He was just a bit slow coming out of pit road. I'll
We have lost Paul for a moment,
yes.
so I'm going to ask it to me.
Yes.
Yeah, he did. It was just bad timing leaving the pits there, so it's really cost him something, Will. But we have had a question just now from the YouTube comments. Would you, me, and Alex Simpson ever consider doing an endurance race together as a team? That was asked by Ryan G on the YouTube.
Yes, only if I can stream and commentate it at the same time. No.
And use your clutch steering wheel.
Yes, well, seriously, I used to do it quite a bit. I used to run the iRacing.com 2.4 hours with Daytona. I actually did it last year after partially tearing a tendon. So I did that with absolutely tons of painkillers, and it was great fun. And I did it in the, I think it was in the BM. No, it wasn't. It was in the roof. I did it in actually. And it was tough, but it was fun. I've driven the BMW before. You know what? The one car I want to do it in though is probably going to be the Riley. Get ourselves a new Riley, and I'll do it in a Riley.
Well, no, we are looking at getting the Corvette DP,
Yes.
of course, so that could be good.
Yes.
But I agree, yeah, I'd want to do it in something like that. I'd rather do it in a prototype-ish car with a roof on it, because the HP looks like someone's going to run under a low bridge. I would actually do it. I wouldn't want to do it with you guys, because I'd drag you down, because I'm utterly appallingly slow on the road. I wouldn't crash, but I'd also not go fast.
Have you ever seen me drive a car?
Yeah, and even your clutch steering wheel replacement, because you can't be bothered to put your wheel back, you're still faster than me, so...
Yes.
Oh wait, no you're not. But no, honestly, I would do it, but I'm just too slow. I don't know how to fast.
We might as well go into that one very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. What the situation is that I basically haven't actually bolted the wheel to my desk in a while, because, you know, I commentate and I broadcast too much. As you can see, we've got ourselves...
Like me, you have no time to race.
Yeah, you've got yourself Movano Thrust Muscle X team on pit road. There you can see they're making themselves another stop. Yep, it looks like that driver's going to stay on pit road. And you've also got yourself Renz Brokerman behind the wheel now of that number 18 for us, a Coranda Sim Sports car. So a new driver getting in behind the wheel of that Coranda Sim Sports car. That is going to be interesting to watch, because we know how fast Renz is, Rachel.
He is indeed very, very rapid driver there, Renz Brokerman. So this will be quite an exciting stint to see exactly what he can pull off.
Yeah, and it's going to be very crucial, I think, for this overall race. Let's have a look then, as he's going to complete his service there. It'll be about 52, 53 seconds with a driver change, possibly a tiny bit more. So he should be coming out of pit road right about now. Yes, 55.7 seconds back out onto the racetrack then for Renz Brokerman. But yeah, I used to do a bit of endurance racing, but I've not actually bolted my wheel to my desk in a very long time. But occasionally I need to be able to show that I've got a configurable thing to save myself a bit of time when I'm trying to do lots of things very quickly. So my clutch pedal is set up to be used as a wheel. And back in the ISWC Indianapolis 500 last year, I decided to do a 4-lap average using nothing but my right foot on my gas pedal and my clutch pedal to turn the car left and right. Would have just about potentially qualified, but not going to do that one again. But yeah, love to. Of course, Alex in his Apex Racing team had some bad luck in endurance racing, so maybe we don't want to run with him, Rachel, because...
I think that's really fair on him, as he's faster than both of us.
But
yeah,
we won't get into the car, because they have had such bad luck.
They have. It's been terrible for them, unfortunately, considering how much talent they have with that team. And, well, you know, it's just sometimes things don't go your way.
Simon Cattell, Anthony Samario. Go on.
One person that you don't want to see what with is me.
That's why we ignored you.
Yeah.
You've seen me race on a Tuesday night, so
yep.
yeah.
I've seen you race on a Thursday or Tuesday, and I've seen the Kias upside down, and I just, no.
Right, Simon Cattell and Anthony Samario currently separated by 0.3 of a second. having a look actually to see the last time they came on towards pit road, each of them. And, well, INX Racing, they've done a 28-lap stint. Virtual Racing, they're 12 laps into a stint right now. So, different strategies going on. And again, Virtual Racing do need to do another pit stop, and they are looking down, though, to the inside. This is technically for the race lead. It will be for the race lead there. Your new race leader in your GT class is going to be this driver. It's a Virtual Racing GT3 car. Simon Cattell brings his car onto pit road again. Pretty much going longer than anyone else on the racetrack. But I think he only did 29 laps on that stint. We'll get a confirmation as he heads himself past the start-finish line, but he's onto pit road. It's been a while since Levesque's gotten out of that car, so I've got a feeling that maybe someone was going to get behind the wheel of someone that car this time by. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone else do it, but we'll keep an eye out. Yes, indeed, he's getting out, and it is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, Jake Sturgis, after eating his cheeseburger, Rachel, getting behind the INX Racing red car.
He will indeed, and we know Sturgis is very fast, of course, throwing that Wendy's wrapper out the window before he gets himself belted in. He will be away in short order. Yeah, Sturgis, he's fast, of course, running the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series today, so expecting some stellar lap times, considering it was at the same track, he should know it well.
Yeah, so there you can see...
At least this McLaren's faster, though.
Well, yes. Just having a look there, the end of his pit stop time, getting up to about 55 seconds again. You expect close to a minute when these McLarens have to do a driver change. As you can see, the INX Racing red car does fall down, actually. Here's an interesting point. Behind the driver of Kimo Suleiman once again. So even though they can go longer, they've got to basically, Paul, stick pace-wise as much as they can with these other drivers, because their final stop, if they carry on doing it the way they are, is going to be very short. I don't think they've got enough right now, unless they get the Vec back in that car for another 5 hours. I don't think that there's enough really for them to save another pit stop. He was very close actually there to hitting the Velocidaddy car.
Yeah, that was a bit close there, absolutely. Yeah, they've got to get the pace up, and hopefully Sturgis can do that for them. He certainly is a quick driver. Sumanen is still on the back of that Core Motorsport car, so again, those two together, and you maybe think, are they going to be holding each other up?
Well, we're having a look at a super slow-mo replay here, and it is very close, actually. The Velocidaddy car tries to come across to take the racing line, has to back off at the last moment. Otherwise, could very easily just clip the left rear of that McLaren, sending him hard into the barriers. But, well, they do carry on for the time being. Kiro Surman right now, right behind that Core Motorsports car. And this is what we said before, Rachel, is that these McLarens, they are fast at the start of the run. Once they get to lap 10, however, that is when they start to struggle.
Yeah, they will, and of course, lap 10 into a run is not what you want to see. Roughly 28, 29 laps on this McLaren, so some teams running longer, some teams running shorter. They're about the 29 lap sort of range in the INX racing car, so yeah, a bit of a struggle from 10 laps onwards, which is really not ideal for a race car.
Yeah, let's have a look then, back on board with the driver of Kimo Surman. He has run so far a total of 5 hours and 10 minutes in this event. You can see him trying to stalk the Core Motorsports car, but the issue is that getting onto the brakes, the roof's a little bit faster, although he's going to look down to the inside anyway as they come down into turn number 1. Will the Core Motorsports car give them a position as they head themselves out of 1, knowing the fact he might be able to get him back a little bit later on? Yes, he does, Paul, and that was nice. And again, lose half a second to gain a lot more later on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's having that endurance mentality of just, okay, you might have got this battle, but let's see how we do in the overall race. It's a good way of thinking to just try and keep your overall speed up rather than maybe losing out in the short term.
It looks as though, by the way, we have had Randy Shinworth come out of his car. So he's driven that full GT around the racetrack for a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out who's gone into that car.
Of course, that would be Will. That's Jonathan Fuller.
Yes. We know Fuller's very, very good as well. There you can see him in that number 43 car. So, whenever you're ready, feel free to come and say hello to us again in that new Hudson Sport 12-hour Ford GT
You don't deserve
car.
a rest. Come back online.
Yeah, we don't get a rest. Yeah. In fact, the
Well,
only
you
bit...
two play the car for a while. Not that I was doing that earlier in Ghost Mode, honest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in fact, Kimo Surman basically is joining Rachel Whiteford in doing the entire 12 hours. By the end of this race, Rachel, we are going to want to kill each other.
It normally doesn't take 12 hours to get to that point, but okay.
Well, yeah, let's ride on board then with the Team Charlie
Normally
Red car.
30 minutes is enough.
Yeah, the Team Charlie Red car catching that new World Sim Sport 12-hour 4GT car of Fuller. As you can see there, this is battle for P21 and P22 in class right now as they head themselves down towards the start-finish line once again. And
You know,
as
Will,
see, yes.
I really think that they should have a Road Warrior Iron Man option within the system where if you are able to complete a race distance on your own in a 24-hour or 12-hour or 6-hour race, you should not be disqualified. You should get an award for that, and you should get the points, because that is impressive.
I completely agree. And to be fair, though, there is always that safety issue, and this is the reason why. As we're just having a look on board with that Velosa Daddy Endurance Racing car, as he heads himself down in towards turn number 1 again, you can just see just a little snapshot of Dogi right there. So hello to you. Circle that one up on your screen. But there we are. Oh, he almost made contact with the PRT car actually there, and then there's one of the safety issues there. And of course, back in Le Mans, back in the day, Paul, you used to have your gentleman drivers running 24 hours non-stop. And then they realise it's just probably not that safe, especially if you're running 200 miles an hour down the mall time.
It's a bit crazy as that, to expect somebody to last 24 hours in Le Mans as a gentleman driver as well. So it's hard. It's very hard to do. Is that like I say, I struggle with 40 minutes. So so how these guys do 24 or 12 hours is just beyond my capability.
There you can see Team Tortoise, Thomas Van Boosel on pit road, completing a service, a slightly longer stop by them than what you normally used to. You can see in the background there, pretty damaged car, 1 minute at 71 seconds back out onto the racetrack. Just trying to figure out, I believe that is Ryan Terpstra there you can see on pit road right now. That car's a little bit toast, Rachel. Of course, he was involved early on in the incident that ended up causing a little bit of misery for the Friction Racing driver.
Yeah, he was indeed, and that car's really been the worst for wear since. They had earlier issues, and it's just compounded and compounded, so really fortunate for those guys.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what happened to him. We can't get a look at it, unfortunately, so we will go back to live coverage of that car. You can see it's back on pit road once again. We'll just cycle it up through the field. Marcus Hamilton, Graham Carroll battling it out right now. Gap between these two drivers, 2.1 seconds, Rachel.
Yeah, very close on track, Will. That's you don't tend to see gaps that small in endurance racing by this stage. 5 hours, of course, have passed, so it's getting into that kind of twilight hours, should we say, of the race, where you're just trying to keep going, get those stints done, do the laps, and to be battling that close still, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we've got that's a Simpit racing car. So we've got a Simpit and an ISR car in the field, but they are in different classes. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, in about 15 minutes, we'll run through your entire
That statement
field
was truer than you think.
so far, yes. As there you can see, we're having a look on board of the Core Motorsports number 33 machine as they work themselves down towards. This is going to be Cunningham Corner, I believe. Yeah, as you can see there, Anglia Michael behind the wheel of that one. Still battling it out with Kimmo Suerman. And that's the thing, the Core Motorsports car isn't dropping back, Paul. What that means is essentially when the tyres start going on that McLaren, which is going to be in about 5 laps time, then the Core Motorsports car can get back into the Pactra again.
Yeah, it'll also be helping with fuel as well, keeping in the slipstream, because you're not having to push all the air out the way. You've got a nice little bit of a dead zone of air, so that'll help in terms of fuel consumption. But yeah, it's just sitting there waiting for the tyres to go off on the McLaren and then slowly catch and make the move again.
Yeah. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available. If you head over to iRacing.com/live, little bit of a tip as well. Don't try to just type IRA into Google and expect it to put iRacing, because otherwise you might get yourself into a little bit of trouble as we go along board once again then with that driver of Anglo Michaels, who works himself down in towards turn number 1 once again. Well, it does seem to be, I mean, this is the good thing about this balance of performance. Oh, the Core Motorsports car really pushing wide there, down in towards out of turn number 1. It's a good thing though, is that you can just see how close these cars are separated. And I do love these little quirks between these each of these individual cars. And you know, it's in my opinion, it's worth sometimes half a second a lap being comfortable with the car that you're running, and that half a second lap I think is a difference maker between these 4 different makes. And we're just actually having a think here. We've got ourselves a McLaren, we've got ourselves a roof, and we've got ourselves a BMW, each running inside the top 4. In fact, we've got 2 of the roofs running in the top 4 right now, 1 BMW and 1 of the McLarens actually, Paul.
Yeah, it's great to see that sort of split in terms of the manufacturers. So it's interesting to see how it pans out over the race. To say that the BMW is the favoured car, it is interesting to see only one of them in the top 5.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to that comfortability thing. I think a lot of drivers are comfortable running shorter races in the BMW. I mean, it's the whole thing that the McLaren was released, everyone drove the McLaren. Then the roof was released, everyone drove the roof. And then the BMW came out, everyone drove the BMW. When we finally get the Aston Martin, Paul, then everyone's going to drive the Aston Martin.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I've been down to the ProDrive facility where they build those Aston Martin cars. That is an impressive thing that they do with those cars. But yeah, that Aston Martin, a lot of people will get that on the service and immediately drive it and think it's the best car in the world ever.
Yeah, as you can see, continue a battle for P3 and 4. Now let's go back a little bit, shall we? Andreas Armensberger battling it out right now with the Velocidade cars. They head themselves down in towards the final corner once again, running along board then from the rear of that PRT car of Armensberger's. They can see the number 3 car, a Wild Doogie appears, Rachel, but isn't able to make the pass.
No, the Doge is such fast but not pass. No, unfortunate for them, but well, there's another chance coming.
Yeah, as we'll have a look now on board. There you can see the Velocidade Endurance car heading itself down in towards turn number 3 once again. Part of the issue with their name is, of course, it's a little bit too long for our graphics. So thank you very much to Velocidade for trying to break our overlay. But he's going to get himself a good run, actually, through Big Ben. You can see he was thinking about trying to get down to the inside. He's going to actually almost bump draft that PRT car. 2 prototype cars going, and then down into the corner. You can see the Velocidade car. I was thinking, you know what, I might as well go along with that one as well, almost running to the rear of that Petronas car. And of course, that's where we saw the incident with the Friction Racing car a little bit earlier on in this race. So, got to be careful braking, and of course, that comes down to braking distances. These prototype cars, Paul, they have got, you know, awesome brakes. The 4GT has brakes, to quote Clarkson, made out of milk bottles. The roof is a little bit better, and the McLaren's brakes aren't that great either, and the braking distances do vary a little bit car to car, but definitely class to class.
Yeah, it certainly is difficult to judge your braking if you're behind a car who's not quite got the same braking power as you. I know from the VLN races that the Kia is better on the brakes than the roof, so that always made it interesting going into the tight corners. But yeah, it's all about adjusting your driving, making sure that you don't hit the car in front, because you don't want to finish your race at this stage.
Yep. And of course, we still got over half a race to go. So we're having a look then. Eric Verdorf right now behind the wheel of the number 9 machine, battling it out with Jonathan Fuller in that number 43 car. Now, we know, Rachel, these drivers have raced each other so many times. And at this point, you kind of know each other's strengths and weaknesses, especially if you race in GT action quite a lot. You will know, if you're Verdorf, exactly where you can get past that 4GT ahead.
Yeah, exactly, and they're experienced enough to realise that, so it's going to be a nice tactical pass, I think, and it'll be completed without much furore.
Out of turn number 7 then, for the Team Charlie Red car, let's ride half a lap. No, actually, let's ride a lap on board with them. We'll be back in just one moment. Well, there we can see actually the Team Charlie red car still scored behind that driver of Jonathan Furr running in the New World Sim Sports car. So then, let's have a rundown of your field so far, ladies and gentlemen, in this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Now we can have a look first of all at your prototype division, where it is the Radicals online right now, leading by a minute 49 over the Abanati Racing Team. Currently got yourself Paul Ilbrink behind the wheel of the Radicals car. You've currently got yourself the driver of Marco Gabriel Nessi behind the wheel of the Abanati Racing Team car. You've currently got yourself Friction Racing. They're running themselves in third place right now, with Martin Carroll in the 01 car, running himself in the fourth position for SDC Motorsport. Now, Patronus Racing Team are currently scored in the fifth position, with Dayco M Sport Sebring 12 Hours in the sixth spot, Synergy Sim Racing in seventh, then Team 7 IB Classy Web in eighth, TNT Racing, they've had themselves a miserable day, they're in ninth, and Virtual Racing round out your top 10. Now, as far as your prototype division goes, of course, we had ourselves Virtual Racing lead exactly 100 laps in today's event before they had themselves a monumental incident running into the rear of the Gathering of Tweakers GT car that was down into Sunset Bend, as we've actually got ourselves the 01 car of Carroll onto pit road to make himself another stop. So we'll keep you updated on that one, see whether anyone gets into that race car. But the Radicals Online team, they fall back in the really early going, but they are now picking up the pace. They're setting their best laps. They're putting away from Nessie. And the issue for Marcus Hamilton is that he had an incident of himself, a 4-car incident down at the hairpin. This is a very quick stop for Carroll, by the way. 17.9 seconds in that Simpit car as he comes back out onto the racetrack. It's the Friction Racing car having himself a huge incident, which is the reason why they are currently scored as 1 lap down in this event. Coming back though to your GT division, and you've got yourselves the driver of Virgil Racing, the team Virgil Racing, leading the way by 5 seconds on Corrida Simsport. Now, Virgil have led themselves more laps than anyone else in that GT division. They are absolutely flying right now. However, they have had themselves a couple of bumps along the way, and also they are on a different strategy to all of the other teams inside the top 5. They are going to have to make themselves an additional pit stop compared to Commander, compared to Team Kiro Suerman, who runs in third, also to Team Core Motorsports and IronX Racing Red. IronX Racing in the best position overall to get themselves as far into a run as possible towards the end of the race. So their last pit stop should be pretty good. And actually having a look at the times, Big Sturgios is still classified within about a minute of your race lead. Falcon GP running 6th position, Vivano Thrustmaster X Team in 7th, Mad Cow Racing in 8th, even though they had themselves an issue. Vinex Racing blue at the start of the race, WSC Chassis in 9th, and then JCL Sim Racing round out your top 10. Heading on back in your GT field, you've got yourself ISR, Dan and Ganji, they scored in 11th position, Vortex Sim Racing in 12th, Veloster Daddy in at least 13th position, PRT in P number 14, Shark Motorsport in the 15th position, New World Sim Sport Moonshine in 16th, Team GT in 17th, CTC Racing in 18th, Team Tortoise 19th, and then Hellenic Racing Team rounding out your top 20. As you can see the rest of your GT field as they'll cycle through up on your screen. We have many more GT races compared to your your prototype races here today. Did see a driver going onto pit road. I believe that was down towards as actually Nessie coming onto pit road right now. As you can see, the last couple of drivers in your GT division, both classified as out of the race, Trinity Motorsports and also INX Racing Blue. So pit stop underway then for the Bananati Racing Team car. They are on a different sequence to most other drivers. Nessie gets out of the car, Valiero and Pianezza getting behind the wheel of that number 24 machine, as it will head itself back out onto the racetrack in just 1 moment's time. We're going to step aside for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll have a word with Jorn Jans from Coanda Sim Sports after this short message. We'll take you, RaceSpot TV, side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn 1 for the first time.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see then, onto pit road once again as the Radicals Online team. Paul Ilbrink has been behind the wheel for a couple of stints now, so let's see whether he will stay behind the wheel or the hand it on. In fact, he is getting out of the car and he's going to hand it back over to Roderick Cronin for the next stint. So let's have a look then at their pit timer as it's going to cycle on through then. Radicals Online will give away the lead potentially. No, they won't actually. Marcus Hamilton will unlap himself. They can see him work himself down through turn number 1, but there you can see Roderick Cronin now with an absolutely amazing advantage in that Radicals Online car. Of course, last time we were here, we at Sebring, we saw them do pretty well in the new Endurance Series to a point as they head themselves back out onto racetrack. 31.2 seconds, and at this time we are joined by Jon Jens from Koanda Simsports. Hey, Jon.
Oh, good evening.
Been a pretty good day for you guys so far, winning in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series with Mitchell. Martin, in your guys' opinion at least, should have come home in second place, and now you guys are looking as though that you're going to outsmart Virgil as it stands in this the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, it's currently looking very good. We are not too far behind them, but it looks like we are we have to make one less pit stop to the end of the race, so we will get in front of them likely.
Well, there we can see the gap to the race lead as well. It's not actually that, it's only 1.9 seconds. There you can see confirmation between Virgil Racing and Koanda Simsport in your GT division. It is currently 1.8 seconds. Now, you've had yourselves, if I count correctly, 4 drivers running in that team here today. I have to say, as far as the fans have been concerned, there is one who might have got a little bit more of a oh wow moment than everyone else. Klaus Kivikas running here today. Is that going to be a one-off deal? Is he going to run the rest of the endurance races with you guys?
He's currently driving the GT3 car only, and so he will join us in other events as well, I think.
Well, you've had yourself Renz do a couple of runs. Are you going to be running in it today?
Yeah, I already did 2 stints earlier, and I will be back for 1 more stint later.
Well,
midnight.
I have to say that you guys have got such a depth of numbers, but the fact that I presume it's all going to be Europeans as far as you guys really go here, how do you think that's going to pan out once you get into the later hours with tiredness, fatigue, and of course as well, you've lost a couple of your drivers from being able to potentially partake due to the double dutiness of having to run the World Championship Series as well?
Oh, yeah, but that's not an issue for us because we have some guys that are really focusing on the GT cars, and the World Championship drivers are focusing on their drives.
Well, we can see, by the way, we've got ourselves Sim and G, Sim Racing 230 back out onto the racetrack. Michael Schreier behind the wheel of that one. Just before we let you go, is actually, you can see the Virgil Sim Racing car coming onto pit road, and that shows the time gap really from very different, almost half an hour now, halfway also into this race. We are actually going to have to cycle that car camera around there. We can see, we'll cycle it around. There you are. No longer have to look at a Fresh from Florida logo. But before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to at all?
Oh, currently I do not know, but I want to thank my teammates for this race because I had not much time to prepare for this race, and they did most of the preparation, especially Klaus, the setup skills.
Well, good luck for the remaining 6 hours and 25 minutes of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, Jon Jens as Koanda Simsport are back out into the race lead once again. And, well, here's the thing, Paul, is that Koanda Simsport, as far as endurance racing goes, they have been really one of the best teams in iRacing. When you consider the fact that they have been so strong in endurance racing, winning in Neo, winning in the 24 hours at Daytona, winning in the 24 hours of Spa presented by RaceSpot TV, leading the GT field here, and also they are one of the big 2 teams in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, and be it in this guys or be it in the former 3ID Motorsports guys, they've really established themselves consistently as one of the best teams in racing. And you got to ask the question, I think, when you compare them to Team Redline, yes, Redline are incredibly strong, but they focus more on the World Championship Series. Koanda have shown that they can be strong in 2 very different forms of motorsport.
And it shows great organisation, great flexibility in the drivers. To be able to have such strength and depth as well of the drivers to be able to just chop and change. It shows that they've got a well-built team there, and to be able to compete at the highest level, both in the World Championship of iRacing and also in the GTs, it shows a very good, well-built team.
Well, it's not just that, actually, Will. Just to point out, Redline do actually run in the Masters of Endurance Series in the GT cars, so they're not specifically just a Formula 1 team.
Well, yeah, and you've got to remember as well that Enzo Benito, of course, historically started off as a GT driver, really led their team's field over there. But I think the point on that one is you look at the depth and the variety of the teams.
Absolutely.
Of course, Redline did very well in MOE, but you look at the variety. Both, for example, we saw in the prototype division at the 24 Hours of Spa and the 24 Hours at Daytona, and also, of course, in the GT here, the Petronas Racing Team car of Ollie Quokka coming back out onto the racetrack in that number 12 car, really showing it off for those. And actually, from one World Championship team to another, Paul Ilbrink's here from the Radicals Online Institution. So hello, Mr. Paul Ilbrink.
Hello.
Well, you guys currently leading the way as far as that Radicals Online team goes. Looking to say that you guys really settled yourself down into race lead. Actually, we've got the new World Sim Sport car off. That is the 4GT machine down in towards turn 1. Bit of a heart stop at the moment, actually, for your guy there. You can see Jonathan Fuller back out onto the racetrack. We'll get ourselves a quick replay of that one. But well, it looks like that you guys are really settled down into your race lead now as far as your prototype car's gone.
Yeah, I warmed up a bit with the DWC race a bit earlier, but I haven't seen everything that happened before, but I think we're in a solid lead now, and should be able to kind of manage that gap, I think.
Well, how hard has it been, thinking about double duty, both the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series and this event here today? Before you answer, we're just getting ourselves a replay there. This is down in towards turn 1, the new World Sim Sport 4GT side by side. That is with the Vortex Sim Racing car. Well, it does look as though, Paul, I think that Vortex car is looking for a gap that didn't really exist on the inside of turn 1, and that was Luis Rodriguez there in the Vortex Sim Racing machine.
It was certainly a bit ambitious there, wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't there, and really you want to just back out of moves like that, especially into turn 1, because it's not the greatest overtaking spot that you can get there.
Yeah, and let's have a look on board with the Vortex Sim Racing car, because you do say that new World Sim Sport car tracking out to the right-hand side of the racetrack, and you can see then coming down into the corner. I wonder, you see, well, the new World Sim Sport car taking a wide arc. It was a very narrow arc, and actually now I look at it from another angle. You could almost argue in the opposite direction that Jonathan Fuller, he took a very wide line into the corner, tracked across the racetrack, and there you can see the Radicals car. Another lucky save there. The fact that another driver didn't decide to, spin it back onto the racing surface. We've got ourselves one more look at this one from the new World Sim Sport car. This is down in towards turn 1. You can see coming down into the corner, and let's slow it down actually and have a look. And you can see Fuller tracking down into the corner right about here. We're looking on board with him. We'll go and have a look at another angle, and you can see he does come down. He leaves no more than about a car length and a half in. Well, yes, that 20 car did come up, Paul, but at the same time, now I look at it again, Fuller did come down quite a bit, and well, very lucky actually, he slammed on the brakes. He did nose that car into the barrier, but very lucky that he didn't spin that car back onto the racing surface, because otherwise Radical's car could have been involved in another huge incident.
And he's not done too much damage to his Ford GT either, so he's able to carry on. But it's a racing incident, that's for sure. But maybe both drivers could have maybe given each other a bit more room.
Well, we'll go back and have a word with Paul Ilbrink from the Radicals Online team. Couple of questions there, Paul. First of all, let's talk about the fatigue factor for drivers, who run long distances. We talked earlier on about Kimmo Suerman running a 12-hour race pretty much by himself. Does that worry you as a prototype driver or a prototype team in any way, shape or form, knowing that fatigue factor has to kick in at some point?
Well, with Kimmo, not so much, I guess, but yeah, there's not really much you can do, and those kind of things. It's not something you know that people are doing, so it's hard to anticipate on that. But there's always a chance with these kind of races for someone to make a mistake and ending up there, which we've seen in the past. For example, the Neo finale a couple of weeks ago.
Of course. And let's actually talk about your guys' race for the next 6 hours and 19 minutes. Who do you expect to be in the car? And also, one of the interesting things we noted was that at the start of this race, you guys were swapping out drivers, doing one stint swapping out. Was there any particular reason behind that sort of strategy for the first, 3 hours of the event?
I think it was mainly because Roderick is a bit more comfortable with just doing single stints and not do too long and get get a risk with that fatigue factor that you mentioned. But yeah, I'm not really sure. We haven't spoken too much about it because I just kind of joined out of the DWC race and hopped in the car. So we'll discuss that now, I think.
No worries. Good luck for the rest of this race. Before we let you go, anyone like to give a shout out to at all?
Yeah, to our sponsors, SteelSeries, Simulache, the teammates, the GT3 team, that's in another split, but unfortunately DNF'd, I think. But yeah, all the teammates for helping prepare for this event.
That's the second event in a row that your GT3 team's just missed out on making the top split, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully when we get to the 6 hours at the Glen, we'll definitely see, hopefully, both you guys in Prototype Division and also in the GT3 team. Paul Obrink, thank you very much for talking to us. We'll hopefully talk to you and the rest of your teammates a little bit later on. But getting close now, Paul, to halfway into this race. We've been able to survive talking for 6 hours. Now we've only got to find enough content to do another 6 hours.
Yeah, you've been talking for 6 hours. I had a couple of hours off, and I'm going to be having a couple of hours off again shortly, as real world life takes over. Yeah, it's coming up to halfway. It's getting to that point where you start to get that fatigue factor, as you talk about, from certain drivers who may be doing longer stints. And well, it's going to be tough now to go through to the end, because you've really got to keep that mental, it's the real mental toughness that you've got to have to be able to keep going through to the end of this race.
Well, there you can see there's a look at your race leader. There you can see a look at your race leader over in your GT division, and it remains for Asako and SimSport there. 56-second gap right now to the rear of Kimmo Suerman. Sorry, from the other way around. Kimmo Suerman 56 seconds behind for Asako and SimSport. Although we have a look back, Rachel, and Core Motorsports really have dropped off from the rear of Kimmo in this run.
Yeah, they have, Will, and it's been something's happened at this twilight stage of the race where we've been having lap after lap after lap with very little happening, and Core just have dropped up pace, lost sight perhaps of the target they were chasing, and it's just drifting away.
Well, there you can see then, heading ourselves down towards the halfway point of this event. Let's have a look down in P-Run 3. There is the Core Motorsports car, heading himself now back end of the racetrack, and you can see he's got himself a little bit of lap traffic to deal with. We have got a car, by the way, on pit road, and that is Sam Sutton in behind the wheel of that Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour number 147 machine as he comes back out into racetrack. 31.2 second pit stop for him. Gets himself back out onto the racetrack, and let's have a look then as he does come back out onto the track. He has actually got Ollie Kwaka just right behind him by the look of it. We'll flicker that camera around, and there you can see same drivers battling 6 hours into this event, Paul.
I said earlier, it's like they're attracted to each other. It's just absolutely neck and neck between those two. The Petronas car just pitting a few laps earlier than the Dayco car, so Dayco car seeming to be able to run a little bit longer in the stint, so maybe that'll work out towards the end for them.
Yep, as they continue to battle it along there, and this has been one great scrap all day long. And you have to think about the respect of these drivers as well. It's that it must be in some ways a little bit frustrating, but in the same way, actually, Paul, I talk about how it's nice not to be hot lapping by yourself with 45 seconds to drive in front, 45 seconds to drive behind. At least both of these drivers are at least entertained, being able to try and draw a tenth off each other. Petronas versus Dayco has been going very well in that regard, and they're probably revving each other up in the process of doing this, and stopping themselves falling into some form of deep slumber.
Yeah, it gives you a target to aim for, and it certainly keeps you motivated because you're determined to get past them. It certainly helps to be relatively close to a team, because it just keeps you focused and helps you push on that bit more.
Well, there we are, down in towards turn number 17, Sunset Bend, for the Petronas Racing Team car of Ollie Kwaka as they start another lap around this racetrack. Bill Brown having himself a little bit of a battle right now, and this is one that he's having with the driver of JCL Sim Racing number 1. It's that WFC chassis car, works himself down towards the start finish line. Let's ride a lap on board with him. It takes a total of 2 minutes and a couple of seconds for the WFC chassis car to do a lap around Sebring International Raceway. And interestingly enough, Rachel, it takes exactly 2 minutes and 2 seconds for each to make a cup of coffee.
You know what? That's just too good a timing, Will.
It really is. So that is what we do, ladies and gentlemen, when we head ourselves to have a look at one of these onboard laps. We're not just sitting there twiddling our thumbs. We're doing very important stuff. And as you know, my blood is 98.7% caffeine, Rachel.
Yep, and your blood is trademarked by Starbucks.
It really is. And anyone, who, of course, who watched the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix preview show will notice the very subtle product placement. Although, shall we let the people into the little secret on that one, Rachel?
Okay.
Well, there was originally coffee in there. Definitely was coffee in there at the start of it.
Oh yes, the WCS preview show. Yes, there was coffee. In fact, you very nicely bought me and Alex coffee as we walked down to the studio. And you, of course, finished your coffee in record time and filled it with water just so you could advertise Starbucks.
Yes, perfect product placement there. However, there was actually no Starbucks in there for the 16th, mainly because I didn't want to spill it over myself if anyone said anything a little bit too entertaining. Having a look at the ongoing battle then, this is actually now the Core Motorsports car has lost ground to Kimmo Surman, and the Virgil Racing car is coming back into play. And I tell you what, Kimi Asinami has got, hey, first of all, he's done himself a long stint here, but he has now started to pick up the pace, as he kind of has to, Rachel. Now, last time by was 1.2 seconds faster than the Core Motorsports car of Anglia Michael. There is a little bit of traffic to go through, GT traffic over GT traffic, but they are, well, trying to battle it out, and this is for the last spot on the podium as it stands.
It is, and well, it's a very important step and one that we want to secure, Will. Right now, it's as much finishing this race as reward itself. Finishing on the podium is incredible, and a win is just, you know, something most of these guys can't achieve with the strength of the field of some of the front runners. So, podium is victory for a lot of these guys.
I'd like to give a shout out to Ryan G, who said that he didn't realise that it was possible to ruin a Reese's cup until he ate an ice cream. And I never thought there was a way to ruin a Reese's cup. They are some of the greatest things in the world, unless, of course, you are allergic to peanuts. In which case, please don't eat them. We don't want you to get, you know, let's do some health and safety stuff here as we ride along board with Virgil Racing's then going out there. So 1.4 seconds gap. Now, there are two drivers, I wouldn't say in the way, that he's got to get past first, and this is where that gap could open up again. The Virgil Racing car is going to struggle to get past one of them. Don't forget, you can ask us anything. Use the hashtag iRacing12H on Twitter. Follow us also at RaceSpot TV. Paul, I'm going to ask you something before you go. Where are you going?
Where am I going? I'm going to have some food, and there's a piece of cake with my name on it. So
is that actually got your name on it because it's your birthday?
No, it hasn't. It's not. I'm not literally got my name on it, but I have got a piece of cake set aside ready for me. So I'm going to get something to eat and have that as well.
Well, we'll let you go.
You've got to have cake on your birthday.
You do. It's a time-honoured tradition there. As you can see, the Virgil Racing car is going to be alongside the GripTV.org cars. They head themselves on the exit of the hairpin once again. So you go and enjoy your birthday again. We'll see you in, what, 2.5 hours or so?
2.25 hours, something like that. Yeah, I'll be back, and then I'll be here to the end, so you can go and make fun of me for the rest of the race.
That's all right. Paul Smith, thank you very much, and happy birthday once again.
Thank you very much.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Rachel, it's just you and I again, but we've got ourselves a good little scrap going on still in this GT3 battle. We're now having a look down the field as well. Got ourselves another little scrap going on. This is Johan Lepanese, JCL Sim Racing number 1, WFC chassis number, battling it out for P9, and that JCL Sim Racing car, well, it doesn't look that beat up actually. The car ahead of him is a little bit more, but both these cars in P9 and P10 looking as though they're still going strong.
Yep, they do indeed, and JCL Sim Racing there with Johan Lepanese looking like having a really good run right now. Of course, WFC chassis is right behind them there, so got a nice little fight going on track here. So that car ahead of them is, I believe, the that is the Spark Motorsports number 21 car of Stephen Van Hilden. He's in position 31 right now. He's down a couple of laps from those guys, so that will be hopefully him letting them past in short order.
Yeah, there's one of them. There's the Friction Racing prototype car there in the background as well. Well, that's one of the things actually as well, is that there are no blue flag rules in operation in this event, Rachel, but there is a little thing that I like to call respect that does come into play. And you do see it a lot more in these events, because especially once you go a couple of laps down, like this driver is, and he is classified as a good number of laps. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how many. I think it's 3 laps down from the class leader. So you're only 3 laps down. You're 6 minutes back overall, essentially. And you can see there is a little bit of damage to that car. The respectful thing is that you're not going to hold off every corner, because the thing is, you want to do the same thing as everyone else now. Get to the end of the race.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, 6 minutes behind the leader, unless something major happens, you're not going to get that back. So you realistically have to run to your race right now, and there are multiple cars on multiple laps here in this GT field. Spark, for example, they are one of 3 cars on lap 19. Well, 19 laps down, I should say, from the prototype leader. So 3 laps down from the class leader. There are about 5-6 cars 2 laps down, and 6-7 cars 1 lap down. So there are lots of battles actually going on, and it's really now just a case of finishing within those fights. You are never going to get that back unless something catastrophic happens. There isn't going to be a safety car, so let's ride.
Indeed so. There you can see then pit stop time for Tim Clayton as he is on pit road right now. Heading it closer, minute 54.4 seconds. Out and away. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes until we're halfway through this race. This has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the first half of the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, get our breaths back, but we will be back for the second half of this race after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV's continuing coverage of the 12 Hours of Sebring. We'll be right back.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Good contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even. Give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV as we enter the second half of the 2015 iRacing.com 12 hours at Sebring. Notice a couple of drivers coming onto pit road. Falcon GP flying hard on pit road. Alexander Voss completing a stop, and he's actually going to come up behind Kimmo Surman there. He's still taking tyres. Kimmo Surman is back out onto the racetrack. 58.6 second stop as he now does another run around the racetrack. Alexander Voss there will come out eventually, but he's really fallen back from the rear of Kimmo Surman as Kagashub is going to get back behind the wheel of that Falcon GP car. As you can see, the Mad Cow car on pit road as well. There you can see James Stevenson on pit road. Busy pit road in the wonderful world of GT right now, as we welcome you back then to the second half of the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. We'd like to take the opportunity once again to give a shout out to the wonderful people at City of Lions for allowing us to make their music the official song of the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. Go and download it on the iTunes service. It's not tired now. Download it on iTunes. It will change your life. Don't forget as well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a new member to iRacing, hit up that promo code on your screen. Get yourself 3 months worth of ray racing, complete with all of the free content, as well as the Ford GT. That's both the GT2 and the GT3 models. Use that promo code up on your screen and become part of the world's most online racing simulator, most realistic online racing simulator also. And who knows, next year you could be in the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring, or running in the world's biggest and best road racing series, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, which of course will be back in 2 weeks time on its exclusive home, RaceSpot TV. Rachel, got to give a quick shout out to the guys over at PSR TV for helping us out a little bit earlier on today, as we had ourselves a bit of a scheduling conflict. And of course we've got many streamers at RaceSpot TV. The only issue is, and you've got a lot of them running in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, it means that I've got to multitask.
It does indeed, and well, yeah, of course, 2 of our main streamers racing in that one, so not really possible for them to broadcast it at the same time, so it is nice that we had their help, and really definitely appreciated. I'm sure it was a great broadcast. Not had a chance to watch it yet, though.
It was, and we of course got a report from Johnny Simon and Daniel Benefield, who stepped in and helped out on commentary on that one a little bit earlier on today. They said it was a great race, and of course a shout out, congratulations to Mitchell de Jong for winning in that one. Don't forget, of course, the NASCAR Peak Anniversary Series powered by iRacing.com continues. The next race for that one will be on April 7th as we head to the Great American Speedway. As Rachel, we go where the stars and stripes are burning bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Yep, it's going to be good.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget the next round of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series will be from Road America. And although, Rachel, I have to say, we're about a month away from round number 5 of the championship, which is the one that most people are probably looking forward to the most. It's the day after my birthday, so I am going to be completely sober after my one drink as we head ourselves over to the beautiful Autodromo Jose. No, that's the wrong one. The Autodromo in Monza for round 5 of the championship. Monza finally here on iRacing.
Yeah, Monza is here, and that's going to be brilliant to see those cars running around that track. Of course, it will bring them a new downforce level, because most of these cars have, of course, in most tracks in iRacing have run in that low or medium downforce configuration. Sorry. So, of course, this will be the first time they'll probably run an actual low downforce setup. So,
yes,
should be really exciting to see that.
You know who's going to win that race?
Inex.
Jake Sturgis.
Yep, agreed.
Calling it now. Jake Sturgis is going to dominate at that event. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can continue to ask us anything. Use the hashtag iRacing12H on Twitter. Also follow us at RaceSpot TV. Anything so long as it's to do with kind of racing, broadcasting, sim racing, etc., etc. Don't ask Rachel on anything a little bit too personal, because we're not going to answer it. So, or we'll make an absolute fool out of you. But we've got ourselves Rens Brokerman onto pit road right now in that Coanda SimSport machine. There you can see him. Looks like he is going to stay behind the wheel of that race car for another stint. And well, Coanda SimSport, Rachel, we talked about them earlier on. They are incredible as a team. Looking as though they are once again showing the world why you've got to put them as one of, in my opinion, the top 3 sim racing teams in the world.
Agreed, and it will be really exciting to see what happens with that one. And well, it's just the performance has been incredible so far. They've always had great runs, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, there you can see Rens Brokerman then just completing his stop. You've also got yourself Lewis Goodway on pit road in the WFC chassis car. You've got Team GT on pit road, and you've got iNex Racing bringing their car now onto pit road in that number 99 car. There you can see Brokerman coming out of pit road. Pit stop time for him, 56.3 seconds. Although this is interesting, Rachel, now, because Sturgis is only gone. Is this one lap longer? Is this the same lap actually as Coanda, when previously they were going quite a bit of a distance longer? So Jake is a little bit heavier on that nice magic right foot pedal. Yes, he is, and of course the loud pedal does tend to work well in racing. Of course, you want to go fast, so it gives an advantage. It's tough though to be able to get onto the power early enough though with some of these cars. With a track that's as bumpy as this one, it can be really tricky just being able to get back on that power soon enough without having the car upset itself, so tricky.
Yeah, there you can see iNex Racing stats so far in this race, and there you can see their lap time, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 59.856. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available, ladies and gentlemen, if you head over to racespot.tv/timing for this one. The past left car, they're talking about the fact that they've had themselves some issues here today, Rachel. And it's a little bit ironic, if you ask me, that the car that has an orange cone implanted on the front of the car is damaged by an orange cone.
Yes, iRacing, of course, recently introduced its new cone model 5.0, or whatever we're calling it. And it seems these cones now are a little bit heftier than they previously were. Of course, they've got the new the foam blocks on some of the layouts at Monza, which will definitely damage your car. I believe iRacing wants to give cones a penalty to them now, so that people aren't, as we've always seen, going, cones, I'm going to just hit that because it doesn't weigh anything. Well, you know what? They're actually pretty heavy and they will damage a race car, and they've started doing that now, and I fully agree with the idea. It stops people doing silly things, like Turn 1 at the Indianapolis road course, like Sebring, like the Daytona road course, where people just go, meh, cones, fly through them, not a big deal, they reset afterwards. You know what? There's a reason not to hit them now.
I think part of the issue is actually on that one is not the person hitting the cone in the first place. It's when you get a cone scattered across the racetrack and then someone else, gets infinitely tangled up in that one. But yeah, you're right. Turn 1 at Indianapolis on the road course is a little bit like playing a game with Skittles. Checking in with Dean Prescott, who's now behind the wheel of the Friction Racing HPD car, battling it out with STC Motorsports' Martin Carroll. Just having a look actually there. Friction Racing's really kind of fallen away from this race, I think. And they tried a different strategy, and I have to say, I don't think it's worked out for them at all.
No, it hasn't, and well, this is one of those things that you just have, things go wrong at the start, and they only get compounded later on in the race. Well, just one last thing though on the cone subject. A friend of mine and myself were in one of the Indy fixed races we had recently here in iRacing, new series, of course, with the combined IndyCar series, with the fixed on both sides taking up the slack. In Laguna Seca, DW12. Turns out the cones on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight that stop you entering the pit exit road, you can wedge 3 of them across an IndyCar front wing. And it does aid downforce.
Yes. I will say one thing, actually, about the IndyCar thing. I'm going to finally enter the debate. And of course, you see the promotions for the IndyCar Series, which of course does start tomorrow. Catch that race in America on ABC. If you're watching in the UK, you can find it on the BT Sport
or
networks.
ABC, like
yeah.
I do.
Or of course, if you are in Europe, outside of the UK or France, you can catch it on the ESPN player. Something that IndyCar has done new for this year, which I have to say, as an IndyCar fan, I'm eternally grateful. I'm helping to push it out into the UK, into the European market again, which I think, used to be one of their key bases. But IndyCar, Rachel, they run 6 road courses. They run 6 ovals and 6 street courses. We haven't got any street courses on the iRacing service at the moment, so we run 6 road and we run 6 oval. iRacing's the most realistic series. Sorry, they base themselves as the most realistic online racing simulation in the world. Scheduling is a part of that, in my opinion.
It is indeed, and iRacing's obviously pushed forwards with the new Blancpain series for the GT cars. Of course, they're working on putting out more GT cars for people to crash into. But of course, we have next to no street courses now. Not only do things like the Australian Vita Supercars run street courses, to great hilarity, IndyCar does, and iRacing of course has the partnership with Dallara. Yet we don't have a Verizon IndyCar series in iRacing, which would be nice. By the way, iRacing would like that. Finish Long Beach. It's an amazing circuit, and it's not been finished for 3 or 4 years because you can't be bothered to paint a couple of buildings. Want you to finish that one, please, because it's amazing and it looks awful right now. Could we have St. Pete's, which is an airfield circuit? It's that's easy to do, iRacing. It'd be really easy for you to do. We want St. Pete's. We want Detroit with Belle Isle. That'd be great. That'd
Just
be nice.
because you want to hit the kind of like bump that they had on the exit. I think it was at a turn 5 and the tarmac disappeared.
Well, there is that. But, Toronto Molson, please. Maybe. But street tracks are amazing for racing. They are very different and very difficult compared to road courses, of course. Lots of sharp bends, and there's next to no runoff. It's its own penalty. Sebring, of course, it's one of the closest we have to replicating a street course feel with something like the modified layout, which ISWC will run out next week for the IndyCar series, which will run, funnily enough. Probably the most realistic IndyCar league in the world, in any sim. Not just saying that, because I actually run in it, it's quite enjoyable. But yeah, Sebring Modified, which is a version of this track where just after turn 1, of course, you make that right-hand turn to rejoin at the Bishop Bend. So it's quite nice to have that feeling of a track. But we need street courses. I mean, you can run the Vita Supercar series on street courses. You can run the GT cars on street courses. You can run a Skip Barber. The Skip Barber ran ahead, the Skip Barber Formula 2000 ran ahead of the St. Pete's Grand Prix this weekend at St. Pete's. So, more tracks is a good thing. Stop caring so much about NASCAR and give us more road stuff. Thank you, please.
They can see the gather.
Don't sack me.
Sorry. Wait. We need to have done this one properly. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the Rachel Whiteford rant here on RaceSpot TV. Brought to you by Starbucks. 5 hours and 57 minutes remaining here in the iRacing.com 12 hours. And yes.
News. The Ford GT of New World Sport is out.
Well, let's not forget, they had
TKO.
themselves that big issue a little bit earlier on, remember, when they ended up having a bit of an incident, Jonathan Fuller, with the Vortex Sim Racing car. So there you can have a look from our aerial coverage brought to you today by And One Design. As well, there you can see Randy Chinworth, and he's on pit road. There was some damage, of course, causing that incident, as it was front end damage. And the car apparently 2 seconds off the pace, and it was already laps down. We already know that car was classified as 1 second slower than anyone else. But Randy Chinworth is going to be here to have a chat with us in exactly 5 seconds. And Randy, I presume this was the Vortex issue from a little bit earlier on.
I just found out we had an issue with Vortex, to be honest.
Oh, okay. There we are. This shows how much he pays attention.
I just drive. I'm just a team manager and drive the car, and it's nothing important.
We're having
at the end of JB's stint earlier, he caused some damage, ruined the top end, and then Fuller caught some damage as well. And we were like 2 seconds off pace, already like 5 or 6 laps down. So we just called it.
Well, we're having a look on board, by the way, with our driver cam with Friction Racing and Dean Prescott behind the wheel of that one, as he is trying to close up to the rear of SDC Motorsports. You can see working himself past a little bit of traffic. Of course, Friction Racing had their own issues earlier on in this race, which kind of put them into this strategy situation that they're in, which we say really isn't working for them right now. They've got the Velocidade car and they've got the Vortex car that are trying to work themselves past as they come down now into this is going to be Tower Corner. You can see they're working themselves alongside each other now. Down they come as I'm vibrating all of a sudden. Down into...
Giggity, question mark?
yeah, has hit himself down into, so back into the racetrack once again. Again, I want to give a shout out to my good friend Mike Kitchell, getting himself ready for the first round of Verizon IndyCar Series. Great work that you do, I have to say that one. Director of Communications for IndyCar. As you can see, down into Sunset Bend once again. Yes, Rachel?
Oh, it's nothing relevant to the broadcast, don't worry.
Oh, okay, not to worry at all. There you can see the gap is 1.3 seconds. Actually, SDC Motorsport coming onto pit road, Randy.
Yes, they are.
Oh, there you can see. Down onto pit road they come as they're going to lose that third place for the time being. 5 hours, 44 minutes. Working along for these drivers right now. As you can see, down onto pit road. Martin Carroll's been behind. I think this is 2 stints that he's done now, actually. So let's have a look at this pit stop for them as we have a look again at our aerial coverage. And let's see, is Carroll going to stay in the car? We'll get word on that one. Actually, yeah, he will be staying in that one because he's already 15 seconds into his pit stop. You can see the jacks released there. As you can see, I do love this about Sebring so much, actually, Randy. You can see all the winners from years gone by, and it's that little piece of history. And for me, that really is like a motorsport version of, I don't know, say at Lucas Oil Raceway, getting AFC champions, sorry, Lucas Oil Stadium, getting yourself championships, national championships, getting yourself AFC championships, etc.
Oh yeah, it's definitely just a great way to pay homage to the history of the circuit, and really one of the big things that play into whether a circuit is, you know, a top-level, internationally renowned circuit is history. Obviously, there's some new ones, but whether or not people like them is sort of up for debate. But pretty much almost everyone loves an old-fashioned, old-designed, bumpy
Nobody
Sebring.
likes the car park of the Americas.
Lewis Hamilton does, because he gets a cowboy hat when he wins.
Well, I don't really care. You know, Herman Tilke should have been shot when he tried to design a road course.
So you can see Vortex Sim Racing MOE versus Velocidade Endurance Team Racing, battling for P number 12 and P number 13 right now. They work themselves out of Le Mans once again. Very quickly, by the way, Randy, how many national championships has the Chargers won?
I don't watch football, so I don't know why you think I care.
Okay.
Do you really think I'm gonna grow up in San Diego
emotion.
and do you really think I'm gonna grow up in San Diego and become a football fan?
Yeah. Enough said there. By the way, good evening, Jacob Young.
Good evening. Well, it's 2:30 here in Central Time in South Texas, so yeah.
Good
But
afternoon.
it's good evening and RaceSpot time.
Yes, it is. So you can see down in towards turn 1, you can see your Vortex car going once again. That's the closest battle, by the way, we've got at that part of the racetrack. Although we have got ourselves griptv.org battling it out with Team Charlie Red. And of course, Rachel, what we need to do, we need to add Grip TV into this inter-broadcast melee that we want to have with SimPit, and we need to have it with Inside Sim Racing and RaceSpot TV.
What we need is PSR TV, Inside Sim Racing, SimPit, we need Grip, we need CFI, we need LSR TV, we need us, we need every broadcaster
Does
on
Glacier still
iRacing.
count?
Yeah, Glacier still count. We'll have every broadcaster on
No,
iRacing.
they'll have Finnish people, they'll win.
Yes, they're not allowed.
Yeah, but we'll have Hugo Louis.
That's a
Okay.
good point. But yeah, we will have the Race of Broadcasting Champions. It will be a thing, and you'll be able to watch it live here on RaceSpot TV with the shit people that can't drive. And I just swore on live air, I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been 6 hours and 20 minutes. We apologise. Rachel.
Sorry.
6
I'm
hours.
tired. I'm on my 7th cup of coffee, and I'm
If you're
stupid.
drinking
Is that a
7
good
cups of
excuse?
coffee and you're still tired, you have a caffeine addiction.
Yep. That's what you need to be a commentator on RaceSpot TV. Here you are.
And we've officially lost the plot.
Yeah.
What plot?
Yeah, we had a plot. We had a plot to start with. 1.1 seconds right now, the gap between Team Charlie Red and GripTV.org Road Warrior. That gap has elongated over the course of this lap. A little bit further up through the field, you've got Luis Rodriguez still battling it out. We've talked about that one already. Have a look in your prototype field. Well, let's have a look at the gap, shall we? Between your race leader, well, of course, online, and the number 24 machine with Valerio Pinzania behind the wheel of that one, Randy. It's a lap.
It's a lap.
Moving on.
A good one or a bad one, but it was a lap.
Yeah, and actually, let's have a look. There is where Roderick Cronin is, as we have a look again at our aerial coverage. We can see that Roderick Cronin right now is heading himself down towards the ultra-fast Bishop Corner, down into, this is Rachel Rateford's favourite section of the racetrack, and there is Pianza. It's a lap in about 5 seconds, really. But, I mean, as far as momentum, as far as, what's the word I'm looking for here? As far as, you know, that kind of pride goes, you want to try and finish on the lead lap, Randy, if you can. If you're an equal machinery. And now, just a little bit's been taken out of the wind of that number 24 car, I think.
Yeah, more than likely. Like you said, about a lap and probably 5 or 6 seconds there. They're probably gonna be pushing hard, trying to take that back. But pretty much almost anyone in this HP. Well, they're pulling out of the pit lane now, so there goes any plans of that. But
Yep.
But yeah, pretty much it's an uphill battle for anyone who's not radical right now. Basically, everyone's hoping that Mac Backham gets in the car.
Oh dear.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's our first Matt Backham joke. As you can see there, 70 kilometers an hour.
One, I think.
There you can see the racing team car onto pit road, making itself another pit stop. Let's see who gets into this car, if anyone there. There you can see Valerio is still behind the wheel of that one. It looks as though he is going to do another stint in this very Audi-esque car, Rachel.
It is very Audi-esque. In fact, it is so Audi. It's so attemptedly Audi R18 e-tron Quattro thingy that it's kind of weird. I like it, but I don't like it. I mean, it's a good car, but really, Honda, Audi, we doing this?
Yeah, well, of course, possibly the advantage will be is that if it does get involved in an incident, it'll be repaired in exactly 13.2 seconds flat. It comes back out onto the racetrack and does lose that second place for the time being, as Dean Prescott is going to be... is that Dean Prescott actually is ahead now? Yeah, it's Dean Prescott who is ahead now in that friction racing car. So realistically, that is the way it stands. I think it's going to be Roderick Cronin who's got this one in the bag for the time being. Realistically, Rachel, we are looking at this battle for P2, P3 between Friction Racing and the Banatini Racing Team car. I've got a feeling that they are going to be very close once we come to the last hour of this race.
I think you're right. Those guys have been very good on pace and very similar, so I'm really expecting this to be quite exciting come the end of this race. Of course, we've still got a long time left to go, but yeah, expect that to be one of the fights we'll be keeping an eye on in the final laps.
We earlier on, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we said that we were very close to 4,000 subscribers. We now have 3,999 subscribers. If you're watching a RaceSpot TV broadcast for the first time and you like what you see, there's a nice little red box which says subscribe. Hit it. We'll change your life. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, we're amazing.
Yeah. I can't use the tagline that I like to use, but because I will get myself into a lot of trouble.
Yep.
But 16.9 seconds is the gap right now between Friction Racing and the Banatini Racing Team car. Let's have a look a little bit further down. And let's have a look. Rens Brokerman right now. Well, of course, there is a pit stop difference between these, but Brokerman is just being passed by an absolute gaggle of cars whilst working themselves through cars. And this is going to be the most difficult part of a run for any driver, because you've got to be perfect on track placement. A lot of these GT drivers are going to struggle to remember exactly who they've got to let pass and when. Now, luckily, Quander Car was able to get through that one without any incident, but they lost themselves a second in the process. And there you can see the Virgil Racing GT3 car. Now, there is a big strategy difference between these two. For those of you who are just joining us, Virgil cannot make it an hour on a stint. Quander Simsport can. That means that come the end of this race, you will likely have a 2-minute advantage to Quander Simsport unless Virgil Racing really starts slamming on that happy loud pedal that we like to call the accelerator. But it does look as though that realistically Asiniemi has started to pick up the pace. Looking at the overall fastest lap times, it really is, you know, very close between them. In fact, we're having a look at the fastest lap times for a GT driver in this race so far. The fastest one is Jake Sturgill, so 159.856. Then you've got yourself Rens Brokerman So for kind of Sim Sport, that is a 159.906. Then you've got yourself the number 33 machine. That is currently being piloted by Alexander Voss. There you can see him up on your screen. That is the Core Motorsports number 33 car. They've done a 159.910. Then you've got Bruno De Carmo in the number 11 machine. There you can see him in the ISA car. Now behind the rear of that one, as Darren Ganji's gotten out. And then he's done himself a 159.945. And then finally, you've got yourself Kimi Asinyemi's and Virgil Racing GT3 car, who've done a 159.956. So your top 5 fastest drivers in this GT field, Rachel, have done a fast lap separated by exactly 1/10 of a second.
Which at this level isn't something we've come to expect from the performance of these guys. They are so quick. But just an interesting point actually here. Virgil Racing with Kimi Asinyemi, and we have, of course, Renz Broekman. I believe that's 2 Finns driving the top 2 cars in the GT field.
Yes, it is.
The only Finns, the only ones on the lead lap. There you go.
Well, you know, if you want to be fast, you need to be Finnish. Is the
Ollie Picardo was telling me about his Sisu the other night.
Yes. Are we going to actually have ourselves? Are we going to have ourselves the cut out bits of that interview?
You are. There weren't many. I had to clean things up a little bit because they were a little bit raucous, but most of it was actually just cutting it down for time because there was so much said, and I wish I could say it all.
What we need to do at the end of the season, we need to get ourselves a best bit of the cutout moment of the event, as we're having a look there still at your Virgil Racing GT car. So, of course, we've got ourselves one so far with Team Redline. We've also had one with Kind of Sim Sport. As WCS Spotlight returns for another season, you can check that one out on our SoundCloud page. Also, you can find that if you head over to our Facebook page, facebook.com/RaceSpot TV. Yes, our Eddie Izzard quotes have started, Rachel. You asked about cake. It is, unfortunately, cake or death.
But if there's no cake left, there is chicken. We already established
yes,
that.
Yes.
It becomes then chicken or death.
Yes.
I know that sketch, thank you.
I love that sketch.
It's an awesome sketch.
Yes. It's one, I think,
Eddie
one of the
Izzard's
top
one of my
3.
favourite comedians, although he is really, really short. I have met him.
Yes.
I was working a political gig he did in the UK, and he is about 5'6", 5'7". No wonder he wears high heels. Myself and his manager were both taller than him.
Was he dressed as the executive transvestite?
No, he was actually wearing a suit, although he did the typical celebrity routine, though, of being mic'd up with a lapel mic and still trying to use the handheld mic, which is meant for guests.
Yes.
So he was coming through twice, like most celebrities do, because they're stupid.
Yes. So you can see Virgil Racing, 9.7 seconds to gap between themselves and Commander Sim Sport. Commander Sim Sport to Team Kimmo Suman. By the way, Kimmo Suman, for those who are just joining us, has run 6.5 hours non-stop in this Hours.com. 12 Hours of Sebring, 55 seconds behind Commander Sim Sport. But let's say to Kimmo Suman, yes, he's got himself a 9-second gap, by the way, over Core Motorsports. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. Because I mean, he's pulled out a gap over Core Motorsports in the last hour or so. That's up to 10 seconds now, and he's still within a minute of your race leader. 6.5 hours into this event. You have to say, Kieran Sherman, for me so far, is the absolute star of this event.
It's ironic that a guy in a podium position right now will get disqualified because he hasn't got a teammate. He got a podium on his own, and every time he has to go to the toilet, he has to sit in the pits whilst he goes to the toilet, and you all have teammates.
Yes.
People should be faster, because Kimmo Summonen is doing an amazing job right now. P3, although it won't unfortunately be P3 at the end of the race because of that fair workload, I think we should say, split on drive. Basically, the way iRacing works is you have to have teams of minimum of 2, and every driver has to do their fair share, which amounts to about 15% of the time. Lap total, sorry. And that means that obviously drivers running on their own will fall foul of that. It's not something to stop one driver teams. It's just designed to make sure everyone does their fair bit. And unfortunately, people like him and the guys who did the Ironman 24 they get disqualified despite completing an amazing feat, and I think iRacing needs to change that. It's incredible seeing what these guys can do.
Leon Tanner back out and away, 32.7 seconds. Ryan G on the YouTube page. That didn't sound like. I can guarantee you it was. Absolutely guarantee you it would. Diego Conifabo. I love the way you called Aberdeenati in English language. Yeah, sorry. We said at the very beginning we weren't going to get it right, so we have him. Bit like saying Ruben Barrichello. Simple as
I
that.
think by now people have realised that watch RaceSpot TV regularly that Will can take even a word that one of his co-commentators pronounces correctly and utterly butcher it.
Yes.
Will is a master of mispronunciation.
Yes.
It's such a fine art, and we also, speaking of fine arts, Radical Online are into Pit Road.
You almost called him Radical Racing UK there.
I did, and that would have been a mistake.
Yes, and we would have had Andy Kay on the TeamSpeak channel faster than he can say anything. We've
Yes,
also got
we would have
Virgil.
got a lot of trouble.
We would have got Virgil Racing, by the way, also on Pit Road. So your leader in both GT and also in your prototype class. So onto Pit Road at the same time. Roger Cronin's pit stop will be the faster one of those, as you can see. Pit stop timer up for him. Now, Roderick's done himself quite of a long stunt so far. Cameron Walsh, if you're going to be commenting to us on the YouTube channel, you can come along and say hello. It's as simple as that. As Cronin is going to complete his service there in a total time of 29.9 seconds as he heads himself back out onto the racetrack. You know what, Rachel? That was a little bit like, at the fuel pump. And you £19.99. You just want to put that extra penny into the tank.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that one. Making sure it's full.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what you were talking about then, but never mind.
No worries. And as you see, Kimmy's completing his service 51.9 seconds as he heads himself back out onto the racetrack. And that was the differing strategies that we talked about earlier. Virgil back down into P number 3 then in that Virgil GT3 car. And now you can see the gap to the race lead is... Actually, we'll have to wait a little bit for that one. And Cam, if it's not Sunday, it's Saturday. All right? As there you can see there, gap out front is currently... 6.4 seconds. That is the team Kimo Suruman. Kimo is on this better strategy. We need to remember this one, Rachel. So he realistically has the shot to get what I'm going to call a a gross second place, not a net second place, of course.
Yeah, right now it's definitely a gross second place, and well, we'll definitely have to see about how that one flies. But at the moment, yeah, things aren't going so great for some people, but. It's kind of amazing right now that, of course, we do have the vast majority of the GT field on the same lap. Of course, that's pit cycle included. Although it is for Coanda definitely a net first place, I should say, realistically. It's going to be interesting seeing the end of this one.
It will be. It will be. 5.5 hours remaining in the RaceSpot TV. 12 hours of Sebring. Is Randy Shinworth back yet?
Nope.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello, Randy Chinless.
Okay.
You call me Whitehead, so I'm calling you Chinless.
As you can see there, well, we've got one of the RaceSpot, the RaceSpot New World SimSport car sponsored by MorganShuley.com cars out of the race. How's the other one doing, Randy?
One's going slowly. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have to come back to Randy at the moment. He's just getting some team communication over his radio. We're going to act all serious on that for a moment. As we head on down through our field a little bit further, there you can see we've got ourselves still Costa battling it out. And this has been one that's gone on for this entire stint between Velocidaddy and Vortex Sim Racing. Now, Vortex, of course, got himself a little bit of damage earlier on when they had their little fracas, Rachel, with Vortex Sim Racing. I love how the word fracas is now firmly back in the English language.
It is, and we have Jeremy Clarkson to thank for that, of course. If he hadn't punched an Irishman in the face, we would not have fracas in the English language. And,
yes.
I do feel that's a sad state that we have to get a useful word back into the English language because of people wanting to find a very politically correct word for punched in the face, as we see more cars kicking up cones. But yeah, I like it as a word. Unfortunately, you always get the debate between unintelligent people calling it fracas and everybody else calling it a fracas.
Yes. Are you implying that one at me, Rachel?
No, you call it fracas.
Okay, off we go. So we ride on board then with Vortex Sim Racing America. And of course, Rachel, you do need to remember that it's the BBC, so I had to do something politically correct.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's only so many times you can call it an incident, a bust up, a conflict of interest before you really run out of words to use for Jeremy Clarkson.
Will, you are considered a producer of RaceSpot, yes?
Yes.
No,
Would I be
Randy, you're
fired
not
if I
allowed to hit
punched
him.
you?
Promoted more like it's RaceSpot.
Yes.
RaceSpot TV is like the unseen university in Terry Pratchett's Discworld. You only get to the top by literally filling the shoes of dead men above you.
Have you ever heard the story of violinists, by the way? And the way that violinists used to basically get their way up to, because of course I think lead violinist is like, as far as the orchestra goes, is like the most valuable of all things, and people used to lose fingers quite often, which means that they couldn't play the violin, so someone else would take their position, and then they would, so you'd almost have to go to sleep with metal gloves on your hand to make sure you wake up in the morning and still actually have 5 fingers left. But there you are, there's your random historical fact
Or
here.
just move to Lincoln where you'll end up with 6 and a spare.
You know about like modern video games with their epic musical stories, right?
Yes.
Well, I think all the moms in middle America are right. Video games today are filled with too much violence.
Yes.
I see what you did there. I like it.
Yes. There you can see down in towards turn 1 is a Virgil racing car. We're going to step aside for just one
You nearly said a
moment.
Virgin racing car. There's nothing left Virgin in this field.
No. The Virgil racing car heading itself back down towards turn 1. There's a look at Dean Prescott as well. Currently running in second place as the wonderful Friction Racing team trying to make something out of their race, which was harmed a little bit earlier on. We're going to step aside for just one moment. We're going to take you RaceSpot TV side by side. We'll be back after these messages.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval, and that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself, and they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building 2 tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result, and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Whilst you were away, Rachel Whiteford had herself a very difficult choice to make as Dean Prescott is on pit road. He's going to get himself... And now it's going to be interesting, actually, to whether Dean stays in the car, because he's done himself an absolute ton of stints, actually. It does look as though he will do so again in that Friction Racing HPD car. But Rachel Whiteford had herself a very difficult choice to make in the last break, as she's ordering herself some takeout food. Rachel, you had the choice between wedges, balls, or strippers.
I did indeed. It was very difficult to choose. On one hand, wedges are crispy and quite nice, and strippers are just crumbly and moist, and that sounds completely wrong. And the balls have like meat in them, also sounding wrong. I'm shutting up now.
24.8 second stop for Friction Racing. Innuendo bingo here on RaceSpot TV. We can do it just as well as BBC Radio 1. Friction Racing, 24.8 seconds then, as we welcome you back here to the 12 Hours of Sebring here on RaceSpot TV. Don't forget, you can continue to ask us anything on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing12H on Twitter. Also follow us at RaceSpot TV. Really shouldn't have done that one after that previous comment there, Andy.
No, probably not, but what do we care?
Yeah, there we are.
We're just official partners with iRacing.
Yeah, so there we are. Roger Cronin still leads the way. Let's give yourself a bit of a rundown then. Through the field, powered by and one design. And out front, it is Roger Cronin leading in that Radicals Online car. And, well, let's be honest here, actually, Rachel. These guys, they were very slow at the start of this race. And we were wondering what is going on with Radicals. They've come back partially due to the fact that we've lost ourselves two big contenders, realistically, from this race. But Radical's car, they have stepped up. And Roger Cronin doing a sterling job right now behind the wheel of that number 1 machine.
Yeah, he is, and well, that Radical's car's been just great. Of course, they qualified on pole. It's been a good run from them. Yeah, they fell back as far as 3rd, but they've really pulled this one back. The problems with friction, of course, have helped them. Now, due to the cycle, of course, SDC Motorsports are ahead of them, as are Abandonati. But right now, it's not looking great for friction, but they've really not had any of their big name drivers in that car. Radicals, yeah, they've just run a consistent race.
There you can see that number 24 car. They are realistically battling in a three-way battle right now for 2nd place in this event with the 01 machine, which is the SDC Motorsports car, which the viewers are saying actually is one of the prettiest cars in this race. And I have to say, very nicely done there, the Simpit machine. Hello to everyone over at Simpit, you guys are awesome. And then of course you've got yourself, they're up 3 positions, and then you've got the Friction Racing car who is down 2 spots, and that was all really, Randy, because of one very big issue which happened just actually at turn number 7, which Team Prescott is on the exit of now.
Yeah, it's a sketchy part of the racetrack, and usually it's not one where if you have an incident, you live. It's very rare to have an incident, but if you do, you tend to just go basically at the wall and just cower into a corner and cry about your ruined race.
Running at your top 5, it's the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12H car. Now, they have been battling pretty much all race long in some way, shape or form with the Petronas Racing Car team. They can see them in P6. And then also you've got yourselves the Synergy Sim Racing team car. Now, I'm having a look at the gap. It will still be Dayco versus Synergy, realistically, due to pit sequences. However, the number 12 Petronas car has seemed to have fallen out of the picture a little bit overall. And the last driver in your prototype field is the Team 7 IBE Class C web car, running themselves in P number 8 as they work themselves towards the start-finish line once again, as they can see. And, well, we move on.
You know what, Will?
What?
I actually want someone to try and tell us, especially if you're from that team, what does it mean?
Yes!
I've seen that car in many of the endurance races we've had this year, of course. I want to know what the Team 7 IB Class C web car stands for.
I think they just wanted to give us something that if we got really tired, we couldn't pronounce, and therefore we knew that was the time that we had to go to sleep. It's a little bit of health and safety going on.
It could well be.
People start doing with their team names.
Pardon?
I want to see people start trolling RaceSpot with their team names and have like Team Core Motorsports Rough, but they're out there driving a BMW.
Oh god. Well, yeah.
Well, it looks like, of course, New World Sim Sports 4 GT team's going to be running with a McLaren next year.
Yes. So you can see we head on back over to your GT division and your race leader. It's for us, Commander SimSport. This is a net lead for them. They've got a 55 second advantage right now over Kimmo Surman. We've already talked about this one with Rachel. We are going to do it with Randy Shenworth, Team Kimmo Surman. So even a minute of one of the best GT teams, so one of the best teams, period, on iRacing, in the history of iRacing. I mean, this just shows how good a driver Kimmo Surman is.
Yeah, I think Emo is arguably, I think, one of their standout drivers. I mean, obviously they have a lot of talent. They have Riku and all the other DWC guys, and then there's Yoni Bandbackman, and there's quite a few guys that are just extraordinarily talented. But Emo, I think, runs the most out of all of them. And he just shows up and he can just run 201 for 6 hours straight. I can barely run 201s in like a 50-minute stint. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what he put in his vodka, but I want it.
Yeah, there you can see third place in class. It's another finish. It's Kimi Asaniemi. And actually, he's done himself a pretty long stint, Rachel. He's kind of been in that car for, I have to say, good 3 hours, I think, now.
He has indeed, and that's a pretty impressive stint for him to run.
The issue will
more importantly, Will, I've just found something that will change the entire game.
Go on.
I found a Domino's advert with some discount things on the bottom.
Yes! Domino's Pizza, if you're listening.
Take PayPal.
Yes! If you're listening, Domino's, for the next race, if you want to be sponsored like the halftime show where we all just sit down like on NASCAR and Fox, and we all just sit down and eat some pizza, get in contact. You know, we've got ourselves a very strong pizza base here on iRacing, and we're international. Everyone knows who Domino's Pizzas are. Give us some love. Thank you very
Go to
much.
Domino's, use the code RaceSpot, and pay 100% the normal cost for your
Yeah,
food.
there you are. Virgin Racing's GT3 car running himself in third. Core Motorsports in fourth. Now, Core have kind of fallen off the pace in the last couple of hours or so. Alexander Voss behind the wheel of that one. They are currently 5.8 seconds behind the Virgil GT3 team, Randy. And, well, they're a further 2 seconds back from Kimo. They're kind of hanging there about. I'm wondering if they're trying to fuel manage a little bit.
Probably a little bit. The rough obviously carries less fuel than the other 3 cars, but it does get better mileage, but it has less gas on it, so they might have to try to do a bit of a fuel number. I know at Daytona that they were at one point in a position to win, but another car that's really fallen off since about the start of the race is the Falcon GP team, who at one point were leading.
Indeed, they have led in this race so far today. And there you can see a look at the graphic on your screen. In the last couple of hours, they've been as high as 5th, but they've been as low as 11th. Of course, Keiko Shuba is back behind the wheel of that one. There we can see, actually. Randy, Keiko Shuba is currently running in P5. They have struggled recently. But now Kay's back behind the wheel of that car. I do expect them to try and close up a bit. But his recent lap times are 202.7. I'm just going to try and have a look and see if there's any damage that we should know about, because this is not the Falcon GP that I am used to seeing.
Yeah, that's the lap times are a little bit off. I'm going to take a look at his chart. Yeah, he seems to be about a second off from where they were early on in the run, but early on in the race rather, but doesn't seem to be too much damage. Doesn't seem to be anything bent really. Maybe a little something tweaked on the left front, but nothing major. So might just be out there kind of pacing themselves, just trying to hold station. Really no reason to push with 5 hours left just yet. So who knows? We'll find out probably in the as things go on.
Yeah, there you can see the Virgin Racing GT3 car now within a second of Kimo Sherman. Let's ride a lap on board of that Virgin Racing GT3 car as it heads itself out of Sunset Bend. Randy Shenworth, take us through a lap with this Virgin Racing car.
Okay, so basically in the rough, and so they're going to be faster than everybody. No, I'm kidding, of course. Very talented guys. So going to the turn 1, it's going to be a shift down to about 4th gear. Pretty hard on the brakes. You're going to apex late. And then for me, the marker I want to hit about 120 miles an hour right at the end of that curve. Going to brake at the very first set of cones all the way down to 2nd gear for me. And then this is all about just straightening this sector out as much as you can and then getting a good run out of this 3rd corner of that complex. Then from here, going to be all the way up to about 5th gear. As we get passed by the Audi Honda Performance Development car of the Petronas team. And then it's going to be hard all the way down to 2nd gear for the hairpin. Making up a lot of time on Kimo there. Getting past on the inside, which loses all that time they just made up. Flat out through the Fangio chicane. And then this is going to be all the way back down to 2nd gear. You want to hold this tight. You don't want to track out too wide, as we see Kimo getting pushed wide with the HPDs. And this you want to try to be flat out. Now for Tower Corner, it's a corner that's sharp, but it drops down. You can carry a lot more speed through the apex than you think you should be able to. Down to about 3rd gear. Then you're going to be flat out through the double left on the run to Bishop. Then going into Bishop, it obviously starts the 2nd to last complex, which leads to Le Mans, which is what you're going to want to get your big, long, hard run going down the long back straight. As we see Kimo getting held up, this is bringing him right back bumper to bumper again. And then hard down the back straightaway, all the way up to 6th gear. And now coming into Sunset. Going to brake at the very last set, second last set of cones for them rather. Try to hold it tight on the inside. There's a bump right there that you need to wait to get on the gas until after you're over it. Then hard flat out, and that should be probably about a 2:01.6, I'll imagine.
Let's have a look at the time, and it's going to be a 2:00.04. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm just faster than Kimi.
Yeah, but there you can see those two still. There was traffic on that lap, let's be honest.
Oh, there was a ton of traffic.
But
there was a gap between those cars that they went from about 0.3 apart to 2 seconds to back to 0.3.
Talking about 0.3 per second, you can see Martin Carroll right on the rear of the number 24 machine. In fact, he's going to look down to the inside as they come down. You can see there, just doing the wiggle. Thinking about looking down to the inside, then doesn't do it right at the last second. That is the SDC Motorsports car as they head themselves out of turn number 7 down towards the turn number 10, 11, 12 complex. Once again, that is Cunningham Corner through Collier, and then turn 12, which doesn't have a name, then down to the tower turn. But the SDC car just gets himself a little bit loose on the exit of Cunningham. As you can see there, the 4GT, that is not the 4GT, it's a Team GT car coming into play there as well. As you can have a look. As actually, this is going to be a very good run. You can see he's going to have to go potentially too wide there, around the outside. And oh, they survive it for a moment there. Good heads-up driving there, Rachel, by that 0-1 machine. Because he very easily could have gone through wide, but they would have had 3 cars out the race.
Yeah, pretty much. That was a very, very tough moment for those guys, and well, could have been a lot worse. You never want to be in one of those situations as a leader trying to get past traffic like that.
Yeah.
Where you are, making it a dangerous situation. Passing through wide is one thing when you're trying to fight a few cars for position, but not when you're dealing with lap traffic.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, but it's a good way to get on the broadcast.
Yeah. As you can see, go back along board, down in towards turn 1. Now, for these prototypes, you can see they're actually easily passed, and I think there, from the way that Valiero braked into turn 1, I think he just decided to let that other driver go, Rachel.
Yeah, I agree. There's still a lot of time left in this race. Why push things too early?
So, out of the final corner for Valiero, out of Sunset Bend, heading himself down towards turn 1, where you'll notice right in about 5 seconds, you can see, I think he lifts off the gas or just brakes very early. Listen to the engine
I'm sorry to
note.
interrupt, but the Virgil Racing car has got around Mr. Team Chemo Swamanen.
Yeah, so let's go and have a look at that one. You can see there, battle for P2, P3, and there you can see battle for P2, P3 as well. Same place.
Crazy gaggle of cars.
Yeah. Look at this one, down in towards turn 1. He threads the needle, actually. Technically going 3 wide for a moment there. Kimiya Sinyemi actually moving himself up ahead there of Kimo Suonen. So 2 passes for P2, down in towards turn 1, pretty much simultaneously, although the Virgil Racing car was better placed, as you can see there, having a look on board with him as they run down towards turn 1. You can see he was technically alongside at this point, threads the needle, goes past 1, goes past 2. Well, you can move Virgil back up into P number 2, but they are still 58 seconds behind your class leader in the GTs, Rachel. So still a lot to go over in that one, but that was a very close moment. We'll slow it all the way down for you. Let's have a look then at our super slow-mo replay, and let's show you a look at this one there. As you can see, well, Virgil Racing, he does technically go 3 wide down in towards turn 1, but by that point, I think Kimo decided to just get out of the gas and let him have the corner.
Indeed. Well, it's also getting pretty tight up ahead as we've got one of the prototype cars there that is threading its way past your roof, so your GT leaders. That was actually the car there of the Team 7i. No, it wasn't Team 7IB Class A Web. It was trying to work out who that was. That was Friction Racing, and things getting very, very busy heading down towards Sunset.
Yep, so you can see down going 1. They'll only go 2 wide. They won't go 3 wide. Down into Sunset Bend, but there's a Friction Racing car working himself past one driver, working himself past another one. Should get past this final car, going all the way down to the pit wall though. By the time they get down in towards turn number 1, Dean Prescott there getting himself past quite a bit of traffic as well. Kimo's not giving up, in fact, and that is going to be the next driver Friction to go past. He is still right there within a second as well. This is going to be rather interesting. So let's have a look now at Dean Prescott right along board with him as they work themselves out of turn number 3. This is down into 4 and 5. Now down in towards Big Ben, and you can see actually this has worked out really well for Friction Racing. He's going to get himself at least past Kimo as they work himself down in towards the turn 7 hairpin. Gets himself past another. We have to slow down there as Virgil Racing and the 16 car. And this is where they had their incident earlier on, and Dean Prescott very lucky there that the number 16 car saw him coming down to the inside of 1, and he's going to have to be a bit careful. I don't think he'll get that Virgil car down in towards turn number 10, Cunningham Corner. Indeed, no, he won't. He has to wait to clear off a couple of corners. Dean Prescott, I think, is just being a lot more cautious, Rachel, knowing the fact that, of course, they had an incident down the hairpin about 4 hours ago, I think it was now.
Yeah, they did, and you need to be really, really on the ball with this sort of thing. We do see this tend to get a smaller issue with drivers at this standard, of course, well, that we don't see them as nervous around the same corner they've had an issue at before, the second, third, fourth time around, but when you've had issues in traffic, of course, it will tend to stick with you, and you just need to remember those so you can avoid them.
Yep. As there you can see then, he's still running himself in that 4th position. Gap between Kimmo Suerman and Alexander Voss. That's one that we need to pay attention to now. It's come back down from about 10 seconds, about half an hour ago, down to 2 seconds once again. This comes back to the tyre wear thing you're talking about a little bit earlier on. As you can see, it's still a huge gaggle of cars. As GT drivers try to get through GT drivers, all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult for that McLaren, especially as those tyres start to get worn out. And I'm actually having a look at the live timing and scoring here for this, Randy.
Well,
having a look.
ruined it in pit.
Yep, I know. As you can see, we've got ourselves Roof on pit road. That is Alexander Voss. Core Motorsports car onto pit road. And, well, that battle's over for the time being.
Yep, commentator's cursed.
Yep. But
Blah, 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 full mouth talking.
But to go
Hey,
back...
goldfish are good.
To,
what?
I'm not going to comment. Niels Koch is actually going to get himself behind the wheel of that Core Motorsports number 33 car now. So a trained-in driver for that Core Motorsports machines. We'll have a look above there, down at the pit road here at Sebring. And, well, their pit stop is still going on. Having a look, though, I'm still trying to find out, actually, the last time we saw Kimmo on towards pit road. And it was 29 laps ago. So we expect him on pit road this time by the same way that, although it's a short stop there by Kimmo, realistically. So we'll keep an eye out there as Koch is now in behind the wheel of that one. We expect Kimmo potentially onto pit road this time by, although Falcon GP also onto pit road, Rachel.
Yeah, they are indeed well. So Falcon coming in for that tyres and fuel stop for helping with this race. Those tyres going off quite badly, but not as bad in the BMWs as we've seen in the McLarens. That car getting its service now. Will we see a driver swap there? Of course, it has been Keikishube for this stint. Expecting him to stay in for a second stint, so...
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally time after... Oh, look at that. We're past 7-hour mark now here in the RaceSpot TV, 12 Hours of Sebring, as we're having a look then at the front stretch of this wonderful racetrack, as you can see. A couple of drivers heading themselves past it. Koshube does stay behind the wheel of that one for the time being. As far as you can see, we've also got James Stevenson on pit road in the Mad Cow racing machine, as also Nicholas Pominardi in the JCL sim racing car on pit road. Koshube back out 54.9 seconds as we enter what is another hour of action here on RaceSpot TV. Kimmo Suerman is on to pit road as well. So Team Kimmo Suerman in to make another stop, and we don't expect to see a driver change here, of course, Rachel.
Well, I was expecting a driver change, so he can swap him between himself and him.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
You just butchered that attempt at a joke.
Yeah, it was a me, myself, and I thing, and of course it doesn't work with a personal tense of another person.
Oops.
So, yeah.
Yes, as there you can see then, a look at our aerial coverage as the drivers head themselves down pit road. You can see the Madcow racing car coming back out onto the racetrack. As you can see, you've got another couple of drivers in your GT field heading themselves on towards pit road. As for Team Kimmo Suerman, you can see he's still in the car, still topping it up with fuel, and he'll be back onto the racetrack in just a couple of moments' time. As you see, Gernot Fritcher on pit road as well. But, well, our closest battles that we have all kind of calmed down for the time being, but they should come back on in a couple of moments' time. The biggest one I think we have is still between Martin Carroll and the driver of Valerio Pinienta, but that gap has stretched out now to 2.1 seconds. I'm going to step aside for a moment. I'm going to leave this in the capable hands of Rachel Whiteford and also with Randy Chenworth. Rachel.
I was about to be offended.
Well, yes, of course. Doing it in Randy's hands doesn't often qualify as capable, but Randy, good race so far. Your car's, of course, back out onto the track after its extended stay in pit road. Realistically, not many prospects, unfortunately, for you guys because of that time you've lost. I mean, how do you think this can be improved in future times? I mean, the Ford, we know, has had some issues in terms of its balance and performance in relation to the others. What is it do you think it needs?
Well, compared to real GT3 cars, all the cars are still too fast from what they should be. Still too much high-speed grip, too slow down the straightaways. All the cars need to be slowed down rather than the Ford being sped up, preferably. But basically, just Ford is not quick enough through the fast corners specifically, and it does lose a little bit of time through some of the slower corners. That would be pretty much the first route I would go, and then next I would start looking at tire wear across all the cars. For some reason, over the course of a 1 hour stint, we lose pretty much all the cars lose about a second to a second and a half. Whereas if you watch real world drivers and real world races, they're triple spinning tires. And there's real no point in doing that.
Of course, with the way GT3 regulations go, you can't take tires whilst you're taking fuel into the car. So of course, with these GT3 spec cars, there's an issue there that your tires are pretty much dead after a single stint. So there is no point babying them and running 2 or 3 stints with that. You have to change your tires, which sort of removes the element of strategy, Randy.
Yeah, because I mean, I suppose you could baby them and try to keep them on for the whole stint, for like several stints. But in order to do that, you're going to have to be slowing your lap times up by about half a second. And so if you're talking about a 30 lap stint, you're talking about losing 15 seconds on that stint. And it only takes about 20 seconds to change the tires. So you'll probably still lose time regardless.
Yeah, there's no particular advantage.
Especially when you do it another stint. Now suddenly you're losing another half second every single lap. Plus tire wear is kicking in, so you're going slower anyways, because there's no way you can drive the car slow enough to not have wear. There's a point where you just drive the car as fast as you can to a respectable pace. You don't push as hard as you can, but you need to drive quickly, and just can't really rationalize saving tires in these cars these days.
No, that's one of the disadvantages, of course, with this current system. But of course, things will change. Hopefully, we'll get different tire performance, and with the blank pane relationship, you think that will change and help bring some more realism to this GT racing, Randy?
I think so. There's been several real-world drivers who has been talking on the forums with people, and they've been running their cars a lot. Nicky Dim is probably the big name. Won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the GTM class last year. Obviously, those are GTE and not GT3 cars, but he runs GT3 as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of people. I think we'll see an increase in real-world drivers possibly participating in the series, because obviously they're going to get news of this internet racing thing. And I mean, let's be honest, race drivers have a little bit of money and can probably afford a race rig.
So are you saying that realistically we're expecting the level of crashing in GT3 to go down?
Yes, realistically we're expecting Vadim Kogai.
That's quite impressive. Never thought I'd see that happening in GT3, but there you go. Race so far, looking at action on track, of course, things are pretty static in this twilight zone of racing. Of course, thinking Anders Dahl might be coming towards that Virtual Racing guy who's getting suited up in their garage. Currently, Radicals leading from SDC Motorsports and Abandonati Racing Team in third for the prototype classes. Of course, Coanda Simsport, they are in their pits for the GT class lead. They're doing a driver swap. Klaus is back. He is back on track. One of the fastest guys we've seen in GT3 cars. And he returns now to the track for that Coanda Ferresa Simsport number 18 car. Virtual Racing, of course, assuming that lead whilst they're in the pits, or will be once they come around Sunset Bend. Unless Coanda can get out of pits before they do, which I don't expect to see. But we're looking at pit stop now. It's looking like a long one, of course, taking a driver swap. Full fuel and tyres coming through for them. Virtual Racing are coming out, of course. Along the start-finish line, they will pass Coanda. For this time being, of course, though, we do know Coanda have a pit stop in lieu. Inex Racing Red in third place. They've passed Team Kimo Summonen, which is incredible race from him, Randy. He's, fourth on his own after 7 hours.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about earlier. Kimo running the way he is.
Oh, sorry, Inex Red out of the pits as well as Coanda
For the
Racing.
driver swap, time you tell in, out from Sergio Scott out. So yeah, I expect that Virgil should be in probably in the next lap or two.
Well, we know they're running a few laps off what the other guys were doing in terms of they were about 6-7 laps. Coanda 6-7 laps in before the racing of the Virgil Racing Group. But looking at Anders Dahl getting suited up there, I do think that suggests they'll be also swapping drivers.
Definitely. And especially with Klaus being in the car, you need to have Anders in. Klaus is obviously super quick, and you need to have, if you're going to make up any time, it can be with Anders. And even then, with Klaus in that car, it's probably going to be a case where they just hold station the entire
Managing the gap to him, yeah. Of course, these two have been some of the classes of the field in the GT field. We've always expected good things from Virgil Racing in GT racing. Of course, 24 Hours of Spa was from RaceSpot TV. We saw a great run from them in the GT3 class. Actually, that was the GTC class because it was the Ford roof C-Spec. It was a C-Spec car in that one for them. No, we were talking about 24 Hours of Spa back last year.
No, which car? Or which driver?
The GTC car for Virgil. But anyway,
Virgil, I believe. No, they ran a GT2 car.
Okay then, I'm sure it was a roof. But either way,
you're mixing it up with a Neo.
I probably am racing it with Neo, where they've also had a really good performance as well. So definitely want to keep an eye on.
They won the championship.
Yeah, consistent performance from those guys at Virgil. Coanda though, like we said, not always been that close to front in the GT cars, but they're definitely having a much better performance today.
Yeah, they've won some MOE races, and they were in positions to do very, very well at the 24 Hours of Daytona. I'd argue that Coanda's probably one of the best overall endurance teams when they're having a good day. Problem is when they have an off day, really, really bad things tend to happen, and things tend to end up on their lid, and it's not particularly nice. But and
we have a major issue now. Actually, yes. Mad Cow Daisy has finally succumbed to BSE and exploded. We're looking for them on track right now. That car is, well, limping its way ever so slowly back towards pit road. We're going to have a quick look and see if we can get you a replay to show exactly what happened. But they lost it coming to Monte Carlo, Randy.
Yeah, and if there's a place to blow up, that's the place, because he's able to coast it back. He didn't have to take a tow.
Lost the back end coming through the preceding corner and impacted the inside wall, somewhere we don't normally see cars crashing.
That can be if he just caught the curb, and I've done that in practice. You need to be careful on that curb. If you get it too far over the edge, there's like a sweet spot. If you go clearly over it, you're usually okay. But there's like a point where if you don't have it enough over the curb, it'll just kick you out and around, and it'll just get thrown into that wall, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's terrible, of course, there for that Mad Cow Racing BMW. Of course, they were in a pretty good position, running in about, I think, 6th or 7th position on the track at that point, so they have lost some positions and will probably be out of this race, depending on what they can do to repair that vehicle. They're in the pits. This could be a long one, of course, with engine damage. That's at least 30 to 40 minutes. So, an issue for that team. They're going to be dropping down our standings very quickly. Of course, that does move pretty much everybody up one place.
Woohoo!
Yes, that will include the new World Sim Sports cars, hopefully. So I think Randy's happier than he probably should be.
Probably. But hey, we're in the Ford GT. Everyone we beat is like, ha 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 ha.
You are that special kid that laughs as he runs past the kids that have run out of breath, aren't you?
I could say some things about some people that were on track when I was, but I'll hold my tongue.
Well. Yeah, looking at P3, P4 in that GT class, of course, that would be Kimo Summonen and Core Motorsports. They are nose to tail. That BMW, sorry, that McLaren there of Kimo Summonen, holding off the Core Motorsports car of Nils Koch, and he's, well, haunting him down, Randy.
Yeah, and that rough had some pace early on in the stint. Usually a little bit more than McLaren. Not too much, not enough to where I think it would make too huge a difference, but Niels is definitely going to want to be pushing here, and Kimo's going to obviously be pushing as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially with these faster traffic. Looks like Kimo might get shuffled to the outside through turn 1, which could
it's
give
impressive
the car a bit of a
to
chance.
see, of course, a single driver car fighting this hard with others this late in the stint, Randy.
Yeah, and he's in a place where I think he can realistically win this race if some things fall his way. Only a couple cars that are really ahead of him in terms of pace, or even pit strategy. So, I mean, if something bad happens to Virgil or Coanda or something, then we could very well see a single driver car winning this race that would then be disqualified, which would be pretty entertaining.
Absolutely, the most entertaining part of the 12 hours of Sebring would be if a single driver, then disqualified for only being a single driver, was to win. It is possible, of course, because we know Coanda and Virgil are pretty close on pace, but we know that after Virgil complete their final pit stop, Randy, that they will be much, much further ahead, that Coanda that is, because they don't have to make their final stop.
Yeah, they're driving a bit later into the stint, which is good. Is what they want to do. You obviously want to push the fuel as long as you can without fuel saving to a significant margin anyways, unless you cut out a full stop, in which case saving is probably worth it to a degree. But yeah, it's right now I believe the race is pretty much in Coanda's hands. If they just need to make sure that nothing bad happens, and I'd argue that it's pretty much a race.
One thing we do know though is that iNEX Racing Red could well be a dark horse in this one. We know William Levesque has been able to get his car to 32 laps of fuel, which is longer than any other McLaren or any other car on the track. Do we think that they could realistically pull something here?
I would not be surprised to see them on the podium, simply because William, and Sturgios is Sturgios, and Simon. So I wouldn't be surprised by that, but I would be very, very surprised if I saw them win from where they're at right now.
Yeah, I don't think a win's realistically possible for those guys, but yeah, a podium could well happen, especially if we have issues. I mean, imagine that, iNEX on the podium and Kimo Summon winning. That would just mind blown.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. But yeah, if they were to end up winning this race, if iNEX were to end up winning this race, it'd be worthy of a cartoon.
Possibly a cartoon involving tentacles. And I believe we have the one, the only Will Vincent back.
Hello.
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 Was your dinner good? Is the question we're all really asking.
It was alright, I suppose. There's not a lot you can do when you only have 5 minutes to eat, but there we can see, still looking at Core Motorsports number 33 car, Niels Koch, running in P4. I'm not going to lie to you, Rachel, my dinner's not going to be as good as yours, because you've got Domino's and I've not.
I already told you I'd buy you a pizza.
That is true.
You quit crying.
That is true.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Randy, order me a pizza.
You gonna come here and get it?
There we are.
I'm just gonna call up any Domino's in the UK. I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna order a pizza for Will Vincent. You're just
Hey, order one from Ring Domino's in London, right? Because all Brits are in London.
Yeah. So you can see, for us, kind of sim sport. Number 18 machine.
Oh, NX Fun.
Oh, so there we are. This is Simon Cattell having an incident. This is down back end of the racetrack, so they can see. Give ourselves another look at that one immediately. But Simon Cattell, this is a bit of a rare issue for him, actually. So let's get ourselves a replay of this one. We'll slow it down. This is down turn number 1, actually. Back end, just stepping out for iNEX Racing Red car. And does he just about avoid that wall? I think he does. And what did he say in your race briefing to us, Randy? 10 laps into a fuel run. That car, back end's going to get a little bit happy on it.
Yeah, and then you got another 22 laps to go if you're William Levesque.
As you can see, yes, so he's returned that one. He lost himself quite a lot of time, actually, on that lap. You can see he still sat stationary on our replay. I think that cost him at least 15 seconds. So expect his lap time when he finally comes past the stripe to be 2:17-ish. But how much does that hurt your tyres in this situation, Randy?
He's going to need to be taking it easy for a while. He'll probably be lapping somewhere mid to high 201s just to make sure that the back end doesn't kick out. The main thing with the McLaren is the bumps. The car can feel great everywhere, but the moment you get into turn 1 or sunset, it just starts bouncing and the back end is just like, traction, what is that?
Well, there you can see him then, Simon Cattell, working himself back end of the racetrack now. We've got on board of him in that iNEX Racing Red number 99 car as he heads himself down through turn number 14, Bishop Corner, down into Le Mans. She's turn 15 he's into now. Le Mans will come up in a moment's time. Rest in peace, Combe. He now comes down into that right-hander, turn number 16, which leads him out onto the Ullman straightaway. As you can see there, working himself down that back-end section of the racetrack. Now, just a couple of corners to go before we can actually find out just what the damage was. But he has really fallen off in the rear of Kei Kashu. They can see 41 seconds is that gap right now, which it was potentially going to be an interesting thing to see down to the inside there of the RaceSpot TV. New World Sim Sport, what's the word? Car sponsored by MorganShuley.com. As heading himself past the start finish line, and for Simon Cattell, it is going to be a lap time of 2:20.858. So that's 20 seconds lost there, Rachel, and a lap. That gets close to a third of a pit stop.
It does indeed, and that's really going to hurt those guys. You know, you've got to be careful on those tyres, especially with this car. These GT3 cars can feel great on the track, but Randy was saying, you put a foot wrong, and they will bite you hard. Of course, the traction control and the ABS does tend to baby you into a false sense of security that the car has more grip and more stability than it really does. Get it into a situation where the tyres can't grip, and, well, no amount of traction control or ABS is going to save you from that wall.
Well, there you can see another pit stop then done for the Abernalanti Racing Team cars. They can see 31.8 seconds as they come back out onto the racetrack. Running in an P4 as John Schitter is currently on pit road in that Petronas Racing Team car in to do another stint by the look of it. As well, his pit stop time ticking over now, 17 seconds. As he's going to be coming out of pit road in just a couple of moments time or so. Here's your top 6, ladies and gentlemen, on the left hand side of your screen. You can see in your prototype divisions it is Radicals Online from Friction Racing, from SDC Motorsports, and then the Abernalanti Racing Team, Dayco M Motorsports, and then Petronas rounding out your top 6 in your GT class. It's Virgil leading from Ferrari Coanda Simsport, from Team Kuro Surman, Core Motorsports, Falcon GP, and Inex Racing Red. As you can see, we're all back out into a little bit of traffic there for Petronas as they work themselves down into turn 3 and 4 once again, looking from the rear of them as they cycle themselves around the racetrack one more time. And to give you an update, by the way, 233 laps will be scored complete by Roderick Cronin this time, by 213 laps going to be scored complete by your 03 car. That's the Virgil Racing car. You can see him there up on your screen of Kimi Asineme. I'll tell you what though, Klaus picking up 0.7 of a second of a lap right now of your race leader.
Klaus gonna Klaus.
Yeah,
Klaus gonna Klaus.
Klaus going fast right now, as you see. We'll have a look on board with him as he works himself out of the hairpin. And, well, we've got ourselves 4 hours, 39 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, of the RaceSpot TV 12 hours at Spa. We're going to step aside for just one moment, and once again, we'll take you RaceSpot TV side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval, and that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself. And they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building 2 tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result, and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV and the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And, well, the driver of Simon Cattell has had himself a little bit of an incident, Rachel, down into turn number 3.
He has indeed, of course, running down to turn 3, had 2 wide of the car, put his right side tyres on the grass, slipped, wobbled, overcorrected, didn't catch it, spun the car through 180 degrees, and went down a escape road where the safety crews were waiting.
He's on the
and
highway
apparently an interstellar time vortex opened up with that whole sort of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey sort of thing, where space is more like a rug than a thing, but yes, he basically disappeared.
Yeah,
Thanks to the magic of iRacing, returned to pit road.
Yeah, there you can see that super slow-mo look. As well, Simon Cattell, he got himself, at least he tried to keep out of the way, but iNext Racing Red's day pretty much is done. Joining the iNext Racing blue car, of course, was involved in an incident with the Mad Cow team right at the very start of the race, and there you can see falling off, and we shall see you later, iNext car. It's a little bit like the Crystal Maze, an automatic lock in there, Rachel.
The one benefit is he won't be damaged. He fell off the face of the earth, but he's been dropped back into his pit stall by a malevolent deity, undamaged.
Yes, although he is still on pit road, I've got a feeling that they are going to pull it again.
Virgil is in
No, it's just he's in for the tow, is why he's still there.
But they can see, indeed, yeah, Virgil Racing, their car's now onto pit road, Randy.
That they are, like I just said.
Well, there you can see. Take us through the pit stop then.
So he's going to stop in the lines, and then they're going to put gas in the car, and then they're going to change the tires, and Anders Dahl is going to get it.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see whether Kimi is going to get out the car. The answer is yes, he will, and Anders Dahl is going to get back in. Now, you talk about the reaction earlier on of them having to do that. Klaus Kivikas was doing 2 minutes 6 laps there, so he was going really fast. So let's have a look then at this pit stop that is going on for the Virgil Racing car as he still scored on pit road. Now, Anders, he is going to have to push every single lap like a qualifying lap. Now, if he does it for 3 hours, who knows? They might still get something out of this race, but realistically, they are racing for P2 right now. Unless Anders Dahl can basically do laps of 1 minute 59 every single lap.
Commander are in, guys.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, no, actually, it's Radicals are in.
Yep, so let's have a look then. We'll turn our attention to the Radicals
there's
car.
a lot of similarities there.
Yeah, we'll turn our attention to the Radicals car in a moment. So you can see the Virgil Racing car coming out of pit road, and there you can see the Radicals Online car coming onto pit road to make themselves a stop. Now, Cronin has been in that car quite a while, so could be the time for a driver change for them. We'll be intrigued to see who's going to get into that car. It is going to be Anthony Waselli, ladies and gentlemen, as we've just lost our pictures for a moment. It's like we're in a Malaysian Grand Prix qualifying session, Rachel.
You know what? It is indeed, and it's been pretty exciting, but also pretty weird. So, this is not going the way we thought it would. People we thought were going to be great to be caught up by strategy and by incidents. So, the race is certainly one of attrition.
Yeah, as actually, here we are. This is the joint pit stop time. As you can see, the Friction Racing car is on pit road. So that is their pit stop. Now lost, Randy.
Yeah, it really is. The last thing they needed was to pit at the same time as Radicals. They need to be going as far as they can, which I'm sure everyone is doing. Radicals probably knows they have a huge gap. They're probably just filling the car up, running a conservative pace as Mr. Paul Williams is getting into the Friction Racing car.
Yeah, and actually, listen to the engine note. That car ran out of fuel halfway down pit road. Listen, right about now. So that car, very lucky there, Rachel, to coast it into its pit stall. It's so easy. If you overshoot, it's game over for you as well. Simple as that.
Yeah, of course, not enough fuel. to reach that box, especially if you have to back up, which got lots of low RPM, and you won't be able to make it. So unfortunately, having to tow from 12 meters away isn't exactly what you'd like or realistic, because your crew would push you. But unfortunately, that's the way things are, and well, they ran things to the ragged edge.
You could be Will Vincent running an IndyCar Talladega race where you did exactly that and somehow was able to survive. But hey, so Paul Williams into that friction racing car now, Randy, and he's going to do at least 2 stints, I think he'll have to.
Oh, definitely. If they have any chance of beating Radicals, they're going to need to put their fastest guys in the car, and they're going to need to just push as hard as they can. They got like 4.5 hours to make up about a 1-lap gap.
Yeah,
and that's just a big ask.
It's a huge ask, as you can see. Anthony, and of course, Anthony Rosselli is one of the best drivers that the Radicals team have for that. But we have seen Rosselli have an incident, of course, in a Neo race in that Radicals car, Rachel. So, you know, it's not all said and done. Of course, in America right now, just having a look, it's currently going to be, what, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the East Coast. So you won't get any fatigue issues, shall we say.
Almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the drivers have been running from very early in their morning, so fatigue could still be a factor. Let's not forget, though, we all remember the Backham incident where they needed speed. They put a fast guy in and, well, Backhamed it into another car.
Yes. There we can see there the Abernathy Racing Team car about a second behind the SDC Motorsports car. You know what I'd love to see one day, Rachel?
Domino's pizza adverts on RaceSpot TV?
No, a head-to-head race between Matt Backham and Randy Chenworth.
That would be exciting. Although I did see Mac and, of course, William Levesque having a little duke at Road Atlanta in the Neo Endurance Series. That was quite a good one.
They did, yeah. As we ride along board then. From our driver cam with Conor Labate. And you can see there, actually, the bumps in this section of the racetrack isn't too bad. But once you come down into the hairpin, you can see he's actually going to go very late on the brakes. He's going to try and find a way around that number 01 machine ahead. So it's currently the one leading from the 01 car in your prototype division. 4.5 hours remaining of the iRacing.com. 12 hours at Sebring. And don't forget, this is part of a larger championship. It's kind of a championship within a championship. It's kind of a bit hard for some people to understand, but you've got the Road Warrior Series. You've got the Road Warrior Series, which is one championship, and you've got another one inside of that, which is the iRacing.com Endurance Championship. Now, the next race for that one is going to be the 6 Hours of the Glen, which will be coming your way right in the height of summer, which will be July the 11th. Remind me that Hugo Luis is going to stream that one, because my computer won't survive in July, Rachel.
No, I don't think many of the computers we have will. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, of course. Hugo's computer's already designed for the high humidity and heat of, well, summer.
Well, they're winter.
It's in Brazil.
Well, that's what Brazil is like all year, though, probably.
Yeah.
Their winter is basically a slight lull in temperature.
Yeah. So you can see Labate then heading himself out of Sunset Bend. Let's ride a lap along board of him. Now, Randy, tell us the differences between this car and the GTs. They come down into one.
They're probably going flat out into one.
No, 2 downshifts there. But the run down into 3 and 4. I mean, this is where you can see the big difference, because look how late they brake.
Oh yeah, that's where the aerodynamics really start working for you, is on the brakes. Then you're going to see it again as they start heading down into the hairpin. Big Bend flat out, as you imagine. And then I'm going to guess they're going to brake at the second set of cones. No, I was wrong.
You're close.
I was close. I was Klaus.
Yeah, as there you can see there, coming out of the hairpin down towards Cunningham Corner. And I tell you what, this section of cars in a prototype, it's just insane to watch. From Cunningham all the way, I think, down to turn 16, Andy.
Yeah, it's Sebring in general. The whole, I think, from about the hairpin all the way to the end of the lap, it's just probably just so much fun. And then the next places you're really going to see the downforce really affect the car is going to be through Bishop, through Le Mans, and then obviously through Sunset. These things just fly through this sector.
Well, there you can see then coming now down towards Le Mans corner one more time. And, well, there you are, coming out of that corner, heading themselves down toward the Oldman straightaway, down towards Sunset Bend. We talked about it plenty of times. It's a line of 1,000 different lines, a corner of 1,000 different lines. Only one or two of them, though, seem to provide you with real speed. You can see just how late they are onto the brakes, down to 135 kilometers an hour on the apex of the corner. Pick up the pace and corner exit, and that is a lap for the number 24 machine, who does a lap time there of a 1 minute 51.191 in clean air. And that, Rachel, kind of sums up the thing as well, because of course these drivers are a lot faster when they're running in clean air. They can lose 2 to 3 seconds when they're in situations like this, running themselves in traffic.
Yeah, they can, and that will be a major cost for them in terms of actual track position, Will. But it's something you've got to really kind of balance off when you're trying to get this car around the track, is when you let people past. Of course, best opportunities are often ones that gain you time and lose your competition time.
Yeah, as we have a look then from high above as the cars work themselves down in towards turn number 7 one more time. Your race leader, of course, in your Radicals car, in your prototype division, is the Radicals Online machine, currently being driven by Anthony Rosselli. Earlier on, it was driven by Roderick Cronin, and he is here with us. Hello, Roderick.
Good evening.
Well, you've done yourself a pretty long stint in that Radicals car. I presume, first of all, you're pretty much done for the day now.
Yeah, I don't want to make it too late today, so I have my 4 stints in, and Paul and AJ are good for the last 5 stints. They don't need me to drive anymore, so yeah, I'm done for today. And I guess it's only bringing the car home at the moment, and yeah, basically anyone could do that, I guess.
Well, we talked earlier on about the fact with your teammates about the fact that this race is pretty much now yours to lose, but you still got to push hard, and you're doing lap time still some of the fastest on the racetrack at 150.7 that last time by Rosselli behind the wheel of that one. Just how tough has the race been though, especially running a very long stint by yourself?
Well, the first stint was quite intense because of course we were still like battling, and we were not in front. I didn't practice too much, and I haven't been racing for quite a few months, so I was kind of out of the racing. And then when people are really close up to your tail, it gets quite nervous. Yeah, so it wasn't too easy for the first stint, and for the last 2 stints in a row, of course, when there's not much pressure anymore, you just dial everything a bit back and just make sure you get to the finish.
Well, AJ is going to do, I presume, at least one more stint in that car. We will say goodnight to you then. But proving once again you are radical enough, it's Roderick Cronin for the Radicals Online team. Anyone want to give a shout out to?
Well, of course, for Paul, putting us on pole, and also doing the fastest laps in this race.
Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Roderick Cronin for the Radicals Online team as Anthony Rosselli continues behind the wheel of that one. Can I get ourselves as well another chat with Ollie Quacker, who is in the Patronus car. And, well, you guys have been involved in battles pretty much all race long, Ollie. You currently scored in P number 6, which is an overall net gain of 3 positions. And you've been able to get yourself past the Synergy Sim racing car, but you have lost a bit of time to that number 1417, who you were actually right up behind at one point. Take us through the last couple of hours from your perspective.
Well, yeah, the last few hours simply were pretty difficult because I was struggling a little bit to hold the pace, and Jan is a little bit faster than me, so he gained the time, but I lost some of it, so it was pretty difficult to calculate how we could end up. And yeah, then at the beginning on my first stint I had a crash all of a sudden, and yeah, we lost about 2 places there.
Well, take us through the crash, take us through the recovery drive after that. Of course, these prototype cars, they get very, very touchy if you get any damage to them. So is there any damage outstanding on that car at all?
Well, the crash itself was pretty, I don't know if I can say stupid, but I think it was. I mean, this number 17 car had a mistake or an error in the middle sector on the right-hand corner after the hairpin, and he was standing there. I was behind a GT car, I think 2 seconds behind it. Yeah, the GT car came through on the inside of him, no problem. But then he reversed onto the ideal line, right into me, onto the ideal line. I couldn't avoid it. Jumped on the brakes, but yeah, crashed into him. The front was gone, so I had to pit. And but then, yeah, it was pretty good actually. We didn't had much, didn't had any errors. Maybe some problems with some GT cars in terms of lapping, but it could be worse, to be honest.
Well, you've got yourself still 4 and a bit hours of this race to go. We're going to see you back in the car again?
To be honest, I'm not sure. At the moment, the guy we're chasing is Sam Sutton, and he's pretty fast. I mean, I don't know, I think it's his 4th stint in a row at the moment, and he's still driving like a maniac. And,
oh no, sorry, you just spun your car just as we were
Yeah.
talking to you there.
Yeah, I heard that.
So that's going to cost you about 5 seconds, and I think that just sums up just how hard your teammate is pushing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to give everything. I mean, he was at the same pace of Sam at one point, but yeah,
Well,
that's his corner.
Yeah, we're just going to get ourselves a look at that one, and there you can see just clipping the gravel on the outside of the corner as we get a look there from our Super Slow-Mo brought to you by And1 Design. And thankfully, you're able to get that car straightened out pretty quickly, driving it back onto the racetrack. But a bit of a tough moment there for yourself and your teammate, curse to the commentators, sorry, once again. But still running in P6, that gap has extended out by a couple of seconds. We'll get a look at the lap time as you work yourself past the start-finish line, and it's going to be a lap time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds lost overall. We'll let you get back to having a chat with your teammate and keeping an eye on things going on. Before we let you go, anyone like to give a shout out to at all?
I mean, we will see how it works. I mean, I will get into the car at the next stint for 2 stints, then Jan again 2 stints, and I will drive the last stint then, I think. And yeah, we have to see. We want to finish 5th, but 6th is not bad. So yeah, it was not ideal, the race, but it was, as I said, it could be worse.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. The Patronus Racing team driver of Jan Schuttler working himself there down towards Cunningham Corner. Once again, thank you very much to Oleg Walker for talking to us in that number 12 machine. And Rachel, that just shows the minute detail that these drivers have to work under. It's very, very tough, especially in these prototype drives. It's literally 6 inches the difference between you being on the racetrack or just looping it around. And that's all it was there for Jan a moment ago.
It was indeed. I mean, he just put his wheels on the grass and the thing went round. It's little lapses now in concentration that are going to be costing a lot of people places, and it could happen to anybody in this race. People are getting tired. A long race, regardless of when it started during your day or night. This is a long race, so it's going to be a critical couple of hours now.
Yeah, as we welcome back Jacob Young to the RaceSpot TV broadcast booth. 4 hours, 18 minutes of this race to go. If you are a new member to iRacing, ladies and gentlemen, use the promo code that you see on your screen. Get yourself 3 months for only $12, including all the free content. The Ford GT, that includes both the GT2 and GT3 bundle. And just use that promo code that you see on your screen. That is PR-RaceSpot Live. Well, the driver on pit road, we'll try and figure out who that one is. You can see there, Will Brown just working himself through the hairpin in that WFC chassis machine. Give you an update on the retirees. By the way, we've got ourselves Jonathan Boutel. He is currently on pit road and looks like he's out of the car. Yeah, we can see that is the Ford GT from earlier on. So that car really is done. Retirees, well, we've had ourselves PJ Sturgis classified as out of the race. He'll be down as dead last in the Ironix Racing blue car. Marcus Johansson, of course, that's probably the big one as far as your prototype division goes for today. He was doing an incredible job earlier on in this race. Led 100 laps overall, but then had himself an incident down into Sunset Bend, setting his day to an end. Marcus Mayer is currently scored as out of the race, as is Marcus Caton, the number 44 car. The PRT car of Andres Almenberger out of the race. Scott McIntyre down in 37th place overall, and Jake Sturgis, our most recent retiree, classified as out of the race. We can see that driver who is on pit road, well, that is the Mad Cow Racing Daisy car, who of course had their issue with turn number 15 running down into the Morn corner just about 10-15 minutes ago now. You can actually see there as we have a look at that car, front end damage to that one as they're trying to get that one repaired. Right now, car is working itself up to about 32 minutes that pit stop now, so you might see them back on the racetrack in about half an hour's time or so. Core Motorsport still battling it out with Kimo Sermon, Rachel. Gap is still 1 second, although there is a car for that Core Motorsport driver to get past, and well, he's going to have to push it.
He will, and I'm sure he can actually try and manage that now. Of course, that's I believe the Gathering Tweakers or Neo Endurance. I think it's the Neo Endurance Series car. So you have to move past those guys if they want to progress. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them so far. Hopefully they can get past there and keep going, because it would be rather nice to see that happen. Just made a rather one of those really slow brain connections. Will PJ Sturgios, Inex Racing Blue, Jake Sturgios, Inex Racing Red.
Yeah, so not related? A good day. Yeah, they are related. The two brothers.
There we go.
Of course, arguably the most famous brother combination on iRacing. You've got the
two Carols in this race who aren't related.
Yes, you've got the Michaels brothers as well, who run quite often together. We actually talked to them in the, I believe it was a Neo Endurance series, or the Gathering of Tweakers series, I remember, from a couple of months ago. But yes, PJ Sturgios, of course, runs in the iRacing.com, sorry, the Peak Antifreeze series powered by iRacing.com. Jake Sturgios runs in both the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze series and also the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix series. We could just see a car there on pit road, and it is the Team 7 Classy IB Web car. Massimo Bindi going to complete a service and come back out to the racetrack in 33.6 seconds. And we're joined now by the driver of Dean Prescott, who is, of course, from the Friction Racing car. You can just see coming into view there is that number 15 car heading himself through turn number 1. And, well, hello, Dean Prescott. And it's been a mildly confusing yet entertaining race. Of course, you guys are still disappointed from the incident that caught you guys out literally in the first 2 hours of the event.
Yeah, definitely that's what's thrown us off key in this race so far, but car is a little bit loose on the back end, especially through turn 1 and sunset, but yeah, it's still going at some pace, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, we actually can just get up the epic pen and show you what we mean by that one. You can see there's a little bit of damage that you can see to that part of the car right about there, which is affecting the rear bodywork just a little bit, making that car a little bit loose. But, well, you weren't in the car at the time of the incident. You've driven quite a while in that car. I presume you can say now that the win is probably out of the question. Is it P2 that you guys are racing for now?
Yeah, the win's definitely out of the spot at the minute. I think as I come in for my last stop then, we actually went officially a lap down. Yeah, still racing for second. It's very close actually between the top, well, the rest of us there, second, third and fourth, so it's just a pit stop in it, I think, at the minute.
Yeah, and of course, to go back to early on in the race itself, that you guys were doing a very different strategy to that of the Radicals and Line team. Do you think that would have been able to get yourselves out at the head of the field, or would you say that might have been the wrong way to go in hindsight?
I think we got stuck straight from the start. I think it was Virgil that jumped us pretty much from the get-go, and then we got stuck behind Radicals, and that's pretty much what cost us to be so far forward. But yeah, Marcus, fair play to him, he pulled that gap back down, but then the incident just before or just after he stopped, I can't remember which one it was, and then again actually on his second stop had another little incident, pretty much the same thing. So
well, of course, it's been a very busy day for the entire Friction Racing gang, of course, with drivers as well in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Before we let you go, anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just the guys over at Friction. Obviously, I finished off my season with Apex in the Neo, and these have taken me on board very kindly. Obviously, Marcus set the car up. He's great with a HPD. Very strange how he sets it up, but definitely brings out the best in most. And obviously to Puma and Fanatec, the sponsors of Friction as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the number 15 machine, Friction Racing, currently scored in 4th place 23 seconds behind the 01 machine, which is the SDC Motorsports car, Rachel. But as Dean just alluded to, strategy is still going to be a big factor for P2, 3, and 4 in this event. And we're not going to find out, really, for another 3 hours and 45 minutes, exactly how this is going to play out.
Certainly not, and it's definitely a strategy game now for those next 3 cars. Like we said, Radicals have to screw up to really lose this race. They do literally now have a lap over the field. It will come down to a pure strategy race for those next 3, where they try and find some sort of way of actually getting the right sort of fueling and sequence into the car to be the, well, first one onto pit road and the last one to have to stop.
Indeed. I'm just going to have a look, by the way, at the last time that these drivers did come onto pit road. Live timing and scoring is available, by the way, if you head over to racespot.tv/timing. And as far as your prototype drivers go, the last time that number 24 car came onto pit road was 16 laps ago. For STC Motorsport, 21 laps ago. For Friction Racing, 11 laps ago. So there's a 5-lap difference there between P2, P3 and P4 overall, Jacob. And what that means is that, you know, that 5 laps will translate somewhere into the region of about 7 seconds when these drivers do come onto pit road to make their final stop. But in the interim, these drivers, you know, the gaps will close as they're on early in a fuel run, late in a fuel run, depending on how the tyres go, etc.
Yes, for sure. It's going to be really different with all the pit stops that are going to be going on in a couple laps. But for sure, who knows what might shape up. Somebody might mess up and for the pit stop and make it too long and stuff, and everything just might shape up then to be a real race for P2, P3, and all the way down to 8th at least.
Well, there we can see we've got ourselves teammate Kimo Sherman running himself in 3rd position right now. 4 Motorsports running in 4th in your GT field, as Kimo is still withstanding that pressure from that core Motorsports car. I'm starting to wonder how much longer Kimo can do this one, Rachel.
He's Kimo, he's a Finnish robot, he will go to the end well. He will ride that disqualification and he will try and get a podium on his own. I'm so impressed with how well he's performed on his own. And we have to really say this, but the other teams have all had driver swaps. There may be 2 or 3 hours maximum into this race. Most of them are about 2 hours into the race, at least, maximum. He's been at this for nearly 8 hours. Yeah. And he's still fighting fresh people. This is ridiculous. He's just unbeatable.
As you can see, zoom in from our aerial coverage, brought to you today by And1 Design. Out of the final corner, out of Sunset Bend then, for Kimo Sherman. 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining in this. The inaugural iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take you RaceSpot TV side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
outside contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn 1 for the first time.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, the iRacing.com 12 Hours at Sebring is on the 20... Oh, wait a minute, Rachel, that's now.
I think that's... Yeah. Oh, god damn it, did we miss it? Oh, wait, no, we're here.
Yeah.
We're at Sebring, we're in Florida, we're commentating this live for you. So that advert reminded us exactly where we are. And I hope you did too.
That's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens when you commentate for 8 hours here, non-stop, in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring, as we're checking out the SDC Motorsports crew and the Abati Racing team. We'd like to once again give a very big shout out to the wonderful, beautiful people over at City of Lions. buy that track on iTunes right now. I demand it. Thank you very much to everyone who's been a part of our coverage here today on RaceSpot TV. Closing out the 8th hour of the inaugural iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Will Vincent along with Rachel Whiteford and Jacob Young as we really are now down into the twilight hours. And Rachel, we're only 3 hours and 45 minutes away from the clocks going forward.
There we are, and of course that means we'll add an extra hour.
Yep.
For us commentators here. I don't know what iRacing is going to do about running it 12 hours or not, but it will be essentially 13 hours for us will have been on air. Or we'll get an hour less hours sleep, so I just have lost my life right now.
Yeah, as you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, please use promo code that you see on your screen if you're a new member to iRacing, if you'd like to receive all of the following for just $12. Use that promo code that you see up on your screen right now. So here we are, closing off the 8th hour of the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Still got a couple of battles going on. We're looking at one of them. That's between Carlo Labate and Michael Cracknell. That is the battle for P number 3. Two of these drivers battling for that podium position as we now close off hour number 8 of the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Let's ride on board then with that driver of the STC Motorsports car. He's actually lost himself a little bit of time to Carlo Labate. He's got Team TG driver right.
We have a closer fight actually, Will. We have Hellenic Racing Team and Grip TV. The number 84 and the 23 currently running nose to tail through traffic.
Yeah, as there you can see, 8 tenths of a second separating those drivers as they come on the exit of that is Le Mans down the Ulman straightaway. Once again, getting ourselves a look from the rear of that Hellenic Racing Team car. There's a GripTV.org Road Warrior car. Hugh Beckalami now behind the wheel of that one. Andy Purrs behind the wheel of the Hellenic Racing Team car. So head themselves down into Sunset Bend once again. So there you can see now into hour number 9. I'll tell you what, Rachel. Do you remember Chris Moyles a couple of years ago?
I try not to remember Chris Moyles, but go on.
You know what I mean. The longest show ever with Chris Moyles.
We've beaten that several times.
And Comedy Dave. Oh,
yeah,
Radio
we've beaten that several times, I think.
Yeah. There you can see Andy Thursday still running himself P16 in class. Now, it's useful to note that we still have ourselves running on the racetrack a good number of cars. We've actually got a couple of people on pit road. This is one of them on pit road right now. It's GT Tempo Racing. Simon Esch is going to be behind the wheel of that car. The number 924 machine get himself back out onto the racetrack. 55 seconds, 54.7 seconds to be precise, back out and away. As you can see there.
In the pits.
Yeah, there you can see. So another team and driver onto pit road. We've also got Sylvian Promenade on pit road in the JCL Sim Racing cars. We have a look at him as he's making himself a pit stop. But yeah, you see Kiro Sermon is on pit road. You've got yourself Niels Koch on pit road. They will see you just sweep past these drivers in a moment's time. So you can see 1, 2 onto pit road immediately. And well, if you are Niels Koch, now this could be your chance, Rachel, to just try and be a little bit strategic and try and jump the gun there. Fill up a little bit less over Kimmo, knowing that track position can be so vital. As Anglo Michael going to get back behind the wheel of that car.
You will indeed, and Cole going to have to do something really interesting here. Of course, coming in together, that's going to make the fight off pit road so vital for these guys, and well, this will be quite interesting to see what happens. Cole doing a driver swap, of course, that will be, well, Anglo Mitchell coming into that car. Of course, Kimo 7 are not going to have to do a driver swap, so he'll be out this pit stop earlier, we believe. So that should, of course, well, no change in track position there. Of course, one benefit of being on your own is you never have to swap drivers.
Yeah, you can see actually Kimmo was first to get tyres, so Jack's going up in Kimmo's car first. You should expect to see Kimmo back out onto the racetrack first. As we have a look there, you can see Kimmo out and away then, so he will indeed come out first. As we zoom that camera out, you can see Kimmo coming back out, and it's 56.6 second stop there for Anglo Michael. Go back along board with him as they come back out. And actually a very slow exit there, Jacob, for that number 33 machine as he comes back out. Lost himself a good 3 seconds, and there's now 2 cars between him and that number 2 machine.
Well, either way, yes, for sure. It's been that was a very crazy pit exit, that I'd say, and yeah, hopefully they get back where they need to be for the rest of the whenever their next pit stop will be.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, actually, Rachel, as far as that last pit stop went, the viewers will probably be wondering why they came in together, but they've been trying to run 1 hour stints. If they can do 1 hour stints, actually, the thing is that there's the advantage over the 0-3 machine of Anders Dahl, who, of course, has been on a different fuel strategy throughout the course of this event. Now, Anders Dahl is running fast lap times, the fastest of anyone on the racetrack right now, 2-minute 1.008 that last time by. But he has to, you have to get yourself past the hour window, because otherwise you completely destroy your strategy, as Michael Cracknell is on pit road.
He is indeed, and that's, of course, going to throw things into some interesting contention later on. But that fight between the Atlantic Racing Team car and Group TV is still underway, although they're just being passed by that Core Motorsports car finally. So he's gotten past the Atlantic Racing Team car. He can now continue that chase of Kimo Summonen after a very sluggish exit from pit road. Possibly left his limiter on a little too late and forgot to take it off, put his foot down. I was like, why I now go? I have the button that makes me not get speeding penalties.
Yes, as you can see, 32.5 second stop there for Cracknell as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Let's run you through then your top 8 in each of the classes as we're down into the last 4 hours of this. iRacing.com, 12 hours of Sebring. I got worried for a moment there as we have a look at Commander Simsport. It's just kicking up dust. They thought that was going to be an engine failure, which would have turned this race up on its head. But top 8. First of all, in your Le Mans prototype class, you've got yourself Antonio Maselli leading the way. Yes, that is a gap of 1 lap right now over Carlo Labatti in that number 24 car. Williams is scored in the 3rd position in that number 15 machine. We talked about them quite intensely in this race. There you can see that Friction Racing car. 4th place is Michael Cracknell. He is running in that SDC machine. Then we head on back and you've got yourself Sam Sutton running himself right now in that number 147 car. That is the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour car. They got themselves a 24-second advantage over the Petronas Racing Team car. Jan Schütter still behind the wheel of that one. We talked, of course, to those guys a little bit earlier on in this race. P7 is the Synergy Sim Racing car of Race Goldfinch. And then the Team 7 IB Classy Web car of Massimo Bindi rounds out your top 8. And there are only really 8 prototype drivers really in the hunt for anything in this race. The other 2, well, they are both classified as out of the event. Issues for the Virgil car earlier of Marcus Johansson, led himself 100 laps, had himself actually one of the fastest lap times of the entire event. 1 minute 48.515 was actually the fastest lap of the race. Just to let you know, the Ravana Thrustmaster team car, Thomas Zasbo's gotten out of the car, Mario Borotti's gotten into the wheel of that one. We head on back then to your GT, and let's have a look there. You can see the drivers, your top 8 drivers. It is currently going to be this driver, Klaus Kivikas, actually onto pit road this time by. Now, Klaus, if I'm right, Rachel, I think he's done 1 stint. So this will probably be his 2nd one before he hands it back over. And I believe Jorn said that he's done for the day. So Kivikas is getting back behind. I think he's going to do 1 more stint.
Yeah, he probably will do, and I think this will be between now Klaus and Marcus, I believe Jorn said to us. So expect this to be a single driver. Nope, he's out. Jorn Jens is in.
Yeah, but Jens will do himself 1 more stint. Yeah, he did. He's very good at that one. You can see pit road's a busy place with more of your GT drivers on pit road. The Team GT car coming out of pit road right about now. You can see you got yourself also the Vortex Sim Racing car rear of your picture coming onto pit road. He's going to make himself a start. Got a couple of damaged cars in amongst the mix there as well. But for Arasa car going to complete its service then after having done himself a pit change. That will be a pit stop time somewhere in the region of about 56 seconds. Once again, just get himself topped up with fuel, get himself ready to go out and away. That's been a total now of, I think, 3 stints for Kivikas. 55.1 seconds as Jorn Jens heads himself back out onto the racetrack. To see confirmation actually that they've fallen down into 2nd place. We've also got Gil Guez now back behind the wheel of that Vortex Sim Racing car. Their pit stop continues. You've also now got yourself 1 driver coming out of pit road. That is, I believe, Thomas Van Boosel in the Team Tortoise. Indeed it is. 55-second stop. Exactly for him there. As the Vortex Sim Racing car comes out of pit road, there you can see him. And then we've also got ourselves Mark Schimmo in this Shark Motorsports car, completing his service in 55.5 seconds. back out onto the racetrack. Closest battle we've got going on right now, or there's two of them. This is one of them. As we look on board with the driver of Mario Bertolli in the number 8 machine, sorry, in the number 4 machine in 8th place right now. Jacob, he is battling with the inside sim racing car of Fabio Di Carmo through Sunset Bend.
Yes, for sure. That is a fantastic battle going through, and it's just one right now, just the best racing that I've seen all day, and hopefully it gets more and more exciting through the minutes that pass by. Yeah, so you can see that 3 tenths per second between these two drivers. They head themselves down in towards turn number 3. Once again, Inside Sim Racing's Fabio Di Carmo, one of the 3 drivers we've seen in that one so far. We've not ridden on board with the Movano team for quite a while, actually. So let's do that one then, as they work themselves through turn number 6. This is Big Ben, heading themselves down into turn number 7. The birthday boy's back. Hello, Paul.
Hello there, Will.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Paul. Happy birthday to you.
I don't want to upset you there, but you do know that song is copyrighted.
We don't care.
Yeah. YouTube, we're sorry. Actually, to be fair, they kicked up an issue for the fact that we used the British national anthem.
Did they?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that copyrighted to like England, and because we're English we can do it?
Yeah, I don't know. Eric Verdoff is on pit road, by the way.
Oh, they didn't care about the American national anthem, did they?
Well, mainly because of the fact that I don't think that we ripped off a particular recording of anyone. There you can see Team Charlie Red on pit road, number 9 machine, making himself another pit stop. You can see also you got yourself one of the prototype drivers on pit road as well. That one is Ian Schwidler there in the Petronas car, getting himself another pit stop. Now, I do expect potentially to see him come out of the car. Indeed, he does. As you can see, Ollie Quokka going to get back behind the wheel of that one. Another pit stop, another driver swap then for that Petronas Racing Team car. As you can see, the Team Charlie Red machine getting himself now out of pit road. There you can see Eric Verdoff coming back out onto the racetrack for pit stop time there of 55.9 seconds. As Ollie Quokka then continues his service. You can see 31.3 second stop as he comes back out onto this 6.02 kilometer racetrack. That is the one and only Sebring International Raceway. It's so good, Rachel. We have to show commercials for the race that we're showing.
Yep, it's like New York, we're Sebring.
Yep.
We're at Sebring and we'll tell you about Sebring.
Let's ride along board then.
Also, Kimo Summonen's about to disturb this battle between the Movano car and the Inside Sim Racing car, because he's about to lap them on his own.
Yeah, there you can see the gap that is going on between Movano and ISR. It is currently 5 tenths per second as they work themselves down towards turn number 7 once again. There's the Petronas car actually going to get himself past Kimo. So, I tell you what, if anyone was to crash into Kimo, can you imagine the iRacing community, Paul?
Oh, they'd be up in arms. They'd absolutely hate it. You know, he's done such a good effort to be in 3rd place in the GT class. So it baffles my mind as to how he's able to do this.
Yeah, as Randy Chenoweth alluded to earlier on, there is something that has been put in the Finnish water, which we all know is exactly 40% ABV. But Kimo Suonen has had himself an absolutely great... That's how you get around just saying the vodka joke the entire time. That's the intelligent
it is, and that's
way.
really, really quite a good version. I like
yes. As Kimo Suonen works himself then down towards turn number 14, 15, 16 once again. We will allow you to experience a lap of, in our opinion, the greatest performance that we have seen in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. It is Glacier Racing's Team Kurasuaman running as Team Kurasuaman as he works himself down in towards Sunset Bend. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this one together. Into and out of Sunset Bend then for Kimo Surumen as he works himself on the exit of turn number 17. Once again, down towards the start-finish line. As you can see there, the gap is currently classified between himself and the driver ahead of him at 1 minute. And that is for us around the SimSport. And there we are, Paul. That is the only stat you really need to know from this race. Is a driver can run for, 8 hours and 15 minutes and be within an hour of Commander SimSports. I mean, we will harp on about this quite a bit, but I'm sorry, that is a performance.
An hour of Commander?
Sorry, within a minute.
Within a minute, yeah.
I was gonna say.
Even better.
It's fantastic
60
effort.
times better.
I mean, you were saying it's the water. I think it's actually 95 octane is the water that they drink there.
Well, true, yeah.
And basically, he's just struggling behind the Inside Sim Racing and the Movano Thrustmaster team car because they're busy battling away. But quite frankly, he doesn't need to push it because he doesn't want to get himself involved in an accident.
Oh. And that is the thing now. He's at that point of the race where he's just got to try and keep it together. And of course, he's now got himself once again a 6-second advantage over the core motorsports car that is still chungling along in P number 3 in this race. P number 4 for Anglo Michael, there you can see. And I do think a lot of that one, Paul, does go down to the driver. And of course, Michael was a little bit slower than his teammate in the last stint as well. So that's one to pay attention to again to see how far away they can be in the next, I don't know, 2 hours of this race potentially.
Yeah, he's not quite had the pace of his teammate, but he's still doing a good job. He's keeping within that 6-second gap. It's not like it's a massively dropping off, but yeah, he's just not had the pace there to keep with Kimo, which makes Kimo's efforts even more amazing.
Yeah, as you can see there, the core motorsports car heading himself now through Sunset Bend down toward turn number 1 one more time. Let's go back though to your prototype division because, well, Anthony Rosselli, there you can see him on the racetrack. There you can see Paul Williams on the racetrack. He is currently working himself down towards turn number 1. And Rosselli now has himself over a lap advantage. It is getting close to a 2-lap advantage now, Rachel, between something, just completely insane drive now by Rosselli. And he is setting some fantastic lap times on that number 1 machine.
He is, and that Radicals machine has been the class of the field, of course, taking advantage of some early issues for Friction and for, of course, Virgil's HPD to resume that top position, but they've really not been challenged for it since, and they've just suddenly switched on and they've gone for it, and it's been a great drive from those guys. They well deserve this victory. Here you go, passing the leader of the GT class, Virgil, again.
Yep. You can see down in towards turn 3, turn 4 once again, and you can see, well, this has been a good old drive by the Radicals team. As you can see, riding on board with Rosselli. Of course, we talked to a number of their drivers over the course of this event, and they've all said now it's just a case of having to bring this car home and making sure at the same time that they keep the concentration. We saw earlier on, actually, Paul, when we were talking to the trainers team, that they had just one momentary blip and they lose themselves 20 seconds. It's very easy to do so. And the Radicals team, the worst thing they can do is start cruising around at 90%. The second they do that one, it is just, the chance of them accidentally bringing that car into a wall. Race over. They've got to continue to run at close to 100%.
Well, you look at that classic example of Ayrton Senna at Monaco, when the McLaren team were telling him to slow down. He did slow down, and that's when he had his accident that lost him the race. So it's very easy to do. Even the best drivers in the world will do it if they just relax a little bit. So they've got to keep on it 100% and keep pushing hard.
Down in towards turn number 15, down towards the back straight away there. You can see what the Radicals online team as they're working themselves. And that is actually to put, Paul Williams, Michael Cracknell, the SRC racing car down another lap actually. And there you can see Rosselli heading himself down into Sunset Bend. And he's just actually putting one of the other drivers down another lap there. A couple of these cars looking a bit confusing. It seems to be all of a sudden that we've had previously a lot of these drivers running red and black paint schemes. All of a sudden people like to run things like blue and black and white paint schemes. And it seems to be every so often everyone just chooses a colour, Paul, and it makes our lives rather difficult as commentators. I think you almost need to, go back to a point where you just pick a colour at the start and just keep on running with it.
Yeah, just keep with the same colour. It makes our lives a lot easier. Yeah, it's not ideal for us, but if the driver wants to run with that colour, then that's the driver's prerogative. But it would certainly be nice if the teams picked a colour and stuck with it for the race.
Unless, of course, they are a Formula 1 helmet, in which case they can do something about it if you're the FIA. Understars onto pit road once again, Rachel, to make another stop. And this is showing, will put Jon Jens, way back into lead once again. But Understar is going to stay in this car. And, he's going to have to now make 3 more pit stops from here. Get to the end of the race. Although it is close, actually. When I'm thinking about trying to break this one down, 15-minute stints, he should just be okay to do it. But, some of the stints that Virgil have done haven't been 15 minutes.
No, they haven't. They've been shorter, so it's going to be really important for them to try and stretch this as far as they can go, because they need to stay in this fight. It's a very hollow lead they have right now, because it's essentially not the lead of the race. They might be leading laps in the field, but Coanda are better on fuel, so we don't think they'll need. We think they will need another pit stop, but we don't know. They might be able to stretch this and pull an upset, but it could be incredibly close to the end. As Radicals online, head for pit road.
Yep, so there you can see, first of all, you've got yourselves Valetis Laddie just completing their pit stop. You can just see they're going to get some tyres. And then racing on pit road, you've got yourself another prototype car onto pit road. So we're just going to finish then looking at this pit stop. Mark Ziegler now behind the wheel of that Velocidade machine. He'll be back out and away in 52.2 seconds. So you can see Anthony Rosselli making himself another stop in that number 1 machine. It looks as though he is going to stay in the car once again. You're going to get yourself into the 230 Synergy Sim Racing car. Michael Schreier back behind the wheel of that one. The good thing, I know how to say that name, Rachel, because if I didn't, I really would need to go and do something about myself.
Yeah, you would indeed, and quite definitely. Just want to do one set. Okay, Radicals out, down and away there. But yeah, do you want to just mention the thing about the paint schemes you were talking about? It did seem that it's a little problematic with these prototypes, because with it being such a difficult template to work with, you see a lot of them using variations of the default iRacing templates recolored, which is a little boring for an artist like myself, but hey, it works.
Yep, as you can see there, the Synergy team back onto the racetrack, 31.2 seconds. It was 29.9 seconds there for Anthony Rosselli as he comes back onto the track. As well, you still got yourself ongoing battles going on. Carlo Abatti versus Michael Cracknell. This is the battle for P number 3, P number 4, SDC Motorsports and a Batonati Racing team. And then also, you've got yourself the ongoing battle between Fabio Di Carmo inside Sim Racing and also Mario Bertoli. Let's ride a lap on board with that Movano Thrustmaster team car of Bertoli, and we'll just keep an eye out. You see, we'll get a good indication here, Paul, of the differences between these cars. Once again, you can see down into turn number 1 that BMW has a bit of an advantage, but this is when the McLaren is going to be just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, through the twisty stuff, the McLaren does seem to be pretty good at handling it. It just depends how long Kimmo's been on that set of tyres. He's been out for 10 laps now, so he's starting to feel the effect of the tyre wear on his rear tyres in that McLaren. So that won't be helping him with his pace, but it's just a case of keep him working, keeping in that draft, just to try and keep with the guys in front.
Yep, down into the hairpin they come once again. Then you can see at this point, Bertoli just a little bit better onto the brakes. They head themselves down that run, down into your favourite sequence of corners, Rachel, from about turn 10 down to about turn 15.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's a great sector of the racetrack, fast flowing and very dynamic, really fun part.
Out that corner they come then. That is Cunningham now down into Collier, turn number 11. That right hand flick for turn number 12. Now down into Tower Corner, turn number 13. And you can see this is where things start to really get fast. Through Bishop Corner, it is pretty much flat out in these cars. Some cars have to brake a little bit. You can see the back end wanting to step out on that BMW just a tad. You can get away with it though. As you can see, actually just ahead, that driver of the Comet is in traffic right now. So, in fact, no, actually, that's Kimo Surin between those two drivers, if I'm not very much mistaken.
Yep.
So, Kimo in that McLaren, actually, you can see that the Movano car is thinking about running here, getting himself past there. I don't think he'll be able to do so. As you can see, down in towards Sunset Corner once again. 4 drivers sat in a line, all on different laps, and this is where things always start to get confusing, Rach.
It is indeed, and well, yeah, see, Kimo has actually passed that Movano car because he was behind himself and the ISR car. Now it looks like Kimo's going to be looking towards that BMW in front of him, moving on up in a way that only the Finns really can, and that's blue flag, pass left racing, sorry, ahead of them.
Yeah, they can see there the pass left, and they all pass the left, Rachel. Well done.
They do indeed. They're following instructions on the car.
Yeah.
It makes me want to paint a turn right car for NASCAR and see if anyone obeys.
Yes. As they head themselves down, 3 hours and a half pretty much left to go in this event, as you can see there. Well, Surman still hanging it out, and the thing is as well for Surman, he has now pulled out a lead once again, 7.3 seconds. Let's have a look a little bit further down the field, and well, it has got itself a lot more spread out, Paul. Especially down once you get around P number 10 or so. Your closest battle really outside your top 10 is a Grip TV car battling with Team Charlie Red, although you have got Thomas Van Boosel on the Team Tortoise car also still trying to scrap it out, the Hellenic Racing team. That one seems to ebb and flow.
Yeah, does seem to ebb and flow, does that. You've also got the Vortex car trying to get a place on the NWSS car, so they're pretty close, but yeah, it's all spread out a bit again. Like we were saying earlier with the pit stops, it seems to be that every so often this field just spreads out a bit. There's not really that many battles, but then later on it all compacts again and gets closer, so we get those battles once again.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I think I can say once again about 17 times in a sentence there.
Once again, but yeah, we just had ourselves a question on our YouTube channel, Rachel, about the classes in this. Of course, you've got yourself the prototype class. That is the Honda Performance Development ARX-01, more colloquially known as an LMP2 car. Then you've got yourself, of course, 4 different cars running in the GT class. You've got yourself the BMW. You've got yourself McLaren MP4-12-GT3, the Ford GT3, and the Roof. Well, we've got asked why there's no Daytona prototypes in here. And, of course, at the moment, we have ourselves a bit of an older Riley Daytona prototype. I love it. But the difficulty is trying to get that one to match kind of Tudor style with the LMP2 car. And it's just not possible at the moment. BOP here. Of course, once we get the Corvette, it could very easily be a different story. But and also, if you have a different class for the Daytona prototypes and the Le Mans prototypes, people are going to say, well, why can't we have a GT and a GT car? And I do like the fact you've only got 2 classes in this one, because you get that nice split of, you know, about 10 to 12 prototype cars and then an absolute ton of GT cars. And that is the way endurance racing should be.
Well, yes and no. I mean, obviously, of course, if we do get the new Corvette, that can run its own class. I don't think it'd run with the HPD, but we do know we'll probably be able to get the new Aston Martin LMP car to run with the HPD. Those two will be bopped to hell and back, so you can actually finally have a choice. And of course, I will go for the one with the cockpit that doesn't look like it's run under a low bridge. But importantly, though, the Daytona prototype currently is ugly. It looks like a bathtub inverted on a go-kart or a tank without a barrel. But I disagree on the whole class size thing. I really think we could do with 3 classes running. Of course, the LMP class, the GT class, or GT1, GT2, and then a GT3 or GTC. Because I really like having the Corvettes in, because it's a car that's underused and quite fun. Of course, we'll be getting a GT1 Aston Martin, so perhaps BOP, that Ford GT, the existing one, not the GT3, balance the performance of GT with the Corvette and the Vantage GT1 or GT2 car. So we have 3 cars for the GT class. We can have the GT3 cars, 4 or 5 or 6 or however many they end up making. It's just more targets after all. And the LMP cars. And we can have a massive 60 car grid with loads of different cars, and it'll be amazeballs.
Well, of course, for me, Paul, is that I remember back to the 2.4 hours of Daytonas that used to be done. And of course, I commentated on a couple of them. And it just didn't seem right to have yourselves close to about 30 Daytona prototype cars. And then maybe, I think in one year, it was just one GT3 class. The year before, it was the Ford Mustang, which was 20 seconds slower a lap. And I like the fact that, again, if you look at Le Mans, you look at the Daytona 24 hours, you look at the Sebring 12 hours, you have more GT classes. And I think if you are going to mix GT cars into multiple classes, I think that's the way to go. More than Le Mans prototypes. And less, of course, you make, because unless you restrict the number of Le Mans cars, prototype class, or Daytona prototype class in any individual race.
Before you just carry on from this one, Will, I think the most interesting part is, and we saw this at the Daytona RaceSpot TV, 24 Hours of Spa, is there's nothing more entertaining than watching a Honda prototype try to pass a Corvette that's also trying to pass a roof.
That is fun.
That gets really entertaining for us.
It is fun. As we can see, Jake Burton now getting behind the wheel of the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour machine. So you get yourself Sam Sutton out of the car, Jake Burton getting behind the wheel of that one. As you can see there, they're just going to complete their service in a couple of moments' time. We're going to get a word with someone in a moment. I don't know who it is, but we'll find out who they are. And then we'll get the opportunity to talk to them in just one moment's time. But pits time there, 32.1 seconds, Paul, for the one and only Mr. Jake Burton as he now comes out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, nice standard sort of pit time for the car there. So be interested to see now what he does with those fresh tyres.
Back out onto the racetrack, 32.1 as we said there. You can see top 6 in each of your class there up on your screen, and there you can see Conor Labate. We will just check, the gap is still classified officially as 1 lap, but there you can see Anthony Rosselli working himself. This is through turn number 6 now. As you can see, Conor Labate is working himself. This is down on the exit of Tower Corner. Yeah, it is Tower Corner. So the gap is actually right now a lap and a half between P number 2 and P number 1 in this event.
Yeah, and it's a pretty impressive run from the Radicals team to just be on it all the time and to be able to just pull out such a gap. Okay, instants have gone their way, but that's what happens in endurance racing. You can have it one race where instants go all your way, the next race it can be all going against you, so you've got to ride your luck sometimes.
Yeah, and don't forget, there are a total of 6 different races that make up the 2015 iRacing.com Endurance Championship. And, well, we've already had ourselves one of them. We are a good way into the second one, which is, of course, this one that you're looking at your TV screens right now. As when, after this, we'll have ourselves the 6 Hours of the Glen on July 11th, the 24 Hours of Spa. That'll be August 1st through 2nd. Then we have ourselves the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans on the 10th of October. And we conclude, Rachel, when we go to the Lounge Down Under for the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000, where we're going to get ourselves a couple of Australian commentators to help us out.
Yeah, we will indeed, and that'll make it really interesting. We'll feel right like Channel 10. Looking forward to Bathurst. It's going to be a great race. Certainly more my sort of cars than anything else.
We've got to say it could also be Foxtel, seeing as they now have the main majority rights to, but
do I have to stick the screen upside down for that one?
Yes, you definitely have to sit your screen upside down. But yeah, we'll be happily joined by the guys from V8 Online for the final round of the iRacing.com Endurance Championship. Some very unique races there, Jacob. Taking some drivers, and I'm just actually trying to figure out in my head. We go to a total of 3 different continents, and we have ourselves, well, a mixture of races from about 6 hours all the way up, of course, to 2 24-hour races overall in the championship.
Yes, for sure, and especially for me, Australia is a great place to be, and with the Australian commentators, that's going to be something of just difference. And for sure, going to Bathurst and just it's incredible. My one question though is why not Circuit of the Americas? It's a great track.
Because it's a car park. You're not going to get past that one on us. Sorry.
I made my thoughts clear on Circuit of the Americas when I did the touring cars there.
Yeah. To be fair, V8 at Circuit of the Americas is fun, because V8 at Rachel at any track is always fun. But, well, we commentated a 6-hour race in the Neo Endurance Series there. It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Oh, sorry, talking to the wrong person again. I'll shut up.
I was talking to you that time.
Yeah, I know. I butted in for no reason.
No, yeah, we did have a good race there. It was fun, but not one of my favourite tracks. I really like the technical tracks and the organic tracks. So places like, I mean, we did the STC Blue Cup this week, which was Silverstone Historic. Yep. Really good flow to it. Amazing track for racing. Brilliant for endurance. Monza will be incredible for it.
With Oval.
Bathurst, yes please. Monza combined with Oval, giggity. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that would be insane. No, actually, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to have the 24 hours of Oxford Plains in Indy cars. Get in. That's coming your way.
24 hours of Bristol in Formula 1 cars.
Well, the
Let's
two
see
running
who actually survives.
Yeah. Well, I bet it's a double header, so they run one and immediately have to go to Bristol.
No, they run both together. Multi-class, Formula 1 at Bristol with legends. It's like moving chicanes and death.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally a case you would either die of being too dizzy and crashing the car, or you'd hit one of these mobile chicanes, or whatever. But it would be like a blender of metal and body parts.
Yeah, here you can see, by the way, battle going on for P10, P11, that is Vortex Sim Racing, MOEs, that number 20, versus New World Sim Sport Moonshine car, as they head themselves down in towards Sunset Bend once again. Now, Golgures there, you can see actually they're just being put a lap down by the Virtual Racing car. But you can see, well, they're having themselves a good little scrap. Even outside the top 10, you still got ourselves some good little battles still going on in this event pool.
Oh, it's fantastic that, you know, even these guys who are maybe, as the NWSS car just got a little bit unstable under braking into the final corner, but yeah, it's great that they're able to carry on pushing and battling away. It's your own little victories now at this point. You know you're not going to win the race, but just to be able to beat the guy who you're racing with is surely going to be satisfaction enough at this point.
Yeah, but there you can see, just to let you know, by the way, there is the Radicals Online car. And actually, he had to get well out the way, Rachel, down into Sunset Bend. That was almost calamity there for the Radicals team.
It was indeed, and very dangerous. We did say at the start of this, last stint of the race that, Radicals only have themselves to beat. And they can beat themselves, and they won't win this race. But they just have to try and be careful, give people room. They could afford now to sit back and actually relax.
Yep, there you can see the Radicals Online machine is currently leading the way. And just for all the people commenting, by the way, in this stream so far, there have been a total of 0.00 dropped frames. So yes, this is in 60 FPS, I guarantee.
I did say it was 60 FPS, none of them believed me.
Yes, I can tell you that because I've been streaming right now for 8 hours and 57 minutes here in the iRacing.com. 12 hours at Sebring. We're going slightly mad this late into the race. To quote Freddie Mercury, that's actually a great video that he did for that one. But there you can see then, still pulling away is that driver of the Radicals Online car. Still battling along is the ISR car versus that team of Movano. And, well, psychologically, I think now, is that these drivers, they want to push it here, but they realise the fact that they can do a lot of work on pit stops right now. And I think Movano is trying to play a bit of mind games because you can save quite a bit of fuel. It's about a lap and a half, really. If you just stick there in the draft, save a bit of gas, you can pass the ISR car and pit stops pretty easily there, Paul.
Yeah, that's. I think that might be what they're doing because they've had the pace over them. They're all over the back of the ISR car, but like you say, keep it in the draft, you save a bit of fuel, and you may be able to go a lap longer and get the undercut, the ever-wanted undercut on the pit stops.
Yep. So then we've got ourselves 3 hours, 21 minutes remaining in the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. Just keeping an eye out then to see, we've got ourselves Daniel Petia now behind the wheel of that Team 7 IB Classy web car. We still don't know what that means, Rachel.
No, we don't. I believe Class A Web's actually a company from seeing one of the logos on the car, so what Team 7 IB is, I don't know, but it sounds like a classroom.
It does. This is where you're going to learn about fluid dynamics, ladies and gentlemen, with that number 17 car heading itself now out of pit road. As you can see there, they come back out onto the racetrack. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to take you RaceSpot TV side by side. We'll catch your breath. We'll be back with you in a couple of moments.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval. And that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself. And they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building two tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn 1 for the first time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. 3 hours and 13 minutes remaining in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Well, we've got ourselves still a little bit of a battle going on as we have a look currently at the driver, who I can see on my screen, of Michael Cracknell as he heads himself down towards turn number 1 once again. That's the SDC Motorsports number 1 car, currently being driven by Michael Cracknell. Jacob catching up to the rear, or trying to at least, of Colin Abatti in that number 24 machine.
Yes, for sure. Just very exciting racing going on as just Carlo Labatti just trying to keep his line here and just hopefully stick it and hopefully just keep the second place, the only spot pretty much available from Michael Cracknell.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you'd like to get in contact with us on Twitter, you can do so by using the hashtag iRacing12H. You can also follow us at RaceSpot TV, as I'm sending a tweet out right now, Rachel. So feel free to do the same as well. Thank you very much to everyone as well who's made comment on our YouTube channel over the course of today's event. It's been really nice talking to you all as well. And we did see, by the way, Rachel, whilst we were RaceSpot TV side by side, that there was almost a pass in this ongoing battle between ISR and Movano Thrustmaster. It's still going though. 1 second, Movano got themselves side by side into 1, and since then have dropped back a little bit.
Yeah, they have indeed, and well, that battle will close up once again, and we'll see a real fight on our hands. Of course, that is the battle for 8th place, 7th and 8th place. So it's going to be interesting to see what those guys do, because at this point, I think they'll be getting pretty close to it. Yeah, obviously things going on side by side, which is why we bring you side by side.
Indeed. As you see, down in towards turn number 1, these drivers will hit themselves once again. And, well, we've actually got ourselves one more time that driver of Daniel Plaza on pit road. Now, that's actually been a very short stint, and I think they're getting out of the car, so potentially an issue there. I think, yeah, Enrico Lumini going to get in behind the wheel of that one. We are into that stage of the race, let's not forget, though, Paul, that you could actually end up getting yourself a little bit foul of the rules if you decide to not pay attention to the fair share of things. Now, we know that there's one driver who will get disqualified from this race through no fault of their own. You know, it's just regulations. But then everyone else, they don't run that fair share, then they will get themselves immediately disqualified the second they cross the start finish line. So team principals right now do have to pay a little bit of attention to what is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's well, let's see. At the moment, there's what the I think it's the Grip TV car is currently falling foul of that rule, the fair share rule. So they've got to keep an eye on that. But it's tough to go by it's tough to work it out, especially if you've not really pre-planned it like some of the teams may not have. I know when we've been doing the Spirit of VLN series, it was very much done on the fly with our team because well, we wasn't very organised, to be honest.
Nobody ever accused the Arseholes Racing team of being organised.
Well, yeah, true.
No, that's their actual name, people. Before you actually shout at me for being rude, their team is R Romeo Souls. They are the arseholes.
Yes, absolutely. And and we live up to that name as well. But yeah, it's you can work it out on the fly, but it's always better to have a pre-race plan. And
major traffic, sorry, right now in coming out of Sunset Bend, 2 prototypes passing 3 of those GT cars. Of course, we've got a BMW ahead of them, and we have the fight there between Movano and Inside Sim Racing getting very intense.
Aren't you very glad, Rachel, that I was actually looking at that at the point you said
actually,
it?
that is the CTC Racing car ahead of them. They are a lap down, I believe. Yes, they are indeed from this fight, so they're going to get past them, and this is closed up right again.
It really has, as they can see, 0.6 of a second. And I have to say, good props going out to both Bertolli and also to DeCarmo for just keeping this one clean. Of course, we did see that side-by-side action, Rachel, but they have kept it clean. And it's good to see them do it even this late on. They're not even going to try and play the old side, I'm fatigued and broke a little bit too late.
Yeah, of course, that could be something they would do. And lots of things go on during this race, Will. Lots of things will happen. And I know it's just been mentioned on the YouTube channel that we missed a near wreck between 2 cars. But I think what some people just joining the broadcast now aren't realising is that yourself and I and some others have been doing this for just nearly 9 hours now. And those commercials are a much needed moment for us to just get a slight break.
Yeah, as you can see there, you still got that Team 7 Plus Web IP machine scored on pit road. There is definitely some damage to that one. I'm just trying to find out exactly what it could well be, but their day is looking as though it is unfortunately done, Paul. And we'll never find out what that name means now.
It's do you know what, that's gonna haunt me all tonight. I won't get any sleep because of not knowing that. Nah, it is disappointing that they're not carrying on yet.
Please, somebody tell us if you know someone from that team. Get them to contact us. We want to know what Team 7 IB Classy Web is.
Yeah, as you can see, there is a driver moving around in that car, so they are trying to get it back out onto the racetrack. But I think it's on the opposite back end of the car, actually. We'll try and have a look. We'll try and zoom in on our aerial coverage as it cycles itself around. This should give us a good indication. Yeah, the rear diff is damaged. There you can see. So that would have been side-on contact there. So that would have been an incident with probably another driver. And there you can see the, unfortunately, damaged car there. Unfortunately, it looks as though he is going to be classified as out of the race. We've also got ourselves now on pit road, the new World Sim Sports car, the Moonshine car, making themselves another stop. As well, 3 hours and 6 minutes to go. That fatigue factor is going to really start kicking in the next couple of hours, Rachel.
It will, and that's going to result in a few more little mistakes and contacts between cars, which is only going to raise the tempo somewhat.
Yeah, so they are going to complete their service in 1 minute. So yes, Paul.
I was just going to say, I've actually looked back at what happened to the Team 7 IB Class Web car, and it was the Spark Motorsport car that just basically drove into the side of them as they went past on one corner, and whether they lost control or something like that, but yeah, it was a big hit on the actually on the left-hand side of the car of the Team 7 IB car.
Yeah. We say, we are trying to have a look through, but we've got an events tab on here, but there are so many events that's happened over the course of this race. Trying to find it is a little bit tough. We'll do what we can over the course of this broadcast to find that one for you. A little bit further down in your field right now, it really has spread out. You've got yourself Thomas Van Boesel running in the number 13 Team Toy Toys car, actually. They are battling it out with the Hellenic Racing team right now, Paul. Hellenic are trying to get back up through the field. They are slowly starting to catch up once again. And this is the battle for P15.
Yep, it certainly is. And, well, the Team Tortoise car haven't just go past a rough that's a bit of back marking. So he's cleared them now so he can get a bit of pace up. And, of course, the Hellenic car will catch up to them. So they've got to get through, so it may be that they'll lose a little bit of time behind that lap traffic.
Yep, down into towards Sunset Bend they come. Not Sunset Bend, so that is the hairpin once again, as you can see. Number 24, fake Audi car, working himself past those drivers one more time. As you've got Martin Curl on pit road now in the SPR car, and there's a little bit of damage to that car by the looks of it all of a sudden. So let's keep an eye on that SDC Motorsports car. I'm not sure whether that's just general repairs that Carroll is getting or whether that's another prototype driver who's going to have a victim. We see Carroll is actually coming back out onto the racetrack. So just getting himself to general repairs done there. 31.7 seconds back out onto the racetrack. And well, that is going to be a total of 3 more pit stops needed for them to get down to the end of the race. That last one of these stops, so, is going to be pretty much a splash and dash pull.
Yeah, certainly will, and that's basically what they'll have been working towards, to just get as little time as possible in that final pit stop to gain any time on the cars around them.
Yeah, you see down towards the hairpin, turn number 7. One more time, as you can see, they've done another pit stop. Keeping an eye out, front end of your field. And well, you're on the Sanders style. That is 36.2 seconds on the road, Rachel. We need to remember, though, that Commander Simsport have got a pit stop in hand overall. So this, even though you're on the end, last time by was 2 seconds slower than Anders Dahl, this is still a big battle for position. But Dahl has a lot of work to do, and realistically, this is still Commander Simsport's race to lose by some considerable margin, because they have got that pit stop in hand that we've been talking about.
They have indeed, and that should be a real factor here. So unless Virgil can really save more fuel than we really think they should be able to, then this is definitely going to Commander well.
Yep, down in towards, this is Cunningham Corner, turn number 10. They come one more time, and well, here we are. We've seen this one only a couple of times in this event so far, Jacob. Still going along is Movano, still trying to chase down the ISR car, still stuck behind, still not able to find a way past. Been going on for an hour now, and they are still trying their hardest.
Yes, this is an incredible battle that can be possibly the best one yet here today, and for them still to be going on for about close to an hour, and maybe probably for another hour or two, it's just going to be an incredible battle till the end.
Yeah, and the ISR car, I have to say, has been really holding on, Rachel. You see, there has been a couple of close calls, but the Carmo just unwavering under the pressure. Their last lap was a 2 minutes 2.1. Yes, Bertolli was half a second faster last time by, but you just see the ISR car just unwavering from his line.
Yeah, that team of the two Brazilian brothers and Darren Ganji has been so powerful today. They've just had incredibly good consistent speed, and it's been awesome to see that race car going so well. I do think, though, that Movano's definitely reading them in somewhat. They have a little more experience, because they are not just a team for these single individual Road Warriors events, rather than they actually are throughout the season.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to butt in here, but Kimmo Suominen has rear-ended the GT Temple racing car into the hairpin. It's not the heaviest contact, so I'm hoping that the damage isn't too bad. But
this is first lap.
This lap, yes.
Yeah, let's get ourselves a replay of this then from Kimmo Suominen. You see,
just gets into the back of him under braking. He's a little bit later on the brakes than the BMW, and I don't know if it's caused too much damage, but he is carrying on. He's staying out of the pit, so he must feel that it's fine to carry on.
Yep, so let's have a look then on board with Kimmo Suman. And let's be honest though, his first real snafu of the day, still running in third position, still with a 16.4 second advantage actually over Anglia Michael. He's actually increased that one up over the course of the last half an hour or so, as we kind of expect here. Then you see the GT Temple car. And we've not been able to talk much about them in this race. They have been running alone for quite some time. By the way, we've got Ollie Quokka onto pit road in the Petronas car. We'll come back to that one in a moment. But Suman coming down there in towards turn number 7. You can see that GT Temple car just ahead of him will slow it down as they come down into the hairpin. And well, there you can see right about there as they work themselves down into the corner. Suman just going to get up behind the rear of that GT Temple car, just nudging him out the way almost. And just after 9 hours, a bit of a brain fart for Kimmo Suman. Looks as though he will get away with it, but Rachel, that could have been a lot worse.
It could indeed, and that was so dangerous for him right there. That car just braking so early, perhaps older tyres, and I think he just misread it possibly, or the guy just panicked with someone behind him, and not technically severe damage, of course. That car's rear-engined, so could get away with it, and more importantly, he doesn't have a radiator in the front of that car.
Yeah, you can see we had a look on board with Kimmo Suman. We'll get ourselves one more look from our aerial coverage brought to you by And1 Design as they head themselves then down. This is down towards turn number 7. You'll get ourselves a good look actually as we have a look from behind the trees coming down into the corner right about now. And well, there you can see just it was almost just pushing along the front of that car. And you can see hopefully when we come out of the corner, we should be able to see the damage there to Kimmo Suman's car. And there is a little bit, you have to say actually, a little bit. We'll circle it for you right there. There is a bit, but it could be a lot worse for that McLaren.
Just come onto pit lane as well.
Well, this would be a time stop when you think about it, because you've got Marcel Wiemers on pit road, you've got Sylvain Promenade on pit road right now. There you can see them making stops, and we are of course now 2 hours 58 minutes to go, so this is within a natural pit stop window. So let's keep an eye out. As they can see Sylvain Promenade on pit road, they can see Kimmo Suman, and let's have a look on board of him as he makes himself another pit stop. And of course he has run 9 hours now non-stop in this, the iRacing.com 12 hours to see. I'll tell you what, Rachel, if he's got himself like 30 seconds damage, they can see the Core Motorsports car on pit road simultaneously. I was going to say you might want to use this opportunity for a bathroom break. Not that Core Motorsports car is going to come on at the same time. They're changing. Alexander Voss is now going to get behind the wheel of that car as the 131 car comes out of pit road. Pit stop time for him is 55 seconds. But we now need to pay attention to Kimmo Suman, who is making himself a pit stop. If this is any longer than a minute, you know he's trying to get some damage repairs done to that car. And of course, you've got that double-edged sword now. Do you have Voss making a stop, or do you want to have this is so? Or
he's away, no damage repairs.
Out of the way, 54.6 seconds, so he will come out. You can see just okay. They did probably tug the front end of that car a little bit. Voss making himself a pit stop. Now Voss getting into that car, of course. This will be closer to a 60-second stop right now. And we've just had a comment there from Slider CDM. What's the point? He's getting a DQ at the end. I'm sorry, but well, just very quickly, 55.2 second stop there for Voss as he comes back out onto the racetrack. But there is a point, because you know what? To say that you've been able to do a 12-hour race by yourself, it's personal pride. Yes, you're not going to get yourself, the official result, but you're going to get yourself the pride of being able to do those 12 hours by yourself. And of course, we had someone try and do the 24 hours at Daytona, Rachel, and they became a bit of a community hero because of it.
Yeah, you're right, and of course, it's an incredible thing to see and do, but it's, well, unfortunate that this happens and they get disqualified.
Yep, and they head themselves down towards turn number 6 one more time. They can see Radical on board with Alexander Voss. And, well, that gap is 16 seconds, so it's about the same as when they came in. So that's a good one, Rachel. At least he doesn't have to worry. But, of course, we'll be interested to see what happens in the next 2 to 3 laps. We know these McLarens go fast at the start of a run. We know that these roofs go fast at the end of a run. If this gap starts coming down now, that's the only time, really, that Kimmo should start getting a little bit worried.
Yep, certainly, and well, that will be quite interesting to see exactly how he could pull that one off, but I don't think he's going to be too much of a problem. Front-end damage on his McLarens tends to be historically not too severe.
Well, heading themselves down back end of the racetrack once again there. As well, we can see coming into view as well, you've got yourself another driver on pit road. You've got a couple of drivers. You've got a prototype driver on pit road. You've got the WFC chassis car, Massimo Era, coming out of the car. Coming into the car, it's going to be Roberto Badanini in the number 16 machine. You've also got Carlo Labatti onto pit road in that number 24 machine. He's getting out of the car, getting into that number 24 machine. It's going to be Valerio Pinianza. And, well, we've talked about this one already, Paul. Your chances are now, this is going to be your penultimate driver change. After this, we probably only have to change drivers one more time, but you've got to make sure everyone does their fair share.
Yeah, it's really got to be worked out well for them. I think they'll have done their calculations beforehand. They'll be a bit more prepared than say some of the other drivers. and he's away again now out of the pit, so a good move there. Yeah, it's all about making sure that you've got the times right for your driver stints to make sure that everybody does get that fair share and to not break the rules.
Well, it's going to be in some cases a bit of compromise as well. And I remember, Rachel, we were talking to some drivers during the 24 hours at Daytona, and they were saying, well, we need to keep a fast driver in so we could keep the track position. But now, you look at the play clock and you realise that you've got these drivers who's only done one stint. You've got to put them back into the car. It's as simple as that.
Yep, you do, and that's going to have to be critical. You need those 2 stints done to actually qualify it, and it's you do that or you get disqualified, and that's how it goes, unfortunately. But oh yeah, another point I just wanted to make up. Tonight, of course, is a rather special night in around the world. Of course, it'll be Earth Hour later tonight, where citizens around the world will turn off their lights and exist by candlelight for an hour to bring us all together on climate change. Of course, I'm not sure how it helps climate change, but thankfully, folks, we at RaceSpot TV will not be looking after the environment. We'll be staying live on air for you all night.
Yes. So setting fire to something, creating carbon
more carbon, actually, yes. Having a worse actual, less efficient burn than a power station by lighting a candle is apparently saving the environment. Thousands of candles around the world with a naked flame burning wax, which is actually a really inefficient burning process. That's why you have smoke coming off a candle. Smoke is inefficient, incomplete combustion. So, just saying.
Can we not just kill all the cows?
Actually, nuclear power is quite possibly the cleanest form of power generation, which most of the Western world runs on, largely.
Are we really going down this route of...
Oh, we are.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Waste, but we are talking about the fact that there is actual no combustion, so a candle is more environmentally harmful than nuclear power.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we've learned from this conversation, don't burn candles, and also, if you stop eating cheeseburgers, together, we can save the world. Top Gear makes its appearance on RaceSpot TV. And on that bombshell, Team GT Green comes out of pit road, 54.2 seconds.
We found our new stick, though. Kimo Summonen is our new stick for RaceSpot's Top Gear program.
Yes, yes, Paul.
No, we're not supposed to give the identity of the stick away, but
no.
Another bombshell is that the Team 7IB class web car is back out on track.
Awesome.
Woo! As you can see there, we've got Hellenic Racing Team car on pit road. You've got Justin Brunner on pit road as well. As we can have a look there at the Hellenic Racing Team car. Well, let's have ourselves a little bit of a look at Justin Brunner in that number 20 machine there. Vortex Sim Racing MOE currently doing himself another pit stop. 42.7 seconds. You can see there a look at some of the cars working himself down towards turn number 1 once again. So Vortex, you've had yourself Golguez getting out of the car now. Rachel, I'm sure you remember the story of Gol. Actually ran handed for quite a while, got himself involved in an accident. Incredible, and this is the thing as well about we call it sim racing, you can call it esports, whatever you want. Actually, what it does provide is the opportunity for a lot of people who may not, either for money reasons or due to the fact they have some form of physical disability, the chance to actually run for not a lot of money and something that they love.
I completely agree, Will, and of course there is an entire section of the forum dedicated to sim race with physical handicaps, and you'll find some videos and build posts in there. Amazing rigs people are building for those that are handicapped. And a throttle that you can operate with your elbow, a brake with your palm of your hand. One guy has a wheel that's built and set up quite almost exactly like Alex Zanardi's, where the throttle is a ring that is mounted around the wheel hub. Because obviously Alex Zanardi has no legs. The throttle is a ring near where the paddle shifters would be around the entire width of the wheel, so he holds it close to the wheel to actually go faster, and he pushes the wheel forward in the car to slow down. It's incredible what we can do even for sim racing to make it accessible, and I love seeing people that are beating their own limitations, and that's what sim racing is about. Even if you're physically able, if you're physically unable, sim racing, like real racing, like any other form of competition, you are pushing yourself past your boundaries and you are making yourself a better person, and I fully support it in any way it's possible.
I do. There you can see there 4 hours of kind of sim sport coming out of pit road. Now Understyle has the lead of this race by 43.5 seconds. Understyle has to make one more pit stop compared to Commander Simsport. And you can't make a pit stop in 43 seconds. Even if you didn't take tyres, you can't make a pit stop in 43 seconds. However, Understyle is pushing this car as hard as he possibly can. And I'm just trying to work out whether Understar has done, all the other drivers have done enough to complete this race. And I think actually, Kimi was in that car for a very long time. So he should have, I think they've all done enough, Paul. We could see something amazing happen here by Understar to try and upset the Commander party.
Yeah, he's really giving it the full beans, and he's really trying to break out just that little bit more of a gap, so when they do come in for that extra stop, they lose out as little time as possible to hopefully push all the way through to the end to maybe take this challenge to the Commander team.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to step aside for just one moment. Rachel, carry on for a minute.
Yes, well, of course, the action still out on track is definitely intense at the moment. Kimo Summonen is getting passed by a couple of the cars, but he's himself coming up to lap that car there of the New World Simsport 4 GT, which has been in the wars, guys. At the front of the field, let's have a quick recap there, of course. Radicals Online, 2 laps clear of the field right now. Of course, pit stop in hand, they are at least 1 full lap ahead of the field, which is somewhat breathtaking. Second place, we have Friction Racing. They started on second place. They're currently in second. SDC Motorsports bring up in third, and Abandonati Racing Team in fourth. Dayco Motorsports Sebring 12-hour team are in fifth. Of course, running behind them, Petronas Racing Team, Synergy Sim Racing, and Team 7IB, who have returned to the track. Cars out in your prototype field, of course, TNT Racing and Virgil Racing after that early incident. Leading your GT field, of course, Virgil Racing at the moment. Will they have enough to beat Feraisa Commander Simsport? Nobody knows. Looking tight though. Third place, the legend that is Kimo Summonen, on his own for 9.5 hours already. This is incredible. Fourth place, Core Motorsports. Fifth place, Falcon GP. Falling back, of course, from starting on pole for their race. Guys, incredible so far.
It's been breathtaking. It's the fact that teams are able to push on and be battling over 9 hours into the races. I'm just watching the Inside Sim Racing car of Darren Ganji, who's got back into it, and the Movano car's having a look down the inside into the final turn, and he's actually got past the Inside Sim Racing car.
Nice work.
That battle has been going on for the last, hour?
2-3 hours?
Yes.
More like 2 or 3 hours it's been going on, and it's been an incredible fight. Movano, of course, their experience of running weekly has finally paid off. And, yeah, well, they're passed. So that's moving them to 7th position on the racetrack. Only one of the cars still on their lap, which is the JCL Sim Racing car, who is about a third of a lap ahead of them. So really nothing realistically going to happen there unless they have some bad luck. But, yeah, incredible so far, guys. Picks the race for, well, best drives, and we can't say Kimo Summonen.
Oh, you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, obviously the Radicals Online team have done a fantastic job at the front of the prototypes. It's a tough one to pick, actually. I do think Coanda have done a fantastic job in the GT3s to be able to have that pit stop in hand as well, and to be pushing. I mean, they're only 42 seconds behind a Virgil car of Andersdal, so it does look like Coanda are gonna. It's going to be tough for Virgil to get that win, but it's not over yet. I'm going to stick my neck out on the line and say Coanda so far for the race, but that probably means that they'll crash at some point.
Of course, the curse of the commentators will be a thing. It has in the past, and we apologise only for any sort of voodoo we bring down on your team. It wasn't our fault. It was the demons. Yes, we'll say demons. But no, things have been going pretty well. Of course, we don't expect Virgil to really win this stage. They haven't got enough in hand in terms of fuel. They will have to make a pit stop. It'll drop them far back, but they are still fighting for a podium at the stage. And of course, technically, Core Motorsports are looking at a podium, realistically, because Kimo Simonen will not be counted, which is unfortunate for him with all his efforts. We've said this throughout the broadcast. We do think iRacing should change it, and that drivers soloing the race should actually be rewarded for that ability rather than punished. Obviously, the system is in place to stop teams not having a fair amount of driver usage, but one driver, that's obviously harder than, teams not pulling their weight.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough on Kimo to be able to do this for 9.25 hours now, and still be putting in the lap times. I mean, he's basically doing that last time was a 2-minute 1.2, so he's only 0.8 of a second off of his fastest lap of the race. So that's 9.25 hours in, and he's only that far off of his fastest lap. That's a damn good effort.
It is indeed. And Jacob, what do you think? Pick the race. Radicals are in line. Radicals are in the pits. Carry on.
Well, as the Radicals are in line, I will make my pick real quick. For sure, I'm just gonna go with for the GT class. I like the roofs today. They've been doing really well, so I'll go with Virgil Racing. And then, of course, like no one else is gonna beat them for the HPDs. Radicals online.
Indeed. And of course, not only are Radicals. Oh, the Radicals actually are onto pit road. They were the only one that went on. Weird enough, iRacing gave a message that the leader was on pit road twice. So that could well actually be Virgil Racing. No, it's not. So I'm going to stop talking because I'm talking rubbish at this stage. Yeah, they're coming in for one of their next stops, of course. Looking at maybe 2 or 3 more stops for those cars. So it could be interesting.
Yeah, Paul Ilbrink actually, 31.9 seconds. He's back into that car. Live time and scoring is still available, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Rosselli out of that car, Paul Ilbrink into that car. And if you want to actually check out anything that we think that we might have missed anyone else's mix, you can see all the driver changes, all the pit entries, all the pit exit, all the lead changes by heading over to our live timing and scoring page. That's racespot.tv/timing. 31.9 second stop then for Paul Ilbrink. And, well, there's a couple of useful facts, actually, on that live timing and scoring page, where it shows you how many laps each of the drivers are doing per stint. Well, I expect to see Friction Racing on pit road in a couple of laps. They've done 28 laps on this pit sequence so far. Another team we expect on pit road very soon, and they are actually on pit road, is Virgil Racing this time by Rachel, because they're doing 27 lap stint. And this is the thing, they have got to make at least 2 more pit stops, like 1 hour, 2 more pit stops in this race. The Radicals, not the Radicals group, sorry, the Commander group, don't getting into that car as Anthony Samario now, so Anders Dahl cannot go to the end of that race, or doesn't want to.
Well, I think either they've given up on winning, which I doubt because it's Virgil Racing, but I think they may be trying to push harder so that they can actually gain more time than that final stop will cost them, but I just don't think it'll be enough.
Yeah. And of course, what they might be trying to do here, Paul, is just be a little bit strategic about it. Get Anthony in, because he's not done many stints, I don't think, in this race.
He's done 54 laps. Looking at the stats here, because Anders Dahl, it looks like he's done 108 laps. So they're having to get Anthony in to get that fair usage. You see, as you say, the fair usage thing to make sure they meet that criteria, so that they don't end up getting disqualified.
So they get him in for one run now. Get him into that window, and then let's say in about 45 minutes, put Anders in that car, give him an absolute ton of caffeine, and say push like crazy.
It's the way forward. Caffeine, just on a drip. That would be their ideal method.
Can I have some of that? That would be amazing. Martin Carroll still battling it out with with the Benedetti Racing Team car driver Valerio Pianzera. Now SDC actually seem to have gone themselves a little bit further up. Well, actually, again, going to have a look at their stints here, and they are 5 laps deeper into a stint than Abenati, but they both, in my watch, have to make themselves same number of pit stops to get to the end of this race. SDC from nowhere actually could end up in second place. There is still a couple of things I think that need to get sorted out here, because from P2 through to P4, Rachel, there is only a 25-second gap, and I don't think that's one actually we've hit the nail on the head as often about it. And we talked to Friction Racing earlier on. They said it was going to be close. Actually, 2 hours 40 minutes ago, it is going to be close.
It will be close, and that's exactly what's going to make this race exciting. I don't think we've had one of these endurance marathons, Will, that hasn't had an amazing finish to it.
Yeah, as you see, 2 hours 40 minutes to go then in the inaugural iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. To give you an update, drivers out of the race. You've got both the Sturgis brothers as the IronX Racing Red and the IronX Racing Blue team classified as out of the race. Lars Jespersen, number 22 car, out of the race. Got McIntyre, Andreas Olmensberger, Marcus Caton, Marcus Meyer, and Marcus Johansson all classified out of the race. So basically, here's the thing, Rachel. If you've got the surname Sturgis, or you've got the first name Marcus in any variety, you make up combined half the drivers out of today's race.
They do, and it's been an incredible marathon of a race. It's hard to believe it's been over 9 hours now. We are privileged to see this sort of standard of racing online. Of course, you know, stepping beyond that fourth wall of the commentary box right now, this is an incredible service we have, and the fact that we can have a race of this length with so many cars still running is incredible, because you look at other games or sims. I'm sorry, I said games, not sims. Someone's going to shoot me now and cry. But
it's been nice
the fact that we have so many cars still running, and we don't have the typical R-Factor public server Hootenfest, where 90% of the field would have died in turn 1 and a vote would have immediately come up to restart the race. We actually have a race in our hands. It's realistic. Cars get in accidents, cars get wrecked out, but it's in such low numbers that it's actually not something we've learned to expect. We're surprised by it still, and that's a great thing.
Yeah.
These drivers, and this is the top split, of course, for anyone who doesn't understand how iRacing works, the more you succeed in racing, in iRacing, in public servers, the higher your iRating score goes, and that ends up, your rating score puts you in similar rating fields, so that way you'll always have close racing, rather than being 20 seconds off the pace, being stuck with guys who are ninjas. So this is the highest split of this race. There are obviously about 8 splits in this event today, 350 drivers, and these are the best of the best in the endurance racing for this race, and it shows.
One correction, 350 teams.
Well, that's a good point, 350 teams, so many drivers.
That would work out, let's say, an average of about 4 people per team, especially as you get down to the lower split. You'll get people each, 6 teams. I mean, for example, my team, Banshee Autosport, they were supposed to run a total of 6 drivers each doing 2 stints of about an hour. That was the way they were going to do it. So an average of 4 teams, that's 1,250 people, quote there, quote a little bit, running here today in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. And I think you made a very good point there. And of course, iRacing bills itself as the most realistic online racing simulation. And of course, we are in a virtual world. Nothing is ever perfect. So I could get Tony Gardner on the phone right now. He'll be the first one to admit it. Tony Gardner, of course, the president of iRacing.com. But this isn't like playing F1 95, where you could get yourself, ahead of the field by 20 seconds immediately. And it's not like other console whatevers, where, you can ram into anything. You've got the license system, you've got the safety rating system, and what that does mean is if you are a reckless driver, you will be punished in a multitude of ways. And here's the stat that stands out for me always the most, Rachel, at the end of the Neo races, at the end of the 24 Hours of Spa, I think was the biggest one, Martin Kroenke pretty much not putting a wheel off track, not touching another driver for like 18 hours.
Yeah, and it was an incredible run with a rather climactic end to that race. But that is motor racing, and we finally get to see an accurate representation thanks to iRacing.com. And, we aren't being paid by iRacing.com. Just I want to make that clear.
we
say
pay
these
them.
things. No, we don't. But but the point is, we aren't being paid to say nice things about them. Sometimes, yes, we get paid to put broadcasts on, but the fact is, we actually like this service. And for those who out there who aren't members, when I say it's quite similar to, I think, the online game Eve, where there is an AI security force. Now, whilst it will not stop somebody from going out there and blowing up your ship for no reason, it provides consequences. An iRacing system, whilst it can't stop somebody being an idiot, it will punish them for it. So, of all the online sim racing you can do, it does tend to clean it up the most.
Just to let you know, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, they can see Paul Ilbrink, and he's going to get himself now another lap ahead of Valerio Pienza in the 24 machine. So, well, there is a little bit of another moment there, as this field is going down almost 2 laps of that Radicals Online car. Now into the last 2.5 hours of this race, I was thinking, that first 2.5 hours, Paul, what are Radicals doing? They've pulled this one out of the bag. Yes, let's be honest. They had one of their biggest rivals in this race, Virgil Racing, ending up having themselves... But you know what? Virgil Racing crashed their own car. They admit that. They were silly to have run into the rear of that Gathering of Tweakers car. Regardless of whether the GOT car is running off the pace or not, that was Virgil Racing's incident. Jake Burton is on pit road right now. We have a look there at that Dayco M Sports Sebring 12-hour car. Paul Ilbrink, the Radicals team have now led 188 laps in this race. They have outrun and outsmarted Friction Racing today. And of course, Friction, yes, they had their own incident. That wasn't really their fault overall. But still, this is motor racing. Sometimes there is that little element, Miss Ladylike herself, who, you know, you've always got to hope goes your way. But you do always make your own luck as well.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say you make your own luck, but then you beat me to it. Yeah, it's a lot of hard work that the Radicals team have obviously put in beforehand, practicing and getting a perfect setup for the race, getting one that doesn't harm the tyres as much, and they've really pushed on and taken the bull by the horns to really take it to the rest of the field. So they are the standout performers in terms of the prototypes, but they have had things go in their favour. But as you say, it's endurance racing, that happens.
They can see P10, they can see P11. It is Vortex Sim Racing versus New World Sim Sport Moonshine in your GT field. 2.5 hours remaining in the iRacing.com. 12 hours for Sebring. Going to step aside for just one moment, catch our breath, but we'll be back with more from this RaceSpot TV presentation, also brought to you on iRacing Live. We'll be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Who's gonna be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn one for the first time.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV, closing down the inaugural iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. RaceSpot TV, your home, the biggest sim racing event in the world, including the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, the iRacing.com Endurance Series, and also the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500. And of course, Rachel, after we finish here at Sebring, the next big non-World Championship race that we'll do as part of our partnership with iRacing will be the weekend after Memorial Day. We will head to the world's greatest racetrack, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for what is historically the biggest iRacing event of the year and also the closest, the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500.
Indeed, Will, and I cannot wait for that race. It's going to be incredible. 33 cars, a 2.5 mile racetrack, the home of motorsport. It's always good, and it's going to be great. Especially as I know who are going to be in that top split race we broadcast. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, if you've never experienced the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500 on iRacing, it's simple as this. Drivers qualify, and there is nothing more insane, Rachel, than the last 6 hours of qualifying for the Indy 500. I mean, you and I, we've done many a long endurance race together. Last year we broadcast here on RaceSpot some of the last moments of qualifying. You get drivers over a 10-mile qualifying run, separated by thousandths of a second, and it looks easy. You know, a lot of people think over racing, go fast, turn left. Indianapolis, that turn one wall catches so many people out, and it is a game of millimeters and precision. You get the world's best iRacers cracking under pressure. It's a qualifying format like nothing else on iRacing, and yeah, absolutely insane.
It is, and of course, unlike most qualifying sessions, this isn't a matter of how fast you can go. It's how consistently fast you can go. Of course, 4 laps, and it's your average that counts. So you mess one up, you're done. Yeah, Indianapolis is so hard. You think it's downforce, it's turning left, it's easy, it's flat out. You have so little downforce on that car, you are sliding through the corners. You're using as much weight jacker as possible to try and keep it in control, but little enough that you can have the speed. So you are dicing with virtual death.
League of Alliance is loved by on iTunes now. The official song of the iRacing.com, 12 Hours of Sebring. Thank you very much again to City of Alliance for allowing us to use this extraordinary track to help fill out a little bit of time, but also to add a little bit of a vibe to this magnificent broadcast. Thank you very much to those guys once again. Use promo code you see on your screen if you want to get yourself 3 months of iRacing for just $12. Get all the free content. Get the Ford GT. Use that promo code you see up on your screen. Hey, is that the Ford GT back in the field there? It's a RaceSpot car. It's a new Ultimate Sport car.
It's been back for about an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, look at it. It's Jonathan Boutel. He decided that he wants to get behind the wheel of that one. So yeah, if you join iRacing right now, you could be joining Jonathan Boutel, Mr. Lamont himself here, in one of these big iRacing.com events.
Mr. Lamont would love you for it because he wouldn't be alone then. He wants more for GTs to be his friends.
Yes, and there you can see there. They are classified all the way down. They're the last car running in this race right now, in the 26th position in class. But Jonathan Boutel is back out onto the track. And we would have a word of Randy Sinworth, but he's gone to actually do some work, like a real nice human being. Down in the pack, you've got yourselves an ongoing battle between Vortex Sim Racing and the other new World Super Sport car, Paul. That is one being driven right now by the Canadian Patrick Bachelard.
Yep, it certainly are. I'm just trying to find. There they are. Yeah, it's a good battle. It's only about 3 seconds between them.
Oh, sorry. We've got the Friction Racing car off. Yeah, Friction Racing car. That is Marco Mocha, and he's had himself an incident. It's a spin at least. I'm not sure whether there's anything more severe. We'll get ourselves a replay of this one. And this was heading himself down to that ultra-fast S-section of the racetrack. Turn 15, turn 16. And, well, the Friction Racing car looking as though that their day could be done. Let's have a look first on board of them.
There.
Back end stepping out. Yeah.
He's not hit any cars. He's not hit the wall. That is very lucky indeed. But well held and well done to keep it out the wall there.
And here's the thing, though. A 2-minute 1 lap time. That is 10 seconds. We talked, Rachel. It was 22 seconds separating P2 to P4. That could be Friction Racing potentially out of the conversation there.
It could well be, in fact. And, of course, yeah, they're 2 laps down now. Only them and Abandonati Racing Team. So they have got the jump on them right now. Abandonati currently heading through turn 10. Friction, well, they're heading down to the hairpin now, so they have time to make up, and they have to do it fast.
Yep, there you can see there. You can see Friction Racing with Super Slow-Mo replay. Brought to you today by And One Design. We still want to get Domino's from their half-time report. Just, hey, Domino's, you know what you're doing. We'll sort that one out for the... can we actually get, like, webcams and everything for us on that one, Rachel? Let's all eating Domino's. Have it like the Hollywood Hotel. But not a virtual screen. Not a virtual screen.
We don't do virtual studios here at RaceSpot TV, so yeah, we'd actually have to go to a real studio like we have done.
Oh yeah.
And do it there.
Well,
I'm up for that. Yeah. I'm always up for pizza.
Pizza in a studio with RaceSpot TV, and we will talk crap for 3 hours.
Yep. Well, we've only got 2 hours 21 minutes to go in this one, so if we start now.
A separate broadcast of just talking
Yeah.
crap.
Oh yeah. By the way, that was done in one take, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just have to say that one. So there's no actual editing out of anything.
Nope.
So literally.
Oh, and to remind you, Will's coffee cup actually had water in it. He just loves Starbucks that much. He wanted to advertise for
There
them.
was Starbucks in there at the beginning.
There was Starbucks in mine at the beginning as well, but I finished it 2 hours before the broadcast, Will, like you did.
Yeah, I know. There you can see ongoing battle. Core Motorsports battling it out right now with Kimo Surman. Now, Surman's lap times, after we had his little snafu, they have fallen off a little bit, but he's still going. Of course, Voss, we know, is the faster driver in that Core Motorsports car. But Surman now getting close to 10 hours in that car, Jacob. He is still going.
Yes, it is incredible. 10 hours. I mean, it's not 24. It's not a 24-hour race, but still 10 hours to be in that car is just incredible. Too bad that I mean, well, never mind that, but yeah, just incredible to me.
Well, let's talk health and safety for a minute, Rachel. If you are a heavy goods vehicle driver, you are told, I think it's every 2 hours to take yourself a break. If you are a VDU user, you are told to take a break every hour. Kimo has basically been stuck using his pedals, his arms, and looking at essentially a VDU for 9.5 hours. If he was in the United Kingdom, there would be the health and safety police knocking on his door saying, oh, no, you can't do that.
No, indeed. And funnily enough, a friend of mine recently, who's from another part of the same region of the world, from Sweden, in fact, we've had him on several RaceSpot TV broadcasts, Linus Bronström, was stopped by the police the other night, and I wanted to tell you a short story because it's racing relevant. His internet was playing up, and he had a race at Martinsville to run. So he drove to work to get his other internet dongle, and come back, and of course he was speeding, doing 120 kilometers an hour in a 60. Swedish police pulled him over, asked him why he was speeding. He said, my internet went out and I had something I had to do. Didn't mention sim racing, of course, and they let him off because his internet went down. So, you know what? Speeding because of iRacing is apparently a good thing. And if you're in Sweden, just tell the police you want your internet and they'll let you do it.
But don't speed, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, it was because they said, you're a local and the roads are quiet, so we're not going to stop you because you need your car for work, because pretty much everyone in Sweden has to drive unless they're killing themselves on a snowmobile like Linus.
Yes, as you can see there, having a look at that driver still, Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss, finding himself in P4. That is a Movano car just ahead of them on the racetrack. Here's, they can see, heading themselves now through towards turn number 7 once a game. So you can see Patrick Bushlar still running himself in the NWSS Moonshine car. 3.6 seconds back from the rear of Justin Brunner. And, well, that gap is still going on in Vortex and New World Simsport. Currently 4 seconds a gap, Paul.
Yeah, he's just lost out a little bit of time over the last few laps, so he needs to get a move on. And if he wants to get that place from the Vortex team, then he needs to pick up the pace a little bit, because he's definitely losing out on lap time. I mean, that last lap he was a 1.5 seconds slower, so he needs to get him shift on.
Yep. Let's have a look, though, back at your overall race leader, because there's a little bit of traffic coming up around him right now, including, actually, just ahead in the distance will be your GT race leader, Renz Brokerman, as we ride on board with that driver of Radicals Online, heading themselves down to turn number 7 once again right now, as the Radicals Online cast has led now 198 laps in this event. I'm not going to give the curse to the commentators, Rachel, I promise, but when they get to 200 laps, do you think they're going to get a little bit nervous, seeing as the other team, you know, earlier on, they had their incident after 100?
Well, seeing as we're, of course, on lap 300, probably not, but...
No, 200 laps led, is what I mean.
Yeah,
Virgil had 100 laps led.
Could well be worried, but I think they're in a pretty good shape right now. They can afford to spin the car and carry on and still be leading, so just got to go slow enough to not wreck it and not lose a lap.
Yeah, and 1 minute 50.849 last time by, actually. The Radicals car are the fastest of your top 4 drivers right now. Fastest driver outside of that is the Dayco M Sport car, who is trying to catch up to the real Marco Mokran. Of course, Marco Mokran had himself a spin earlier on in that Friction Racing HPD car. They are currently 25 seconds back from the rear of the Batonati Racing car team of Valerio Pienza. Paul.
Yeah, they are. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Yeah, they certainly are. It's just having to keep on pushing and keep on trying, and well, it's going to be tough for them to try and get that gap down.
It will indeed, and right now that's going to be a lot of work for them. I don't think it's achievable realistically. As we see at the moment, of course, Core Motorsports likely to get a podium finish because that car of Kimo Simonen will unfortunately be disqualified regardless of how much he deserves this podium finish in that GT class. But yeah, Core Motorsports had a good day so far, largely patient, and it's been paying off for them.
Oh, I think we have some bad news for the Ford GT.
We do indeed.
He's
we
just
do
blown
indeed.
his engine.
I think he has. That Ford GT Butel, Mr. Le Mans, has died. He has exploded. We will get you a replay up in one moment. Going through turn 1, I think he downshifted before he should have done, and that engine blew at the apex. He's rolled to a stop. As soon as our cameraman comes back from the toilet, we will actually get you a replay of that one. He's pulled to the side of the road, of course, on the left-hand side of turn 1, and they've been towed back to the pits. So that, I think, is game over for New World Simsports, unless they plan to replace that engine, which you can do now, and carry on just to finish.
It'll take a long time, though.
30 minutes roughly for an engine change, and well, I expect they'll probably do that just to see out this day. They've seen off so much so far. They are the last running, of course, car from the GT class. I think they want to see this out. They weren't good to get anything anyway.
You'd want to finish this race now. You've come this far. I mean, you've got what 2 hours and 14 minutes left. So
there is time to get back out on track, and I do think they will.
Yeah, I would be doing that just out of being stubborn.
I think whilst they replace that gearbox in the Ford GT, there, Mr. Butel's going to go off and relax by looking at pictures of the Molson chicane.
Absolutely.
He will indeed. Of course, Jonathan Butel is iRacing's Mr. Le Mans, a notable community figure who is obsessed, I think is the only appropriate word, yet not quite descriptive enough, over this man's love for the Le Mans circuit and race. He is an avid, determined fan, although looking through the traffic at the moment, of course, Coanda back out in front of Virgil Racing in the GT3 class. Virgil, of course, have pitted, and for race Coanda Simsport will do shortly. Of course, one less pit stop expected for them in this race so far, Paul.
Yeah, so effectively they're running about 35 seconds behind now. Looking at the live timing, which is available on RaceSpot TV /timing. So yeah, it's not they've not done enough, I don't think, to be able to at least put some pressure on Coanda Simsport.
Indeed, and that's going to be a really important thing for them. They're in a great place. Virgil, of course, second is admirable, and well, at one point both cars were legitimately leading both classes, and it was an incredible domination by that team. But, well, unfortunately the chips fall where they do.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, and it shows what can happen time and time again in endurance racing. We see it all the way through different classes of the cars, and also through different championships, that you've got to be able to have consistent fast pace to be able to push for a win.
Indeed, indeed, and of course there are other races for them to take part in. Of course, we'll have the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, and we will have the Petit Le Mans, which of course Jonathan Butel will be at because he adores just the word. Any combination of it will be enough. That New World Simsport 4 GT will be back. They are dogged, that team. They've insisted on running that car regardless of it being about a second off pace when it hasn't been beaten, banged and blown up. So it's going to be a long time.
You can see, by the way, STC Motorsports, Martin Carroll completing a service in just a couple of moments' time. Now, they're just outside the window, so they will have to do 2 more stops in this race. However, they will be their final stop, close to about 20 seconds maximum. 35 seconds out and away, so 2 more stops to go, and now you get into that kind of, well, I can almost make it now. I can see the end of this one. So for Rachel, for these drivers, it's just a case of, well, they can start counting down rather than counting up.
Yes, well, you can indeed, and unfortunately we will know now that the New World Sim Sport 4GT will not finish this race. Mr. Le Mans exploded its engine going through turn 1, so that's one less car on that finishing grid.
Yeah, let's see if we can get ourselves another look at that one as well. No, by that point it was already on pit road, but there you can see our last look inside that New World Sim Sport 4GT car. It's sad to see him go after what has been a triumphant return, but they will finish as the last team on the, well, in this race as classified as running for a while. 26th place in class overall. And, well, we still only lost, realistically then, 7 drivers, Rachel, in this event so far. And let's be honest, some of them are in better shape than others. But your GTs, I mean, we talked earlier on about the snow plows that these, you know, the Le Mans prototype cars have got the reputation for running. We haven't seen much of that today. In fact, there's only been 1 or 2 real incidents about it, and both the GT cars and the prototype cars giving themselves a lot of give and take, and the bigger incidents we saw are actually GT drivers on GT drivers.
Indeed, and that's always been the way it will be, of course. These cars running around each other more. The overspeed difference to the prototypes and the GT cars means that it's a lot easier to get past them when there's only really 2 classes.
Well, let's have a look. We're on board with the SDC Motorsports car right now. They are 4 seconds behind Friction Racing's Marco Mogren. They're working themselves down in towards the final corner once again. Paul, 3.6 seconds. Just having a look at the gap as they work themselves out the final sector. There's still a lot of work to be done here. So that was the outlap of 241.5 for Martin Carroll. However, we need to remember in this battle, they each have to stop again. But SDC's stop is going to be a lot shorter compared to that of this one, which is the Friction Racing car. And those 10 seconds, you can see already, they are having an impact.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're only, what, 3.3 seconds behind the SDC car, so it's really going to tell towards the end. If they can keep that sort of gap, then they can be jumping that Friction Racing car with the pit stops.
Yep, as you can see also, the gap from Marco Mogren to out from is 19.8 seconds, and we know that generally Friction Racing are a little bit faster. In fact, the last time they're 1.7 seconds faster than Valerio Pienza in that Abernathy. Oh no, Mogren spun it again, and this is down in turn number 12 there, and that is going to allow the SDC car to easily go past. Replay of that one coming up, and well, I think there is still some substantial issue to that Friction Racing car. We talked about it earlier on, remember, Rachel, when they said the back end of that car is a little bit loose. That would be the perfect reason why you'd lose that car down at turn number 12. Simply because of the fact the back end is so loose, you're pushing it too hard, rear end steps out, they've lost another position.
Yeah, they have indeed, and that's so unfortunate for them. They've been working so hard all race. Just, that car is wounded. It's a wounded duck, and it obviously hurt them a few times.
Well, there we are then. This is a look, and this is out of Fangio now, turn 8 and 9. The chicane, that's not a chicane, as they work themselves down into Cunningham Corner, and it will be on the exit of turn number 11. So that's in 1 corner's time. Collier, you go fast from a left-hander down into a right-hander, and you can see right about now, rear end of that car just stepping out under acceleration there. And again, though, you have to say, Paul, very lucky that he doesn't just slam that car into a wall. Very lucky to just kind of slow that car down, and then also keep it out of the way of that car, the 01 machine of Martin Carroll, who then was able to breeze past him.
Yeah, it's good driving to be able to keep, well, not quite keep control of the car, but be able to control it enough to keep it out of the wall and to also keep it out of the way of your opponents as well. So, on the one hand, yeah, it's unfortunate that it's lost control, but it's good driving to be able to keep it out the wall.
Yeah, so you can see a look and one design super slow-mo replay as that prototype car. You can see that just getting itself sideways, getting itself back onto the power. 2.4 seconds back now from the rear of that SDC car of Martin Cowley, who was able to go past. Getting ourselves one more look then.
Oh, we also have, well, sorry, an update that the 33 apparently just spun. That's Core Motorsports 33 car. They're down onto pit road. Let's see exactly what happened to them, guys. Well, I think it was... No, it wasn't the corner I thought it was going to be. It was actually coming through Tower Turn. They come through Tower Turn, a little bit too much on the power early, clip that curb, round the back end goes, and hard into the inside wall, big heavy front impact.
Well, we'll get a look at that one in just 1 second's time. We're just getting ourselves a look first at the STC Motorsports car. You can see there, he comes out of Collier Corner. You can see there, just the smoke, you can see a very slow car working past. But, well, we've had ourselves a couple of ones in just a couple of moments there. Here's the number 33 car of Alexander Voss. As you can see, he's working himself. This would be through turn number 4 and 5. So we'll get a look at this one then, on board with them as they work themselves. This is going to be about half a lap's time, but we'll stick at this replay for the time being. As you can see there, a lot of traffic around them as well. But Core Motorsports also cracking out under pressure as well. So it's one of those things here, Paul. The fatigue factor is now really starting to set in.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Falcon GP have been able to take the place now from Core because of that incident, so that's another place gained for them in this race, and you've got to say it's been a tough race. I mean, we're coming up to 10 hours now, and people will be starting to feel the effects of it. The person that we would expect to be feeling the effects of it hasn't really made any mistakes. That's Kimo Summerman. But yeah, the Core Motorsport car just making just a little error on that exit curb. And
update from Core Motorsports. They've got 8 minutes of repairs. They're calling it.
Yep. So there we are.
Only 8 minutes. Wow.
So they can see there. Another look from our Super Slow-Mo cam for Alexander Voss as they head themselves on the exit of Tower Turn. And the thing is now is Kiro Suman has a 1 minute 9 second cushion over the car behind them. So it looks as though that Kimo will be able to get himself what will be a podium position until he crosses the start-finish line, of course. But there you can see Alexander Voss is on pit road, and it looks as though their day is done. Unfortunate end to them to this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. But one driver who is very happy now, Paul, is that driver of Sebring, because now he can just slow it down a little bit. Not enough that he falls asleep, but enough that he doesn't have to run at 99.999%.
I think he would just fall asleep as well after this amount of time driving the car. Yeah, he can relax a little bit now. He can play the cautious game with people coming through to lap him. So it's certainly worked in his favour, because that core car was catching up with Voss to hit Suminen. Sorry.
Yeah, and there you can see there that number 2 machine still running himself in that 3rd position. The gap ahead is only 34 seconds between those two drivers of Virgil Racing, Anthony Seminero and Kimo Surman in the 4GT. Of course, there's another point as well, though. As far as I'm aware, with the strategy, is that Virgil might still have to make that one additional stop. I'll try and work it out in a moment's time, Rachel, but there is still a potential for Kimo to end up in P number 2 here.
There is, and that would be incredible to see. But, you know, with him being disqualified, it kind of takes the bite out of the achievement. Obviously, incredible run and amazing performance, but just sours the whole thing, really. Such an effort, such an incredible performance to finish solo in the top 3 on the podium and then get disqualified. It almost doesn't feel right.
Just actually having a look, they do have to make the same number of pit stops by the look of it. Kimo Surman is just now working himself into his 27th lap of his stint. Virgil Racing are working themselves on lap number 19 of the stint. So actually, it will be an advantage to Virgil Racing in that battle. It's on their side for the time being. We have still got ourselves Marco Mogren, still trying to battle it on the racetrack in that friction racing car. You can see now the gap between himself and the driver out front is 6.6 seconds, and potentially just flat spotting those tyres, having to be a little bit careful. And of course, if you've already got issues with in these fast speed corners, Paul, and then you go and get yourself a spin of your car, well, that is when things get even more difficult, as Jake Burton in the 147 machine has just made himself a pit stop. He comes out and away in a time of so I'm just going to get that one up on your screen because our graphics have just messed up. He comes back out onto the racetrack, but that number 147 car has recently made himself a stop as we are closing out now another hour. Just 2 hours to go here.
Yep, it's 2 hours. It's been a long race as this. It's a long haul, not just for the drivers, but for us in the commentary booth as well. So it's certainly been a fascinating race for all the teams. But yeah, that friction racing HPD, it's really he's got to work hard to make sure that the tyres are kept good until their next stop.
Yeah, to give you an update, it was a 32.4 second stop there for Dayco, as we now got CTC Racing number 1 on to pit road as well. That is a number 49 machine. As you can see him there, it's Cali Ricola getting himself behind the wheel of that one. There you can see, actually no, it's going to be Jesus Pastillas getting behind the wheel of that car. So they're making themselves a pit stop. And the way this will work, Rachel, is that they should be able to do just one more stop and be good to go to the end. Unless, of course, the driver out front leading this race, the Radicals and Line car, basically ends up crossing the start-finish line with about 5 seconds to go, in which case there are going to be some drivers who are a little bit close. As actually I see there, that is one of the prototype cars onto pit road. That is the driver of Valerio Pianza.
It is indeed, and well, yeah, they have to do exactly what they need to do, and I do think, though, they will cross the line probably after it, so I do think it'll run a lap longer, judging by how things are going at the moment. So it's going to be a very long haul, and I just don't think it'll be enough there for guys at Virgil. I just don't think it'll be enough for them.
And there you can see that Valerio there making himself a pit stop. The CTC car is out and away. Darren Ganji back behind the wheel of the ISR car for the time being. He's going to make himself another pit stop. There you can see 30.8 seconds for Valerio. The ISR car of Darren Ganji on pit road then. Let's have a look at him as he's going to get out of the car, and Fabio Di Carmo will get into that one then. So it looks like it is race done for Darren Ganji with now just under 2 hours remaining of the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. As you can see, onto pit road, you've got a couple of other people onto pit road as well. You've got Marcel Wieners making him stop the pit stop. Fabio Di Carmo still putting some fuel into that tank. He's going to get out, and Florian Denan will get behind the wheel of that number 76 Falcon GP machine. So there you're on pit road. Fabio Di Carmo should be out of pit road in about 5 to 10 seconds time. That pit stop time are ticking over to about 50 seconds. And again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking roughly at pit stop times of about 55 seconds. Fabio Di Carmo out in 54.4 seconds back out onto the track there. As you can see, you've still got yourself Neil Koch on pit road in the Ford Motorsports car. Of course, them having themselves their incident earlier on. You've got Pisagoro and Nistores in the Hellenic Racing team. They made a pit stop recently, 46.2 seconds. As you've still got yourself Denard there, finishing off his peak sequence. He's out and away in 54.7 seconds. And you've also got Johan Lepanese in the JCL Sim Racing car completing his service. You can see there, fuel is into that car. Now they're going to get themselves 4 fresh tyres. They'll be good to go, and they only need to make one more pit stop after this one, Jacob.
Yes, for sure. Just one more pit stop, and that will be the remains for it with an hour 58 minutes or an hour 57 minutes now left in this race. And yeah.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any questions for us, you can ask us anything on Twitter. Use the hashtag iRacing12H. Oh, you can follow us at RaceSpot TV. Please attempt to keep it clean if you like. And we're going to take a quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after this.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. we're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval, and that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself, and they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building 2 tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result, and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Cars are lined up on the grid. The iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn 1 for the first time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. We just want to take a second to send our heartfelt condolences out to a good friend of mine, a good friend of everyone here at RaceSpot TV, Paul Jenkins, who sadly lost his father just a couple of hours ago. Paul, I know you watch every single race that we do. I know that you wish that you could be here in the comments box with us more often. Honestly, buddy, really sad to hear the news. I know you've been through an incredibly tough time these last couple of years. So, for me personally, I hope you're okay. You know, I'm always here to talk to you if you ever need it. And, yeah, from us all here at RaceSpot TV, very sorry to hear your loss. And Rachel, Paul's one of the good guys.
Yeah, he is, and it's terrible to see this happening, and it's unfortunate, and thoughts and prayers are with him and his family at this time.
We've got ourselves Paul Ilbrink leading the way right now in your Radicals online machine. They need to stretch that gap up now to the SDC Motorsports car. Of course, there's been a lot going on. We'll review it in about 15 minutes time or so, but for the moment, let's have a look at that Radicals online car. He's working himself down towards Cunningham Corner. Let's ride on board of him for a moment then, as he continues his journey along in that Radicals online car. Well, there you can see another lap led. That is now 212 laps led by that Radicals Online car. We've got ourselves Rafael Adapillo getting in back behind the wheel of that Movano Thrustmaster X Team car. Well, their biggest target right now has been for a while. The driver, as you actually can also see Movano onto pit road, has been the Inside Sim Racing car. As you can see, Renz Brokerman bringing that car onto pit road. Well, they've got themselves a total of one more pit stop after this one. It's going to be interesting to see whether Renz will stay in that car. For all intents and purposes, it does look like they will. You can see Alatapillo getting... No, it's not. It's going to be Marcus Lenderman getting behind the wheel of that Commander Simsport car. It was just having a look here. And Movano coming out of pit road. Where is that driver of Darren Ganji? Well, actually, it's not Ganji behind the wheel of that car anymore, is it? It's Fabio De Carmo, by the looks of it. And they are actually quite a while back right now. So Adapello has been able to get that jump done. As you can see, he works himself down through turn number 2 and 3 once again. Virgil Racing lead the way for the time being. But there you can see Marcus Lenderman now behind the wheel of that Ferrari Kind of Simsport car. Likely will be going to the end of this race as they complete their service, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Just with the Inside Sim Racing car, it did. Darren Ganji just didn't seem to have the pace of the Movano car over the sprint, and once the Movano car got away, they got past them, past the Inside Sim Racing car, they managed to pull out a bit of a gap, about half a minute gap. By the time they came into the pits, the ISR car. Battle I'm looking at the moment is the Team Charlie Red, CTC Racing and Velocidaddy teams, because they're all within about 10 seconds of each other. So it's again, we've been talking about how close things are after so long in the race. Over 10 hours gone, and yet just 10 seconds between those three teams.
Yeah, and Pass Left Racing right now battling it out with the driver of Spark Motorsports. That's a P number 19, P number 20. Of course, Rachel, to very quickly touch on the ISR subject, I mean this, by the way, in the nicest way possible. If you're Ben Cornett watching right now, there are 3 words that you'll probably be thinking about that stint that Dan Ganji just said.
Well, yeah, Darren's, obviously he ran in the Daytona 24, and he's running this race today. His teammate is admittedly considerably faster, but that's not what this is about. You know, this is a team race, and it's about that team work, and every member is key to that. So yeah,
it is.
Been a consistent performance from that team overall.
I have to say, yeah, that is the case. As you can see, Velocidaddy actually on pit road right now. There you can see right behind them is the number 9 machine. That is a Team Charlie Red car. Well, they are pretty much nose to tail on pit road. You can see there, that is going to be Velocidaddy car getting tyres first. They are doing their stuff, and the Team Charlie Red are going to get tyres, and they're going to be out and away. They're going to be ahead by the looks of it there of that Velocidaddy car, not by much though. You can see coming out of pit road now will be that Velocidaddy car. Not much between these two drivers at all. They can see the Team Charlie Red car. They can also see the Team Tortoise car. We're actually going to cycle back through. They can see Velocidaddy coming out of pit road. You've also got yourselves that Team Charlie Red car. Is that the Radicals car coming onto pit road? I think it is. Yes, it is. Radicals on pit road. So, let's see, is it going to be Paul Ilbrink giving themselves another stint there? As we'll just cycle our camera out, you can see a little bit of dirt and grime now on the front of that machine as Paul Ilbrink is going to do himself another stop. And, well, for all intents and purposes, it looks like he'll stay in the car for at least one more of these stops, as you've also got yourself Leon Tander on pit road in the Synergy Sim Racing 230 machine. Ilbrink going to at least do one more stop here. It's going to be interesting to see who will do the final one then, Paul.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, who would you put in the car to finish the race? Would it be Rosselli? Would that be a good shout for finishing the race for that Radicals car?
Well, yeah, Rosselli. Of course, you can't really put a new driver in there now because of the whole fair share spin. Because otherwise, you could expect anyone really to jump in behind the wheel of that one. But yeah, I expect probably Rosselli to maybe get behind the wheel to bring that one home. Paul Ilbrink, of course, is very good at doing these long stints. So there you are. I like better lines, by the way, on the YouTube. Wow, much levitate as far as that Velocity car goes. You've actually got yourself now onto pit road, that Virgil Racing car. That will get the lead back to Marcus Lenderman then. Lenderman, we know, is good to go to the end of this race. And that will mean that each of these teams will have to make one more pit stop. And that will swing talking about swings here. We're not even to politics season rating, but it'll swing that race lead back to Lenderman and have himself about a 30-second advantage.
Yeah, he will do, and that's going to be critical towards the end of this race, of course. We are literally in the final hours, so it's going to be exciting to see exactly what comes of that.
Well, there you can see the last pit stop times. We'll run through those in a couple of moments' time, and it's just having a look at stint times as well to see how far along the way that for us, kind of sim sport car is. They've only done 2 laps on their stint so far. It's a 27 lap stint for Virgil Racing. They're just about to complete their pit stop as out and away in 51 seconds for them. So back onto the racetrack they will come as they fall back down in second position, and I think I was pretty much perfect there. 30-second pit stop. Now, if you had Iron Star behind the wheel of this thing, you'd be just a little bit worried if you're kind of sim sport, but 31.5 seconds, that is manageable. You'd realistically have to lose a second lap, Rachel, if you were to lose that race lead now if you're Commander.
You would, and I don't think that's realistically possible for them. So it's looking like unless they beat themselves, well, it's going to be for them.
Yeah, and we've talked about, of course, the successes for kind of sim sport. This one could still be close, so don't forget to pay attention to it. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/time and be available for until the conclusion of this broadcast. Let's have a look then. Battle still going on. This is for P3, P4 in your prototype class. 10 seconds currently right now between the Aberdeen 80 Racing Team car and Friction Racing. Now, Aberdeen 80, they had last on pit road 7 laps ago. Friction Racing, well, they've only just recently made themselves a pit stop. Ahead, you've got the SDC car, which is the Martin Carroll behind the wheel of that one. Now, they were on pit road 14 laps ago. So I think SDC might actually end up falling out of a podium position as far as it goes right now. We'll learn more about this as this hour progresses. But Paul, you can see that Martin Carroll is really pushing that car right now.
He certainly is pushing the car. He's having to try and build up a gap. It's going to be tight for the podium positions with the prototypes. Do you know what? My brain's just decided to stop working.
You forgot how to brain.
Yes, brain does not work. The abandon. Oh, you see, go well.
Number 24 machine. There we are.
Yes,
They're actually on pit road, as you can see there. They're going to come back out onto the racetrack in a couple of moments' time. Our aerial coverage today brought to you by And1 Design. We'll just zoom in on that pit stop one more time. There you can see out of the way, 31.1 seconds. Also coming out of pit road simultaneously is Massimo Bindi in the Team 7IB Classic Web car. Of course, we're on pit road with some damage earlier on, but they are back out onto the racetrack. As you can see there, they complete their service in 34.2 seconds. Having a look back down though through your GT field, and here we can see a nice little battle going on. This is between the Hellenic Racing Team and the Team Tortoise cars, battling just 1.5 seconds between them, Jacob, as they head themselves down to start what will be their 295th lap of this race.
Yes, my one question though, and I'm gonna say this either way, is can they make it to 300? Probably, but yeah, it's been exciting racing for them and really good, and they've been sticking on their mark, and yeah, nothing to it really.
Well, yeah, and you see that actually last time by Thomas Van Boosel in that number 13 Team Tortoise car was a second slower than Hellenic Racing Team car. Just having a look at their overall stint times, and Hellenic, they're on to lap number 11 of a stint. Team Tortoise on to lap number 5. Now, the reason why I'm talking about stint times, Rachel, is some of these drivers will have to pit 2 more times. Some of them will have to pit 1 more time. And of course, even with these teams pitting 2 more times, their final stop will be shorter. We talked about this earlier. They might not take tyres. They might just try and preserve and then go gung-ho at the end.
Exactly, and that's going to be really important, of course. A lot of teams have calculated this fuel stint from the start of the race rather than from the end backwards. And endurance racing, you kind of got to, well, plan it from the end of the race to the start. So maybe a short first stint, short fuel from the start, just get it all in sequence. But yeah, it's meant that some teams are in the right place for fuel and some aren't.
Well, there you are, P number 15 still going on. Having a look down the field as well. Here you can see the battle we were talking about earlier on. Team Charlie, red versus Velocidaddy cars. They can see the Velocidaddy machine. The gap between himself and the driver out front is currently 6.1 seconds. He's right on board then with the Doja car, working himself down toward turn number
vroom.
7. Much vroom. You know the one thing that we're missing in this race, Rachel?
What?
Wham!
Are we? Oh yeah, okay.
Both wham. Yes, we had lots of wham last time, but
also, Flexbox.
Ding! There we are. Anyone who's not ever watched a 24 hours at Daytona will know what we mean. If you've never
Wham
watched a
was
24,
a thing.
yes, wham was a thing. The same way that Magnus Racing Flexbox is a thing. Technically, we're at the stage where we could go after dark. We're a little bit too professional to do that one. We'll get a bit entertaining.
Come on. Actually, though, Will, I did, after the 24 Hours of Daytona, I did actually do a Flexbox Magnus Racing themed prototype ARX for a customer. So I quite enjoyed doing that one. It was fun.
Well, we are Wilfax. Yes, check out the Wilfax, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, Wilfax is still a thing.
Yeah, Wilfax is still a thing as well. As we have a look then, that ongoing battle between Thomas Van Boosel riding on board with him as he continues to push the Hellenic Racing team. No, the window lickers are not in this race, Barry Vandelar. We do apologise.
There are window lickers in this race, but the window lickers team is not, no.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, actually, no, New Odds Sport are out now, so it's okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you along to the final hour and 40 minutes, the final 100 minutes of the iRacing.com.
Actually,
12 hours of Sebring.
In honor of the Turn Off Your Lights World Earth Night thing, we should have RaceSpot kind of after dark. It won't be completely unprofessional, but part way.
I can just do this on the stream.
What, turn the screen off?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, yeah, we're observing it. We've got candlelight only in the studio here. Our computers are turned off. No, they're not. But no, it's been an incredible race, guys. We've had drama, we've had excitement, we've had fuel numbers being a major factor. Mostly individual incidents, actually. Only several small problems. Although, of course, the story of the race is the hero that is Chemo Summoning. What a drive!
Yep, indeed. As there we are, ladies and gentlemen. We turned off the actual stream for about a minute. That's about as far as we're going to go. Shout out one more time to City of Alliance as we enter the last 100 minutes of the iRacing.com 12 hours at Daytona. As well, here you can see
Sebring.
Sebring. There we are. I'm starting to lose it now.
Insanity has set
We've
in.
already lost it, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, and there you are. There's a look at Kimo Suerman in the Team Kimo Suerman car, who have now done 10 hours and 22 minutes of this race. I'm trying to count as well. I realise I've actually got a kind of ticker on my streaming thing there, which says I've been streaming for 10 hours and 41 minutes, Rachel, and I still have 0 drop frames. Yes.
Exactly, not bad work. Will's internet for once behaving itself.
Yes. Unlike last week, which I wanted to throw it out of the window.
Oh, don't remind me of that, Will.
Yeah, don't. Please don't. Still got the ongoing battle, as you can see now, between Hellenic Racing Team and Team Tortoise. But let's have a look at your top 8 drivers in each of the classes. Paul Ilbrink still leads away in your Radicals car. That is not actually the gap. Our timing and scoring has gone a little bit haywire. We've got Jake Burton on pit road right now. He's currently scored in that number 147 car in the 5th position. But the actual gap between Paul Ilbrink in the number 1 car and the 01 car of Martin Carroll is coming up officially on our timing and scoring as 2 laps. So it's now a 2-lap gap from the Radicals Online car to anyone else in the field. For those of you who have just tuned in, where have you been over the course of the last 10.5 hours, whilst Rachel and I have been going slightly mad, being joined also by Paul Smith and Jacob Young. 100 laps were led by Virgil Racing earlier on. They then had a moment where they ended up running to the rear of the Gathering of Tweakers GT car, putting themselves out of the race. We also had ourselves an issue of Friction Racing. They're involved in a 4-car pileup down at the hairpin. Our biggest moment, really, of the race so far, Rachel, was that one, a 4-car pile up in the hairpin. Apart from that, been kind of clean.
It's been incredibly clean. As I mentioned previously, we've had a number of single-car incidents, but mostly it's just been a very, very clean race. We've had a couple of little taps, one real wreck, and we've come to expect this from these guys. They know how to do endurance racing. They are clean. They all want to win. They all want to finish. So drivers having patience and respect for each other is exactly what we've come to expect in the series.
Grand Sim Sport leading the way in your GT class. Now, they have kind of outsmarted your field here today. The Virtual Racing team, we thought they very easily could end up getting themselves a win in both the categories, which is actually a very kind of thing to do. But Coand have come up to the fold, and part of the reason why is this really weird strategy that the Virtual Racing team, they couldn't make it an hour on a fuel stint, Rachel. A couple of the cars could, and that's the reason why they're in position. Of course, Linux Racing, we thought were going to be a dark horse, and then Jake Sturgis had a bit of an issue.
Yeah, they did, and it's really been a problem for those guys, unfortunately. That car there, the iNex Racing Red, was very strong. Incredibly strong run from them. Jake Sturgios, Simon Cattell, and William Levesque doing an incredible job. William Levesque running the first 90 laps on his own, actually. Really, really good run from him. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the way things go in racing. You lose people, you have problems, and it's something you've just got to overcome.
Teams Kimo Surman, though, still running in a podium position. He has been the driver of the race so far. Let's ride a lap on board of him, with just over an hour and a half left of the race to go. Some say he's secretly the AI model that iRacing introduced without telling anyone. Others say that he's completely crazy, but still respect him. All we know is he's called Kimo. There we are. That worked, Rachel, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's not bad. He is essentially the Stig. He is our robot driver. Kimo Summoner, what can we say? Incredible run from him. Amazing endurance. I mean, we've seen people Ironman endurance races since the format came out. There's always been one psychopath who's decided, I'm going to run this entire driver swap event, a race that's so long that it was designed to have multiple people in it because it's so long, on my own, for lols. And yeah, we've seen many people try it, we've seen many people do it. Never seen one get a podium finish though. So, incredible run. This man is a robot.
especially in a top split as well, is that we did have someone try and do the 24 hours at Daytona. I'm not quite remember if they actually completed it or
They
not.
did.
They did.
They didn't finish very well, but they did it.
Yeah, and of course part of the thing is that we need to give respect to anyone who is crazy enough to do it. You know, doing a 24-hour race by yourself, I would basically go insane by the end of it.
We tend to already, and we're only broadcasting. Imagine if we had to drive as well.
Yes. That's a good challenge for Spa.
No.
But
what we could do is there's a RaceSpot TV car, and when we're not in the booth, we're driving.
Oh my! You know what? We should do that.
Yes, we should.
What we have to make sure though is we have to be in the same race as the iRacing infection car.
Yeah, but it also has to be the staff infection.
Yes.
That is their team name for the record. They are the iRacing team staff infection. So wow, nice one, guys. But it would be quite entertaining to do as long as it's a Legends class in a 24-hour race at Daytona or Spa or something. But we will try and enter a RaceSpot TV car. It will be a thing, and we will run it. When we aren't in the booth, we'll be driving it. So, yeah.
Challenge accepted. There you can see Hellenic Racing Team. Historia is still battling it out there with Thomas Van Boosel for P number 14 in class. Gap between those drivers currently scored at just 0.3 of a second. Got a word, by the way, from Anders Dahl from Virgil Racing that they were pretty much doing their optimal strategy, kind of simply had more pace, Paul. Yes, we can say that, but of course strategy is always a hindsight 2020 thing.
A strategy in an endurance race is basically, okay, you've got to have a fast car and a fast set of drivers who are consistent with that pace, but you can win and lose races on strategy. And I think
Case example is, of course, sorry to cut you off there, Neo.
Yes. Okay.
Neo was completely lost on a fuel strategy game. Who was it? It was Falcon, I believe. No, sorry, it was Friction 1, and it was going to be, I think, Falcon GP.
Yeah.
And Falcon were the lock-ins, but they went on an alternate fuel strategy, and they had to make a third pit stop in a no, it was the finish for the Gathering of Tweakers. Big crash!
Oh, we've got Justin Rebello there. You can see, and
off.
And there's the pass left racing car as well. This is down, not at Sunset. It's actually down at turn number 12, the tower turn. Get ourselves a quick look at that one then. We'll have a look with Justin Rebello, and well, that fatigue factor, we've talked about it all race long. Down into the last couple of hours of a race. Let's see what happens there. The Radicals car right behind them. Is he involved in this one as they come down into the corner? And this could well be a huge game changer, because this is right ahead of your overall race leader. And I think the Radicals car does get ahead there of one of them. He was fine. A heart in the mouth moment potentially for the Radicals team, but then we had the Movano car out wide. And that was the Pass Left Racing car going off-roading there. Kimo Suerman, actually both those drivers went off simultaneously. Kimo Suerman didn't hit any of them. Rebello actually got involved there. So we'll have a look at this one again. We'll slow it down. You can see there's a Radical car.
He got on the grass wheel.
And
he got his
took the grass.
left-tire tyres onto the dirt, hit the cones, the braking cones. Of course, couldn't exactly brake hard on there, so he ended up going straight to the corner.
But that was both the Movano car and the Pass Left Racing car. So they both made exactly the same mistake at exactly the same time. Well, we talked about this earlier on. Two things you don't want to do in this race anymore, Paul. First one is hit your race leader. Second one, hit Kimo Suerman.
And they nearly did both there in the one move. I mean, let's have a look. The Pass Left Racing car is still going, so that's one thing. But it's getting late on. People are getting a little bit dozy, go a little bit off track, and that's the end result. It could have been a lot worse for them.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves a couple more looks at that one. There you can see then the Pass Left Racing car. I think he just got blindsided by the Movano machine as they worked themselves down into that corner. And as you can see, the two making a bit of contact, making themselves a little bit friendly with each other. The number 4 machine got himself a little bit of damage. They are currently on pit road, as they can see then. And we'll get ourselves one more look at this one then from on board of that driver of Rafael De Palo in the Movano Thrustmaster X Team car. Now you'll notice actually that he's able to get himself past that Pass Left Racing car, literally the corner beforehand. They were going too wide, and then I think they both realised, That's your overall race leader right behind us. They then head themselves out of the corner. You can see trying to give themselves a little bit of room. We slow that one down. You can see right about here, just pushing wide. Fatigue kicking in. Rafael DePello knocking over some cones on the grass, going a little bit airborne. You have a look from behind as well. You can see the past left racing car driver doing exactly the same thing, kicking up some air. They all avoid Tyrrell and they all avoid the Radicals online car, and they sacrifice themselves. Yeah, you can see the second impact there as well. But Adepalo is currently scored on pit road. As we can have a look then from his angle, you can see he is currently scored on pit road. We have still got the past left racing car on the racetrack. A couple of other people, by the way, on pit road with some slightly lengthy stops. We'll run through those for you. Adepalo, well, he's still taking some service. It's a long service for him right now. You got yourself the Sharp Motorsports car. They've been on there for about half an hour now. And Andy Person, Hellenic Racing Team, Rachel, they've ended up on pit road simultaneously. Some technical issues, catching out a couple of drivers simultaneously. Ironically, all of them BMWs.
Indeed, and I don't think it's anything to do with technical issues for the cars. I'm afraid to say, I think this was actually, we've lost 3 or 4 drivers. Fourth wall of the commentary box, I apologise, but 3 connections dropped simultaneously. Could we have a server burp coming up at the end of this race?
Well, we joked earlier on, actually, what would happen when the clock strikes 1 o'clock in Her Majesty's United Kingdom, because of course, Paul, we end up doing the 13 hours of Sebring because of the fact that, you know, the clocks go forward for us. Well, we'll keep an eye out on it, shall we say. And of course, this is one of the potential issues with online racing, especially for long races like this. There wasn't any real issues in the 24 Hours of Daytona. Wasn't really too many issues so far here today. We are, of course, over 10.5 hours into this race, and this is the first time we've reported anything. And if you're the Radicals car, you're just thinking, please, not us, because they've had it issued to them before.
Yeah, if you're out the front of either, you know, if you're the Radicals or you're Coanda Simsport, you've got to be hoping that there's no sort of technical glitch or any server problem suddenly hit, because the last thing you want to do is lose this race due to a technical problem. But then again, real world racing, you get technical problems with the car. If you get technical problems with the kit here, it's just the same.
True. As you can see, for us, Coanda Simsport still leading the way in your GT division. Now, I was commenting about an hour ago, Rachel, that there was the potential that you could get Understar back in for the last couple of stints here. They have each got to have one more stint to go in this event, at least. As you can see, Virgil Racing working himself down, actually that's Coanda working himself down the back straight away. There you can see Virgil Racing heading themselves down the exit of Tower Turn right now. As well, they've got themselves to probably put Understar back on this car, and they just hope and pray that they can do qualifying lap after qualifying lap. They did run a second faster than Coanda that last time by, so it's still not completely over. But as I have a look back to see where they are as far as stint times go, I think they are separated by just 2 laps now, and indeed they are. The Virgil Racing are 2 laps shorter on a run compared to Coanda. So this will now be technically a straight fight to the finish with 90 minutes to go.
Yes, it will indeed, and just a rather worrying issue there, Will. Of course, with drivers, having that disconnect issue, we've got Shark and Hellenic, who are neck and neck in terms of position on track. Both of them having to tow because their cars disconnected and drivers dropped out.
Indeed. So that's affected a couple of drivers.
And Team GT also.
Yeah, Team GT Green, they were classified in the top 10. So it's going to affect drivers down in your mid-pack, and it's one of those things as well that it always makes people just a little bit nervous, and try and quantify it in sim racing to real life terms. It was a bit like, remember the Auto Club race last year? As you can see there, a bit of a wiggle for the Radicals online car as it worked himself around the Virgil Racing GT car. I think it was last year Auto Club, Rachel, NASCAR, where the tyres will do somewhere between 25 and 30 laps. But somewhere between 25 and 30 laps, they will go kaboom.
Yeah, certainly. It's a track surface. Auto Club's really, really aggressive and abrasive. And Sebring here, also very similar. So whilst it's a bit more aggressive in terms of tyre wear than Randy was suggesting earlier for GT3 cars, this is a really abrasive surface. A lot of it's concrete, it's a former airfield. It's so bad on tyres.
having a look then on board with that Virgil Racing car, as then you see top 6 left-hand side of your screen. Radicals Online leading by 2 laps right now over SDC Motorsports. Now, overall in your classifications for your prototype division, most of these guys are on similar strategies. The Radicals Online drivers have made themselves 1 less pit stop so far compared to the SDC Motorsports car. We do expect to see them on pit road actually in the next 2 laps, so we'll keep an eye out on that one for you, because they are due on pit road. And this is part of that ongoing battle with Friction Racing and the Avenatti team racing car as well. As there you can see, there is a look at Martin Carroll in your number 01 car, the Australian behind the wheel of that one, as they come down toward the Sunset Bend, turn number 17 once again. Let's ride a lap then on board with your SDC Motorsports car of Martin Carroll. Let's see, is he going to come on towards pit road this time by? He's doing a tight radii, he's thinking about, no he's not, he will stay out to do then his 27th lap of his stint. Let's ride it along board with him. Out of Sunset Bend then for another time for SDC Motorsports, as they do bring their car on towards pit road this time by. So there's going to be one more pit stop after this for SDC Motorsports. They complete a stint here, Rachel. So still a little bit of work for that team to do as they continue to try and battle for a podium position. Here's the question though. Are you going to get Martin Carroll out of that car now? Get someone else in there to do the last, what is going to be technically a stint and a half here. They are going to have to make one more pit stop after this one.
Well, I don't think they need to, realistically. Well, of course, they have already hit their fair usage limit. Not fair usage, that's an internet provider thing. They've already hit their fair share of the laps quota. So he can stay in, realistically, and it'll save them time. I mean, realistically, of course, Friction's just going through Monte Carlo, and SDC are in turn 10, so they're nearly lapping Friction at this stage. With Friction's problems, they can afford to switch driver if they want to.
They do. Graham Carroll gets into that car as they head back out onto the racetrack. 32.1 second stop for them as
Those
they
Carrolls
come
are not related,
back onto the racetrack. No, they're not. Of course, you can see Graham Carroll, Rachel, on Monday night. Because Monday nights, what are they?
Things. Monday nights are Skippy nights.
Yeah. We have actually got a song, which one day we will actually record for Monday Night Skippies.
Yeah.
NBC will hate us the second we
Well, I
bring it
might
out.
actually record it well, considering what will be arriving this week.
Yes, true story. And we'll be waiting all week for Monday night.
Waiting all season for Monday nights,
Yeah.
in fact.
As you can see, SDC Motorsports back out. And here's the thing, actually. They come out in a net second position. So this is now going to be 4 position. Gap between himself and Marco Mogram is currently classified as 25.3 seconds there. So there is an ongoing battle. And it looks as though SDC might well get that one. We do know that Graham Carroll is bloody good behind the wheel of anything he steps into, Paul.
He's a fast driver, certainly, and they have got that bit of a gap between them and the friction racing car. As we know, the friction racing car has been carrying a little bit of a knock, so maybe that's been affecting them, but they'll be hoping to just get a podium finish to finish this race off.
Yeah, we do think we might know the reason why we had the incident for a couple of people, Rachel. I'm just doing some of this in my head simultaneously. And we've been joking about daylight saving times. I'm now going to step out of that fourth wall for a moment, because if I'm not very much mistaken, Greece is 2 hours ahead of the United Kingdom.
Correct.
And, oh, by the way, there's a big blow up there on pit road, trying to figure out who
That's,
one is.
I believe that could well be past left racing. No, it's not.
No, it's someone. Let's have a look. On pit road, stopped. I think it's not John Lepanese. He is on pit road, but we'll have a look. There is someone on pit road right now.
It's JCL.
Yeah, it is JCL.
It is JCL Sim Racing. Wow, they were our 5th place driver, guys.
So
They've
try
gone
and
kabooms.
figure out what happened to them. So they've had themselves.
They lost it coming out of Le Mans.
Oh, so JCL Sim Racing are another driver to have issues late on, Paul.
Yeah, they got onto the grass. Oh, that's a violent impact as well with the wall. They got onto the grass and just lost the back end, and that has caused major damage. I'd be surprised to see them running again.
Yeah, as you can see there, let's have a look on board. JCL Sim Racing down right into Le Mans. This isn't going to be the first time we've seen this incident there. You can see exit of the corner. Now, this is very similar to an incident we saw earlier on, catching the draft. Don't turn the wheel of a car when you're on the grass. Upside down almost there with the JCL Sim Racing car. Rule number 1 of racing here, Paul. Don't turn a car when you're on the grass, unless you're doing rallycross.
Or accelerate or brake.
Yes.
It certainly doesn't help, and yeah, that's a massive blow for them, because they were running 5th in class at the time, so that's a big disappointment for them.
99 times out of 100, a team will remember to make sure they do that. A driver will remember to do that. That 100th time, because you're tired, because you're just checking something in your car, you just forget the basic rules, and that is what happened. You see the number 131 car slamming it into the solid concrete wall there, and well, almost ending his day. Horrible impact for him there, as we do expect him to be on pit road for quite some time, possibly half an hour of the remainder of this race. Let's go back to what we were talking about a moment ago, Rachel. It's daylight saving time now in Greece. They are 2 hours ahead of Her Majesty's United Kingdom. That very easily, same with the Italian driver, could be the reason why. So, in the event that we go off air in 55 minutes, we know the reason why.
You do indeed. I don't know, what's the reason why?
Because of the fact daylight savings time kicks in exactly 55 minutes.
Well, it
There will at least be
kick us off air.
There will at least be one person at least able to announce.
Yes, however, we won't have anything to show. So if we go to a very quick commercial...
You can talk to yourself, Jacob.
Yeah, you'll know the reason why. Paul Ilbrink still leads away then from that Radicals Online car. We've got ourselves then 1 hour, 14 minutes remaining in this, the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Let's run you through your race results as they stand. As we start with your prototype division, it is with the end of the site looming now. It is currently Radicals Online leading from SDC Motorsports. Yeah, that gap is now almost 3 laps. Friction Racing in 3rd. Aberdeen Racing Team in 4th. Daco M Sport Sebring 12 Hours in 5th. Patronus Racing Team in 6th. Synergy Sim Racing in the 7th position. 8th place Team 7IB Classy Web. TNT Racing.com P2 in 9th. Virgil Racing running out your 10 car prototype field. Then have a look at the GT field. It's for Racing Commander Simsport, leading the way by 32 seconds from Virgil Racing's Anthony Samero, as they are the only 2 drivers still scored on the lead lap. It's everyone's hero of the day, Kimmo Surman running in 3rd, Falcon GP in 4th, Inside Sim Racing in 5th, WFC Chassis in 6th, JCL Sim Racing in 7th, New World Simsport Moonshine in 8th, Vortex Sim Racing in 9th, and then Team GT rounding out your top 10. We'll show you then a look at the rest of your standings for your GT field. Then we'll step aside, ladies and gentlemen, for just a couple of moments as we get ourselves ready for the final hour of this, the inaugural iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. There you can see 25 drivers still technically running, and then you can see the first three retirees is Jonathan Boutel. Overall, only 6 retirees in this race. Incredible attrition rate. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
Truex in the outside, contact made. 56 slides it into 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's here you can see though, Richard Avery's just had himself a weird moment where he's pretty much come out of pit road and then you can see stopped at the side of the racetrack, Rachel.
He
So,
stopped again. He
yeah.
has stopped again. He's pulled over to the after turn 3, and he's reset to pits.
Well, here
Major
you can
problems
see.
for Richard Avery.
Yeah, so this is
He's out of
late
the
on
car.
in the game. So Friction Racing, after potentially being in a position to get himself into a podium position, of course, Friction Racing were an outside shot after their issues. Here you can see, comes out of pit road. And we have a look from our aerial coverage, brought to you today by And One Design. And now he comes down through turn number 1. You can see that car immediately stops. Now, he did accelerate that car. Unless, just have a listen. Did he actually... just want to listen to the... I do think that there was the pit limiter there was stuck on that car. Let's have a listen to this one more time. Coming out of pit road. Let's just listen to the engine note then. As Richard Avery comes out of pit road from the Friction Racing. No, he was able to get himself a gear. And then that car slowed down. I'm not quite sure what happened to Richard Avery, but that is a bit of a weird one, Paul. And, well, some technical gremlins striking him in the last moment of this race. And we are down now to, well, the last part of it. And Friction Racing, they've been in and out potential here. We're going to get a word from Dean Prescott and figure out what happened. Dean's part of the Friction Racing group. Dean, what's happened?
Hey, we just done our driver swap for the final stint for Richard, and as he was coming out of the pits, I think you just picked up on it actually. We got hit by a McLaren.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we didn't see that.
No, so we thought it was all okay. We'll get ourselves another look then. And we never noticed that one. We'll get ourselves another look. Coming out of pit road, being tagged by McLaren. Let's have a look then from our aerial coverage. And, well, this has all gone crazy for you. And you guys were still in the running for a podium position in the last couple of laps here. And here you can see coming down towards turn 1. Now, we don't see anything here.
It was the night before they had to come back in.
Yeah, so, Friction Racing, game over for them, Dean.
Just a warning though, Dean, of course, this goes out to any other teams running UK drivers. We've already seen that we've lost the Greeks, we've just lost Italians. In about 45 minutes we will lose any UK-based drivers when the internet service providers reset at midnight, or for the time zone shift.
Yeah, just been listening to you guys while sorting this out for Richard, so... yeah, it is something
unfortunate
that I've spotted as well, so...
Yeah, and you can see Richard Avery, a shame there for that Friction Racing car, because it had been going oh so well here today. And that really is a shame, Paul, for a team that they had an issue of not of their own doing at all. A little bit early on in this event, it's happened to them again late on in the game. Something that's not their fault. It's game over for Friction Racing.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. It's such a hard look. It's so hard to take it so late on in the race as well. I mean, we've only got an hour and 5 minutes, so that's just, you don't want to see things like that so far on into an endurance race.
Yeah, heartbreak then for Richard Avery and that Friction Racing team. And Dean, I'm sure that you guys now, you've had yourself some bad luck over the last couple of endurance races we've seen you guys in. What's the feeling like now in that Friction Racing camp?
I'm not too sure actually. I've been a little bit away from it. Obviously, just joining the team, but this at the minute is very disappointing. Obviously, we were 11 hours into this race and it's just come to an end.
Are you going to try and get that car fixed and get itself back out again? Do you think Richard would want to drive? And also, here's another issue: if Richard gets back into that car, do they classify? Does anyone know? Do they classify the time that you're on pit road as part of the quote-unquote fair share time? Because, well, that could be an important one in the latter stages of this race.
Well, yeah, that's basically, we've just actually cut Marco's time down for the first share for Richard, so it was pretty much hit and miss with him getting it at the time that he'd just gone out, so very close.
Yeah, and there we are. We're getting ourselves a look then. This is the first time around coming out of pit road, and you will see there'll be an issue in just a couple of moments' time for Friction Racing's car. There we are, and that is a number 6 machine. There's a look at the incident. Yeah, it's a NeoGaf number 6 machine there, Richard Avery, and, well, Rachel, tough way for Friction Racing, who had clawed themselves back into a podium position, to have this happen to them so late in the day.
And it completely wasn't their fault, Will. That NeoGaf Racing McLaren just harpooned the car exiting pit road. I can't blame Richard Avery. He had the right to exit pit road, and that McLaren just washed up the track, too wide a line, should have been paying attention and just destroyed one of the prototypes. So, yeah, if this was a race with live stewards and actual penalties, I think he'd be doing a drive-through or stop and hold right now, because that was just unbelievable.
Yeah, there you can see a look from our 360 cam here. We're going to get ourselves one more look. And I'll slow it down. We'll go through it literally frame by frame if we can. And here we can see then that car coming out of pit road. Let's have a look. We'll try and find a decent camera angle for this one, because you need to have a look at the arcing of the cars as they work themselves out of pit road for this one, Paul. Yeah, we are going to have to get the Epic Pen back up, but we'll slow it down pretty much right about here. And you notice that, you know, you run on the outside as you come out of pit road. Now, there will be some who would say, well, actually, you know, you've almost got to give way as you work yourself along that line there. But it seems to be clear for Richard Avery. He comes back out onto the racetrack, but you notice, you know, it comes to a point right about there that you can't go any further forward. So from here on in, he's got to rejoin the racing surface, and you'll notice that you have that McLaren as they come out. You know, you need a lane if you're Richard Avery, and really that was going to be somewhere along there. But that McLaren, well, he just takes a little bit too much more. He makes more of the track than what he's entitled to. And you see, that's the amount of space that Richard Avery would have needed, and that McLaren just tracks out way too wide, and that is the reason why that friction racing car is now classified as out of the race.
Yeah,
sorry, Paul.
I was going to say, that's where you would hope that your teammates would help you out by letting you know that somebody's coming out the pits, especially one of the prototypes. I know from the endurance races I've done that I always have a teammate letting me know if there's anybody coming out the pits as I'm coming down the pit straight, just so you can be prepared to just leave them some space so that they can get on.
And Richard Avery is out of that car. Well, what that does mean is that your podium, it's down, kind of down to 3 or 4 at the moment. It's interesting to note that Jake Burton, just having a look to see how many stops he has done, how long it's been since he's last done a stop compared to the other drivers around him. And actually, just trying to get our live timing and scoring back up. They have done 19 laps actually, and they are actually, I have to say, Rachel, in the shout for this one now for a podium finish, because 17.5 seconds between themselves and Ambananti. And the 24 team's been 23 stops since their last stint. Dayco 19 stops since their last stint. They only need to do one more stop each. Jake Burton could well get that team up into a podium position.
They could well, and that would be an incredible result there for the Dayco Motorsports team. Brilliant drive from those guys, of course, Australians, so weird times for them, and what a run.
Yeah, as there you can see. So, well, that's another big issue. As we see now, ladies and gentlemen, 1 hour remaining of the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring here on RaceSpot TV. Paul Ilbrink still leads the way as we enter that final hour. As you can see, Ruddle on board of him, working himself down into that first corner. He has led now a total of 240 laps in that prototype machine as he works himself down to the inside. That's actually the car that was involved in the incident and a couple of laps ago, I believe, with that friction racing machine. Radicals Online continue to lead. Second place in prototype, it's SDC Motorsports, who from nowhere kind of now not only in the hunt, but almost guaranteed a podium position. Second place looks to be, you know, the best they can get, but still a great run by SDC Motorsports. We've barely talked about them. They've appeared from nowhere, Paul, really. Just been clogging their way, lap after lap after lap after lap, and, well, they are now likely going to get a podium.
Yeah, with the gap that they've got to to Carlo Liberty, it's about a minute and a half now to the third place, so they've got the comfortable space to have that final pit stop, because of course the others behind do have to stop as well.
Third place is currently Carlo Labatti in the number 24 Batti Racing Team car. Gap between himself and the Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour car is currently classified as 17.5 seconds. And then finally rounding out your top 5 is the Petronas Racing Team. Well, they wanted that top 5, Rachel. Petronas look as though they are going to get it. Mainly, of course, at the expense of that friction racing machine.
Yeah, exactly, and perhaps not the way they would have wanted to get it. They'd probably like to have done that on the track, but I'm sure they'll take it any way they can. Tragic end for the race there for Friction. Seen their guys packing up in the garage, so they have declared this one done. Unfortunate. So unfortunate, and wow, what an ending.
Yeah, there you can see the Petronas Racing Team in the 5th position. 6th place going to Synergy Sim Racing, the number 230 machine. And the last driver who will look as though they'll be classified will be the Team 7IB Classy Web car, who will likely finish this race in the 7th position. Heading on back even, excuse me ladies and gentlemen, to your GT division. Razakwanda Simsports lead still by 31 seconds over Virgil Racing. Each have to make one more pit stop. Now Coanda will come in first. And I've been thinking about this one over the last half an hour. This gap, realistically, you could get it down to 15 seconds if you're Virgil. Because, Paul, the last time that the Coanda Simsport car pitted, it was 2 laps previous to the Virgil Racing car. If you're Anthony Samario, you might be able to save 10 seconds. You also might have a little bit more fuel reserve in the tank to try and just confuse Ferrari Coanda Simsport. There very easily could well be, if you put Arnestar back into that car, a bit of a fight. And we've seen some crazy moments in the last hour of any endurance race. This one, 30 seconds, it's not over.
Oh, there's certainly in a 12-hour race to have 31 seconds between the front two in the GT class. It's fantastic to see, and this certainly isn't over yet. The strategy is going to play a role in the final part of this race.
Yep, as you can see there, a look at your prototype leader and your GT leader as they work down in towards Sunset Bend once again. Let's take a lap on board with the wonderful Ferrari Coanda Simsport car. Marcus Lenderman behind the wheel of that one. 56 minutes of this race to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is what it's like to ride a lap on board with your GT race leaders, Coanda Simsport, as they come on towards pit road for what will be their final time in this race, Jacob.
Yes, for sure. It's gonna be an exciting final time around here, and for sure, gonna be incredible.
As we can see there, let's see whether Lenderman will stay in that car for that final stint. We have a look then inside the car. That is Coanda Simsport, as it looks as though he will stay in the car, Rachel, for this final stint. As you can see there, pit stop time for him. Now we expect to see Virgil Racing on pit road in 2 to 3 laps time. And if you're Lenderman, you've just got to play this one careful. Make sure you hit your marks. You didn't speed on the way into pit road. Make sure you're careful on the exit of pit road. You don't want to do a friction.
No, exactly. I think you need to treat every other car on the track right now as though they are going to attempt to kill you. Whether they're a good driver or not, and of course the vast majority in this field have been great drivers. You can only lose this race now if you get taken out. Treat everybody with kid gloves. Every car is going to try and hit you, so just give them as much room as possible. Bring this car home. Don't touch a single curb. Run the car. and it's all theirs. They just have to be baby steps.
There you can see we didn't get the pit stop time, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get it on our live timing and scoring for Coanda Simsport. They do head themselves back out onto the racetrack. Yeah, we do apologise there. A little glitch on our live timing and scoring. They do head out back on the racetrack, and they are now good to go to the end of this iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. That means, once again, your race leader is Virtual Racing as well. Let's see how many more laps they can stay out. They have done themselves on this stint 26 laps. Realistically, they can't go any further than about 28 laps. So expect them onto pit road in a couple of laps' time. What do you do, Rachel? Do you put someone like Iron Style back into that car? Do you take tyres? Do you not take tyres? What do you do if you're Virtual Racing? Because there is an outside shot. You can put Coanda into a pressurised situation, but you've got to hope that things go your way. Do you maximise your chances, or you just consolidate that second position?
I think right now they have to just consolidate what they've got there. It's realistically they're not going to win this unless something goes wrong for Coanda. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. 30 seconds is a lot of time to make up within an hour, and Coanda we don't think need to stop. Virgil do. So I think consolidate what you've got there. You are in a pretty safe second position. It's good championship points. I'd go with that.
Yep, and of course, every lap that they go longer in this run, Paul, they're taking less fuel, and it will work out that it'll take about a second and a half less fuel, but they have got a little bit of traffic to deal with right now. That's a number 6 NeoGaf car, as well as the Movano Frostmaster X-Team car ahead of him. Now this is valuable tenth of a second that driver of Samario is going to lose now as they just close out the last couple of laps of this race.
He certainly would have wanted a clear track in front of him just to get some fast laps in, so this certainly isn't helping in matters for their challenge, but as Rich says, you'd be looking for a strong second place finish, but I wouldn't say not to push. It's just maybe you take this one, you take this second place now.
You've got yourself Diego Comini, currently classified on pit road in that Team GT car. Get ourselves a look at him then, as he is on pit road for the final time in that Team GT green car. As you can see a look then at his pit stop. You've also got yourself Luis Rodriguez in the Vortex Sim Racing MOE number 20 car, making his final stop of the day. Both those drivers currently scored on pit road. And you can see it's quite a sight now on pit road. The last of these drivers get themselves set. You can see a couple of teams already have taken their stuff down. They are good to go for the end of the day. The Team 7 Class E IB web car makes its final stop of the day as it heads now out onto the racetrack for the final time. They can see 49.2 seconds for Vortex Sim Racing. As you can see, Diego Comini out in 54.8 seconds as they head back out onto the racetrack as well. Here you can see then that driver of Virgil Racing heading himself down the final corner. And, well, it does look as though that Virgil Racing, as they come out of Sunset Bend, taking a tight ADI, that means that they are going to come onto pit road this time by Paul.
Yeah, it was expected. It was what we what we were expected to see. So it'd be interesting to see how long the pit stop is. You should be able to just short fill it now. It's not an overly large amount that they'll be able to cut out of the fuel stop. So they'll gain a little bit of time in that pit stop, but not an awful lot.
Yeah, there you can see the time as they came in, and it's going to be Anthony getting out. It will be Anders Dahl getting back behind the wheel of that car for the final stint. So they are doing everything that they think they can do to get themselves to the end of this event in the best possible way. Anders Dahl is known, of course, as one of the very best GT3 racers in the world, Paul. And, well, behind the wheel of him, he needs to take out a second and a half a lap over Marcus Enderman. That's not going to happen in reality, but put the pressure on.
It'll certainly put the pressure on as the Coanda Import car takes the lead again in the GT class. The Virgil car still in the pit lane. It's these seconds. This is the worst part. As they now leave the pit box. That's the worst part. Is when you just sat there in the pit lane and you see your competitors go past to take that lead that you want so badly.
Yeah, the gap is still 30 seconds. It's 31 seconds now. It will settle down in a moment. As you can see there, Virtual Racing heading himself back out onto the racetrack. So 31 seconds remaining. 31 seconds the gap between these two. That would have to be literally a second and a half a lap. Unless you're Michael Schumacher back in 1998 Hungary, Rachel. That's not going to happen. But again, pressure situation. If you're Commander, you have to manage the gap. As we would see another car on pit road. That is the driver of GripTV.org, Road Warrior, Matt Malone, and did a final stint for that team.
Yeah, of course, for Coanda, they have to not only manage the gap, but they have to not put a foot wrong, because that gap will come down. Anders Dahl, he is fast. Coanda, of course, have got Marcus Lenderman in. He's pretty quick. They have to keep that gap constant, but they also need to not make a mistake. It's very easy to make a mistake. You can drop 5-6 seconds from a single wobble, from a corner cut. So every little counts. They really have to have a flawless run. Normally, if you're leading with a good gap, you'd want to just keep it running. You'd be very gentle, tiptoe around the track, and just keep what you've got. That's exactly what Radicals are doing. Coanda, a little too close for comfort.
Well, Radicals have made their final stop. 33.2 seconds. Paul Ilbrink gets out of the car. Anthony Waselli gets into the car. And Paul, well, you've done all you can do now in this race. You've got yourself a nice sizable advantage. Waselli's going to bring it home. How's the race been for you?
Pretty good. A bit tired now after the whole day doing DWC, doing a couple of stints, and even though you're like in relaxed mode in between stints, you still, I don't know, you're still watching and keeping track of everything, and that's getting a bit tired now, but it's fine.
How bad is that adrenaline bleed? Of course, you talk about the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Get out of that, get yourself prepped, ready to go in a Honda Performance Development car. Of course, it is a high downforce car, but it's still very different to what you experience in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. You really have the time to relax, or is it a case of, you're bleeding off the adrenaline from the first race whilst you're getting ready to go into another one?
Well, you got a little bit of time, especially when Roderick was around, so you're a bit more comfortable that you don't have to keep track of everything at the same time. But the thing with this car is that I've driven it a lot, so it's not that much of a big deal to jump into it with not too much preparation, so it's all fine.
Now, a lot of your rivals have had themselves issues in this race. You've been able to keep your car mainly out of trouble. You had a hairy moment, actually, about an hour ago, as you had Movano and I forgot who the other team was, but you had another team as well, the Past Left Racing team even. They both went off around you as you were kind of involved in a battle with them, trying to pass each other. You had yourself as well, Kimmo Surman, involved. Have there been any real heart-stopping moments for you today?
No, I remember that one that you're telling about, but I remember seeing the car getting a bit bigger in my mirror when just after I passed him, but I'm still not quite sure like how close it actually was. But yeah, you have always these kind of moments, and especially because we're having a very comfortable lead now, you can take it a bit easier, so you don't have to push that hard, and yeah, things like these happen, but we have been able to react to it, so that's quite fortunate.
Well, Anthony Rosselli's behind the wheel of that car. Got yourself a 2-lap advantage right now over Graham Cowell. You going to watch the end of the race? Can you bear to watch the end of the race?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, good luck. Might talk to you in post-race, ladies and gentlemen. The driver of Paul Ilbrink for the Radicals Online organisation. We're going to step aside for the final time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take you RaceSpot TV side by side, show you some of the best onboards of the race so far. We'll be back to wrap things up and take you to the final 30 or about 40 minutes of the race after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun.
What is it about speed? Do these rivals chase speed because they can? Or because they can't help it? IndyCar. The heart of racing. Go to IndyCar.com for live timing and scoring, upcoming race details, and to join the conversation.
Monza is a very historic track. It's been around since the 20s, and it's gone through several permutations since then. We're also bringing forward a number of configurations. So there's chicanes that they've installed since the track's early days. So they can use original, very high-speed configurations of the track where the cars would just blow through where the chicanes are today, or they could use a more modern version. So it's a pretty cool, compelling track. The unique thing about Monza is it has a road course, but it also has a high-speed oval, and that high-speed oval can be run by itself. The Grand Prix course can be run by itself, and they also can be run together in a combined circuit, which is very unique and special in motorsports. This was one of the more challenging projects that we've undertaken. It was essentially building two tracks in one. It took a lot of time and a lot of care was put into it, but we're really happy about the end result, and we think that people have a lot of fun driving it.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV, and it's an unfortunate end for the 12 hours of Sebring for the driver of Keikashu, as we're getting ourselves a replay then from him, and well, it looked as though it was the final run to the flag. Keikashu making what is actually, for him, a very unrealistic error there, Paul.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic. Just seemed to just lose it on the on that left-hander. Maybe getting the power down a little bit too much, and that was it. It just sent it into the wall, and it's a heavy impact with the wall there.
Yeah, and well, there we are. It is Keisuke slamming. You can see there as well. A hard side-on impact, and we always say it, Rachel. If you're going to smash on these BMWs, at least do it front on and not side-on, because if you get it front on, you're generally going to be okay.
Yeah, especially with these cars that are rear-ended, it can be a real life saver. But unfortunately, yeah, this is not what you want it to happen side-on.
Well, let's get ourselves then a look from on board then of that Falcon GP number 76 car, working himself through. This is turn number 11, Collier corner, back end sliding out. You see he misses. If he hit the guardrail, the ironic thing is actually, Paul, he probably would have been better off.
Yeah, that guardrail just ends at the wrong point for him there, and ends up going spearing across the grass into that arm curve. Very, very hard indeed.
37 minutes remaining in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Don't forget, the next running of the iRacing.com Road Warrior Series will be as we head ourselves to upstate New York to one of my favourite racetracks in the world. I have to say, if it's a race there, I used to run it all the time. It's Watkins Glen International. And one thing about Watkins Glen is, Paul, is it's incredibly fast, it's incredibly fun, but it's also incredibly narrow. And mixed class racing there, it can sometimes become a bit of a mess. These drivers are going to have to pay attention. But we are looking forward to heading out over there as we continue our coverage of the iRacing.com Endurance Series on July 11th.
I personally love that track. I always seem to have really good results there. It's very narrow, especially through the S's after turn 1, where you've got the barriers right up against the edge of the track. So if you're passing back markers through there, you've got to be committed and you've got to be brave, and you've got to hope that the other guy has seen you as well.
And don't forget, before that, we of course got continuing coverage of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Round number 4 of that will take place from Road America in just 2 weeks' time. Catch it here on iRacing Live and also on RaceSpot TV. We are also the official home for the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, which will be exclusively live on RaceSpot TV. Well, here's the little battle we've got going on now, and this is for the final podium spot. You've got yourself Abanatoni, the iRacing team, 10.6 seconds between them and the Petronas cars, Rachel, as we've had ourselves a couple of incidents in the last couple of laps. We've spread out this prototype field. Team 7 IB Classy Web car, they are back on pit road. The Synergy Sim Racing team car, they're in 5th position. The Dayco M Sebring 12-hour car, they've fallen down into P number 5. But now, it's going to be interesting to see if that Petronas car can close up. And they did close up 6 tenths of a second that last time by.
Yeah, more concerning though is that Coanda, heavy traffic passing right now. I believe that's the Grip TV car, and ahead of them is, well, that will be, I believe, Team Tortoise. So, of course, GT traffic a lot more similar in speed, so that's going to be really difficult to get past this car, especially as you won't be past him before turn 1. So that's a whole sector who's going to be behind that Team Tortoise car. Will the Tortoise help Virgil catch up to the hare? We'll see.
I knew you were going to do a joke on that one.
Come on, would I never?
As you can see, down out of turn 1, there is the Command SimSport car. And there you can see the gap as well to Virgil Racing. It's still 27 seconds. So with the laps ticking down, the minutes ticking down, 34 minutes remaining then in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. We are getting to that point now where, well, essentially, Paul, it's going to take an incident for Coanda if Virgil are going to want to win this race, or a horrible miscalculation on fuel by Coanda.
I'll tell you what, Coanda are looking a little bit desperate to get past the Team Tortoise car, because they realise that they're getting held up, and yeah, the gap is coming down slowly but surely. Anders Dahl really doing a good job in the Virgil Racing car.
Well, it's one more time. Let's give a shout out to this driver. It is Kimo Suerman, who has now, Rachel, done himself 11 hours, 27 minutes worth of racing here in the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. He, here today, has moved himself up 6 positions since the start of the race. He has set one of the fastest laps of the race in the GT field. It's just completely astonishing.
It's an incredible run from him, just unbelievably excellent performance. one man, and he's just gone the whole race distance. He's just not been able to be stopped. I'm so impressed with his run.
As you can see, look at my shaky aerial coverage. All of a sudden, I think our aerial coverage guy is getting himself a little bit tired now, Paul.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a long race. I'm just noticing the lap times for Kim Asumanen. He hasn't really lost that much lap time. I mean, that last lap was 2 minutes 2, compared to his fastest lap of the race of 2 minutes 0.4. So it's not actually that much drop off in pace to say that we're 11.5 hours into the race and he's done the whole race.
Petronas Racing Team, well, their dreams of a podium, they fell down because of the fact that they had to make themselves another pit stop. They're still up 4 places in this race, but they can see Ollie Quokka behind the wheel of the car for the final stint as they head themselves back out onto the racetrack. And there you can see them, indeed, now that Commander car has been able to get himself past the tortoise as they continue their long on the racetrack. As we have a look a little bit further back, and you can see Jake Burton is now actually come into play. 13.6 seconds to gap to himself and Carlo Labate. 3 seconds faster that last time by. We're looking on board then with that Dayco M Sport Sebring 12-hour car. I was wrong 5 minutes ago, Rachel. I forgot about the additional pit stops. Dayco are still in it with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, they are, and this has really amped up the pressure now, of course. Super exciting time for us to get to, and wow, this could really be a photo finish.
Well, they really are pushing it. You can see there. They tried to slide it down to the inside of Vortex Sim Racing and almost had a big moment down into Sunset Bend. They come back down into turn number 1, though. And yeah, you can see the gap, 13.1 seconds. As like last time by, it was a swing to that driver. Actually, no, still actually 7 tenths of a second faster was Burton, despite that big moment down into Sunset Bend, Paul.
Yeah, and he is definitely on it. He is wringing every last bit out of this car now to try. He can sniff a podium position here, and he's certainly not going to give up. He's not going to finish without trying.
Well, half an hour left to go. Let's sum up the last 11.5 hours of the iRacing.com 12 hours of Sebring. And it's been a race of survival, but it's also been a race of luck and managing what has been going on. We start by having a look at your prototype class, and it's been Radicals Online who has led 254 laps. The driver, the team who led 100 laps in the early going, well, they were Virgil Racing. Mark Johansson finishing off behind the wheel of that 88 car, but they were involved in an incident with the Gazlinger Tweakers GT car down at Sunset Bend, which put a colossal end to their day in the worst way possible. The only other real contender for the victory, well, that was this one, Friction Racing HPD, as they headed themselves down into the hairpin. They had themselves a 4-car incident. They had themselves Ryan Terpstra involved in it. They had themselves the Vortex Sim Racing car, and then also the TNT Racing car involved, which is why the TNT Racing team are so far down in the field here today. And then a second incident for Richard Avery, as he's behind the wheel of that Friction Racing car, just actually come out to make himself a run, and then getting tagged by a BMW through no fault of his own at all. That was, I believe, the number 6 machine there. You can see Jonathan Madden, actually, yeah, indeed, in that NeoGaf racing car, just coming across the racetrack too much on the exit of turn 1, leaving no room for Richard Avery, spearing him into that inside retaining wall, putting a real end to Friction Racing's day. Unfortunate to see that, but we have still got ourselves a good battle going on for podium positions here, and it's actually going to be for the final podium position. Here you can see the number 24 team battling it out with Dayco M Sport Sebring 12 hours, the gap 12.2 seconds, heading themselves into the last 29 minutes. You can see there the batting going off, and that will cost him a good 5 of those seconds. He does come back onto the racetrack, but the pressure potentially coming now down onto the batty as they enter the closing stages of this race. In GT World, it is all being about Commander Simsport. Really good part of this race, although Virgil Racing have to close the gap down to 23.7 seconds with 28 minutes left remaining in the race. So Virgil Racing, if anything happens to Commander, could well snatch a victory here. Third place in the race, well, it's been the Iron Man of Ironmans in the top split. It has been the one and only Kimo Suom, normally running under the Glacier TV banner, running here today by himself in that Team Sermon car. He has run today 334 laps without any help from any other drivers. It has been all him by himself, and as he now heads himself down into the last 28 minutes, yes, he will get disqualified as he crosses the line. Kieran Sermon has done himself an absolutely sterling job. The battle for the podium then means that you'll likely get yourself a net podium position for Inside Sim Racing. Bruno De Carmo is going to bring that car home here today. P5, well, that is currently going to be on between the WFC chassis car and
Don't stop you there, Will, because we have nose-to-tail racing in its final half an hour of the race. It is Team Tortoise and Grip TV Road Warrior team. That is Matt Malone in Grip TV's 23 car and 13 of Corey Errol Slade. They are literally one car width apart.
Yep, and yeah, you can see there, they head themselves down in towards, this is turn number 14, turn number 15 now, working themselves back in on the racetrack. The Tortoise is battling it out with Grip TV. Let's ride along board with that driver then of Grip TV as they head themselves, Rachel, down into the back straightaway once again.
Yes, they do, of course. It's battle getting closer and closer as we come into these final moments. Running down the Sunset Bend, Will. Tortoise defending to that inside line with that BMW car, the roof of Grip TV looking to the outside, pulling just alongside the braking zone. Will not have enough of them there. Team Tortoise getting that good line through. Wider entry there for Grip TV. Closing up in the middle part of that corner. They will have a drive off the corner there, so we could see a move. Grip TV going to have to run the outside. Tortoise defending heavily. Going to have that run still for the inside line into turn 1. No, they're going to look to the inside. Grip TV going down inside. Not in time there, Will.
No, you don't. So you have to stay behind in this ongoing battle for the last spot inside your top 10. Now, it'll be interesting to note the last time these drivers came onto pit road, because we know some drivers might have to make themselves a splash and dash here. Team Tortoise have done themselves a total of 13 laps in this stint. It has been a total of 10 laps in this stint for Grip TV, and this presents an issue now, Paul. It's a case of, I'm just trying to do the math in my head, there should just be enough fuel in that tank for Team Tortoise, but they might have to save just a little bit as they come down into turn 7 once again. You want to manage that gap until you know you're good to go as far as the fuel stint goes, and Team Tortoise are going to be just there on the edge now with 25 minutes of the race to go.
It's certainly going to be close to the fuel limit. I do think that they will just have it, but you know, do you play it safe and make sure and just manage the Grip TV car, because he is stuck behind him. He's not getting past, so he is looking dangerous though as Matt Malone, because he is on fresher tyres. It's only done 10 laps since their pit stop, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, you've also got an ongoing battle between Vortex Sim Racing MOE20 and Team GT Green. This is for P number 7 and 8. So we'll pay attention to the ongoing battles going on in your GT division. There isn't really much going on. As I say that, actually, gap between Labate and Burton for the podium position is down to about 6 seconds. You've also got an ongoing battle between Hellenic Racing Team and Spark Motorsport. That is 1.2 seconds. The battle going on between these drivers. We go back on board with griptv.org. Road Warrior car, number 21 machine of Matt Lamone. As again, it's just the whole thing is that those roughs just a little bit slower out of these fastest corners, Rachel. And it does mean that BMW has just about enough to stay ahead down these long straightaways.
He does indeed, of course. That Team Tortoise car is the one that was run into at turn 6, Will, and has that Kimo Summoning shaped dent in his rear bumper.
Yep.
So that's not hampered that car hugely. Holding off that Grip TV roof car expertly there. It's going to be an exciting finish for these positions.
Indeed, so as you can see, a little bit further up the field, once again, you can see Jake Burton, his last lap time, 151.4. Compare that one to the gap of Carlo Labate, who did himself a 152.5. We have got ourselves a battle going on in prototype for the final spot in a podium. Traffic could very easily be a very big factor in this one. Let's have a look there at third place. Labate, he had himself an incident about 10 laps ago as well. As you can see, again, Grip TV trying to get themselves a move made on Corey Ellis Slade as they work themselves down the back stretch once again as well. Look at the gap on this one. It is just 2 tenths of a second right now. But we've got all these battles going on, and we've only got 23 minutes to sum them all up. It's a sprint race all of a sudden, Paul.
What did we say earlier? That more times than not, an endurance race just seems to have a bit of a lull, and then the last part is just absolutely epic, and this is proven to be the case again. It's fantastic. It's epic racing. It's edge of the seat stuff.
Well, there we are, looking from the rear of that Team Tortoise car as they head themselves down the Le Mans straight away one more time. Let's see if anything will change down into Sunset Bend. Is that Grip TV car going to try and make a move as they come down in towards Sunset? The answer is no, but what you can do now, if you are that Grip TV car, you just set yourself up on the exit of Sunset. We've talked about it all race long. 1,000 different lines to this corner. Only 1 or 2 of them are fast. That gap down to a quarter of a second. Once again, 22 minutes to go. Realistically, 10 laps left for these drivers. Down in towards 1 they come. Grip TV stays in line one more time. Go back to that prototype battle, though. It's down to 3.7 seconds all of a sudden now, Paul.
And the interesting thing is that the prototypes are catching up. The 24 and the 147 car are catching up to that battle between the Grip TV and Team Tortoise car, and it could end in tears, could that? Because neither of these two teams will be wanting to let them pass because they don't want to lose time at this point.
Yep, there we are, having a look then on board that Deco racing cars. They head themselves down towards turn number 7 once again. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if we do completely lose every